Pang Xiujian suddenly threw a tantrum. She wiped her runny nose with her hand and sat on the ground, glaring fiercely at Yi Baixiu. I won't leave. If you dare to hit me, I swear I'll go to the Yamen and report you for being unfilial. Zhang Juexia pulled Yi Baixiu to the inner room. It's late at night, and she won't sleep. We need to sleep too. If she doesn't mind the cold, let her sit outside. Yi Baixiu was so angry his hands trembled. If I knew it was her, I wouldn't have opened the door. I wouldn't have caused trouble for nothing. Zhang Juexia didn't continue to argue. She just lifted the quilt. Go to sleep first. We'll talk after waking up. Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu went to the inner room to sleep, and the house instantly became quiet. Pang Xiujian sat on the ground for a little while, feeling icy all over. She only thought about running outside, and forgot to put on more clothes. She hugged herself with both arms, shivering, still cold. She stood up suddenly, stomping her feet. She tried to push open the door to the inner room, but it was locked. Zhang Juexia was glad she had been sensible earlier. When she asked Zhao Xiang to lock every door, Zhao Xiang looked at her as if she was too much. Now, she didn't expect that the first person to guard against in a locked room would be Pang Xiujian. Yi Baixiu was also awake, lying on the bed lost in thought. Zhang Juexia didn't say much, just gently patted him with care. After all, having such a mother was hard. Finally, they endured until dawn. Then there was a loud knocking on the door again. Without waiting for Yi Baixiu to go out, Lu Mingda couldn't hold back and ran to open it. I say, are you still letting people sleep? Yi Yunliang looked embarrassed as he tried to speak kindly to Lu Mingda. Yi Jishuan and Wang Guilan greeted Lu Mingda and then entered the main hall with unhappy faces. Hearing the crying from last night and faintly hearing talk about money, Lu Mingda understood roughly what was going on. But since it was their family matter, he, as an outsider, couldn't say much. He just sighed softly and muttered under his breath, such a good child. How can she have such a strange mother? Truly, there are all kinds of strange things in the world. Yi Baixiu and Zhang Juexia also got up. Pang Xiujian had long lost her nighttime composure, shrinking into a corner, crying silently. Yi Jishuan glanced at Wang Guilan, who looked at Yi Yunliang, then turned to Pang Xiujian, who was crying in the corner. What's going on with you two? After arguing, you run to Baixiu's house. Do you still want face? Pang Xiujian stood up, pointing at Yi Yunliang and crying, Mother, he wants to divorce me. Please, you have to stand up for me. Wang Guilan slammed the table hard. Stand up for you? What can we do for you? The family silver has been given to you, and how you spend it is your business. Now that the money is gone, look at you, so useless. If you don't feel ashamed, I'm even more embarrassed. After saying this, Wang Guilan glared at Yi Yunliang. Help your wife home. Whatever happens, go home and don't embarrass us at Baixiu's. Pang Xiujian shouted loudly, I won't go. I won't go. Mother, he will beat me to death. Baixiu, mother, ask Baixiu to give me 40 taels of silver. Let this go. Mother, I beg you. You listen to him, he'll definitely give it. Hearing this, Wang Guilan stood up. Bah! How dare you say that? Baixiu is your son, but you should think about what you've done for him. Your face is really big. Yi Yunliang, if you were a real man today, you would take your wife away and stop embarrassing yourself here. Yi Yunliang roughly dragged Pang Xiujian out of the house. Pang Xiujian was muttering, Baixiu, my good son, if you give me some money, this will be over. Yi Yunliang pulled her away, and the house instantly became quiet. Yi Jishuan sighed. Your third uncle's matter has probably kept you all awake all night. Since it's still early, lie down and rest your eyes. Your grandma and I won't bother you anymore. Wang Guilan helped Yi Jishuan as they prepared to leave. Zhang Juexia called out to them, Grandpa and Grandma, children's happiness depends on themselves. You both need to take care of your health. Baixiu and I still rely on you to help us take care of the kids. Wang Guilan's tears finally flowed freely. My good grandson, Grandma remembers. Grandma isn't angry. The money given to them is theirs now. They can spend it however they want. But the Pang family Those two wicked people stole our money and won't admit it. Yi Beixiu's eyes were red as he called out, "Grandpa, Grandma." Zhang Juexia thought he would mention the money, but after a moment, Yi Beixiu only said, "Grandpa, Grandma, Xiao'er is right. Children's happiness depends on themselves. You both need to take care of your health." After saying this, he turned and went inside. Yi Jixuan and Wang Guilin supported each other as they left the house. Yi Beixiu called Zhang Juexia into the house. "You don't need to worry about this. I have a plan for the money. I just want her to learn a lesson." Zhang Juexia replied, but she was thinking inside that she didn't want to get involved in their messy family affairs. The sun slowly rose, and people in the backyard started working one after another. Feeling stuffy inside, Zhang Juexia went to the backyard for some fresh air. As soon as she stepped in, Lu Jinhua pulled her aside. "What's wrong with your mother-in-law?" Zhang Juexia shook her head. "It's already this late, and you still won't say." "I'll tell you, earning these 2 coins wasn't easy." A woman like her, before Beixiu's leg healed, was the one driving the cart to town. It wasn't easy to support all this.
Exactly.
She lost the money, and now she expects you to make up for it. She hasn't even helped out much usually. Helping out isn't the main point now. 40 taels of silver isn't a small amount. Peng Xiujuan is really reckless to give so much money to her brothers. I think she's just naive, falling for her brother's tricks. Now, the Peng brothers are holding on tight. The money's gone, and what can you do about it? You spoke back and forth, making Zhang Juexia look surprised. She couldn't help but ask, "How do you know more than I do? When did they start arguing?" "They started fighting right after work yesterday." "Oh, no wonder you know more than I do. I appreciate everyone's kindness, but now we need to work hard to earn money." Everyone then stopped talking and focused on their work. Song Yu watched her worriedly, opening and closing her mouth, and finally only offered a few comforting words. Yi Beixiu lay on the bed, listening to faint voices from the backyard, feeling useless. He had married his wife but hadn't brought her happiness, only trouble from these small problems every day. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. He decided to get up and go to the old house to clarify things. Near the old house, he met Yi Beishan rushing out the door. Yi Beishan pulled Yi Beixiu quickly into the house. "Be quick, my mother sent me to find you. Third uncle insists on divorcing third aunt, and no one can change his mind." "It's really..." When Yi Beixiu entered, Peng Xiujuan looked at him like a savior. "Son, you finally came. I knew you wouldn't leave your mother alone." Yi Beixiu shook off Peng Xiujuan's hand and looked calmly at everyone. "I want to talk to my mother alone." Peng Xiujuan didn't say a word and pulled Yi Beixiu into her room. "As long as you give me 40 taels of silver, my third uncle won't divorce me. Please, save me. Tell me, how did the money get lost? Be honest or no one can help you. If you're really sent back home, what do you think will happen to you considering how the Peng family is?" Peng Xiujuan was frightened. She gestured and explained the situation, describing what happened step by step. Yi Beixiu sneered, "What kind of people are your family brothers? Don't you know? And you believe what they say? Mother was wrong. I won't do that again. Please save me now. Only you can help. Now you realize you were wrong? Do you still believe what they say?" "I don't believe anymore. I never will. Even if they say sweet words, I won't trust them. Xiao Xiu, your 2 younger brothers are still young. If I get divorced, they will have no mother. When your father died, I didn't leave. I just wanted you to have a mother by your side." Yi Beixiu's face softened, and his eyes fixed on one spot. The room was eerily silent. Peng Xiujuan didn't dare to speak anymore, only looking at Yi Beixiu with pity. After a short while, Yi Beixiu spoke, "I can give you the money." Peng Xiujuan was so excited she was at a loss and tears streamed down her face. "Mother knew you wouldn't ignore me. You've always been a good child, and it's my fault for not trusting you." Yi Beixiu gently glanced at Peng Xiujuan. "But you need to write a promissory note. Consider this money as a loan from me." Peng Xiujuan was stunned. Then she raised her hand to slap Yi Beixiu, but he stopped her. "Whether you borrow it or not is up to you. If you refuse, I won't be angry." "Are you sure?" Think about it. When you're ready, come find me. Hand over the money and press your thumbprint. After Yi Baixiu left, he went to talk privately with Yi Yunliang. This matter, my mother really went too far. It's understandable if you want to divorce her, but have you thought about what will happen to Bailey and Beifeng in the future? Yi Yunliang shook his head painfully. Baixiu, 40 taels of silver isn't a small amount for our family. Your mother trusted her brothers so much, she gave away 40 taels. Those brothers are just troublemakers. When I asked them for the money, they acted like they didn't have it and threatened me. What should I do? Yi Baixiu looked at his uncle, thinking to himself, you know what kind of wife your sister is. How can you be so sure she'll handle this properly? If they really gave you the money, that wouldn't be normal. They didn't get the silver, and they're probably blaming you secretly. Uncle, we're family. For Grandpa and Grandma, let's not fight with my mother anymore. I told my mother the money is a loan from me, so she doesn't have to pay it back immediately. Let her pay it back slowly. You know my mother's temper. From now on, you manage the family money and try to keep her from having too much. Otherwise, who knows what trouble she might cause. If I help her this time, I won't do it again. You said 40 taels isn't a small amount, and it's hard to explain to my wife. Yi Yunliang looked at Yi Baixiu in disbelief. You really lent your mother 40 taels? Yes. But in the end, I will still be the one to pay it back. Uncle, I already said you don't need to pay it back. Let my mother handle it. We are mother and son. How she pays it back is up to me. Yi Yunliang clenched his teeth and said, Fine, I'll listen to you. Anyway, we are all family, and I can't let you lose your mother. After Yi Baixiu and Yi Yunliang reached an agreement, Pang Xiujuan slowly came out of the house. She approached Yi Baixiu and said, Give me the money. Yi Baixiu borrowed paper and pen, and with everyone watching, he wrote a loan agreement and had Pang Xiujuan press her fingerprint. Then he took out the money, ready to give it to her. Before giving the money, I want to talk to my mother alone, Pang Xiujuan said, leading Yi Baixiu into her room. It's really hard to get you to do something. Luckily, you are born from my belly, otherwise, I would think you're not my child. You can also pretend I wasn't born from you. But now, you need me because you haven't received the money yet, Pang Xiujuan said angrily, grinding her teeth. You. No matter what, you already admitted earlier that you are my child. Just accept it. Listen carefully, before I give the money. You must promise not to trouble my wife or act like a mother-in-law in my house. Is that all? Are you willing to give me the money? Yes. Before Pang Xiujuan could say anything harsh, Yi Baixiu was about to leave. You can also choose not to take the money. Who said I don't want it? I just don't understand what's so good about your wife, and why you're so protective of her. This is a bit difficult for you, since you can't tell good from bad. No wonder you've been tricked out of so much money. You. Pang Xiujuan raised her hand to hit Yi Baixiu, but he easily dodged. I'll give the money to third uncle later, and he won't bother you anymore. Live well with third uncle. Northly and Northfoam will also get married in the future. Aren't you afraid that if you behave like this, they won't find wives? Also, remember what I just said. The loan agreement with your fingerprint is in my hands. As long as you upset my wife, I will come to ask for the money. No matter what happens in the future, be careful and don't be led around by others. After finishing, Yi Baixiu looked at Pang Xiujuan and then left her room. Yi Baixiu resolved the conflict between Yi Yunliang and Pang Xiujuan, which eased everyone in the old house. Yi Jishuan's gaze toward him grew even more fond. Truly his grandson. Always so responsible when doing things. Back home, Zhang Juesha saw Yi Baixiu with a happy face and asked, Did your mother's issue get resolved? Yes. Want to know the result? Looking at you, it seems Uncle Third's hope has failed.
Yi Baixiu similed helplessly.
Yes, I returned the money I took from Uncle to them. It's their money after all, and here it's a bit awkward to keep, so it's better to return it to its owner. Yi Baixiu handed the IOU to Zhang Juesha. Keep this safe. Zhang Juesha looked at it carefully and smiled. You're really something. Your mother probably didn't read the terms inside carefully before signing. She only cared about the money and didn't look at the details. Anyway, she won't dare to cause trouble at our house anymore. You don't need to listen to her scolding. By this calculation, it's still a good deal for us. Husband, I'm just curious. Why didn't your two uncles tell on you? Yi Baixiu sat up straight on purpose. You think I'm handsome, huh? Don't be silly.
Be honest.
I told them if they dared to say a word, I'd have someone cut out their tongues and send them to work in the mines. They value their lives too much. They saw what happened with Miss Lee the other day, so they knew what to do. My third uncle only took a few punches. If he ran faster, who knows who would have won. It's different with me. My husband is clever, said Yi Baixiu, pointing at the IOU.
Keep this safe.
It's like a royal sword. I guarantee no one will come to bother you in the future. Thank you, husband, Zhang Juexia said, leaning in to kiss him. Then she went to put away the IOU. Yi Baixiu's face turned bright red, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Zhang Juexia secretly glanced back at him. Even a handsome man can be shy, and his shy look was quite charming. It made her stop and look at him more closely. Lu Hong was also sober now. Thinking about what happened yesterday, he felt something was missing. He asked Lu Tai Tai, how's the matter I asked you to find out about?
Liao Tai Tai shook her head.
Yao Tao's mouth is sealed tight, like sewn shut. No matter how I ask, I can't get anything out of her. But I can guarantee the person who bought Lu Xia's shop is someone Yao Tao knows well.
Liao Hong glared at Liao Tai Tai in frustration.
Your guarantee is useless. It's been days, and we haven't even seen a shadow. The shopkeeper and apprentices are ready, but we've never seen what the boss looks like. Isn't that strange? If we tell others, they'll just laugh at us.
Liao Tai Tai stood up.
This is my fault. I had everything ready, but then I got hit with a big. The place is gone. Lu Xia is still your brother from the same family. Why did you do that? Don't you have any sense? Lu Hong raised his hand to slap him, but Mrs. Lu just stared blankly and handed him the slap. Go ahead, hit me if you want. Just kill me. He received a letter from his third son, asking for money, saying that they had given him too little and it wasn't enough for him to spend. 10 taels of silver a month isn't enough? Mrs. Lu handed the letter to Lu Hong. Look for yourself. Your third son said that his wife bought some people and a carriage for face, and he often has to entertain guests, spending money everywhere. Your third son also said that his father-in-law mentioned that next year he will take the exam, and he's the most likely to become a scholar. Lu Hong looked at the letter happily. This is good news. If my son passes the scholar exam, I will be the father of a scholar. If he passes the provincial exam and then the imperial exam and becomes an official, then I will be the father of an official. After happily celebrating, Lu Hong dressed neatly. No, I have to go to Manhwa restaurant for a drink and tell my brothers about this good news so they can celebrate too. What if he needs money?
Give it.
You asked what I should say? As long as it benefits my son, I will give as much silver as needed. Aren't you worried about your eldest and second son's opinions? They dare. Lu Hong glared fiercely and strode out confidently. Only Mrs. Lu was left at home to handle household chores. Lu Hong was not satisfied and first went to Zhang Juexia's shop. When he entered, he only saw the clerk Ding Man. Ding Man saw Lu Hong and felt a jolt, but still greeted him with a smile. Good day, Lord Lu. Is the shopkeeper still not here?
No.
What is your shopkeeper's name? Ding Man scratched his head. Lord Lu, I don't know. You don't know? Lu Hong looked at Ding Man in disbelief. Ding Man felt guilty and didn't ask Zhang Juexia or say anything. You're really something. Who pays your wages? You don't even know. Aren't you afraid he won't pay you? It shouldn't be. Our shopkeeper is a good person, a scholar. Scholars don't lie. Still a scholar, Lu Hong muttered to himself as he left the shop. He met shopkeeper Yao on the way. Shopkeeper Yao saw Lu Hong and naturally looked displeased, walking ahead without greeting him. Lu's shopkeeper called out to her, Shopkeeper Yao, wait a moment. It was my fault last time. I apologize. Shopkeeper Yao rolled her eyes and looked at him. Lord Lu, are you very eager to know who the new shopkeeper of this new shop is? If it's convenient for Boss Yao, perhaps you could tell me. We've known each other for many years, so there's no need to hide anything. Actually, Lu Leoi also knows this person. After saying this, Boss Yao turned and walked ahead without looking back. My mother just wants you to guess. I hope it makes you so annoyed you can't sleep. Your wife is shamelessly asking about this, and you're asking too. I hope it makes you both so frustrated you can't rest. Hearing Boss Yao's harsh words, Ding Man felt more alert. With the boss not around, work is easier, but we must not be lazy. When Boss Yao came in, he asked Ding Man how many people had come today and what he had done. Ding Man reported everything and took out the register Zhang Juexia had asked him to keep. You guys' boss is very thoughtful.
Just do your job well.
If anything happens, just call me. But I tell you, don't say anything you shouldn't. Ding Man replied and saw Boss Yao at the door. Then he finally relaxed. Lu Hong was thinking as he walked forward. When he arrived at Manhwa restaurant, Manager 1 greeted him with a smile. Lu Hong pulled Manager 1 aside and asked about the matter. Manager 1 looked mysterious and said, "This matter is probably not something people like us can find out about." Lu Hong cursed under his breath, feeling even more annoyed. Who exactly is this person? Manager 1, my brothers are here. Let them come in to find me. All right, you go. Manager 1 looked at Lu Hong's back and snorted coldly before busying himself. A young waiter approached and asked, "Boss, is the new shopkeeper really a master?" With a slap, a hand struck the young waiter's forehead. "Just do your work. Why are you asking so much?" "I'm just asking," the waiter said. "Humph. Asking what?" "I've never seen this person before, but someone who can take over Lu Hong's shop must be a master." "What about just now?" "Silly kid, that's our restaurant's rule. Everyone who comes is a guest. I can't let Lu Hong's family scheme against us, or how could we do business?" The young waiter looked at Manager 1 with admiration. Manager 1 kicked him dismissively. "What are you standing around for? Go do your work." Lu Hong waited for his brothers and started drinking. He vented his frustrations one by one. One of them, Zhou Jiu, was picking his teeth and said disdainfully, "Even if that big brother opened the shop himself, he wouldn't make much money. I think our brothers should aim for something bigger. What are you planning to do?" Zhou Jiu picked a hawthorn berry and put it in his mouth. This is where the translation ends. I remember Big Brother once said he wanted to find a place to do this. Don't mention it. When I think about it, it just makes me upset. I haven't done a single thing I wanted to. Big Brother, if you're facing difficulties, just tell me. Aren't you stupid?
No ideas?
How can we make this? It's not hard. We know about hawthorn berries. We need to soak them in water, taste to see if they're sweet, and probably add sugar. That's enough. When we leave, buy a jar and let my mother try it. She can tell how it's made just by tasting. Is it really that good?
I didn't know your mother had that skill.
My mother has many talents. Stop wasting time. Big Brother, I ask you, do you want to make some money?
You own a dead.
Then, that's good. We can't let others make all the money. We should earn some too. Lu Hong thought for a moment. All right, Big Brother, I trust you this time. I hope our brothers will get rich soon. Lu Hong couldn't finish his drink and immediately pulled Zhou Jiu to go handle some business. They bought a jar of hawthorn from shopkeeper Wan and some sugar. When Lu Hong went to buy hawthorn, Zhou Jiu stopped him. I have some at home, Zhou Jiu said. They went to Zhou Jiu's house. Zhou Jiu's mother, Su Zhen, opened the hawthorn jar and tried one after another, drinking some of the syrup. Mom, can you make this? Zhou Jiu gave her a look, meaning that even if she didn't know how, she should pretend she did.
Suzanne understood.
You know my skills. If I've eaten it, I can make it.
What's hard about that?
Lu Hong was very happy. Really, Mom?
Can you do it?
Su Zhen patted her chest. Of course. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiu had already lit the stove. Guess what? Su Zhen took a big handful of unwashed hawthorn, put it in the pot, and poured most of the sugar they bought into it. After boiling for a while, it was cooked. She let Lu Hong and Zhou Jiu taste it. The taste is okay. Lu Hong took a bite. It's a bit too sweet. That's easy. Just add some water and more hawthorn. Big Brother, the hawthorn jars at Feng Fu restaurant are already selling for a high price. I heard they're also expensive in Xunhe County. The new year is coming soon. If we take advantage of this season to make some money, wouldn't that be smart? But hawthorn is hard to buy at this time, Zhou Ju said. It's easy. My uncle lives in the mountains. Our hawthorn comes from him. Let him help us buy some. And this? Big brother, this clay jar costs only 3 cents. Hawthorn isn't worth much. At most, it's the sugar that costs money. Don't hesitate. Lu Hong made up his mind. Let's do it. The place I found that day is good, so let's decide quickly. He felt it was fate. Since they couldn't rent the shop, heaven had sent him a profitable business. He almost spent 200 taels of silver to buy a secret recipe, but they didn't appreciate it. Thinking about it, Lu Hong wondered if his brain was really all mush. So, Lu Hong started making hawthorn jam without much thought. Zhang Juexia invited Song Yu, which made her much freer, and she earned easily. Yi Suyun and Li Yiqin heard that Zhang Juexia had invited a master, so they also came to learn. When Song Yu found out that Yi Suyun was the new apprentice of manager Yao, she quickly pulled her aside. Let me see. People who know are talking about which apprentice manager Yao has. But I saw her first. Yi Suyun modestly bowed to Song Yu and said she still needed her guidance. It's an honor to guide manager Yao's apprentice. Zhang Juexia gently pushed Li Yiqin towards Song Yu. Sister Song, this is my sister-in-law, and she also needs your help. Li Yiqin and Song Yu complimented each other, then got to the main point. Zhang Juexia was also excited to learn from them. She was so absorbed in her sewing that she didn't hear the sounds outside. North Xiu's wife, there seems to be some noise in the front yard. Hurry and check. Zhang Juexia put down her sewing and went outside. When she arrived at the front yard, she saw Yi Baixiu chasing after a girl. The girl saw Zhang Juexia and wanted to go to her, but Yi Baixiu stopped her. Shao Qing, be obedient. Go back to your home.
Cousin, who is she?
She is your sister-in-law. Madam, she is Pang Shaoqing. Pang Shaoqing stared at Zhang Juexia with her eyes wide open and giggled non-stop. Zhang Juexia looked at her and asked, What are you laughing at? Sister-in-law, you look so handsome. Zhang Juexia smiled. Although she had heard the name Pang Shaoqing many times, she didn't bother with her foolishness. She asked Yi Baixiu, How did she come here? Yi Baixiu shook his head. I don't know. When I opened the door, she was alone. Then take her home. Pang Shaoqing, as if she had been shocked, crawled behind Yi Baixiu. I won't go. If I go home, they will hit me. Zhang Juexia stepped forward and patted her. Shaoqing, don't be afraid. Tell sister-in-law who told you that. Pang Shaoqing looked at Zhang Juexia. I said, Is there candy? Of course, there is candy. She suddenly took out a piece of candy and waved it in front of Pang Shaoqing. Pang Shaoqing reached out to grab it, but Zhang Juexia held the candy in her hand. You have to tell me first, then I will give you the candy. My mother said she asked me to stay at my cousin's house. She said my cousin's family has good food and fun things to do.
Zhang Juexia pullet ye beiqiu aside.
Your maternal family really won't give up. Do you think our mother might be involved in this? Yi Baixiu answered confidently, Probably not. She's having a hard time herself, so she wouldn't bother with this. No, I need to find out who sent Shaoqing here. After preparing the carriage, Yi Baixiu hurried out. Zhang Juexia stopped him. I'll go with you. If we can't find the person, we can send her home together.
Good idea.
Since she's in our house, if something happens, the Pang family might cause trouble, Zhang Juexia said, stopping Pang Shaoqing. Do you want to ride in the carriage? Go out and have fun? Pang Shaoqing saw the carriage and clapped happily. When Zhang Juexia called her, she ran over. Zhang Juexia helped her sit in the carriage.
Sit properly.
If you behave well, you'll get candy. Pang Shaoqing sat up straight immediately. After seeing they were settled, Yi Baixiu drove the carriage away. Is she like this naturally? Zhang Juexia asked. No, she got sick when she was little, and that's how she is now, Yi Baixiu replied. She's quite pitiful. Yi Baixiu was busy driving and didn't respond. Your mother is kind. She wanted you to marry her. But?
Mom.
Yi Baixiu turned and glared at Zhang Juexia. The mountain road is bumpy. Sit still and don't get distracted. Zhang Juexia stuck out her tongue and smiled. Pang Xiaoqing grinned foolishly, saliva dripping from her chin. Sister-in-law is pretty. Sister-in-law is handsome. That's not foolish. Pang Xiaoqing isn't foolish. Yi Baixiu suddenly stopped the carriage. He jumped down and grabbed Pang Qi. Baixiu, I'm your eldest uncle. Can't you be gentler? You still remember you're my uncle? If anyone else heard, they'd think our families hate each other. Tell me, did you send Xiaoqing here? Yi Baixiu gestured with his fists in front of Pang Qi, who backed away in fear. Baixiu, listen. I really can't be blamed. It was your grandmother who asked me to do this. Your mother arranged it, but she's been busy these days, so it was my turn. Are you telling the truth? Why did your grandmother ask you to send Xiaoqing to my house? Pang Qi looked at Zhang Juexia. Yi Baixiu grew impatient. Hurry up and tell me. It's because your wife's pregnancy hasn't moved yet. Your grandmother kindly asked me to send Xiaoqing over. She said once you two are married, it'll be too late to deny it. Uncle, Xiaoqing is my cousin. What are you doing? It's not because she's a fool, otherwise it wouldn't be your turn. Baixiu, please help us by taking Xiaoqing away. Our family isn't wealthy, and supporting her is quite difficult. Pang Qi looked at Yi Baixiu with pity. Yi Baixiu was furious. Xiaoqing, take her back now. She's just silly, but she can still work. And if you dare to think about me again, I swear I'll make sure you all end up working in the mines. Zhang Juexia added, Husband, don't forget we also need to cut out her tongue. Yes, Pang Xiaoqing was already let off the carriage by Zhang Juexia, who handed her over to Pang Qi and warned him, if you keep sending Xiaoqing back and forth like this, I won't say another word. I'll have my friends send your whole family to the mines. Pang Qi wasn't scared of Yi Baixiu but was intimidated by Zhang Juexia's tough attitude. He pulled Pang Xiaoqing and started to walk forward. Xiaoqing waved goodbye to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, see you later. Your candy is really sweet. Yi Baixiu stood beside Zhang Juexia, who sighed. It's a pity about her face. Husband, do you think she's prettier than me? Yi Baixiu glared at him and pulled Hua to turn around. Zhang Juexia stomped her foot. Why aren't you saying anything? What should I say? You want my wife and the fool to compare who's prettier? That's such a boring thing, I won't do it. Zhang Juexia burst out laughing. Husband, you're so stubborn but you're really cute when you are. It's the first time someone called me cute. Wife, let's get in the carriage quickly. It's so cold outside, better to go home and stay warm. Husband, how do you think the Pang family will settle Xiaoqing? Who knows? But it's not our business anyway. But I'm really curious. Why do people with the surname Pang always think they can bully you? People who like to take advantage of others know they shouldn't just squeeze one sheep. They should switch to another. Why don't they understand that? Maybe they're not very smart, or maybe they just like you, husband. Zhang Juexia lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked seriously at Yi Baixiu. Exactly, my husband is handsome. Wife, we're outside now. But outside, no one is around. Besides, I was praising my husband, not anyone else. They teased each other and returned home. No one in the backyard mentioned where they had gone. Zhang Juexia didn't say anything either. She picked up what everyone had made and examined it carefully. She had to admit, Song Yu's embroidery skills and teaching level were really good. The pay of 1 or 2 silver coins a month was well deserved. Song Yu taught according to each person's ability, and the pouches everyone made were no longer at the same level as before. Song Yu looked at her greedy expression and smiled. This is just the beginning. As everyone gets more skilled, we won't need to use such simple patterns to fool you. It's not fooling. I'm already very satisfied with this. You're so easily satisfied. That new daughter-in-law, Li Yulan, is really good. Why did you choose her? Are you thinking of taking her as a disciple? She has to agree too. I'll ask her. No need to rush. Before Song Yu finished speaking, Zhang Juexia disappeared. Li Yulan heard Zhang Juexia and immediately wanted to become her apprentice, but Zhang Juexia stopped her. Choosing a good day for the apprenticeship is important. It can't be taken lightly. Let me think. Li Yulan agreed. I still need to prepare the ceremony. Zhang Juexia thought that once Li Yulan learned the craft, she could help with work. I'll help you prepare. No, this is my matter. You always say that once you learn the skill, it's yours. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I have this under control. You pick a good day and I'll get ready. Zhang Juexia asked Lu Mingda to help choose a good date, which was set for the day after tomorrow. She counted on her fingers. Soon it would be the lunar December, and the new year was coming. Time flies. Li Yulan's apprenticeship ceremony was organized with Zhang Juexia's help, and Li Yulan prepared her own gifts. Zhang Juexia generously hosted a big feast at her home, keeping everyone in the backyard from leaving. She also announced that after the new year, any children in the family who wanted to learn embroidery could come. But they would have to wait until her new courtyard was built. The village aunt praised her again and again. Now, our mountain children can also choose who to marry.
Yes.
But embroidery needs to be practiced. If we do it here, we can't do chores at home. If more children come, what will we do about housework? Don't worry. When the time comes, someone will do it. Zhang Juexia listened to their words and just smiled slightly. She told them that after the 8th day of the lunar month, they would have a holiday. She encouraged them to make more small bags during this time. After the new year, as their skills improved, they could earn more money. On the 9th day of the lunar month, Zhang Juexia took the finished small bags and went to town with Yi Xiyun. Shopkeeper Yao first looked at the bags Zhang Juexia brought and praised them highly. Zhang Juexia smiled at Shopkeeper Yao. I've improved the quality even more. Should we raise the prices? I've already told the villagers that we'll increase the prices for them too. Shopkeeper Yao turned back and glared at her. You only talk about money. I don't know what you're after. You already told me the answer. Yao scolded her. Don't get emotional. I only made the purse look prettier because I spent more money. Yao, who dislikes losing money, clenched his teeth. I'll raise the price by 100 coins for you. Anything more isn't worth it. As long as the price can go up, that's fine. Zhang Juexia happily paid Yao. Just like last time, I want copper coins. After giving instructions, Zhang Juexia talked with Yao about the new shop and asked how things were going. Yao, getting impatient, pushed her to leave. The guy you hired is good. If you have any questions, ask him. My dear apprentice is here, busy with things. Don't cause trouble. Zhang Juexia was pushed out the door and looked at Yao's back. Am I out of favor now? Yi Baixiu happily pulled her into the shop. Should we pick a name for it? Let's wait until after the new year. Ding Man saw Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu coming and hurried out of the shop. Shopkeeper, you're here. How's everything lately? Ding Man asked as he led them inside. Things were not going smoothly, just as Zhang Juexia expected. They had only a few apprentices. Ding Man was worried. He had been here almost a month, but business was slow, and he hadn't recruited many apprentices.
He was worried about his job.
Shopkeeper, are you worried I won't pay you? Zhang Juexia handed him 300 coins in advance. Just focus on your work. I understand your worries. But our business is steady, and I have a plan. As long as you follow my instructions, by next year, your wages might double. Ding Man's eyes lit up. I'll listen to the shopkeeper and work hard. Zhang Juexia gave a few more instructions and then planned to go shopping with Yi Baixiu. Suddenly, one shopkeeper hurried over, panting. She had to wonder if one shopkeeper had spies, as she seemed to know everything about her. First, she looked at the shop, then asked Zhang Juexia, Did you buy this shop?
Yes.
Do you plan to run a business here? One shopkeeper asked carefully. Zhang Juexia understood and teased. I haven't decided yet. I think I might focus on food, since it makes money faster. Really doing food? Of course. Why would I fake it? But I wonder why I hear you recruiting embroidery girls and apprentices. Then why are you still testing my words? Master One grinned widely. That's good. That's good. You're quite clever, young lady. If you really get into food, I'm afraid I can't compete with you. You're overestimating me. Your Manfu Tavern is the town's reputation. Who would dare challenge you? Master One waved his hand, Miss Yi. Let's not waste words. I came to talk about something important. Zhang Juexia signaled for Master One to sit and poured tea for him. After sitting down, Master One got straight to the point. Do you know Lu Hong is also selling hawthorn jam? I don't know. Recently, his wife asked me for the recipe, but I didn't sell it to her. I've tasted his jam. It's average, not at all like yours. What is Master Lu worried about? He sells it cheaply, only 200 coins per jar. I see many people buying it. Has your business been affected? Not really, our methods are different. I just worry that if people get tired of the same taste after a while, what will we do? Zhang Juexia thought of Ling Yue's new orange jam. It's not difficult. We also have orange jam. If Master Lu is interested, you can go directly to Xuanhe County and buy from the Li family. I've heard the Li family makes jam.
Could it be you? Exactly.
It's a business I'm working on with Miss Li. I'll send a letter. In the future, your tavern can buy directly from the Li family or arrange for them to deliver. That's wonderful. Li's family has other businesses too. Master One had tried many times to establish relations but failed. Unexpectedly, this time it was easy. Thank you so much, Miss Yi. Master One, there's no need for such thanks. There will be more chances for us to work together in the future. After seeing off Master One, Zhang Juexia pulled Yi Beixiu along to go shopping. They arrived at another street and saw hawthorn jam being sold. Occasionally, passers-by bought a jar. Zhang Juexia bought one. Young lady, this is your first time buying from us, right? I promise, once you try our jam, you'll want to buy it again. Zhang Juexia handed the jar to her, and Yi Beixiu paid. They continued walking forward. Zhou Jiu looked at Zhang Juexia. This young lady is quite pretty. Lu Hong only thought she looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Someone is always with her, so you're just getting a glimpse. Zhou Jiu became impatient. Big brother, no, I have to see which family this young lady belongs to. She's very special. Zhou Jiu followed Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia from behind. Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia wandered around, bought some things, ate outside, and also bought some snacks for Dingman to take home. When they entered the shop, Dingman kept calling the shopkeeper, and only then did Zhou Jiu realize that these two were the ones trying to steal Lu Hong's shop. The news was very shocking, and he hurried back to inform Lu Hong. Lu Hong was surprised when he heard the news Zhou Jiu brought back. Are you sure? He asked. Absolutely sure. That young clerk kept calling the shopkeeper. Zhou Jiu replied. Let's go see for ourselves. Big brother, should we call a few people?
Hurry up and go.
Lu Hong rolled up his sleeves. I want to see if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, daring to compete with me. Today, I'll show them my power. After gathering his men, Lu Hong led a large group to another street. Zhang Juexia told Yi Beixiu to open the canned hawthorn they bought outside. After tasting a bite, he spat it out. This? They dare to sell this? It's disgusting. Dingman didn't understand. Shopkeeper, I heard this stuff is expensive and sells very well. If you like it, take it, Zhang Juexia said. Dingman was very happy. He carefully covered the lid. Thank you, shopkeeper. I'll take it home for my mother to try. Zhang Juexia was speechless, but, seeing that Dingman was a filial son, he held back his words. Work hard. One day, I'll bring some canned food from Manhwa restaurant for you to take home. Dingman was almost moved to tears. Shopkeeper, you're such a good person. All right, young man, don't be so emotional.
People might laugh if they see.
Dingman wiped his tears awkwardly. Zhang Juexia found it boring and wanted to ask at Yao's shopkeeper whether Yao Siyun would return home. If she didn't, she would go back with Yi Beixiu and come back in a few days to pick her up. Before she left the shop, she saw a large crowd coming toward her. She was slightly stunned and looked carefully. The leader was Lu Hong, and she immediately understood what was happening. Dingman saw the scene and felt weak in the legs but still bravely stood in front of Zhang Juexia. Shopkeeper, I'm here. You should leave quickly. Zhang Juexia watched him pretend to be calm and couldn't help but smile. Go to the backyard and call my husband, then find manager Yao and ask someone to send people from the yamen over. Dingman hesitated and doubted Zhang Juexia, saying, Boss, the yamen people and them are on the same side. They're not trustworthy. I told you to go, so go. No more excuses. Also, find someone to report to the Li family. Ding Man then staggered to the backyard to notify Yi Baixiu, and after that, he ran out the back door to find someone. Lu Hong and his group arrived loudly in front of Zhang Juexia. She looked at them without blinking. Is there a problem? A group of wealthy men were stunned. They didn't know whether to hold or put down their tools. In the past, they would have rushed forward and swung them, but the delicate young lady in front of them made it hard to act. Tea is ready inside. You can go in and drink, Lu Hong panicked. He shouted loudly, brothers, go inside and smash everything. Leave no one behind. Lu Hong took the lead, and the others had no choice but to follow nervously. Zhang Juexia wisely stepped aside. Yi Baixiu hurriedly ran from the backyard, protecting her behind him and waving his fists, ready to fight. Zhang Juexia grabbed him. Are you stupid? Those things inside, after the new year, they were going to be thrown away anyway. If they smash it, it's just as well. Someone can help us get new ones. Yi Baixiu was stunned, but then realized her words made sense. The commotion in the shop drew onlookers. Zhang Juexia quickly played her part. She deliberately messed up her hair and pinched her arm hard, signaling to Yi Baixiu with her eyes. They pretended to step forward to stop the people smashing the shop. Good sirs, big brothers don't smash. We're honest business people. Everyone, come help. We're opening shop normally and they broke in and started smashing. Is there no law anymore? Zhang Juexia shouted loudly. Seizing the moment, Yi Baixiu stepped forward and took care of the troublemakers. He was a rough man used to hunting in the mountains. Although he had been resting at home recently, dealing with a few drunken troublemakers was easy for him. He targeted the least obvious spots to hit, knocking each one down. Zhang Wei and Lu Chang arrived with Yamen officials. They had been about to leave when the young clerk who came to report told them the exact location. They realized it was the shop Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu had mentioned earlier. They dared to cause trouble right under their noses at their brother's shop, really getting tired of this. Zhang Wei and Lu Chang said nothing, took a few colleagues, and hurried toward the shop. Even Dingman was confused this time. What was going on with the officials? Usually, they would delay or refuse to intervene. Over there, shopkeeper Yao sent a clerk to report to the Li family. Li Zhong overheard and immediately reported to Qian Yulin. After a moment of thought, Qian Yulin said, then let Steward Li take my official letter and go. Li Zhong gathered some guards and rode in a carriage to Zhang Juexia's shop. Lu Hong was punched a few times by Yi Baixiu and was about to fight back with his weapon when he heard a shout, everyone stop. In broad daylight, who gave you the courage to do this? Seeing the officials arrive, Lu Hong proudly moved forward. How dare you bother the officials?
We will leave now.
Stop. Did I tell you to leave? Lu Hong was stunned but obediently stopped. Is the shopkeeper here? Tell us what happened. Zhang Juexia had already prepared her story and started crying and pleading. Zhang Wei and Lu Chang listened and frowned. Seeing his wife's behavior, Yi Baixiu also mimicked her, sadly limping closer and saying, officers, they not only smashed the shop but also hurt people. Lu Hong stubbornly replied, who exactly hit whom? Shut up. Do I need to tell you to speak? The official said, a few people smashing a shop in broad daylight. Do you still have a reason? Take them away.
Jung paniqued.
Officers, we mean no harm. Today, I invite everyone to the Manhwa Tavern for a drink and a good time. Interfering with official work is a serious crime. No, we want to talk. Zhang Wei and Lu Chang's men were sharp. From their tone, it was clear they knew the shopkeeper and had a good relationship. Without hesitation, they took Lu Hong and his men away. Li Zhong arrived just in time. He stepped forward, spoke with Zhang Wei and Lu Chang, then produced Qian Yulin's official letter. Seeing the letter with his own eyes, Lu Chang realized that Zhang Juexia and the Li family must also have a close relationship. He called everyone to quickly the troublemakers away. It's still early. We can send these people to the county office today. With the new year coming soon, it's hard to get a moment's peace. After watching the people be taken away, Li Zhong went inside to greet Zhang Juexia. Zhang Juexia naturally expressed her gratitude. Li Zhong said a few comforting words to her and then asked, "How do you plan to handle this matter?" "I will deal with it fairly." Li Zhong conveyed this to Qian Yulin, who smiled and said, "He is quite a clever person." Li Zhong frowned slightly, thinking to himself that Lu Hong had really hit a dead end this time. Manager Yao looked at the messy shop and scolded Lu Hong for being useless. He only knows how to do these things. He's really good for nothing. Zhang Juexiao advised her, "Don't be angry. Every problem has its cause, and every debt has its owner. What are you afraid of? You're quite brave. What's the next step? We'll wait for the official notice. Are you guys planning to go back to the village?" "Not yet. I asked my husband to send a message to the villagers, so we can finish dealing with this before returning." "That's good. I plan to take this time to teach Su Yun properly." Zhang Juexia didn't expect that she and Yi Beixiu would end up staying in town because of this matter. Luckily, the backyard was fully equipped, even with cooking utensils. Zhang Juexia sent Ding Man home, who was worried about losing the job he had just found. "I told you to go home, because our shop can't open right now. Once this is settled, probably around the New Year, stay home and enjoy the holiday. After the New Year, come back to work." Ding Man finally relaxed. "Shopkeeper, I live in Jixiang Lane just ahead. If you need anything, please come find me. Just stay at home peacefully. As for your wages, judging by your performance today, I will pay you fully." "Shopkeeper, you're such a good person. Good people will be rewarded." After sending Ding Man away, Zhang Juexia asked Yi Beixiu to lock the shop door. "Go find Uncle Yun Hai and ask him to help send a message to the family. I'll check the backyard to see if anything is missing, and if so, I'll go by it now." For the first time, Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu spent the night in town and felt a bit uncomfortable. Neither of them could sleep. "Wife, how should we handle this? I haven't decided yet. Anyway, we can't let him get away with it. If you don't discipline him the first time, he'll think we're easy to bully. But I heard Lu Hong's third son married the daughter of a county official, and they say his third son might pass the imperial exam next year. That doesn't matter. He's the one who damaged our shop, so he's at fault. Actually, they didn't gain much from it. I was very harsh on them. They're just show-offs, good-looking but useless. I've seen through them long ago." Zhang Juexia turned over in bed. The new bedding sent by Manager Yao felt a bit warm. She lifted her head and looked outside. "Why isn't it bright yet?" Yi Beixiu also sat up easily. "It should be getting light soon. Let's get up soon, go out for breakfast, and see what the morning in the town looks like." "Okay. We should eat more today, probably because we need to go to the court." "Yes, we have to go to the county town. Going to the county town is good. We can take this chance to buy some New Year supplies." At dawn, the two got up, strolled around the town, had breakfast, listened to some gossip, and then returned home. Just as Zhang Juexia said, officials came to take evidence and told them that the county magistrate was going to hold court, so they should hurry to the county town. Yi Beixiu drove the carriage onto the road. Luckily, they left early, or they would have been caught by Madame Lu. Madame Lu looked at the tightly locked door and felt even more nervous. She learned yesterday that Lu Hong had smashed someone's shop. In the past, he had done such immoral things before. Back then, she would send some bribes to the officials, and it would pass. But this time, when she tried to bribe the officials, she was refused. She was told that the matter had already been taken to the county office, and she should wait for the court's decision. Madame Lu panicked. Someone wise advised her to find the victim and discuss the matter to see if there was still room for negotiation. She woke up early, but still couldn't find anyone. She stood at the crossroads and was stopped by Lu Hong's relatives, who shouted at her to find a way quickly or Lu Hong wouldn't be spared. Madame Lu tried to soothe them with kind words. She had no ideas left in the town, so she hired a carriage to go to the county. Only Lu Sanla might be able to handle this. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu arrived in the county town. Before deciding where to go, someone stopped their carriage. "Miss Zhang, we are sent by Miss Li Yingyue. We have arranged a place for you to stay. Our young lady said she has taken care of everything, so you need not worry," said the person, handing her a letter from Li Yingyue. Zhang Juexia took it, read it, and then said to the person, lead the way. They were taken to a house, settled in, and the person was about to leave. Miss Zhang, I have other matters to attend to. Rest assured here, the county office is just ahead, he said before leaving. After he left, Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu prepared to go to the county office. Yi Beixiu asked with concern, "What does the letter say?" "Nothing much. Miss Li just told us that Lady Li has already explained the details. In the county office, she also took care of things, telling us not to be afraid." Yi Beixiu couldn't help but sigh. "We come from a big family, and our information travels so fast." "That's nothing. They run such a large business, so they must have ways to pass on messages." The two waited in the county office for a while until they heard someone call for the court session, then someone summoned them. Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia had never been to the county office before, especially in this way, so they felt a bit nervous. Zhang Juexia took a deep breath to clear his mind. Then he straightened his back and walked inside. Seeing his wife so calm, Yi Beixiu relaxed as well. In the main hall, Zhang Juexia had to follow local customs, kneeling down, bowing, and paying respects where needed. Thanks to Ling Yue's influence, they weren't treated badly. After some questioning, they were told to stand aside. Meanwhile, the officers brought Lu Hong and his group into the court. When Lu Hong and his group were brought into the court, the officers forced them to kneel on the ground. Lu Hong, who had been so arrogant yesterday, no longer looked fierce. He had spent the night in the jail, hungry and cold. He never expected that just because he smashed a shop with his men, he would end up in jail. And it wasn't over. Today, he was brought to the court, where the county magistrate himself was going to hear the case. Yesterday, Lu Hong had learned his lesson and didn't dare tell lies. He explained everything carefully. Then, the magistrate turned to Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia, asking, "Since he admits to smashing your shop, do you have any requests?" Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia looked at each other. Yi Beixiu then bowed and said, "We trust the county magistrate will do justice for us common folk." The magistrate was very pleased to hear this. He looked at Lu Hong kneeling in the hall, patted the wooden gavel, and said, "Bold Lu Hong, you dared to smash someone's shop in broad daylight. That's no different from bandits. I will do justice for the people. Since you broke their shop, you must pay compensation. I've already ordered someone to gather evidence. The shop is new, so this matter is serious. Today, I fine you 200 taels of silver as compensation. You and your companions will each be whipped 20 times as a warning." After giving the order, the officers dragged Lu Hong and his group outside and whipped them. Afterward, they were brought back into the hall. "Lock them in the jail first. When their family brings the silver, we'll release them," said the magistrate, throwing down the decree. Having finished, he left the court. The government officer politely told Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu, "We have informed you of your residence. The payment has been made there, so we can notify you." After Zhang Juexia mentioned the place arranged by Li Yue, the officer kindly saw her out of the gate. As she left, she saw Mrs. Liu and Lu Sanla rushing hurriedly toward the county office. She turned her head away and watched them walk away before discussing with Yi Beixiu where to go shopping. "Should we buy some things to thank Miss Li?"
she asked.
"She is very busy now, no need to bother her." Yi Beixiu nodded. "We are grateful for her help this time. If we don't buy something, I feel a bit guilty. With her background, she has seen many fine things. Besides, I can buy her many good gifts," she said. "Then let's do as my wife says." Zhang Juexia gave Yi Beixiu a look, meaning he should listen to her. "Let's walk along this street first. If we see a place to eat, we'll stop for a meal. After eating, we can continue shopping. When we're tired, we'll go home and sleep." Yi Beixiu followed closely behind Zhang Juexia, feeling very safe. She had been in this place for nearly half a year, but today was the first time she enjoyed such a cheerful shopping trip. She was happy just thinking about the 200 taels of silver she would soon receive. Mrs. Liu and Lu Sanla learned that Lu Hong had been beaten 20 times and fined 200 taels of silver, and now he was in jail. They knew they could only free him once they paid the money. Their faces instantly turned pale. Mrs. Liu trembled and said, "Lure, you know many people in the county. Ask if we can pay less or not pay at all, so we can get your father out. Lu Sanla shook his head. Mother, how is that possible? If father did something wrong, he has to be punished. But they shouldn't find so much silver. That shop isn't worth 200 taels even if we buy it. Mother, you still don't understand. The county magistrate has already sentenced this. If he says it's worth it, then it is. We have no choice but to go home and gather silver. Our family can't come up with 200 taels now. Father just opened a new shop, and I heard it's making good money. It's only been open for a short time. Not enough for 200 taels. Lore, maybe you can ask your wife or beg your father-in-law. He's a teacher. Maybe the county magistrate will show him some mercy. Mother, what are you thinking? Isn't this just more shameful? Lu Sanla angrily walked ahead, not wanting to listen to Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu was unhappy. When you asked for money for the family, your father and I gave it without hesitation. Now your father is in prison, and you want me to find a way? It's so hard. Mother, I've told you, all the plans you suggest won't work. Only money can save my father, but the money I have now was also given by you. So I really can't do anything. Mother, you have to find a way to get the money. As long as you don't get the money, my father will stay in prison. If we can't come up with the money, he will stay there forever. Think about what to do yourself. This afternoon, the teacher has a class, and I can't miss my studies. Lu Sanla left without looking back. Mrs. Lu was left alone on the street, feeling upset. After Lu Sanla walked away, Mrs. Lu reluctantly called a carriage. The coachman asked where she wanted to go. She wanted to go to Lu Sanla's house, but then she remembered Lu Sanla's wife, Li Yiran, and her worried look, so she hesitated. She decided to go back to the town, but how could she gather 200 taels of silver? Mrs. Lu was truly at her wit's end. The coachman grew impatient, waving his whip to leave. No need for the carriage. Why are you blocking? You're wasting time. Who said I don't want it? Take me to Jinshui town. The coachman was happy and quickly changed to a friendly smile. When Mrs. Lu returned home, she found the house full of people. Mrs. Lu, I have to tell you, our head of the family was beaten just to help your Lu family, and now he's in prison. If your family had a little conscience, you would pay the silver now. Exactly. My husband is already weak. If he gets worse because of this, don't blame us for turning our backs on you. No matter how Mrs. Lu pleaded, these people refused to leave. Their attitude was clear. As long as she didn't pay the silver to the county office, they wouldn't go. Mrs. Lu was very upset, but she still had to gather the silver. After calculating, she could only gather 100 taels. She asked her 2 daughters-in-law to borrow from their families, but both refused outright. Because Lu Hong and Mrs. Lu couldn't treat their daughters-in-law equally, they were already angry. They had been whispering to their husbands about splitting the family. Now, they wouldn't go to their parents' homes to borrow silver, fearing they might not repay later, and that they might be forced to split the family. Given Lu Hong and Mrs. Lu's nature, they might actually do such things. Seeing that her 2 daughters-in-law ignored her requests, Mrs. Lu remembered her 3rd daughter-in-law in the county town. At this critical moment, she didn't even show her face. She couldn't help but feel sad and tears welled up. I am truly unfortunate. What am I supposed to do with so much silver? Zhang Juexia originally planned to stay in the county town for just 1 day before returning home. However, she overestimated Lu family's ability to raise money. Isn't Lu family a well-known rich family in town? Why is it so hard to get this small amount of silver? Zhang Juexia muttered. She had almost finished buying New Year supplies and just wanted to go home quickly. If Lu family doesn't send the money tomorrow, we'll go back. Are we not waiting anymore? Actually, I'm not really waiting. I just want to see how important Lu Hong is in Lu family, since he's always so arrogant. But looking at his status now, it doesn't seem so high. Forget it. If his family is okay with him spending the New Year in jail, then so be it. Yi Beixiu always listened to Zhang Juexia. Then I'll go feed Ah Hua. We'll go home tomorrow.
Yes.
Hurry up, after you're done. We also need to tell the county officials before we leave. Zhang Juexia went inside to write a letter to Liang Yue. While writing, she felt sad. She thought, if only she hadn't tried to come up with a plan to make money. Li Yingyue was clearly a young lady from a noble family, but now she didn't even have time to talk to her. However, the Li family was happy. Li Yingyue's canned food business was probably the most profitable in the family. Zhang Juexia placed the gifts and the letter she bought for Li Yingyue together, preparing to leave instructions with the gatekeeper. Before she could leave the house, she heard a message from the gatekeeper. She quickly got up to meet him. The visitor saw Zhang Juexia respectfully handed her a letter. Our Lady said, "Tell Miss Zhang to wait for her reply before returning to the town." Though Zhang Juexia was puzzled, she opened the letter to read. "Please have some tea and rest a bit. I'll be back soon." Yi Baixiu heard someone talking and came from the backyard. Zhang Juexia handed the letter to Yi Baixiu. "Sir, I'd like to hear your opinion on this." Yi Baixiu took the letter, read it, and thought for a moment. "I think it's feasible. I agree, but I feel uneasy about Lu family. In the end, I want to use my silver to buy Lu Hong out of jail." Yi Baixiu smiled slightly. "It's not a big deal. Think about it. Normally, the land sells for 16 taels per mu, but now you can buy it for 10 taels. It's a good deal. I mainly think that this land is next to the 30 mu we bought earlier, which makes it easier to manage. Then let's quickly tell the Li family and ask them to reply to Madame Li."
Yes.
Yi Baixiu accompanied Zhang Juexia to the gatekeeper and explained their plan. The man smiled and said, "Miss Zhang truly is as Our Lady predicted. Our Lady said she would help you with the silver first, and when you return to the town to handle the land deed, she will take it back." Zhang Juexia took out a few small silver coins from her purse and handed them to the man. "Thank you for your trouble." The man accepted the coins without hesitation, bowed to them, and then left. Zhang Juexia was hoping that the land sale at Lu's family could be completed today, so they could go home tomorrow. Thinking of this, she felt happy. She handed the gift and letter she prepared for Li Yingyue to the gatekeeper. Then she pulled Yi Baixiu to go shopping. She had decided not to come to the county town before the new year, wanting to buy everything she needed. She also stopped by Deijitang, where Lu Mingda's wife saw them and first wiped tears, then asked someone to prepare things for her to take back to the village. Zhang Juexia invited Lu's wife to return with her to Yajiakan, but Lu's wife shook her head repeatedly. "I want to go, but I still have a lot of things at home. Besides, if I go, then my husband's whereabouts might be known. My husband is staying at your house, so I feel at ease." Zhang Juexia and Lu's wife exchanged some small talk before making an excuse to leave. Yi Baixiu and Zhang Juexia looked serious and silent on the way back. Once home, they found it boring and went to bed early. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhang Juexia was eagerly waiting for someone from the county office. As noon approached, no one appeared. She decided to go see for herself with Yi Baixiu. Before reaching the county office, they witnessed another scene. Lu Sanla's wife, Li Yiran, was arguing with Lu Tai at the county office. Zhang Juexia was not interested in family quarrels, but since it involved the Lu family, her curiosity was piqued. She and Yi Baixiu found a hidden spot nearby and listened carefully. Lu Tai was at the jail, collecting money to visit someone. But Li Yiran, Lu Sanla's wife, was upset when she found out. Why was her family willing to sell land and get her out of jail when they hesitated to give her money? Her father-in-law, Lu Hong, had clearly committed a crime, yet the family preferred to sell land to free him. She felt unfair and had been waiting at the county office early in the morning, hoping to get the money when Lu's family arrived. Lu Tai refused to give the money to Li Yiran. She refused to give up and implied that Lu Hong was to blame, so he should stay in jail. Lu Tai was upset when she heard this and stepped forward to slap Li Yiran. "Good for nothing, how dare you say that? Ugh, I really don't know what was the point of spending so much silver to marry you into the family. My family's master has gone to jail. Not only can you not help, but you also dare to ask for money. I think it's better for my son to divorce you and be done with it." Li Yiran has never been this angry before. She crossed her arms and pointed at Mrs. Lu. "You should divorce. If you don't, then you're the real fool." The county officials shook their heads and sighed. This girl is famous in town for being stubborn, but no family who knows her well would dare to come to her for marriage proposals. Still, her family is reckless. But thinking about it, how else could they have smashed her shop and sent her to jail? It's true, people from the same family don't marry each other. The officials found this amusing. An older officer finally couldn't hold back and kindly reminded Li Yiran, "Madam Liu, your father-in-law is in jail, and your mother-in-law is probably upset. I suggest you say less and be more patient." Li Yiran didn't listen. She snorted coldly. Why should I be patient with her? Mrs. Liu glared at Li Yiran and then looked at Liu Sanla, who stood there like a quail, looking very annoyed. "Liu Sanla, if you're a real man, come with me to pay the fine and help get your father out of jail." Li Yiran was not afraid. "Liu Sanla, try making a move." When Liu Sanla was unsure what to do, the old officer took Mrs. Liu into the county office. "You're here to save people. Stop arguing. Do you think jail is a good place? Hurry up and pay the fine, handle the paperwork, and bring him home. Don't delay. Once you finish, it'll be evening." Mrs. Liu entered the office, and Li Yiran pointed at Liu Sanla and scolded him again. Liu Sanla said nothing. When Li Yiran was tired of yelling and was about to get into the carriage to go home, Liu Sanla stopped her. "Can you call a carriage first? Later it can take my parents and them back to town." "What?" Li Yiran was furious. "Liu Sanla, try sending someone. Do you think your father smashing a shop makes him a hero? To save him, your family sold land at a low price. And he still dares to sit in our carriage to go home? Liu Sanla, if you want to keep studying peacefully and pursue a career, you better cut ties with him now. Otherwise, you'll regret it later." Even Liu Hong, who was not very capable, was still Liu Sanla's father. Besides, the great Zhou dynasty rules with filial piety. If Liu Sanla truly disowned his father, he would be finished. He suddenly lost his mind and slapped Li Yiran. "Are you done? I really can't stand you anymore." After speaking, he frowned and said to Li Yiran's maid, "Take the young lady home. Without my permission, she is not allowed to go out. If she dares to leave again, I will break both of your legs." Whether it was because Liu Sanla looked too frightening or for some other reason, Li Yiran was helped away by the maid. Her fierce gaze, as if she wanted to kill, made Zhang Juexia realize there would be trouble. She looked at Liu Sanla and felt a bit dazed. In the original owner's memory, he was there, but everything had changed now. Yi Baixiu nudged Zhang Juexia, signaling that the show was over and they should leave quickly. The two carefully walked in another direction. After walking a long way, Yi Baixiu suddenly said, "Men who hit their wives are not good people. Shouldn't she have hit him? Then he's not a good person either." Zhang Juexia didn't argue with him and said, "Let's go home and pack our things. If the officials notify us today, we might be able to return home." "Let's hurry up," Yi Baixiu said, pulling Zhang Juexia forward. "My wife, were you scared just now? What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, no matter what you become in the future, I won't hit you. Anyway, men who hit their wives are not good people." Zhang Juexia was amused by Yi Baixiu's words. Her mind quickly thought about everyone she had seen hit their wives since coming here: Zhang Difu, Liu Sanla, and Yi Yunliang. It seemed none of them were good people. Thinking of Yi Yunliang, she remembered Peng Xiujin. She looked up at Yi Baixiu and said, "I believe you, okay?" "You must believe me," he replied. Just as they arrived home, the officials came quickly. They brought the penalty silver and a gift from the county magistrate's wife. Zhang Juexia was quite surprised. She thought, with such a big face, she should go to the county office and thank the magistrate's wife. Our Lady said there's no need to worry, Zhang girl. If fate allows, you'll meet again someday. It's almost New Year and she's busy with many things, so she doesn't have time to entertain you, they said. Zhang Juexia was practical. Since they had said that, she figured insisting further would be rude. She took out a silver ingot worth about 5 taels and handed it to the leading officer. "Thank you for making the trip. This is for the officials to have tea. Please don't take offense." The officer was delighted and happily accepted the silver. After exchanging polite words, he left. Zhang Juexia watched him walk away with the heavy silver, then said, "Husband, let's go home." Yi Beixiu was driving the carriage quickly along the streets of Xuanhe County. When they reached the city gate, Zhang Juexia finally stuck her head out and loudly announced, "We're going home." Before nightfall, the two of them arrived at Jinshui town. They planned to stay there overnight, finish all their errands, and then return to the village. After hearing the noise, shopkeeper Yao invited them to have dinner at her house. Zhang Juexia took out the gift she bought in the county and handed it to shopkeeper Yao. Yao looked at the gift with a big smile, saying, "Well, you really understand me. You bought everything I like. As long as you like it," Zhang Juexia replied. Yao scolded her playfully, "I've said so much, and you just brush me off with one sentence. What do you want me to say? Aren't you curious about the Liu family situation? There's no need to be curious. I've returned from the county, so Liu Hongming will probably be home tomorrow." Their family made a big fuss to free him from prison. The relatives of those who went with Liu Hong are still living at the Liu family's house. These people are quite interesting. They don't leave the Liu house even when no one is back. Zhang Juexia was not surprised at all. That's just their usual trick. Exactly. It's true. Mrs. Liu sold the land cheaply to raise money. If Liu Hong knew, he'd definitely cause trouble again. He has no right to cause trouble. He's the one who caused all this, Zhang Juexia said, tired of hearing Liu family gossip. Does Su Yun learn well these days? Very well. Your brother-in-law even came to visit Su Yun. Those newlyweds are quite funny. Are you eavesdropping on your apprentice's gossip, master? Aren't you bored? Without you here, I'd be so dull. Your little brother-in-law is more caring than my husband. Yao's words became more exaggerated, and Zhang Juexia, feeling tired, quickly found an excuse to leave. Perhaps she was tired because she slept very soundly that night. The next morning, she woke up when the sun was already high. After breakfast, Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu, carrying the gifts bought in the county, went to the Li family. Qian Yulin seemed to know she was coming and was already waiting for them in the living room. She saw that Zhang Juexia had bought many gifts and scolded her for spending money recklessly. Zhang Juexia smiled and said it was her way of showing kindness. Then they talked about buying land. Zhang Juexia gave Qian Yulin 100 taels of silver. Qian Yulin put it away and said, "I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. Aren't you afraid that the Liu family will find out and cause trouble for you?" Zhang Juexia pretended to be innocent and said, "If he hasn't tasted the pain of prison, I wouldn't mind letting him try again." "You?" Qian Yulin took a sip of tea, then asked slowly, "I heard you made a small purse from the fabric I gave you, and it sold quite well. Thanks to Madam's help, it's really good. You're clever, a real business person. When the shop opens, don't forget to tell me. I'll definitely come to support you." "Of course, Madam. I'll rely on you to back me up then." Zhang Juexia and Qian Yulin chatted for a while, then Qian Yulin urged her to handle important matters quickly. "I've already arranged everything at the government office. You and your husband should get the land deed soon." Zhang Juexia stood up and bowed to Qian Yulin. "Thank you for your concern." Qian Yulin waved his hand, telling them to leave quickly. "I asked Liu Mama to find some fabric from the storeroom, and someone has already put it on the carriage." Just as Zhang Juexia was about to thank him, Qian Yulin looked impatient. "I treat you like my niece, so you shouldn't see me as a stranger. These things just sitting in the storeroom aren't much use. It's better to make good use of them." Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu hurried out of the estate after Qian Yulin. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw it was indeed filled with fabric. Thinking of Qian Yulin's words, she decided, then let's make good use of it. They went to the government office and received the land deed. Qian Yulin had already told her that Liu Hong's family had been renting out this land for a long time. After the new year, she just needed to recognize the tenants. Holding the deed, Zhang Juexia was momentarily stunned. With the original 30 acres plus this land, she and Yi Beixiu now owned 40 acres in the town. She wondered what level that was at in the town. Yi Beixiu found Zhang Wei and Liu Chong, exchanged greetings, and then handed them the silver coins he had prepared in advance. each one a tael and a half of silver. This was something she had discussed with him earlier, especially since Lu Hong had caused trouble and they had helped a lot. Zhang Wei and Lu Chong didn't refuse and took the silver. Yi Beixiu then took out another tael and a half of silver, saying, "Please invite the two brothers and the officials for a meal. If it weren't for your timely help that day, we might have suffered a big loss." Zhang Wei took the silver and assured him, "Don't worry, brother. We'll make sure everything is handled well."
Thank you.
After leaving the government office, Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu went to pick up Yi Xiyun and headed back to the village. Shopkeeper Yao also prepared many gifts for them. Zhang Juexia spoke a few words to her, and then Yi Beixiu hurriedly set off in the carriage. On the way, Yi Xiyun briefly shared what she had learned at Shopkeeper Yao's house these past few days. Zhang Juexia's embroidery skills were only based on her vague memory of the original owner, so she didn't understand it very well. She just told Yi Xiyun to study hard. Curious, Yi Xiyun asked her, "Is the county town good? Are there many people?" Zhang Juexia thought for a moment and honestly replied, "When I have free time, Brother Beixiu, and I will take you to see the county town." "Really?" "Of course. Such small things can't fool you. Our family has a carriage after all." Yi Xiyun smiled, even more happily. Taking the chance, Zhang Juexia asked her, "Did you see Zhao Xian?" Yi Xiyun shyly lowered her head and nodded softly. "That's a big change." Zhang Juexia teased her on purpose. "He didn't ask you out?" "He's busy, I'm busy too, so we didn't find time." Zhang Juexia responded with a no. Outside, Yi Beixiu, who was driving the carriage, couldn't listen anymore. He cleared his throat to remind Zhang Juexia to be more careful. Zhang Juexia happily turned her head to look outside. They first took Yi Xiyun back to the old house, then returned home. Lu Mingda, Gong Chao, and even Song Yu from the backyard came rushing over when they heard the noise. Lu Mingda asked around to confirm they hadn't caused any trouble before relaxing. Song Yu pulled Zhang Juexia and looked her over carefully. "You're finally back." Feeling the warmth of home, Zhang Juexia smiled happily, her eyes bright, and kept saying everything was fine. She directed everyone to unload the things from the carriage and put them away, then handed Lu Mingda the things she brought for Madame Lu. "We invited Madame Lu to celebrate the New Year at our house, but she refused." Lu Mingda held the items thoughtfully. The closer it gets to the New Year, the busier the family is. She probably can't leave with so many things going on. Zhang Juexia worried he might get emotional, so she said, "I also bought a lot of delicious food. Since there's nothing urgent now, I'll cook for you all later." Gong Chao heard there was good food and happily smiled.
Great.
Sister Jean also cheered, "Great." Song Yu pulled everyone inside to chat. "All the things from the carriage are unloaded. It's so cold outside, let's go inside and talk." Lu Mingda asked about what they had experienced these past few days. Zhang Juexia briefly explained. Such small matters can get the county magistrate personally involved, which shows the Li family made arrangements. "Juexia, you made the right move. With support from the Li family, whether you're in the town or the county, you won't have to worry anymore. The county magistrate's wife also gave us a gift, but she didn't let us thank her in person. The timing isn't right yet. This matter can't be rushed." After brewing some tea, everyone sat down and drank a few bowls. Then Zhang Juexia went to prepare the meal. Song Yu stood up, saying, "I'll help you." Zhang Juexia knew that her embroidery hands needed gentle care, so she quickly stopped Song Yu. But Song Yu insisted, "I don't do rough work. Just helping you with some chores is fine. Besides, our embroidery girls have their own ways to take care of their hands. If no one in the family cooks, how can we not eat?" While cooking, Zhang Juexia tentatively asked Song Yu, "Sister Song, will you go back home for the New Year?" Song Yu looked confused and raised her head. "Go where?" "Neither place is my or Sister Jin's home. If you don't mind, my mother and I will spend the New Year at your house." Zhang Juexia hurried to explain. She had no other intention. She was just asking out of curiosity. If Song Yu went home, she planned to prepare some gifts. But if she didn't, it might be better. Everyone could celebrate the New Year together and make it more lively. Hearing Zhang Juexia's words, Song Yu was very touched. Your family doesn't have any special customs? What customs? The more people, the more lively. I've already prepared everything. Today I paid everyone their wages, and tomorrow we'll start preparing for the new year. Song Yu's eyes welled with tears, and she nodded softly. After dinner, Yi Beixiu went to the village to inform everyone to come and collect their wages. Zhang Juexia rested for a moment, then, once everyone gathered, she went to the backyard to distribute the wages. Lu Jinhua saw Zhang Juexia enter and said, Beixiu's wife, you're finally back. Did you miss me? Everyone missed you, and they also missed their wages. Everyone laughed happily. Have you all not slept well these days? Are you worried I might take the wages and run? No. We just worry about what you've encountered in town, and why you're having such a hard time. We can't help much, so we're just anxious.
Exactly.
These past 2 days, I've dark circles under my eyes from staying up late and worrying. Hearing this, Zhang Juexia felt warm inside. Whether sincere or not, she loved hearing such caring words. Li Yulan smiled as she stood up. Master, count me in. I will come and help you then. Song Yu smiled awkwardly, unsure whether to praise Yulan's hard work or say something else. Lu Jinhua couldn't stand it and pulled Yulan back to her seat. Your master is living at your sister-in-law's house, and you're here causing trouble. Besides, you came to see your master late at night. What about Yong at home? Try leaving him alone late at night, and he might go crazy. Everyone burst into laughter. Yulan blushed and wanted to explain but felt shy and didn't know what to say. Zhang Juexia interrupted at the right moment, saying, I have something to say. Yesterday, my husband and I discussed it. Since the new year is coming soon, each person will get an extra 50 coins. If you want to buy something, just buy it. Hearing this, everyone laughed again. North Show's wife, you really are a kind person. At that moment, Yi Beixiu came in holding a piece of cloth. This cloth was chosen by Zhang Juexia from the fabrics given by Madame Li. She took it from Yi Beixiu and placed it in front of Lu Jinhua. Later, Auntie and Yulan, please help cut 3 feet of fabric each. It's the new year, so everyone can make a new outfit. Beixiu's wife, we just finished working for such a short time, and you're giving money and cloth. We feel a bit guilty, they said. Exactly. My son is an apprentice in town, working hard all year. When the new year comes, the shopkeeper probably won't give him so many things, someone added. Beixiu's wife, don't feel pressured to give us all your earnings, others said. Zhang Juexia smiled. I understand your kindness, but this is also a gesture from me and my husband for the new year. After the holiday, everyone must come visit. Beixiu's wife, you're joking. You've helped us earn money. How can we not come? Beixiu's wife, just keep your heart at ease. Even if you don't invite us, we'll come anyway. They talked and laughed, happily stuffing their wages into their clothes, holding the fabric and swaggering home. Yulan stayed behind to help clean up before leaving. Song Yu reminded her to practice every day so her hands wouldn't get stiff. Yulan nodded and promised, Master, if I encounter something I can't embroidery, I'll come to you. Good. As long as your husband has no objections, I'll be happy if you come every day. Master, you're teasing me, Yulan said shyly as she took her things and ran off. Song Yu watched her back and smiled. Song Yu saw everyone leave, then turned around and started talking to Zhang Juexia. Sister, you really shouldn't give me this cloth. Look, I eat and drink at your house and you even pay me wages. You also count the money for the pouches I make.
I feel a bit guilty about it.
Zhang Juexia carefully placed the cloth in Song Yu's hand. Sister Song, since I gave you this cloth, just take it. I was also thinking of bringing you more different fabrics this afternoon so you can make clothes for Sister Jean. That won't do. Sister Jean already has clothes, and she's just a child, so she doesn't need new ones. Only children need new clothes. Sister, my skills aren't as good as yours, so let's not refuse. If you really feel bad, I can bring more fabric later. You and my husband can each make a set of clothes. Song Yu nodded repeatedly. Zhang Juexia was happy and pulled Song Yu to help her pick fabrics. Sister, you've helped me a lot. I'll cook something nice for you, and you can help me make clothes. You're so good at talking, I really can't argue with you. Actually, you helped me a lot, so I should be thanking you. Zhang Juexia chuckled. Song Yu helped her choose a light purple fabric and measure the sizes. While Song Yu was noting the measurements, Zhang Juexia also picked out colors for Yi Beixiu. Then she found 2 pieces of floral fabric, let Song Yu choose one, and made clothes for Sister Jean. Yi Beixiu came in to measure the sizes. Song Yu took the fabric to the backyard to start working. Zhang Juexia let out a sigh of relief, patted Yi Beixiu, and said, "Our new clothes for the new year are ready. That's great. Sister Song is helping make them?"
Yes.
Then you can rest now. I don't need to make clothes, but I still have to prepare the food at home. I'll help you. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu also delivered gifts prepared for the old house, including one for the village head's family. Then they started busying themselves for the new year. Zhang Juexia cooked meat, steamed buns, and had Yi Beixiu kill a few wild rabbits. Every day was busy like a spinning top. After the little new year, Zhao Xiang and Zhao Xian came to bring New Year gifts to the old house. Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia went to visit. Zhao Xiang set the wedding date for Yi Suyun and Zhao Xian in the second half of next year, which would be Yi Suyun's last New Year at the Yi family. Zhang Juexia felt a bit sad upon hearing this, but since marriage is a happy event, she forced herself to smile and congratulated Yi Suyun. Yi Suyun was also not very cheerful. "Sister-in-law, why do you think people have to grow up?" Li Qin was nearby, comforting her. She believed that all women should get married and take the step. She and Zhang Juexia had gone through the same experience. Zhang Juexia was worried that Yi Suyun might cry, so she nudged Li Qin and said, "Sister-in-law, what good things did Zhao family send for Suyun? Let's go take a look." Zhao Baofeng hurriedly urged them to play. "Don't cause trouble in the kitchen. I and your third aunt are here. Soon your mother will come to help. You can go to Suyun's room and play." Zhang Juexia and Li Qin each took one side to accompany Yi Suyun as they went to see the nice gifts sent by Zhao family. According to local customs, Zhao family sent 6 types of gifts, but sharp-eyed Zhang Juexia noticed one box. This is definitely something good. She placed it in Yi Suyun's hands and urged her to open it. Yi Suyun blushed and opened it to see a set of finely crafted silver jewelry. "This is from Zhao Xian, right?" Yi Suyun shyly nodded. He insisted on buying it. "Why spend such money for nothing?" "Oh, now you care about the family's money. Sister-in-law, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you." "I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth." Since returning from the old house, Yi Beixiu seemed very worried. Zhang Juexia asked him, but he wouldn't say anything. She thought it was probably Pang Xiujian causing trouble again, and just looked at him with concern. But she didn't want to get involved in Pang Xiujian's affairs, so she kept quiet. That evening, maybe because Yi Beixiu had drunk, he made things difficult for Zhang Juexia. With his great strength, she couldn't push him away and had to go along with him. When she was about to fall asleep from exhaustion, Yi Beixiu held her tightly from behind. "Wife, it would have been so good if we had known each other earlier. Seeing Suyun happy, I owe you so much. Wife, I will spend my whole life making it up to you, okay?" Zhang Juexia mumbled a few sleepy words and fell asleep. After kissing her on the forehead a few times, he held her tightly, as if afraid she would run away. The next day, both of them overslept. Zhang Juexia was sore all over and didn't look kindly at Yi Beixiu. Yi Beixiu, feeling refreshed, stood in front of her. "Wife, I already prepared breakfast. You can get up and eat later." "Wife, you said you wanted to do laundry, so I will do it later." Zhang Juexia glared at him irritably. "If you do all these chores today, you won't get to eat if you can't finish." "Yes, understood." Yi Beixiu could only show his remorse through actions. Despite Yi Beixiu's hard work, Song Yu couldn't help but praise him, saying, "My sister is truly lucky to have such a good husband. Even if you search with a lantern, you won't find anyone better." Zhang Juexia felt a bit resentful inside. She only saw his diligence but didn't know how he was mistreating her. Oh well, couples shouldn't talk about such things outside. She forced a smile. When Yi Jishuan and Wang Guilon arrived, Yi Baixiu had just finished washing the last batch of clothes. The elderly couple looked at the yard filled with drying items and nodded happily, saying, "Before the new year, we must wash everything thoroughly. Only then can we call it a proper new year." Yi Baixiu politely let them into the house, and Zhang Juexia hurried over from the backyard. Wang Guilon spoke directly. "On New Year's Eve, come to the old house and celebrate with us." "No, I think not. We have Lu Doctor and Sister Songyu at home. If we aren't there, it might seem rude to them."
Your grandpa, and I thought about that.
"We can ask them to come too. It will be lively, with more people." Zhang Juexia couldn't say openly about Lu Mingda, so she said, "Grandma, your and Grandpa's kindness, my husband and I appreciate it. We will visit you and Grandpa to wish you a happy new year. Since there are guests at home, we can't just leave them alone and run out during the holiday." After a moment, Yi Jishuan spoke. "Since the children have their own ideas, we shouldn't force them." Wang Guilon finally relaxed and said, "All right, we'll go along with you." Yi Jishuan and Yi Baixiu discussed some ancestral rites and then supported each other as they returned to the old house. Yi Baixiu pulled Zhang Juexia aside and said some sweet words, begging her not to hide in the backyard anymore. "Which eye of yours saw me hiding? I was just going to check if Sister Songyu needed help, so we wouldn't have no new clothes to wear during the new year." "Really? Didn't we buy ready-made clothes from the county town? I remember you haven't worn them yet." "Oh, you don't understand. I just like wearing new clothes. That's all." Yi Baixiu kissed her on the forehead. "Whatever kind of clothes you want to wear, just wear them." Songyu finished making clothes before the 30th. Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu tried them on. They fit perfectly. Sister Jean also put on her new clothes and showed off in front of them. Songyu made herself a new outfit too. "I've realized that without petty worries bothering me, my days are much calmer. Big sister, this good life is all thanks to you. I told you already, this is something Song Jie earned herself. Think about it, if you didn't have this skill, what would you do?" Songyu looked thoughtful. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Juexia began preparing the New Year's dinner early in the morning. Yi Baixian brought 2 fish, saying they were caught in the mountains. Yi Baixiu then patted his head in frustration. "This year I was too delicate and forgot the important things." Yi Baixian chuckled. "You want to go up the mountain, but your wife wouldn't let you. I went with Balin to catch these fish. Big brother, my leg is really healed. From now on, you should include me in such good things." "Got it. Your sister-in-law asked me to come home early, so I have to go now." Watching Yi Baixian's back, Yi Baixiu said, "You also listen to your wife, don't you?" Zhang Juexia looked at the fresh fish and smiled happily. "We forgot to prepare fish, and I was worried about that. But Big Brother brought some. Now we can eat fish." Zhang Juexia prepared a rich New Year's dinner. Songyu looked at the full kitchen and her eyes turned red. "I've never had such a delicious New Year's dinner in my life." Zhang Juexia pulled Songyu and said, "Sister Song, let's start making dumplings quickly. Look at all these mouths to feed. It's all on us." Her words were exaggerated, making Songyu laugh again. In the evening, after eating and drinking well, Yi Baixiu suddenly took out fireworks and set them off. Although the yard was cold, the dazzling fireworks in the sky made everyone forget the chill. "Husband, when did you buy these fireworks?" "I didn't know." "My wife, you've done so much for our family. I don't want to trouble you with small things. As long as you like it." Drunk and shameless, Yi Baixiu kept calling her wife and kept asking if she liked it. Songyu took Jin Jie to the backyard, while Gan Chao and Lu Mingda called him into the West Wing, saying they wanted to discuss a medicine recipe. Gan Chao hesitated. "Master, Brother Baixiu's fireworks are so beautiful. Just let me play with them for a while." "It's the new year, who still wants to study?" Lu Mingda frowned. "Who said we don't study during the new year? Hurry up." Seeing Lu Mingda's anger, Gan Chao didn't dare delay and reluctantly put down the fireworks, following Lu Mingda into the West Wing. Yi Baixiu thought to himself that everyone was so considerate, and he planned to thank them properly tomorrow. He gently hugged Zhang Juexia. "Wife, are you cold?"
"No."
"Then I'll go light some more fireworks." "Okay." After setting off the fireworks they bought, Yi Baixiu returned inside to stay with Zhang Juexia and welcome the new year together. Two people were sharing stories from their childhood, talking until dawn. On the first day of the new year, everyone wore new clothes. Zhang Juexia also wore the jewelry sent by Yi Baixiu, and her whole demeanor changed instantly. Yi Baixiu looked at her for a long time and said, "My wife, you look so beautiful." "You're drooling," Zhang Juexia teased, making a few playful gestures and pinching his cheek. Yi Baixiu pouted and said, "My wife, you just like to tease me." Zhang Juexia reached out and said, "Give me the red envelope." "Here you go." Yi Baixiu handed her a big red envelope and kissed her on the cheek before pretending to leave to visit Lu Mingda for New Year greetings. Lu Mingda gave Yi Baixiu and Zhang Juexia 2 large red envelopes. "Thank you for your help these days. I want to take this chance during the new year to show my appreciation." Zhang Juexia, being fond of money, also took the red envelope from Yi Baixiu. "Thank you, Mr. Liu." Song Yu led Jin Jie over, and they exchanged New Year greetings. Jin Jie respectfully bowed and kowtowed, wishing everyone good luck. Zhang Juexia gave Jin Jie a red envelope, but Song Yu declined. "This is for the kids' lucky money. You can't refuse." Lu Mingda also gave Jin Jie a red envelope. After breakfast, Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu went to the old house to visit relatives. Following local customs, they knelt down and bowed to Yi Jishuan and Wang Guilan, wishing them a happy new year. Yi Jishuan and Wang Guilan prepared red envelopes for each of them. After receiving the envelopes, Yi Baixiu and Zhang Juexia also bowed to Yi Yinsheng and Zhao Baofeng for New Year greetings. Yi Yinsheng and Zhao Baofeng also gave red envelopes to the younger generation. Zhang Juexia found some coins in her red envelope, but they were a token of respect from the elders. She happily put them into her purse hanging by her side. When it was Yi Yunliang and Pang Xiujin's turn, they followed the same procedure, bowing and paying respects, but without giving red envelopes. Pang Xiujin explained that she had just bought some land and was short on money, so she skipped giving lucky money. Zhang Juexia was speechless. As soon as she and Yi Baixiu entered the yard, Bei Li and Bei Feng chased after them, asking for lucky money. Yi Baixiu looked displeased. Yi Jishuan invited them to stay for lunch, but they politely declined. Li Yiqin and Yi Baishan exchanged glances. Yi Baishan immediately stood up and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, I and Baixiu are going out to visit the elders in the village. Go ahead, come back quickly. Yiqin is pregnant, so she shouldn't go out. Jiaxia, you stay with your sister-in-law and chat. Let the 2 brothers go ahead." Li Yiqin pulled Zhang Jiaxia to their room. She found some snacks for Zhang Jiaxia to eat and poured her a glass of water. "Xiar, will you go back to your mother's house tomorrow?" This question really surprised Zhang Jiaxia. She frowned. "No, I won't." Li Yiqin then realized she might have said the wrong thing. She felt a bit annoyed because she knew Jiaxia was her stepdaughter and she probably didn't have anyone to talk to honestly at home. Zhang Jiaxia didn't mind much. "Sister-in-law, are you going back to your mother's house tomorrow?" "My mother's house is just down the mountain nearby. My older brother will go with me. On the second day of the new year, we should visit our family." "Sister-in-law, you should talk to your family properly." "Yes, even though this is our home, there are some things we need to share with our own family." Zhang Jiaxia nodded. "Did Uncle Sam buy land?" "Yes, he did. It's only been a few days. I heard that they spent about 10 more silver coins on a similar-sized piece of wasteland. Uncle Sam was so angry he was unwell for several days and wasn't in a good mood with Aunt Sen either. That kind of thing is anyone."
Exactly.
"Our parents say that Aunt San has a good son like Bei Xiu who can support her. But look at her attitude towards you all. It's really disappointing."
Zanjiexia tuchalikin zbali.
"Sister-in-law, don't be upset. Otherwise, the little nephew will blame us. Such a troublemaker." Yi Baixiu and Yi Baishan took a walk around the village and then went home with Zhang Jiaxia. After the young couple left, Wang Guilan looked on and complained to Yi Jishuan, "It's all because of the third family's fuss. My eldest grandson isn't close to us anymore."
How could that be?
"It's the new year. The children are busy. Don't worry so much. When spring comes and we build a new house, it'll be closer to them. That's true. We should stay away from the third family. I get annoyed just seeing them. Yi Jishuan puffed on his pipe. There are children, after all. We just have to endure it. When we move away, we won't have to worry about it anymore. We need to have good luck this year, and hope everything goes smoothly. Yes, I don't want to be angry with them anymore. If we move away, I won't be upset. Pang Xiujian pushed open the door curtain and entered with a cold air. It's warmer in our parents' house. She sat down on the Kong, heated bed, picked up some snacks from the table, and started eating. I knew there would be good things at my mother's place. After finishing, she knew how to pour herself a cup of tea and drank it all in one gulp. The tea here is better than ours. Wang Guilon rolled her eyes at Pang Xiujuan countless times, but Pang Xiujuan seemed not to notice and sat quietly on the Kong without moving. Mother, the third son is so lazy. He has ready firewood, but he won't light the bed. You see, Beixiu isn't his child, so he doesn't care. But Bailey and Beifeng are his real children, and he doesn't bother with them either. The third son used to be very hardworking, you know that. Why doesn't he want to work? You should understand that. Mother, it's not my fault. It was his idea to buy the land. Since that didn't work out, it's not my fault. Yi Jishuan looked at Wang Guilon, signaling her not to get angry or say more. Wang Guilon stood up. The third son's wife, come with me to the kitchen. Let's see what we can have for lunch. Pang Xiujuan casually took a snack and put it in her mouth, then followed Wang Guilon to the kitchen. Mother, I have to go back to my mother's house tomorrow. What gift did you prepare for us this year? I didn't prepare anything. We are no longer a family. Your father means that from now on, you and your relatives are on your own. As for what to bring, that's your own business. Pang Xiujuan's face fell long. Oh, so mother, are you going back to your mother's house tomorrow? Yes. Why, are you worried about whether I go or not? Wang Guilon glared at Pang Xiujuan. No, I wouldn't dare. Third son's wife, didn't you ask Beixiu's wife if she was going back to her mother's house tomorrow? You are the child's biological mother. This is true, but your child has helped you so much, so you shouldn't ignore them. Pang Xiujuan sat in front of the stove, lost in thought as if she wasn't really listening. Wang Guilon looked at her with a bitter feeling, her teeth itching with anger. Beixiu is grown up now and can handle things on his own. You're his mother, so you should be happy for him. Although he usually doesn't trouble you, as a mother, you also need to care about your child properly. You're my daughter-in-law, and we have a close bond. I don't want to keep some things inside. To the third daughter-in-law, I'm worried that if you keep going like this, the mother-son relationship between you and Beixiu might be damaged. Both Beixiu and his wife are good children. They know how to be grateful. But they also understand who treats them well and who doesn't. Pang Xiujuan's face turned red from Wang Guilon's words, and her mouth trembled, unsure how to respond. Seeing her like this, Wang Guilon probably thought she had taken her words to heart. Your father and I are old now, and can't manage much anymore. But you also need to consider Bei Li and Beifeng. You can't just think about your own comfort and hurt the children's feelings. Once those feelings are hurt, they can't be fixed. After Zhao Baofeng came in, Wang Guilon stopped speaking. The three women, mother-in-law and daughters-in-law, each had their own thoughts as they started cooking. Wang Guilon was truly upset by Pang Xiujuan. Before the family split, she wasn't so rebellious. Now, she's becoming more unruly. Today, her words were carefully thought out. She only said them for their future. Although mother and son didn't have a grudge that lasted overnight, she was afraid their relationship would grow further apart. Third son Yi Yunliang was a man without much ability, and since the children were still young, if the relationship with Beixiu worsened, their life might get even harder. Thinking of this, Wang Guilon shot another stern look at Pang Xiujuan, feeling annoyed that her careless daughter-in-law had caused so much trouble. She wondered how she had ever found such a difficult wife for her son. Hearing Wang Guilon's words, Pang Xiujuan felt a little more relaxed, but then she remembered the scene when she went to ask Yi Beixiu for money and was chased out. The tender feelings she had just started to feel disappeared instantly. They earned money, but didn't let her keep it, and they didn't even see her as their mother-in-law. Why should she care? Although Zhao Baofeng noticed the unusual tension between Wang Guolan and Pang Xiujuan, she pretended nothing was wrong and went on with her chores. When the meal was ready, everyone remained silent. On the way home, Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia exchanged New Year greetings with acquaintances they met. For lunch, they had water dumplings and cooked a few dishes. Everyone gathered around the table, drinking and chatting. After eating, the villagers came in small groups to wish Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu a happy new year. This surprised Zhang Juexia quite a bit. They are juniors. How could they trouble the elders like that? Lu Jinhua held Zhang Juexia's hand and said, "You deserve it. Without you, our new year wouldn't be so lively this year." Exactly. Li Yulan also came to wish Zhang Juexia and Song Yu a happy new year. Song Yu even gave her a red envelope. Li Yulan was very happy, saying, "Tomorrow I'll visit my parents' house. I'll tell them I've become a teacher, learned embroidery, and can earn money. They'll be so happy for me." Then she remembered something else, asking sister-in-law, "Are you going to your parents' house tomorrow?" Although Zhang Juexia knew the second day of the new year was the day to visit her parents, she was tired of being asked so often today and didn't want to answer. She frowned and said, "No, I'm not going." Li Yulan didn't know what had happened. Seeing Zhang Juexia's unhappy face, she didn't dare to say more. Lu Jinhua picked up a snack and put it in her mouth. "The snacks here are still better than those I bought, and these sunflower seeds taste better too." Beixiu's wife is willing to spend money to buy good things. You, on the other hand, squeeze every penny and are reluctant to buy the good stuff. I don't have a choice. In a couple of years, my 2 sons will get married and my daughter will leave home. Of course, I'll have to spend money. That's true. When the children get married, we'll be old too. Listening to everyone chatting about family matters, Zhang Juexia's face gradually lit up with a smile. Li Yulan finally relaxed. As it got late, everyone left. On the way home, Li Yulan asked Lu Jinhua why Zhang Juexia seemed unhappy when she mentioned visiting her parents' house. Lu Jinhua quietly told her, "Never ask about that again." Then she quickly explained Zhang Juexia's family situation. Li Yulan was a bit angry, saying, "That's too much. So, don't ask anymore. Such a family isn't worth having." Once the house was quiet, Yi Beixiu worried that Li Yulan's words might upset Zhang Juexia, so he kept talking happily to her. Zhang Juexia looked up at him and said, "I'm not as fragile as you think. Earlier, my sister-in-law asked me to, and I said I wouldn't go. Shall we go out and have some fun? During the New Year's holiday, where to? I heard there's a temple fair in Jinlong town next door. Why don't I go with you to take a look? Is it far?" "Not far, just south of Jinshui town. Previously, I only heard about the temple fair there. Before the new year, I asked around in the town, and I was told there would be one this year too. I only heard that the temple fair is lively, with high monks praying for blessings. All right, let's ask Sister Song if she wants to go later." "Go ask her now." Zhang Juexia asked Song Yu, who didn't want to go out and just wanted to stay at home. Yi Beixiu was secretly happy. He wanted some private space with his wife. This was the first time he took his wife out for fun. The trips to the county before didn't count, but this one did. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Yi Beixiu was happy for only half an hour before Wang Guolan and Yi Jishuan came to see them. The 2 elders first exchanged New Year greetings with Lu Mingda and then chatted briefly. Lu Mingda knew they came for something, so he politely took Gon Chao to their room. Wang Guolan drank 2 glasses of water to soothe her throat before talking about the main matter. After hearing Wang Guolan's words, Zhang Juexia didn't know how to respond. Yi Beixiu also found it strange, but didn't want to refuse the elder's kindness. Yi Jishuan saw that neither of them spoke and asked, "What? Don't you want to go with me and your grandma to your Uncle Ye's house?"
No, it's not that.
"I want to take Juexia to Jinlong town for the temple fair." "That's great. Since you already have plans, my wife and I don't need to worry about it." "Well then, maybe tomorrow I can send you and Grandma in a carriage, and Juexia and I will go to Jinlong town. No need to delay your plans. Your uncle's house isn't far. Your grandpa and I will go and come back quickly. Yi Jishuan looked at Wang Guilan. It's already very dark outside. Let's go home quickly. Yi Baixiu found a lantern, handed it to them, and saw the elderly couple to the village entrance before returning home. Grandpa, Grandma, thank you. Thank us for what? Your grandma is just thinking that since everyone will go back to their parents' house tomorrow and your wife has nowhere to go, she wants to bring you along to visit relatives. Anyway, thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. It's because you care about my wife. Yi Jishuan patted Yi Baixiu on the shoulder. You little brat, now that you're married, you know how to care for others. Not bad, just like your grandpa back in the day. Wang Guilan was blown cold by the wind, urging Yi Jishuan to hurry, and also waving her hand for Yi Baixiu to go home quickly. This wind is so strong, let's go quickly. Yi Baixiu stood at the road intersection until he couldn't see the lantern's light, then turned back home. Zhang Juexia leaned half on the Kong, bored, flipping through a book, but unable to focus. She heard the door open and hurried out to greet him. Grandpa and Grandma have been sent home. The wind is picking up outside, my lady. Tomorrow you should wear more clothes. Understood. Since this is Zhang Juexia's first time visiting the temple fair, she was curious and asked Yi Baixiu many questions. Yi Baixiu smiled as she asked, My lady, I am not knowledgeable about everything. This is also my first time at the temple fair.
Oh.
Yi Baixiu reached out and gently ruffled her hair on her forehead. You've been tired these days. Let's go to bed early. We need to wake up early tomorrow. They had a good night's sleep. Early in the morning, Yi Baixiu got up, prepared breakfast, and tidied the carriage. He waited until Zhang Juexia woke up and was full before they set out. Lu Mingda advised them that if they were in a hurry, they could stay in the town instead of rushing. Song Yu also agreed, saying she would watch over their home. Since everyone was so helpful, Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu decided to enjoy themselves outside. On the way, they saw many relatives and friends visiting. Zhang Juexia even heard some people envy her for having a carriage to ride in. Of course, some also complained about their husbands, saying they lacked ability and couldn't earn much money, so they had to walk back to their parents' house. Hearing this, Zhang Juexia just smiled. When they arrived at Jinshui town, they traveled south for about half an hour and reached Jinlong town. As Yi Baixiu said, the town was busy with many people coming for the temple fair. The fair was lively, with vendors selling goods, food stalls, and some acrobatic performances. Zhang Juexia approached and watched for a while, even giving 10 coins to a performer. After she had enough fun, Yi Baixiu pointed at the temple ahead. This is the Chifu temple. I've heard it's quite accurate. Shall we go in and pray? Hearing this, Zhang Juexia believed in the power of prayer and sincerely bowed her head a few times. They also donated 5 taels of silver for incense offerings before leaving the Chifu temple. Passing by a wonton stall, Zhang Juexia felt a bit hungry and shared a bowl of wontons with Yi Baixiu. Yi Baixiu bought 2 meat pies from another food stall. She took a bite but found the taste average and didn't eat more. Knowing she was picky about food, Yi Baixiu ate the meat pie she had bitten. At a nearby table, an old lady kept staring at the couple. Then she scolded an old man beside her. Look at how loving this young couple is. And look at you, what attitude do you have toward me? The old man twitched his beard and replied, What do you mean? If I didn't treat you well, would I come all this way just to eat this stuff with you? What's wrong with this? If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it, she said with a laugh. The older woman and the older man actually love you, just as he said. The older man doesn't like to eat, but he still patiently sits with you and eats. Yi Baixiu nudged her, meaning for her to speak less. Zhang Juexia didn't mind and continued watching the older man and woman nearby. The older woman, hearing her words, suddenly stood up. You little girl, you're interesting. Saying this, she carried her bowl and sat at Zhang Juexia's table. Old man, bring your bowl over too. Don't just hold it there. Look at how lively the young people are. We need to talk more with them to stay young, right? I know what I am like. I do useless things every day, grumbled the old man, but He obediently carried his bowl and sat next to Yi Beishiu. Are you and your husband here to visit?
Yes.
Would you walk with me, the old lady, for a bit? Sure. Yi Beishiu couldn't help but poke Zhang Juexia again from below. Seeing their little gestures, the old woman smiled. You're a funny young man. My husband and I are this old, and you're still afraid I might take your wife away? Yi Beishiu was speechless after being teased. Annie, my husband is just worried about me, just like how the old man worries about you. I'm not worried about her. If someone really took her away, that would be good.
You.
Are you hoping I'll leave you quickly? Do you want to take a concubine? That's just unreasonable. The old man stopped eating and, pouting, put down his bowl and left. Only the old woman was left, wiping tears from her eyes. Zhang Juexia tried to persuade her for a while, then she and Yi Beishiu accompanied the old woman as they wandered through the temple fair. The old woman wanted to buy everything she saw, and Zhang Juexia helped bargain on her behalf. The young and old had a lot of fun. The old woman nudged Zhang Juexia again. You're so wild. Doesn't your husband care? He doesn't care. He always goes along with me. He's really a good young man, much better than my husband. Auntie, where did the older man go? Should we go find him? No, I want to stay and play with you. The singing voices from earlier drifted into Zhang Juexia's ears. The old woman also heard them and pulled Zhang Juexia along. Come on, let's go listen to the opera. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishiu followed the old woman to the stage, found seats, and sat down. Someone brought over a teapot and 2 small plates of snacks. After spending a long time walking with the elderly lady, I was quite tired. Zhang Juexia couldn't understand her babbling singing voice, so she thought it was just a rest. She was drinking tea and eating some snacks. The elderly lady, however, was completely absorbed in the performance. After listening to the show and strolling around for a while, they were too tired to continue. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishiu wanted to go home, but they couldn't leave the elderly lady alone. Zhang Juexia looked around, hoping to find her family, so they could feel at ease. The elderly lady noticed their concern and said, Honestly, you two shouldn't go home today. Just stay with me.
But that's not right, Grandma.
Please tell me where you live. My husband and I will take you home, then we'll go back. Oh, it's rare to get along with you. I don't care. Anyway, you have to stay with me today, the elderly lady insisted. Her insistence made Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishiu very worried. No matter what they said, the elderly lady was determined to keep her company for the day. Zhang Juexia, feeling a bit overwhelmed, thought since it was the new year, staying a little longer wouldn't hurt. She decided it was better to stay and keep the elderly lady company. The elderly lady nodded and held her hand tightly. Yi Beishiu looked very unhappy. He was worried about his wife being taken away. He was thinking of his grandfather, hoping he would appear soon to help him. Mother, I finally found you. A breathless man in fancy clothes rushed over. The elderly lady turned her head away in displeasure. Why are you here? I just wanted to enjoy myself quietly. Mother, you've been playing for almost a day. Let's go home, the man said. And where's your father? Is he with you? The elderly man, who seemed to have come from nowhere, asked. I've been with you all along. How dare you ask about Yuer? The elderly lady retorted. Zhang Juexia was confused by this family's behavior. Was the grandfather always following them? Seeing the family coming to find her, Yi Beishiu quickly pulled Zhang Juexia aside. Since her family has arrived, and it's getting late, my wife and I should go home, he said. The elderly lady, looking pitiful, held onto Zhang Juexia's hand. Don't go. Stay a little longer and enjoy the day with me. Shen Yu frowned but felt helpless before his mother. He asked his father, Shen Yuan, for help, but Shen Yuan looked away. Shen Yu understood that his mother was the boss at home, and his father never went against her. So, he bowed politely to Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishiu. I am Shen Yu, from Qingfeng City. Since my mother and the two of you get along so well, it's better to stay and keep her company. Zhang Juexia's mind was racing quickly. The Shen family in Qingfeng City was a very famous family. The old lady of the Shin family, Lu Wan, was even more legendary among the people. She came from a farming background and, when the Shin family was in danger, she helped save them from disaster. Their business reached the royal court, and the younger generation was very talented. The eldest, Shin Yu, inherited the family business, and the second passed the imperial exam and became an official. Seeing this, Zhang Juexia understood why the old lady liked to visit the temple fair so much. Lu Wan pointed at Shin Yu. Why are you talking about the Shin family in Qingfeng City? Look, you scared the others. I've only come out to have fun for a couple of days, and look at how everyone is behaving. Shin Yu was too afraid to speak after being scolded. Shin Yuan pretended not to hear and let his wife scold him. Zhang Juexia stepped forward and held Lu Wan's arm. Auntie, look at how late it is. My husband and I really can't go back home tonight. We'll just stay here. Please forgive us. Shen Yu quickly thanked Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu. We have a house in the town belonging to the Shin family. We'll stay there tonight. Yi Beixiu brought the carriage over, and Zhang Juexia got in. Lu Wan also got into their carriage, insisting on sitting with Zhang Juexia. Shen Yu led the way, with the Shen family servants following behind. In about 15 minutes, they arrived at Shen's residence in Jinlong town. After Zhang Juexia stopped, she saw that the Shen residence was very large, probably a 3-entry style. The servants heard the noise and came out to greet them. Lu Wan looked displeased and muttered, I just wanted the old man to come back and take a look, to have some peace and quiet. Now look at this big scene. How am I supposed to relax? She held Zhang Juexia's hand and led her inside. Having children is useless if you don't understand your mother's feelings. I prefer this young lady's thoughtfulness. If it weren't for her company today, I wouldn't have had so much fun. Lu Wan truly felt an instant connection with Zhang Juexia. She held her hand and asked questions about everything. They even agreed to go to the temple fair again tomorrow. Lu Wan was now ready to go to bed and rest. Zhang Juexia was taken to a guest room by the Shun family servants. Yi Beixiu had already finished talking with Shin Yu and was lying on the bed reading a leisure book, waiting for Zhang Juexia. Wife, Lady Shin finally let you out, Zhang Juexia yawned. Talking to people isn't really a fun thing. The Shin family was quite polite. When they found out I came from Yi village, they didn't treat me badly. They're experienced people, and even if they've seen a lot, they wouldn't show it. Yi Beixiu looked thoughtful. That makes sense. Zhang Juexia climbed onto the bed and stretched lazily. Today was really a strange encounter. We just went out and no one believed us. The former head lady of the Shin family in Qingfeng City, such an important person, spent the whole day with us. Who would believe that? I guess no one would believe it. Old Madame Shen is truly a clever person. Let's just think of it as a fleeting dream. I'm going to sleep now. I promised old Madame Shin that I would stay and play with her tomorrow too. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu had been out all day with old Madame Shin and were very tired. Soon, the two of them fell asleep. In the study, Shin Yu listened to the butler's report. So, they really came to visit the temple fair? That's correct. It was also a surprise that they knew old Madame. Did the people taking care of the guest room hear what they said? Shun Butler repeated Zhang Juexia's words. Shun Yu thought for a moment. Send someone tomorrow to protect old Madame.
Yes.
The butler was about to leave when Shin Yu called him back. And those young couple, as long as they have no improper intentions, take good care of them. After all, they are my mother's guests. Speaking of which, I haven't seen my mother so happy in a long time. Understood. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu spent another day with old Madame Shen in Jinlong town. Although old Madame Shen was reluctant, she couldn't stop the young couple from returning home. Zhang Juexia advised her, Our home is in Yejia village, Jinshui town. The mountains and water there are beautiful. When you have free time, you can come visit us. Hearing this, old Madame Shen's eyes lit up instantly. All right, Granny will take advantage of her good health to come find you and play. Old Madam, I've taken note of your words. I can cook well, and I'll make delicious food for you every day. This makes me so eager. Hurry back home with your husband. I don't want to hear any more. Humph, I can't go now anyway, so listening is pointless. Old Madame Shin waved her hand dismissively. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu respectfully bowed to her before getting into the carriage. They declined the gifts Shen Yu had prepared for them. Given their shallow relationship, accepting gifts would seem a bit abrupt. Lu Wan watched their carriage leave, feeling unhappy. She pointed at Shen Yu. Your mother has always been good at judging people. You think she has some ulterior motive for being kind to me? Look at her, no matter what my status is, she treats me with respect. Yesterday, when you weren't around, she and her husband were even thinking about how to send this burden back home. Shen Yue was scolded by Lu Wan, and unable to bear it, he blushed and acted cute, saying, Mother, I am also a person with dignity. Even if I made a mistake, it's the new year. Please forgive me, Mother. Lu Wan carefully looked at her eldest son, noticing that he was busy and had already gone gray early in life, and her heart softened. I've already talked with your father. He will stay with me in Jinlong Town for a while. I might not be able to stay with you, as there are many things at home to handle. You do your work. Your father and I have worked hard for the Shin family for many years. It's time to rest. After saying goodbye to old lady Shen, Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu returned to the temple fair, bought some food, and planned to take it home. On the way back, they discussed Shin family matters. Then they felt that such a large family might not have much contact in the future. However, I think old lady Shen is straightforward. We probably won't have the chance to see her again. My wife, you didn't invite her to our home. Zhang Juexia smiled when she heard Yi Beixiu's words, just talking, don't take it seriously. When they arrived home, it was already dark. Lu Mingda saw them return and greeted them. You're finally back. Dr. Lu, did something happen? Nothing serious.
Someone just sent you some things. Who was it?
Later, Song Yu will tell you. My mind isn't very clear, and I can't recognize everyone. Song Yu, hearing the noise from the backyard, also came to the front yard. Zhang Juexia first sorted the items they bought. Sister Song, I heard Dr. Lu say someone sent us things. Song Yu, and she went into the main hall, pointing to each item. This one was brought by your sister-in-law from her family, Lu Jinhua. You should call her auntie. The other was sent by Yulan. Zhang Juexia looked and saw they were just ordinary foods. Still, her heart felt warm because it was everyone's kindness. She thought she was lucky to have bought many things at the temple fair as a gift in return. Song Yu, tired after a day of running around, quietly returned to the backyard. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu washed up briefly and went to bed. It's better to be at home. Wife, from now on, I'll take you out to play every second day of the new year. Let's forget about the unhappy things and enjoy our days. Zhang Juexia took the initiative to lean forward and kiss Yi Beixiu. Your realization is very high, and you deserve praise. Yi Beixiu was young and full of energy. The next morning, Zhang Juexia was sore and complained about Yi Beixiu for a long time. Madam, don't be like this early in the morning. Your husband is afraid he might lose control.
How dare you?
After saying that, Yi Beixiu kissed Zhang Juexia hard until he heard someone knocking on the door. Only then did he let her go. Who's there? Can't people sleep early in the morning? Gan Chao, urged by Lu Mingda, reluctantly went to open the door. Pang Xiujuan came in cursing, who married such a lazy wife. Even during the new year, she shouldn't be sleeping at this hour.
Ye Beiqiu quietly comforted Zhang Juexia. Ignore her.
You don't need to go out. I'll see what's going on. With Yi Beixiu's words, Zhang Juexia naturally lay back in bed. Traveling by carriage is tiring, shopping is tiring, talking to people is tiring. She needed to rest a bit more, to sleep well. Pang Xiujuan entered the main hall, where Yi Beixiu was already waiting. Mother, do you have something to say? Do you still remember I am your mother? Hearing this, Yi Beixiu immediately got angry. Just tell me, what do you want? In a while, I want to use the carriage. Where to? Your grandmother wants to use the carriage to go to my maternal grandparents' house. I'm tired and busy. I already told your grandmother, this can't be changed now. I said I won't lend it, and I won't. Yi Beixiu was impatient. Recently, the Pang family hadn't settled the bill from Pang Xiaoqing, and now they wanted him to be a driver? Mother, I've told you many times, stay out of my maternal family's affairs. If you really upset me, do you believe I won't let you visit my maternal family again? Pang Xiujuan looked at Yi Beixiu cautiously. What are you trying to do? I tell you, the Pang family is your real maternal family. Even if bones are broken, tendons are still connected. It was better when she didn't say this, but once she did, it reminded Yi Beixiu of the last sad incident. Mother, I've been running around these days and am a bit tired. I need to sleep a little more. No, do you? Or do you not want to lend the carriage? I won't lend it. Pang Xiujuan's mouth curled into a smile, about to cry. Mother, don't cause trouble during the new year. Don't forget you still owe me 40 taels of silver. If you really upset me, I can't force you, but I have plenty of ways with my two good uncles. I wouldn't mind sending them to the mine to work. You. Yi Beixiu took Pang Xiujuan's hand away. If you truly care about your son, let him sleep well. Pang Xiujian saw that Yi Beixiu was unresponsive and was also frightened by his words, so she dared not be forceful anymore and had to leave empty-handed. On the way, she secretly scolded Yi Beixiu, while also bringing up Zhang Juexia. After Zhang Juexia rested, she returned home one by one to pay her respects. She and Yi Beixiu went back to the old house again, bringing some food they bought at the temple fair. Yi Jixuan and Yi Beixiu discussed building a house in the next few days. He thought Li Qingyi was skilled, and both he and Yi Yunqing planned to invite him to build the house. Yi Beixiu supported this, since it wasn't his money, and they could do as they pleased. He initially didn't want to tell Yi Jixuan about their plans to build a house, but after thinking, he realized it wouldn't be easy to hide, so he mentioned it casually. Although Yi Jixuan and Wang Guilan were surprised, they were happy. Their grandson was capable, and it made them proud. Yi Jixuan stood up and said, Beixiu, since all three of our families are building houses, we should quickly find Li Qingyi to finalize this. Cheng, I happen to be free today. I'll go call the carriage now. You and uncle can wait at home, said Yi Beixiu. As he entered the old house, Pang Xiujian was hiding nearby, listening to their conversation. When she saw Yi Beixiu go to call the carriage, she was furious. She angrily called out to him, I told you to visit your in-laws, but you had no time. Now suddenly you're free? Building a house is such an important matter. Even if I'm busy, I have to make time, Yi Beixiu said without turning around and left. Pang Xiujian stomped her feet in anger. She had woken up early to ask Yi Beixiu to handle some errands, but it didn't work out, and she was scolded by Zhou Erniu. She went from the old house to Yi Beixiu's home, then to her mother's house, and back again, all in one morning, walking the whole time without even drinking water. Yi Yunliang suddenly appeared from somewhere, sizing her up. Are you back at your mother's again? I've told you many times, if you get too close to your brothers at your mother's house, I'll break your legs, he said. Pang Xiujian shivered involuntarily. Ever since Yi Yunliang found out her money had been stolen by her brothers, his attitude toward her had worsened. He impatiently asked again, Did you hear what I said? I'm warning you, I'm not joking. Pang Xiujian nodded repeatedly. If you're really bored, tomorrow we can go to the mountain to clear some land. Isn't the year not over yet? No rush these days. Besides, it's cold now, and the ground is hard, she replied. Then find a sunny place and get started. It's better than staying at home doing nothing. I heard our father say they hired someone to clear the land. Should we also find someone?
Dream on.
Do you have money to pay for the work? Don't forget, we still owe Beixiu 40 taels of silver. Pang Xiujian had no choice but to agree. Bailey and Beifeng are also not young anymore. Sitting at home and running around isn't a good idea. Let them go too. After giving instructions, Yi Yunliang glared at Pang Xiujian and went to Yi Jixuan's room. He wanted to hear what crops Yi Jixuan planned to plant on the mountain. He needed to have a rough idea. In the past, with the help of elders, he didn't have to worry about anything. But before he could get into the main topic, Yi Beixiu arrived with a horse-drawn cart. Yi Jixuan and Yi Yingsheng hurriedly got on the cart. Mom, where are my father and older brother going? Wang Guilin was starting to dislike her younger son and replied impatiently, "Where else? The house your second brother worked so hard to build is now yours. We need to find people to help build our house in a few days." Yi Yunliang whispered in protest, "This is also what you all agreed to. If it weren't for your wife causing trouble, your father and I wouldn't agree," she snapped. "Third brother, you've benefited from this, so you need to work harder in the future. We're building a house now, and you should help out." "Mom, did my father say whether they will pay wages?" Wang Guilin glared at Yi Yunliang in frustration. "Wages? You work for us and expect to get paid? That's a joke." Yi Yunliang ignored her and thought to himself, "Mom, Xiujian and I still need to clear the land. We don't have time to help. My burden is heavy now. I have to support 2 sons and find wives for them. And your father raised 3 sons, and I don't feel tired. But that's just sacrificing me, so you and Dad can live peacefully," she said, then threw something from the bed. "You heartless person. You learn the good and ignore the bad. If you hadn't been flirting with Pang Xiujian, your second brother wouldn't have died. Moreover, if you two had no feelings or loyalty, I wouldn't want her as my daughter-in-law." Seeing Wang Guilin was truly angry, Yi Yunliang quickly slipped away. Yi Baixiu and his group had a smooth trip, still in the early days after the new year, so no one had reacted yet. Li Qingyi heard they planned to build 3 new rooms at once and couldn't refuse, so he agreed immediately. They waited until after the Lantern Festival to pick an auspicious day to start work. The rules remained the same. He brought enough workers, so the Yi family didn't need to help. Of course, this was something the Yi family had been hoping for. Without needing to help build the house, they could focus on other things. The land was not left unused. When Zhang Juexia heard that Yi Baixiu had already decided to build a house, she quickly found a pen and started drawing. She sketched out the design of the workshop and then remembered Song Yu's residence. She went to the backyard to ask for her opinion. Song Yu shared her idea. She wanted to have her own separate household and build her own house. Zhang Juexia supported her, but she knew she needed to ask Yi Jidong, the village chief, about it. Yi Baixiu was busy handling this matter. Seeing how attentive Zhang Juexia was to her, Song Yu was deeply touched. She insisted on paying for her own house. This made Zhang Juexia see her in a new light. "Song sister, when you came, we agreed I would take care of your food and lodging. Why are you changing your mind now?" Song Yu hurriedly explained, "Big sister, please don't insist. Since I came to your family, I've never felt so peaceful. I've thought a lot lately. Jean's sister, and I need a place to settle. Since we are lucky enough to come here, I want to stay and settle down. Besides, I really like it here."
But
Zhang Juexia waited for her to finish. After a moment of hesitation, Song Yu said, "It's just that I don't have much silver left. You help me build the house first, and I will slowly pay you back. But the land deed and house deed must be in my name." Zhang Juexia knew that Song Yu had been wandering for many years, feeling insecure, so she nodded in agreement. Song Yu happily rummaged through her old pouch, pulling out a worn-out coin purse. She poured everything inside onto the kong, a traditional heated bed. Zhang Juexia looked at the pile of copper coins and scattered silver pieces. "Big sister, this is all my savings from many years. Let's count it together and see how much there is. I will give you the money for the land first, and the cost of building the house can be deducted from your wages." Song Yu counted twice and totaled 5 taels of silver and 20 won. "Big sister, is this enough to buy the land?" Zhang Juexia wanted to discuss this with Yi Baixiu. Also, the matter of Song Yu's household had not yet been settled. "Song sister, put the silver away first. Later, we can go out for a walk. You choose the land, and then we can talk."
all right.
Song Yu was quite straightforward. She put the copper coins and broken silver into her pouch and shook her head self-deprecatingly. "Back in the day, I embroidered a piece of cloth in 3 months and could sell it for 6 taels of silver. But after so many years, I haven't even saved enough silver for 1 piece. Good things come after hardships. From now on, every day of yours will be a good day. Thanks for the good words." Yi Baixiu hurried back from the Zheng family's house. He told Song-yu that as long as the paperwork was complete, she could register as a household head. This was truly the first good news of the new year for Song-yu. However, she had to wait until after the 15th day of the lunar month, when the government office reopened, to handle the matter. Zhang Juexia pulled Song-yu aside. Since we can do it, that's a good thing. Let's go to the back mountain first and choose a piece of land for the house. Yi Beixiu accompanied them to the back mountain. Song-yu selected a flat piece of land behind Zhang Juexia's house. After the house was built, their two families would have front and back courtyards, which would be good for Song-yu and her daughter. Originally, Zhang Juexia wanted to keep this land for a craft workshop, but since Song-yu chose it, the workshop would be moved further inside. Song-yu planned to build only 3 rooms, with walls and a yard, plus a kitchen and a firewood storage shed. She also wanted a place for miscellaneous items. She turned to Zhang Juexia. You and Big Brother discuss how much this land costs. When we go to the government office, I'll also handle the land deed. Zhang Juexia initially thought not to take any silver from her, considering it a gift. But given Song-yu's current situation, eager to prove herself or perhaps not wanting to owe favors, Yi Beixiu gave her a gesture that meant she could decide. Song's sister, just give me 3 taels of silver. Based on local prices, this land is about 5 taels per mu. We have some friendship, so I'll only take 3 taels from you.
How about that?
All right, I'll send the money to you later. No rush. When we handle the paperwork at the government office, you can give it then. That won't do. Once you have the silver, I'll feel at ease. The remaining 2 taels can be used to buy things after the new house is built. Yi Beixiu also took some time to visit Li Qingyi, telling him about building another space. Li Qingyi was very happy. During the new year, hearing good news about earning money made everyone happy. He insisted on inviting Yi Beixiu to drink, but Yi Beixiu politely declined. Master Li, you know my wife doesn't like me drinking outside. Good young man. I'll tell you, I only wish I had known you earlier. If I had, I might have wanted you to be my son-in-law. Yi Beixiu's face turned pale with fear. Master Li, I really can't say that, he said quickly, then hurriedly fled from Li Qingyi's house. Li Qingyi's wife rolled her eyes at him. Just because you drink some dog and start talking nonsense doesn't mean you can have a son-in-law. You haven't even got a daughter yet, and you're already thinking about a son-in-law. Seeing how scared you made people, they don't even want to talk to you anymore. Li Qingyi was scolded by his wife, but felt happy inside and kept smiling happily. In the following days, Zhang Juexia planned to rest at home and then think about the mountain affairs. Unexpectedly, guests kept arriving. On the 6th day, Wan Zhonggui from Manhwa restaurant came with many gifts. He politely greeted Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia and then thanked Zhang Juexia with a smile. Before the new year, he had earned a lot of money and was busy until New Year's Eve when the restaurant finally closed. Wan Zhonggui spoke sincerely. I originally wanted to come and give gifts before the new year, but I was too busy and couldn't leave. Now that the new year has passed and I've finished my family matters, I am the first to come to your house. Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia expressed their thanks.
Don't be so polite.
I owe my good business to you. Miss Yi, I say this without exaggeration. I've been running this restaurant for many years, but since I met you, my earnings have only increased. The canned food business, of course, helped, and even Lu Hong, that unkind person, opening his own canned food shop didn't affect me at all. Later, the roasted chicken business became very popular around the new year. Everyone with a little money in town wanted to buy my restaurant's roasted chicken to serve guests. It was hard for me as the manager. While I could make the roasted chicken, finding live chickens was difficult. I had to send my staff door to door in the village to buy them, which finally eased the urgent problem. Suddenly, Zhang Juexia thought of something. Master Wan, you just said you couldn't buy live chickens? Exactly. I was so anxious those days that I even had blisters on my mouth, Wan Zhonggui replied. If I raised chickens, could that solve your problem of not having live chickens? Wan Zhonggui excitedly patted his thigh. Miss Yi, if you really can raise many live chickens, I promise I will be your first customer. Zhang Juexia felt confident and smiled, joking with Wan Zhonggui. My husband and I should thank you. But I still need to plan this carefully. Wan Zhonggui finished his tea and said, "Then I will wait for your good news." After speaking, he stood up and wanted to leave. No matter how Yi Baixiu tried to persuade him to stay for dinner, he insisted on going. After seeing off manager Wan, Zhang Juexia began to think about raising chickens. She planned to enclose a piece of land on the back mountain to raise chickens. But she wondered where to put the enclosure, who would take care of the chickens, and where to buy the chicks. These were all problems. Zhang Juexia was a doer. She knew she had to ask Wang Guilin at the old house, since the elderly knew a lot. Wang Guilin thought she only needed to raise 10 or 8 chickens, and said that anyone in the village could buy a few chicks from their hens. Hearing this, Zhang Juexia smiled and said, "Mother, I plan to start with at least 100 chickens." "What?" Wang Guilin almost lost her balance, surprised. "Child, raising animals at home is a big deal. You need to think carefully." "Mother, I've thought it through. I want to make good use of the back mountain. Just help me ask where I can buy chicks." After leaving the old house, Zhang Juexia went to check the back mountain. She found a good spot for raising chickens and planned to tidy it up with Yi Baixiu in the next few days. She also didn't want to raise wild rabbits at home anymore. There are plenty of places in the mountains, and she believed that wild rabbits could be free-range there, relying on their natural breeding ability. When she got home, she asked Lu Mingda for advice on planting more medicinal herbs on the back mountain. "Leave this to me. I'll help you take a look," Lu Mingda said. "Okay." Zhang Juexia agreed immediately. "You're quite polite with me," Lu Mingda teased. "We've known each other for so long. Isn't it pointless to keep thanking each other?" "It is." On the 7th day of the first lunar month, after breakfast, Yi Baixiu and Qin Eryong went down to the mountain. They planned to buy some fertilizer for wheat. They left about half an hour later. Zhang Juexia and Song Yu stayed inside, chatting. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a carriage outside. "Is anyone home?" Zhang Juexia recognized the voice as Manager Yao's and hurried outside. "Why are you here?" "Who said I can't come to your house?" "Where's your husband?" "Let him come unload the goods." "I'll do it." "He's not home." During the new year, where could he be? He went to buy fertilizer for the wheat in the fields. "All right, let's move the things inside," Zhang Juexia said. She looked at the gifts Manager Yao brought and started to complain. "What are you doing? Buying so many things? You gave me quite a few things before the new year. This is called reciprocation, do you understand?" Yao's men unloaded the gifts from the carriage, and after giving instructions, Yao and the driver entered the yard with Zhang Juexia. Shopkeeper Yao was visiting Zhang Juexia's home for the first time. First, he looked around inside and outside before entering the main hall. Song Yu had already prepared tea, and the two talked for a while. Song Yu kept expressing gratitude, saying that without Shopkeeper Yao's recommendation, he wouldn't have found such a good place. Shopkeeper Yao was straightforward, waving his hand and dismissing the thanks with a simple remark. Song Yu was sensible and understood that Zhang Juexia and Shopkeeper Yao had something to discuss. After sharing a few cups of tea, he found an excuse to leave for the backyard. Zhang Juexia filled Shopkeeper Yao's cup and then asked, "Why did you think of coming here?" "Just felt like it." "I've always wanted to visit your home," she replied. "How is it?" "It's quite tidy." Getting a compliment from Shopkeeper Yao was truly rare. Zhang Juexia happily took some snacks and started chatting with her. They talked about the shop, and gradually the conversation turned to Lu Hong. Zhang Juexia wasn't very interested in Lu's family affairs but still asked, "How is he after coming out of prison?" "Their family isn't very peaceful. The people who caused trouble with him were also imprisoned. At first, after he returned home, everything was fine, no big issues. I remember it was around the 28th day of the lunar month when some relatives went to cause trouble at Lu's house, as if planned. They demanded Lu Hong pay for damages, saying he not only lost work but also hurt his reputation by being in prison. When Lu's family refused to pay, they sat there refusing to leave. To celebrate the new year, Lu's family had no choice but to grit their teeth and pay. I heard they borrowed high-interest loans to cover the cost." Hearing about high-interest loans, Zhang Juexia's heart trembled. Their family is quite wealthy in town, yet they have no savings? Shopkeeper Yao curled his lips in disdain. Even if they had a treasure trove, Lu Hong's family couldn't keep it. And his third son during the new year didn't come back with his wife. But when it came to borrowing money, they didn't hold back at all. That Lu Sanla and his wife really aren't good people, she said. Have you met them? A few times in the county town. Zhang Juexia recounted some encounters at the county office. TSK, Lu Hong and Fong Lan really tied themselves up in knots. If they knew that you bought the shop, they'd probably regret it so much they'd consider jumping into the river. Jumping into the river?
That's a bit much, she said. Not really.
It just means they got off easy with Yi Beixiu. But after his leg healed, he's quite a decent young man. Zhang Juexia was thick-skinned. No matter how Yao teased him, he didn't blush or feel guilty. Shopkeeper Yao stayed at Zhang Juexia's home until nightfall before leaving reluctantly. As he was about to get into the carriage, he said he would come back in a few days. Wang Guilin also received a letter telling Zhang Juexia that there was a family in Dea Village skilled at hatching chicks. Dea Village? Your mother's hometown. You and Beixiu should go and ask around. It seems they also have the surname Zhang and are called Zhang Dequan. Yes, his name includes spring. Isn't he the village elder who helped Zhang Juexia before? Wang Guilin looked at Zhang Juexia thoughtfully and asked, do you know him? I heard this is a skill his wife brought from her family. But usually people don't need so many chicks, so it's not very useful. Zhang Juexia honestly replied, if this person is really Zhang Dequan, then I probably know him. He's the village elder of Dea Village. Wang Guilin patted her forehead and said, right, I forgot about that. The village elder. Yes, that makes sense. Mother, are there others in different villages who have this skill? Wang Guilin knew Zhang Juexia didn't want to go back to Dea Village. I've asked everyone in our village and only found one person in Dea Village with a skill. If you don't want to go, Beixiu can go in your place, or you can ask someone else. Zhang Juexia thought for a moment. If she really planned to raise chickens, it would be a long-term partnership. If she didn't show up, what if Zhang Dequan found out and scolded her for being ungrateful? After all, when she got married, he helped her and told her she could come back to the village if she faced difficulties. She didn't want to be ungrateful. Mother, after Beixiu finishes these few days' work, I'll go with him.
All right.
If you want a lot of chicks, you should leave early. They need to prepare in advance. After sending Wang Guilin away, Zhang Juexia went to the back mountain. Yi Beixiu and Qin Er-yong were busy fertilizing the wheat. Qin Er-yong looked up, nodded at her, then returned to his work. From afar, Zhang Juexia looked at him. It was hard to believe that this Qin Er-yong was the same person who once stole their prey. She couldn't help but think how important it was to marry a good wife. Yi Beixiu ran over, sweating heavily. Wife, is something wrong?
Come and see.
How many days will this work take? Planting crops, there's never really an end. I passed by Lu Wanfeng's house, and he said he can come to work tomorrow. If you need anything, I can go with you. Zhang Juexia, accompanied by Yi Beixiu, went back to Dea Village again. Suddenly, a carriage arrived in the village, and some curious people gathered around. Whose carriage is this? Is it a relative of the village chief? Not sure. Since it's parked at the village chief's house, it must be here to see him. Yi Beixiu was fine because no one knew him here. Zhang Juexia listened to the chatter outside and hesitated whether to get out of the carriage when someone said, Lady, we've arrived. Yi Beixiu lifted the curtain of the carriage and helped Zhang Juexia down. Among the crowd, someone gasped, Isn't that Zhang Difu's eldest daughter? Yes, it is. Isn't she supposed to have married into a remote mountain village, and her husband is a? That's rude to say. Did you see her husband's legs? They look fine. Really strange. Zhang Difu's daughter is so lucky. It's only been a short time, and she's already riding in a carriage. Fate can be so unpredictable. Zhang Dequan heard the voices outside and peeked out. When he saw Zhang Juexia, he was surprised. Zhang Juexia respectfully bowed to him. Big uncle, hello. Hello, young lady. Come inside. Zhang Dequan warmly invited Zhang Juexia into the house, carrying gifts, with Yi Baixiu following behind. Zhang Dequan's wife, Wang Yueying, also came out from inside. "Young lady, you've arrived. Come in quickly." After some polite exchanges, Zhang Juexia got straight to the point. Wang Yueying usually listened to Zhang Dequan. Although she was happy about the visit, she looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Zhang Dequan thought for a moment and said, "Young lady, seeing how well you're doing now, I'm happy for you. But you need to think carefully. Raising chickens isn't something you can do just by talking. There's a lot to learn. Yes, my big uncle is right. I have a family skill for it, but I can only raise a few dozen chickens a year. You should think carefully about this." Wang Yueying nodded and looked at Yi Baixiu sitting nearby. Yi Baixiu took a sip of tea and said, "This might really trouble my uncle and aunt. Thank you for your kindness." Zhang Dequan was waiting for Yi Baixiu's words. He believed deeply in the wisdom that men in the family should speak with authority. "If that's the case, young lady, you're not an outsider. Wang Yueying, please help." Wang Yueying nodded. "Great aunt, I'll order 200 chicks first. Please see how long it will take, and I'll ask my husband to come and pick them up." 200? Wang Yueying confirmed once again and looked up carefully. Zhang Dequan added, "Big girl, this matter can't be rushed. You haven't raised chickens before, so let your aunt help you raise some for a while. Once you get the chicks, it's not too late to come and pick them up." "Thank you so much, uncle and aunt." Zhang Juexia sincerely bowed to Zhang Dequan and Wang Yueying. "You're too polite, we're all family, no need to be formal. Yueying, go prepare the meal. It's New Year's and the kids and their son-in-law are here. We can't just have them leave without eating." Zhang Juexia stopped Wang Yueying from leaving. "Andy, you really don't have to be so polite. We still have important things to discuss. I haven't paid the deposit yet." Wang Yueying looked again at Zhang Dequan. Zhang Dequan thought for a moment. "Yueying, just follow the usual price and give the girl a little discount." "That's not possible. You and Auntie have already helped me a lot. Plus, this is quite a tiring task. Auntie, you should get what you deserve. I might need to trouble you again if these chickens turn out well," she said. "One chick sells for 15 cents. I'll help raise about 10 days more, and you just need to add 200 coins for the grain," Zhang Juexia said, taking out 2 taels of silver. "When we come to pick up the chicks, I'll give you the remaining 1 tael plus the 200 coins. Since the girl has given you the money, just take it. Hurry and go to the kitchen to prepare the meal," Zhang Juexia urged. Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu wanted to leave, but Zhang Dequan was too hospitable, insisting they stay for the meal. If they didn't, they might offend her as the host. "Since uncle has spoken, let's stay and eat here before we go," they agreed. "That's right. It's New Year's. Even if you brought your son-in-law back to your family, you shouldn't leave hungry. He's come from far away." After all, Zhang Juexia felt grateful to Zhang Dequan. When they visited, she had brought some valuable gifts. So, even if she stayed to eat, she didn't feel too guilty. While Zhang Dequan and Yi Baixiu talked about men's topics, Zhang Juexia couldn't join in and went outside. She first strolled around the yard. As Wang Yueying had said, they kept many chickens, all enclosed in pens. Wang Yueying was outside fetching water when she saw Zhang Juexia staring blankly at the chickens in the yard. "Big girl, there's wind in the yard, but inside the house is warm." Zhang Juexia smiled and said, just looking around, "Auntie, let me help you cook." "Oh, I can't let you help. Your eldest uncle would complain if he found out. A daughter who gets married and then comes back is just a guest. It's okay, as long as we don't let the eldest uncle see." Although they used to live in the same village, Wang Yueying still saw Zhang Juexia as the shy girl who was often teased by her stepmother, with no energy at all, always timid. "But Zhang Juexia is so lively and smart. I didn't expect that." They also wanted to help her before, but they couldn't do much. Tian Kaihong was too bossy, and Zhang Defu was not very capable. Although their family head was the village chief, when Zhang Juexia was bullied, he just said a few words. It helped for a while, but then everything went back to normal. When Zhang Juexia caused trouble after her wedding, it was Zhang Dequan who handled it. Wang Yuang heard that Zhang Dequan told Zhang Juexia to cut ties with her family, and she scolded him. She thought a weak girl without her family's support would have a hard life married into another family. Zhang Dequan had his reasons. He believed that even if life was tough, it was better than suffering under her stepmother. Now, seeing Zhang Juexia with a rosy face and acting confidently, Wang Yuang finally accepted her as the head of the family and saw that she had some good judgment. Zhang Juexia followed Wang Yuang into the kitchen and saw a young wife cooking over the fire, feeling a little surprised. Wang Yuang smiled and introduced, "This is your sister-in-law, Lu Xiaofeng, your eldest brother's wife." "Sister-in-law, hello." Wang Yuang probably told Lu Xiaofeng about Zhang Juexia because Lu Xiaofeng stood up and smiled, calling out, "Little sister." Zhang Juexia then noticed her slightly rounded belly. "Sister-in-law, why don't you go rest? I'll light the fire." Lighting the fire isn't tiring, Lu Xiaofeng blushed and softly declined. Wang Yuang handed Zhang Juexia a bag of dried goods. "If you're really bored, help me soak these in warm water. You know, my husband and I only have 2 sons, Dazhuang and Erzwang, no daughters. Over the years, I've envied other families with daughters and sons-in-law coming to visit. Now, we can finally enjoy hosting a son-in-law." Zhang Juexia smiled and said, "As long as Andy doesn't bother us, my husband and I will visit often." "That's what you say. We're happy whenever you young ones come, and we wouldn't mind at all." The 3 women chatted happily, and soon they started talking about raising chickens. "Grandaunt, I see you have raised many chickens in your yard." "Yes, since the weather turned cold, the hens haven't laid eggs as often. Raising them also costs a lot of grain. I think I should sell some. But I have to go to the market, and sometimes I sit there for half a day without selling even 1 or 2 chickens. So, nothing is easy." "Grandaunt, do you want to sell the chickens?" "Yes, I plan to sell some of the less productive hens. Then I can hatch new chicks. But it's hard to sell these chickens." "Grandaunt, how many chickens do you want to sell?" "About 30 or 40. "Oh, during the new year, let's not talk about these sad things. I have a way to help sell your chickens, but about the price? Let me think. If you really want to sell, I can arrange for buyers to come. You can discuss the price later." Wang Yuang was first surprised, then happy. "Girl, this is such good news. If these chickens sell, you will have helped Grandaunt a lot. You don't know, every year at this time I worry. Although the eggs from these chickens help me earn some money, raising them also costs a lot of grain. I know a manager at a restaurant in town. They probably need live chickens. I'll talk to them and ask them to send someone to pick them up." Lu Xiaofeng, who was cooking, turned around and asked, "Girl, you mentioned a restaurant called Manhwa Restaurant. They make really tasty roasted chicken, but it's a bit expensive." "Yes." Wang Yuang looked at Zhang Juexia with a different look. "Girl, what have you been through these past few months that you know the manager of the town's restaurant?" "Grandaunt, don't forget, my husband is a hunter. We often go into the mountains to hunt, and we sell what we catch at the restaurant. Over time, we got to know the manager. Our girl has suffered a lot. I've heard that the mountains are very dangerous. You all go in and out, so be careful." "I know, Grandaunt. Since my husband broke his leg, we haven't dared to go deep into the mountains. We only hunt wild chickens and rabbits outside. That's also why we want to raise chickens, to live a safer life." Wang Yuang strongly agreed. She also asked about Yi Baixiu's leg. Zhang Juexia told the truth. Soon, Wang Yuang prepared a meal with meat, chicken, and eggs. It wasn't served in many dishes, but the amount of food showed the host's sincerity. Zhang Dequan opened the wine brought by Zhang Juexia, which was probably a gift from manager Wan. After opening the jar, Zhang Juexia immediately smelled a rich aroma of wine. Zhang Dequan took a sip and said, "Good wine." De Zhuang and Erzwang also sat at the table, drinking with Yi Baixiu. Lu Xiaofeng and Wang Yuang accompanied Zhang Juexia, encouraging her to eat more. During the meal, Zhang Juexia felt like she was back with her family. Yi Baixiu also felt like a son-in-law visiting his in-laws. Maybe because they drank too much, De Zhuang stood up and said, "Brother-in-law, my sister really has a hard life. If I hear you bullying her, Zhuang, and I won't let you go. Lu Xiaofeng quickly held De Zhuang back, worried he might say something rude and upset Yi Beixiu. Surprisingly, Yi Beixiu also stood up sincerely and said, Juexia is my wife. I will treat her well. My family is good, and I plan to visit my wife's relatives every year. Zhang Dequan, also a bit drunk, agreed. Good, we welcome that. When leaving, Wang Yueying gave them 2 hens to take home and slaughter. Zhang Juexia tried to refuse, but Wang Yueying was too enthusiastic and couldn't be turned down, which attracted some onlookers on the street. Young lady, your aunt gave you these.
Just take them.
During the new year, no need to refuse. Wang Yueying also read the situation. With so many people watching, they decided not to insist. Zhang Juexia had to accept, and Yi Beixiu tied the hens to the back of the cart. In the kitchen, Wang Yueying asked Zhang Juexia if she had visited her family after getting married. Zhang Juexia was stunned and asked which family. Your father Zhang Defu's place. We've cut ties, why go back? Wang Yueying felt both heartache and worry. She was afraid she might bring Zhang Defu over and cause trouble for Zhang Juexia, so she hurriedly helped her onto the cart. Once the chicks hatch, I'll ask De Zhuang and the others to send you a message.
Got it, Andy.
Thank you for your kindness. Yi Beixiu drove the cart onto the road. After drinking so much at the meal, Yi Beixiu felt very thirsty when they reached the village entrance. Your family is so hospitable. I drank so much wine. Want me to drive the cart? Zhang Juexia took the whip from Yi Beixiu and told him to rest in the cart. Yi Beixiu didn't insist and voluntarily swapped places with Zhang Juexia. Next time you drink, you need to know how to refuse. Brother Zhuang said I'm a new son-in-law now. How can I refuse politely? They say you're fat and panting. For my wife, I'm willing to go through fire and water. Zhang Juexia carefully settled Yi Beixiu before preparing to leave. Summer, why didn't you go home when you returned? Why not visit your father? Suddenly asked someone, startling Zhang Juexia. She looked closely and saw a pale and tired Zhang Defu standing in front of her carriage. Juexia, why did you come to the door but not go inside? Do you know I am your real father? Zhang Defu's series of questions made Zhang Juexia feel annoyed. She patted Ahua and said, Be good, let's go over there. Ahua seemed to understand Zhang Juexia's intention, lifted her hoof, and bypassed Zhang Defu, running ahead. No matter how Zhang Defu chased, Zhang Juexia didn't stop until they left Dahuang village and saw no one around. Only then did Zhang Juexia slow down Ahua's pace. Perhaps because they were going too fast, Yi Beixiu, who was already drunk, was tossed around and felt queasy. He yelled at Zhang Juexia to stop the carriage, hurriedly got off, and vomited. Zhang Juexia went to help Yi Beixiu, waited until he felt better, and then prepared to continue their journey. Zhang Defu chased for a long time but couldn't catch up with Zhang Juexia's carriage and had to turn back disappointed. The matter of Zhang Defu's family caused a big fuss. Everyone in the village knew about it. When Zhang Juexia arrived at the Li Zheng family's house, she didn't return to Zhang Defu's home. Soon, the news spread throughout the village. Zhang Defu walked along the road feeling downcast, and someone teased him. Defu, your daughter and son-in-law visited Li Zheng's house but didn't come back to yours. Did you offend them? Zhang Defu grimaced and walked forward numbly. Now look at him. It's all his own fault. He doesn't love his own daughter, but cares more about others' daughters. In the end, it's all for nothing. He's just a big fool, really thinking he's lucky to have his stepdaughter. I heard Li's family has strict rules. If a concubine makes a mistake, she's confined. Before and after the New Year, I didn't see Li's family bring any New Year gifts.
Bah, what gifts?
It's just Tian Kaihong and Zhang Defu being arrogant, thinking their daughter married into a big family. Let me tell you, her maternal family isn't even proper relatives. Zhang Defu, don't just walk away. Stop and chat for a bit. You've been to Li's house. Tell us about how many wives Master Li has so we can see the world a bit. Zhang Defu seemed not to hear the teasing, just walking forward with his head down. When he got home, he lay on the bed feeling exhausted and lost in thought. Tian Kaihong was so angry when she saw his appearance that she pulled back his quilt. Sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep all day. You're useless. Your daughter is holding a lot of things and visiting her great-uncle's house, who is not even related to us, and she doesn't even look at you. How can you still be sleeping? Zhang Difu turned over, not wanting to hear her nag. Since Tian Kaihong didn't respond, her anger grew. Zhang Difu, are you even a person? Did you hear what I said? You're such a useless man. Zhang Difu's eyes reddened as he pointed at the main door of the hall. If you don't want to stay with me anymore, then just leave quickly. Tian Kaihong was stunned and shut her mouth, afraid to speak again. Zhang Difu suddenly stood up like he was crazy, grabbing her by the back of her head and pulling her toward the door. He shouted loudly, "Go. Go quickly. Find your lover if you want. You heartless woman. If it weren't for you, my daughter wouldn't have disowned me."
Bah.
Zhang Difu, you're not even worth peeing on. Look at yourself. You're not a good person either. Zhang Juexia is your biological daughter. If you hadn't approved, I wouldn't dare to bully her. What did you say? Dare to say that again? Zhang Difu tightened his grip around Tian Kaihong's neck, making her gag and cough. Such bad luck. Why did I ever fall for you? Tian Kaihong retorted. It was my mother who was blind and fell for you. Zhang Dongxing suddenly appeared from nowhere. Dad, Mom, can you stop arguing? Get out. None of your business here. Zhang Difu, furious, grabbed a censer from the windowsill and smashed it at Zhang Dongxing's feet, making him cry loudly in fright. If you dare cry, I'll sew your mouth shut. It's New Year's, and you're just as unlucky as your mother. Zhang Dongxing helplessly wiped his tears. Zhang Difu rubbed his eyes and looked carefully at the two of them. That day, he had overheard some words that kept echoing in his mind. Zhang Difu's son looks more and more unlike him. I heard that Tian Kaihong used to have a lover. Is that true? How could it be false? Everyone knows Tian Kaihong had a lover, and Zhang Difu must know about it. When you see his son, look closely. Especially his mouth. He looks more and more like Tian Kaihong's former lover. The speaker chuckled, and then whispered mysteriously. Zhang Difu is truly the biggest fool in our village. He raised someone else's daughter, and now he has a son, who might not even be his own. He's the kind of person who shouldn't be trusted to raise children. After saying this, a few people secretly laughed. Zhang Difu passed by, and they just ignored him. Their words kept echoing in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more headache he had. He couldn't help but reach out to hit Tian Kaihong. Tian Kaihong seemed prepared. She casually grabbed something nearby and threw it at Zhang Difu's head. Seeing blood, Zhang Difu went crazy and kicked Tian Kaihong. Only when she stopped moving did he stop. I told you to live properly and not do anything inappropriate. Why did you do it? You shameless woman. Your words are unreliable, but I still listen to you. Zhang Difu sat on the ground in despair, covering his face and crying loudly. Zhang Dongxing was so frightened he curled up and didn't dare make a sound. After Zhang Difu was tired of crying, he staggered away, saying, I need to find my daughter. I, Zhang Difu, am really a fool. Seeing Zhang Difu leave, Zhang Dongxing finally dared to call out to Tian Kaihong, but no matter how loudly he shouted, she didn't respond. He panicked and ran outside shouting, My father has beaten my mother to death. Someone come quick. He shouted and cried, and the villagers heard the commotion and rushed over. A few elderly women, seeing Tian Kaihong battered and bleeding from her head, scolded Zhang Difu. Dongxing, go find your father. Your mother looks terrible. We should find a doctor to check her. Whenever Zhang Difu was mentioned, Zhang Dongxing shivered and couldn't speak clearly. My father. My father. I don't know where he went. It's truly a tragedy. I saw Zhang Difu just now. I asked the head of the household to find him. There was a woman who was very close to Tian Kaihong. Seeing her battered like this, she felt sorry for her. Kaihong looks like this, and we can't do anything. Maybe we should invite the village doctor to see if she can send a message to her daughter. If we don't call the doctor, she might not make it. When Zhang Dequan heard someone say that Zhang Difu was about to beat Tian Kaihong to death, he was so angry he clenched his teeth. He's quite capable. Quickly find someone to bring him back. It's the new year, and he's causing trouble. And that Tian Kaihong, she brought this on herself. She's always doing nothing proper, and their family keeps losing court cases. Although Zhang Dequan was upset inside, he still asked someone to fetch the doctor, and also had Zhang Difu stopped and brought back home. He didn't want to cause trouble during the new year, especially since someone had died in Dahu village. If word got out, he, as the village chief, would lose face. The doctor prescribed medicine for Tian Kaihong and warned him kindly, implying that he must not hit her again. Saving her this time was already lucky. He couldn't guarantee she would survive another incident. After the doctor left, Zhang Dequan scolded Zhang Difu again. Zhang Difu kept saying he wanted to find his daughter. Zhang Dequan sneered, "You only care now that your daughter is doing well. I tell you it's too late. Why didn't you do something earlier? When you let your wife bully the child, you should have thought about this day." Zhang Difu was awakened by the scolding. "Brother, is my daughter doing well? Your daughter? Asking me that is a joke." Zhang Dequan then warned him, "If you dare to hit Tian Kaihong again, you'd better think carefully. I tell you, if someone in our village gets hurt because of you, I will personally decide to kick you out." Zhang Difu had always been afraid of Zhang Dequan, so he nodded obediently. Zhang Dequan cursed as he left. Kind neighbors also took the medicine from the doctor, but when they called Zhang Difu, he didn't respond. Zhang Dongxing shakily took the medicine, saying, "Uncle, once my mother wakes up, I'll send the money to you." "Thank you so much." The man sighed, gave some advice to Zhang Dongsheng, shook his head, and left. Zhang Dongsheng went to the kitchen to prepare medicine for Tian Kaihong. He was also pitiful. Before his two sisters got married, he was the young master of the family. But now, he had become a neglected, unasked-for orphan. The contrast was hard for anyone to bear. Zhang Dongsheng felt wronged. When he lit the fire, he accidentally burned his hand and started crying from the pain. Zhang Difu impatiently scolded, "Stop crying. If you cry again, you'll be kicked out of this house." Frightened, Zhang Dongsheng quickly stopped crying and clumsily prepared the medicine. Zhang Jiexia, who didn't know what was happening in the Zhang family, was busy driving a cart and talking with Yi Beixiu, worried he might be unwell. "Wife, being a new daughter-in-law really doesn't feel good. Next time they offer wine, I won't drink a single drop," she said. Thinking about how Dazhuang and Erzwang had asked for wine earlier that morning, she couldn't help but smile. "It seems you won't have a choice in this matter. If they invite us to Uncle's house again and offer food, we won't eat it. I don't like the feeling of being drunk. They made you drink just because they wanted you to, without showing any courtesy. Do you know? In this situation, they thought you hadn't drunk enough, so they kept pouring more wine until you collapsed. That's enough, my wife. I have a terrible headache and want to sleep. Go ahead and sleep. I'll call you when we get home. Be careful when you're driving the cart." Soon, there was no more movement in the cart. Zhang Juexia knew that Yi Beixiu was truly exhausted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden inside the cart to sleep while she was driving. When they got home, Yi Beixiu lay in bed and fell asleep. It wasn't until the next day, after the sun had risen high, that he groggily woke up. "Wife, did I embarrass myself yesterday?" "No, it's nothing."
Sorry about that.
"I drank too much by accident and I made you tired." Yi Beixiu shook his head, feeling still dizzy and unsteady. Lu Mingdao reached out to check his pulse. "Drink more water. Your body is fine." Yi Beixiu wanted to go work in the back mountain, but Zhang Juexia stopped him, telling him to rest for a day first. Yi Beixiu listened and obediently stayed in bed to continue sleeping. Zhang Juexia looked outside and saw the weather was nice, so he went to the back mountain to see Qin Eryong and Lu Wanfeng working. They were fertilizing the wheat and greeted Zhang Juexia when they saw him. Qin Eryong, with a mischievous smile, asked, "Sister-in-law, did Brother Beixiu drink too much yesterday? You're quite quick with the news. He didn't come out today, so I guess he drank too much." Sister-in-law, when a man goes back to his in-laws, he usually drinks a lot. When I was in 8th grade, I went to my in-laws' house with my wife, and my eldest brother-in-law and younger brother-in-law got me so drunk I couldn't stand it. Li Yulan hurried over, pointing at Chin Er-young. It's obviously you craving wine, but you say someone else forced you. Seeing Li Yulan, Chin Er-young immediately became honest and lowered his head to work seriously. Zhang Juexia smiled and asked Li Yulan, "Why did you come here?" "Sister-in-law, I wanted to learn some needle techniques because I didn't understand them well. When I heard your voices, I came up to find my master. The mountain is windy. Let's go down." Li Yulan turned back and glared at Chin Er-young. "Work hard and don't slack off." Lu Wanfeng was single and didn't understand the joy of couples teasing each other. He looked ahead, then turned to look at Chin Er-young. "Er-young, your wife is so fierce." Chin Er-young jumped up in surprise. "My wife isn't fierce at all. She's the best person in the world." Lu Wanfeng was amazed and opened his mouth wide. "Er-young, if your wife is like that and not fierce, then when she gets angry, isn't she more powerful than a mother tiger?" "Lu Wanfeng, if you can't speak, then don't speak. No wonder you're still single at your age. The problem lies in your mouth. I prefer being single. You don't need to interfere. Besides, getting married has nothing to do with your mouth. Fool, think about it slowly. I'm going to work on that piece of land." Lu Wanfeng was still standing there, dazed, and couldn't help but touch his mouth again. Li Yulan learned that Yi Baixiu had drunk too much and was resting in his room, speaking softly. She and Song Yusher had been studying in the backyard for a long time and finally understood. Then she gathered her courage and said, "Master, come to my house for a meal. I'll ask my sister-in-law to join us." Song Yu didn't want to join the gathering, worried someone might accidentally reveal her whereabouts. But she also didn't want to refuse Li Yulan's kind invitation. Only Zhang Juexia knew about Song Yu's situation. No one else did. Li Yulan was worried and only dared to talk to Zhang Juexia about it. "How about this? I'll ask Juexia later. If she agrees, I'll go. Is that okay?" Li Yulan was nervous. She felt she had been too abrupt. Since Song Yu was staying at Zhang Juexia's house, she shouldn't go directly to her. "Master, I'll ask my sister-in-law now. If she agrees, you shouldn't refuse." Zhang Juexia was in the kitchen preparing lunch. When Li Yulan entered, she was drawn by the aroma. "Sister-in-law, no wonder Er-young has gained weight these days. Your cooking is so oily." "Nonsense. He's only been eating at my house for a few days. Besides, they do physical work. How can they work hard without good food?" "Sister-in-law, you're the best person in the world."
Stop it.
"If your husband hears that, he won't be happy. You're the best in his eyes." "Sister-in-law, I've cooked plenty today. Stay and eat with us. Tell me, what do you want?" "You've noticed that too." Li Yulan explained her plan for Zhang Juexia and Song Yu to come to her house for a meal. Zhang Juexia knew that Granny Qin was a chatterbox. If she accidentally let something slip, it could cause trouble for Song Yu. "I only want to invite master and sister-in-law while my mother-in-law and grandmother are not home. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to cause trouble." Granny Qin's mouth is hard to control, and if she talks too much, everyone will get upset and the meal won't be worth it. "Where did they go?" "My mother-in-law went back to her family, saying my grandmother isn't feeling well and she's staying to take care of her for a few days. My grandmother went to my aunt's house, which is in Jinlong town. She said there was a temple fair. Since my grandmother loves listening to opera, she decided to stay there." Zhang Juexia was thinking that Qin Pozi also enjoyed this hobby, but she probably took her love for opera too seriously. "Are there any other people?" "No, I didn't count even Chin Er-young. Anyway, he has to work at his sister-in-law's house. It's just the three of us. Usually, you and the master take good care of me, so I want to show my appreciation." "That's settled." Li Yulan smiled happily and thanked Zhang Juexia. "I'll tell the master in the backyard. The date is set for tomorrow. Hurry back and help me cook."
Got it, sister-in-law.
During lunch, with Li Yulan's help, cooking was faster. The men ate in the main hall, while the women sat in the kitchen, eating and chatting. Li Yulan was eating and asking Zhang Juexia how to make the dishes. Song Yu told her if you want to learn embroidery, you must protect your hands. As your skills improve, fabric becomes more precious, so you can't be rough with your hands. Otherwise, you won't earn much money, and you'll feel uncomfortable inside. Understood, Master. It's just these days, only me and Young are at home. I do the cooking, but normally I don't need to cook. Zhang Juexia also advised Li Yulan, you should also explain to Qin Young about protecting your hands. Otherwise, one day, you might argue over this and cause a rift between you two.
Li Yulan patet her chest.
Don't worry, I already talked to Qin Young about it. With his support, no one at home will make me do rough work. Besides, I also give back part of the money I earn. No one can say anything about it.
Song Yu sighed.
I didn't understand this simple thing back then. Why didn't I think of using money to persuade them? But those ungrateful wolves, if I had given my life to them, they wouldn't be satisfied. Jean Jie called out pitifully from the side, and Song Yu stopped talking. She forced a smile. My good days are just beginning. Let's forget the worries of the past. Zhang Juexia also served them some vegetables. She remembered the fruit wine that manager Yao sent and brought over a jar. Today, we won't go home drunk. The fruit wine was sweet and tasted like water, but it had a strong aftereffect. The three women all turned slightly red, especially Zhang Juexia. She touched her cheek and found it was hot. Her head was a bit dizzy. She wasn't sure when Li Yulan and Song Yu left. After lunch, Yi Beixiu felt energized and went to work in the back mountain with Qin Young. When night fell, he returned to find the room dark and silent, with no sign of movement. He felt a strange sense of panic and quickly took a few steps forward, pushed open the door, and saw Zhang Juexia sleeping soundly. Wife, wake up, Yi Beixiu called several times but couldn't rouse her. He stepped closer, patted her gently, and touched her forehead, which was not hot. Wife, be good, get up and drink some water. Zhang Juexia was pulled up forcibly by Yi Beixiu. Drink some water, then lay back down. I'm sleepy, don't bother me.
Who are you?
She mumbled vaguely, her words unclear. I'm going to sleep now, don't bother me. I tell you, sister, I'm not someone to mess with. She gestured with her hand, turned over, and fell asleep again. Yi Beixiu noticed a faint smell of alcohol on her breath. He went to the kitchen to check and said, Wow, how much fruit wine did she drink? He knocked on Lu Mingda's door to ask if there was an antidote for drunkenness. Lu Mingda was annoyed, thinking it was important enough to drink so much, but no one told him. He replied irritably, I don't know anything about that. I've never drunk too much. Aren't you a doctor? Yi Beixiu asked. A doctor can cure all diseases? Just give her some water, and it's fine. Honestly, if you can't handle your drinks, what's the point? Yi Beixiu listened and coaxed Zhang Juexia to drink plenty of water. She watched him under the light, reached out to touch his face, and said, You're quite handsome, little guy. Come on, call me sister.
Sister loves you.
Then she pulled Yi Beixiu into her arms and kissed him. Not bad, you're just my type. She adjusted his head and said, Such a handsome guy. I've really enjoyed the view today. She also touched his nose and said, Tell me, which kind of fairy or god sent this handsome guy to me? So eye-catching. She patted his head and asked, Why is your hair so long? I know, you must be a fairy. That's great. Zhang Juexia giggled and soon started crying. It must be that the fairy feels sorry for me and sent such a handsome guy to keep me company. Tell me, are you here to keep me company? Yi Beixiu felt warm from Zhang Juexia's teasing, but he didn't want to take advantage of her drunken state. So he carefully comforted her, waiting until she fell asleep again before he dared to sleep himself. Early the next morning, Zhang Juexia woke up very early. As soon as it was just dawn, she sat up. Where am I? Yi Beixiu heard the noise and sat up. My wife, did you have another nightmare? After seeing Yi Beixiu's face clearly, Zhang Juexia lay back down. I feel so dizzy, she said. I'll go call Dr. Lu. Lu Mingda was brought by Yi Beixiu. Reluctantly, he checked Zhang Juexia's pulse. Nothing serious, feeling dizzy after drinking is normal.
I'm drunk.
Zhang Juexia looked at Lu Mingda in disbelief.
You can't ask me about that.
You should ask your husband. Lu Mingda left, and Zhang Juexia, still curious, asked Yi Baixiu, did I do something wrong? Thinking of her behavior yesterday, Yi Baixiu found it funny. You didn't do much, just talked more than usual.
Then?
Zhang Juexia, annoyed, patted her forehead. It's over. I really lost face. Yi Baixiu patted his chest confidently. Wife, even though you were a bit unusual yesterday, I promise no one else saw it. Only I did. Now you can rest assured. Zhang Juexia covered her head with the quilt. Rest assured? You're sure you'll just laugh at me? No, I won't, wife. I love you, and wouldn't laugh at you. I love you so much I can't even keep up. Your mouth is getting more and more unruly. As long as you like it. They exchanged sweet words. Yi Baixiu helped Zhang Juexia get up and go eat. After eating, Zhang Juexia took a walk in the yard and felt her headache was easing. Hearing this, Yi Baixiu happily jumped up. Baixiu, did something good happen? You look so happy. Zhang Wei and Lu Chang came in carrying gifts. Yi Baixiu quickly let go of Zhang Juexia's hand and looked surprised. Elders, why are you both here? We just finished resting and thought your place was good for drinking, so we rode over. Don't we get a warm welcome? No, I was just asking. I should be the one visiting you in town. There's no need for so many reasons. We're brothers. Don't take it the wrong way. Juexia, could you please prepare some dishes for us? We won't leave until we're drunk. Having experienced drunkenness himself, Zhang Juexia felt goosebumps when hearing won't leave until drunk. Lu Chang noticed her discomfort and stopped teasing her. Juexia, thank you for your trouble with the cooking later. Zhang Wei and Lu Chang also brought playing cards. Lu Mingda, who disliked dealing with officials, had long since disappeared. Gong Chao wanted to play, but he didn't have the courage. If Lu Mingda found out he was playing cards, he might be punished harshly. Yi Baixiu had to send Gong Chao to the back mountain to call Qin Er-yong to come and keep him company. Brother Baixiu, since you called Brother Er-yong back, isn't only Brother Wanfeng left on the mountain? Why not let both of them come back? You need to explain the situation clearly. If he's willing to come down, let him. If not, don't force him. Just follow his wishes. Yi Baixiu knew Lu Wanfeng's personality. He liked quiet and disliked noise. He guessed it was very unlikely Lu Wanfeng would come down. As he expected, Qin Er-yong carried his tools and came down the mountain. Zhang Juexia stopped him, told him to clean up first, go home, and inform Li Yulan that guests had arrived, so she might not be able to come to dinner. Qin Er-yong understood and quickly headed home. When he returned, panting, Zhang Juexia specifically reminded him that the visitors were officials and to speak carefully.
Qin Er-yong nodded repeatedly.
Seeing his nervousness, Zhang Juexia said, Don't be nervous. Officials are just people. Once inside, follow Brother Baixiu and act friendly. Just don't talk nonsense. Qin Er-yong's ability to read people was indeed good. Soon, he heard cheerful sounds from inside the house. Zhang Juexia started cooking in the kitchen. She thought, since the new year just passed, she couldn't have big meat dishes like last time. She needed to cook more dishes, especially since Zhang Wei and Lu Chang had helped a lot last time. Although they gave gifts before, they had returned the favor voluntarily, so she needed to pay attention. She slaughtered a chicken given by Wang Yueying, and Gong Chao helped clean it. After hearing the noise, Song Yu came to help in the kitchen but was sent out by Zhang Juexia. They are officials from the town. You've just finished the quiet days, so don't show up and cause trouble. Song Yu didn't dare to take risks and felt she couldn't help much. She hesitated about whether to stay, but was pushed to the backyard by Zhang Juexia. Sister Song, I don't want my home to be disturbed by visitors. Song Yu had no choice but to go to the backyard helplessly. Suddenly, Zhang Juexia felt like cooking. She planned her menu: braised pork ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Then she found some vegetables dried in the summer to make dry bean curd with meat and mushroom chicken stew. She counted only 4 dishes, which seemed a bit few. Looking up, she saw her garlic sprouts were ready to eat. She took scissors and cut some, planning to make scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts. Then she would make stir-fried pork with wood ear mushrooms to make 6 dishes in total. Using 2 pots, Zhang Juexia efficiently finished cooking. Once they brought the food to the table, the aroma attracted everyone. They threw away their cards and came over. Yi Beixiu took out wine, and Qin Eryong skillfully poured drinks for Zhang Wei and Lu Chang. The 4 of them started eating and drinking happily. The other dishes were left for Zhang Juexia to enjoy. Lu Mingda was eating Zhang Juexia's cooking and kept praising how good the food was, saying it was a shame that only 2 officials got to eat such delicious meals. Dr. Lu, you're supposed to help save lives, not be so vengeful. Can't you be a bit more kind? I just can't stand them. They're all over the place and not doing proper work, Lu Mingda replied. His dislike for the officials made Zhang Juexia think quickly. Perhaps he had offended someone from the government. That would explain why he had been hiding for so long. She felt sorry for Lu Mingda. If his whereabouts were ever exposed, he might be in serious trouble. She looked at him and then picked up a rib, placing it in his bowl. Dr. Lu, eat more. Lu Mingda was surprised. Usually, Zhang Juexia's good food was too much for him, and she told him to save some for others. Today, she was acting strangely, very unusual. The food smelled so good that Lu Mingda ate without noticing Zhang Juexia's strange expression. Next to him, Song Yu saw her acting odd and gently nudged her. Zhang Juexia finally snapped out of it. When Zhang Wei and Lu Chang left, it was already dark. Yi Beixiu was worried about the mountain road and wanted to let them stay. But they refused to stay overnight and quickly mounted their horses, disappearing in no time. Yi Beixiu closed the door carefully and silently went inside. Zhang Juexia sensed something was wrong. What's on your mind?
She asked.
Yi Beixiu shook his head. You do have something on your mind. Tell me, what is it? Yi Beixiu hesitated, then said, I think Zhang Wei and Lu Chang are acting strange. It doesn't seem like they're here just to eat. It feels like they're trying to gather information. Zhang Juexia thought of Lu Mingda and became alert. How do you know they're just asking questions? Because they asked about our business in town, whether we're working with the Li family, and if I know the magistrate. What did you say? I told them the truth about our business and said I didn't know the magistrate since he's a high official and I'm just a mountain person. Did they ask anything else? No, but when they found out we do business with the Li family, they became a lot more friendly and eager. If their previous relationship was a 5, now their enthusiasm should be a 9. Zhang Juexia thought that as long as they weren't probing into Lu Mingda's affairs, it wasn't a big deal, so he shared his thoughts. Actually, this is normal. In the past, we really were just people from the mountains and countryside. But now, since we've connected with the Li family, we're backed by a big tree. Of course, they'll treat us warmly. You didn't tell them what kind of business we're doing with the Li family.
No.
Did they ask? No, they didn't ask. Think about it. Those people are clever. They work in the government office every day. They know what to say and what not to say. Yi Beixiu's words made Zhang Juexia feel he had improved a lot, and he praised him. Flushed with a compliment, Yi Beixiu shyly lowered his head. It's mainly because my wife teaches me well. When our business picks up, I don't want you to work so hard alone. I need to learn to share the burden. Yi Beixiu remembered there was something important he hadn't told Zhang Juexia. Big brother Zhang, tomorrow I'll go with you to meet the tenants and let them see the landlord. Go ahead. I was thinking about that myself. Perfect. I'll go with you to the Li family to pay our New Year's greetings. We'll also meet the tenants of the 10 acres of land we bought later. With my wife accompanying me, I won't be nervous. Thinking about it, this is my first time doing such a thing, so I'm a bit nervous. Zhang Juexia patted him. You'll get used to it after the first time. The more you do it, the easier it will be. You'll have plenty of chances to be a landlord in the future.
Yi Beixiu similet.
I'll listen to my wife. I want to get used to it sooner. Since they had something to do tomorrow, they didn't exercise at night and went to bed early. The next morning, snowflakes drifted from the sky. Zhang Juexia asked Lu Mingda to watch the weather and see if the snow would get heavier. After observing for a while, Lu Mingda told Zhang Juexia, the snow isn't falling heavily. You can go ahead, without worry. Good snow is a sign of a good harvest, so it's a good omen. Yi Baixiu quickly prepared the horse carriage and took Zhang Juexia on the road. First, they went to the Li residence to pay New Year's greetings to Qian Yulin. Zhang Juexia always felt that visiting so late was a bit unusual, but Yi Baixiu told her that as long as it was before the 15th, it was still the new year. They stood at the gate. The gatekeeper recognized Zhang Juexia and hurried to greet them. Miss Zhang, Mr. Yi, Happy New Year. The gatekeeper's way of addressing them was quite amusing, but since he wasn't their servant, Zhang Juexia couldn't say anything. She looked at Yi Baixiu, who appeared calm, and saw him take out a well-sealed red envelope to give to the gatekeeper. Happy New Year. The gatekeeper was overjoyed. Please wait at the gatehouse. I'll report this right away. The household servants quickly disappeared. Why can they go in, but I can't? Your Gramley family looks down on people like this. Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu hadn't even stabilized at the gate when they heard the noise outside. There's a reason they can go in. I'm telling you, smart people should leave quickly. I'm actually your 8th aunt's neighbor. I really have urgent business with her. Please be kind and help me pass a message, okay? This is a matter of life and death. It's not that I won't inform you. Before the new year, the authorities said no one from the aunt's family is allowed to leave. Especially the 8th aunt, who is pregnant, can't see outsiders to avoid upsetting the baby. What should I do now? Hearing about the 8th aunt and life and death matters, Zhang Juexia became curious. She peeked outside. Big girl, it's really you. The woman causing the trouble seemed to see a savior. She pushed past the guards and ran to Zhang Juexia, grabbing her sleeve. This move frightened Zhang Juexia. She stepped back, but luckily Yi Baixiu caught her from behind, or she might have fallen. The woman was excited and shouted, Big girl, I'm from the Desui family, Aunt Xiuzhen. The guards had already caught the woman, who struggled and begged Zhang Juexia to help her. Zhang Juexia looked closely and recognized her. She told the guards to let her go. You're here to see Zhang Qiuyue? What happened at home? I knew your heart wasn't so cold. Things at home aren't really that bad. Well, it's not a big deal. Your father and mother argued, and he hit her. This time he was too rough, and she can't get out of bed. You know, I usually get along well with your mother. When I visited her, she asked me to send a message to you at the Li family, asking you to come home. But I didn't expect the rules at the Li family to be so strict. I couldn't see her or even deliver a message. Big girl, your mother is really in a bad way. I know these people and you seem familiar. Maybe you can send a message to Qiuyue. The woman kept talking on, spitting as she spoke. Her behavior made Zhang Juexia realize who she was. Anyone friends with Tian Kaihong couldn't have a kind heart. And Tian Saihong's life or death had nothing to do with her. Especially this woman, calling her mother repeatedly, made Zhang Juexia feel disgusted. She impatiently interrupted the woman's words, saying, Since you know that the Li family has strict rules, you should leave quickly. Zhang Qiuyue is carrying the child of old Master Li. If something happens, can you really take responsibility? Zhang Juexia gave a signal to the servant, meaning they should quickly carry this person away. The servant understood and called the housekeeper, who, with some intimidation, chased the woman out. Clearly frightened, she looked back unwillingly, hoping Zhang Juexia would help her. Unfortunately, Zhang Juexia gave no sign and simply walked inside. Qian Yulin was already waiting outside the courtyard gate. Seeing Zhang Juexia, she didn't bother with formalities but took her by the hand and led her into the living room. You're still being polite to me. My red envelope was prepared long ago, just waiting for you and your husband to come. Too many things at home are delaying us. Don't use your busy schedule to avoid me. You think I can't tell through your words. I mainly worry that you're too busy during the New Year period, so I didn't want to bother you. Before the holiday, my husband and I already wished you a Happy New Year. We thought we'd come a few days later to visit Annie, and she probably wouldn't mind. Hearing this, Zhang Juexia's words were pleasant to listen to. In the end, she had been annoyed with her, but after hearing this, she understood. No wonder everyone said that the young lady was like a caring little quilt. Those words weren't false at all. Qian Yulin signaled Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu to sit down, and the servants brought tea. Qian Yulin picked up her cup and took a sip. I just heard some noise outside earlier, like a commotion. Did anything happen when you entered the house? Zhang Jiexia knew she wouldn't say anything about this. If Qian Yulin wanted to know, she could find out in less than a cup of tea. So she honestly told her about what she encountered outside. Qian Yulin lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. Lao Mao Mao, tell the people below that today's incident outside the door must not be mentioned to 8th aunt. Her baby is the most important now. If the news gets out, she will be kicked out of the Li family. Her words, measured but firm, made the servants outside shiver. Leaving the Li family meant losing their jobs. They would never do such a thing no matter what. Lao Mao Mao respectfully bowed and left. After she left, Qian Yulin smiled and said, "Our family matters have become a joke for you." Zhang Jiexia responded with a gentle smile. Qian Yulin patted her head. "We were so busy talking that I forgot the main thing." Qian Yulin quickly brought in a girl with a tray and took 2 red envelopes, giving them to Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu. They respectfully accepted the envelopes. Qian Yulin waved her hand, inviting them to sit down. "I have another big gift for you," she said. She picked up a hand-drawn booklet and gestured for Zhang Jiexia to look. Zhang Jiexia picked it up and flipped through it, looking at the beautifully made pouches, and couldn't put it down. "Madam, what's this? Do you like it?" Zhang Jiexia nodded quickly. Although she was modern and experienced, these pouches were very creative and suited current tastes. "I like it, madam. Who made this booklet?"
You don't need to ask.
"Just know that from now on, this booklet belongs to you." "Really? Don't refuse yet. I haven't finished." "The shop in town. I guess you want to do a profitable business, right? Your family's workshop. Do you want to expand?" Zhang Jiexia looked at Qian Yulin in surprise. Qian Yulin smiled. "Don't find it strange. Remember, I have a close relationship with Manager Yao. She's very reserved, but even if she doesn't tell you, I can find out these things easily." Zhang Jiexia stood up and sincerely thanked Qian Yulin. "Thank you for the booklet, madam, but this gift is quite valuable." "Stop thanking me. If anyone should thank someone, it's the Li family. Sit down. I haven't finished talking. Can you make the styles shown in this booklet?" Zhang Jiexia dared not answer rashly and lowered her head to look at the booklet again. Qian Yulin and Yi Beixiu also held still, afraid to disturb her. "I can make them." Zhang Jiexia closed the booklet confidently.
Good.
"Then I haven't wasted my effort. Before the new year, I sent someone to buy a few pouches for Manager Yao. When I visited my family, I used them as gifts. Unexpectedly, my sister-in-law noticed them. She said, although they're clever, the styles are unique. As we talked, it turned to business. I told her these pouches were made by you. She asked more questions and quietly had someone improve them based on your designs, even making a booklet. Your sister-in-law must be a clever person." "Indeed, she's very sharp. She also highly praises you." Zhang Jiexia smiled shyly. "If you make these pouches every month according to the styles in this booklet, your workshop could produce 1,000 pouches." Zhang Jiexia looked at Qian Yulin in surprise. "This? Yes, I managed to arrange a deal for you. My sister-in-law runs embroidery shops, but she's just a middleman, not an embroiderer herself. She operates shops in various towns and some busy counties, so there's a high demand. She wants you to follow these picture books, make a few of each design, and produce a total of 1,000 pieces. That will be enough for her to supply each shop. She provides the fabric because she's in this line of business and can buy fabric cheaper than us. She will pay you 120 coins per bag for processing. If the bags sell well, she might increase the order." Zhang Jiexia didn't rush to agree. She thought to herself, "Annie, can I sell the bags with these designs from the booklet?" "Of course, why not? I already asked about this. These designs are based on the bags you make, with some small changes," Qian Yulin replied. Then she took out the signed contract she had prepared. "My sister-in-law had someone write this up. I've already checked it for you. Take a look first. I want to tell you, don't doubt this opportunity or think it's too good to be true." "I've actually been wondering about that," Zhang Jiexia said with a smile.
Don't worry about it.
"There are no tricks here." Just like when you helped us with the canned food business. Everything is honest. My sister-in-law said this. The work has to be done by someone, so it's better to give it to someone who knows how to do it, and she's already seen good results. Zhang Juexia patiently read the contract. She looked at Yi Baixiu, unsure if they would agree to the deal. I've made everything clear, so just sign it. Don't feel like you owe me anything. As I said, if we weren't destined to work together, I wouldn't have helped you get this deal. Zhang Juexia thought she shouldn't be too proud. She simply signed her name. That's right. Tomorrow I'll send someone to the town to deliver the message, and they'll bring the fabric quickly. You can go home and prepare. After 15 days, we'll start. Qian Yulin helped Zhang Juexia make arrangements, which made her feel warm inside. She bowed slightly. Thank you, Auntie. Qian Yulin helped her up. It's all about mutual understanding. Yingyue is like my own daughter. Since you're helping her, we'll do our best to help you too. Zhang Juexia suddenly remembered her other reason for coming. Auntie, we bought land earlier this year and want to see the tenants. What are the rules? Just have Li Zhong take you to the government office, said Qian Yulin. Qian Yulin wanted to keep her for a meal, but Zhang Juexia was worried about meeting the tenants and didn't want Zhang Wei to wait anxiously. She explained her reason and said goodbye to Qian Yulin. Qian Yulin didn't insist and only reminded her to inform her when the shop opened. She also asked for her exact address. When the cloth delivery person arrived, they would deliver directly to her home. After leaving the Li residence, Zhang Juexia clutched the signed contract in her hand, feeling like she was dreaming.
Husband, pinch me, she said.
Yi Baixiu hesitated, but didn't want to hurt her. My wife, I can testify that this is real. You should get in the car quickly. The snow has stopped and turned to light rain, and it's very cold. Li Zhong had been waiting at the gate for a while. Seeing Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu, they exchanged greetings and asked about each other's well-being. He then led the way to the government office. In the carriage, Zhang Juexia was thinking about the purse designs. The embroidery on them wasn't much, but there was some. Even if she raised the price to 40 coins each, she would still earn 80 coins per purse. For 1,000 purses, that would be 80 taels of silver. If she did well that year, it could be 1,000 taels. Her heart trembled at the thought. Yi Baixiu, driving the carriage, felt very happy. His wife's small idea had led to a big business. But it was just the beginning. He couldn't even imagine what the future would hold. He couldn't help but smile. Wife, from now on, any work around the house that involves effort, just give it to me. You just focus on managing the family business, he said. Business doesn't seem that complicated. Maybe I should just lie down and do nothing, she joked. Lying down means doing nothing? He asked. Yes, she replied. If you don't want to work, I'll do it, he said. Are you willing?
Of course, I want to.
My good days started when I married you. I'm happy to share more chores with you. As long as you're happy, I'll do anything, he said sweetly, making Zhang Juexia feel very happy. When they arrived at the government office, the guards saw Li Zhong and politely let them in. Lu Chong saw Li Zhong and went to greet him, but when he saw the people behind, he asked, Brother Baixiu, what are you guys doing here? Li Zhong asked Lu Chong, do you know them? Not just know them, we're quite familiar, Lu Chong replied. That's great news. I don't need to say much more. Young Master Biao, about buying the land before the new year, I'll need you to take Mr. Yi and Miss Zhang to meet the tenants. Lu Chong was not surprised and replied with a smile, this is my task to handle. It's only right that I take them to meet the tenants. Housekeeper Li, please kindly speak well of me to my aunt later. Li Zhong's words were very careful. I am just a servant, so I have no right to comment on my master's affairs. But whether this goes well or not, the lady will find out sooner or later. Lu Chong smiled. Thanks for your advice, Housekeeper Li. Brother Baixiu and I are friends, so I will pay more attention to this matter. Then I won't bother you anymore. There's a lot to do at the estate, and I need to handle it all, Li Zhong said, bowing and then getting into the carriage. Lu Chong watched his carriage leave before turning to talk with Zhang Juexia and the others. Brother Baixiu, Miss Second Sister, I didn't expect you to be so close to my Aunt Lu, Lu Chong said, surprised and a little envious. How did you meet her? Just some chance encounters, Zhang Juexia replied briefly, ending Lu Chang's curiosity. Zhang Wei also came out of the house. We're just waiting for you. Today, Lu Chang and I are on duty. After we finish this, we want to go home quickly. Let's go then. Yi Beixiu offered them seats in the carriage, then turned back toward the fields. Inside the carriage, Zhang Wei was very emotional. I didn't expect Miss Second Sister, you, and the Li family to be so close. Usually, Madame Li doesn't pay much attention to small matters like this. Today, she specifically sent Li Zhong to bring you, which shows she values this matter. Lu Chang nodded. That's how my aunt is. She doesn't bother with us minor officials. Zhang Juexia pretended not to know Zhang Yulin well. Big brother Lu, is Madame Li's temper really that bad? Lu Chang was stunned, unsure how to answer. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Juexia. You two aren't very familiar with Madame Li? Brothers, I've never lied. I haven't known Madame Li long, and we're not very close. That's strange. My cousin's family affairs are all decided by his wife. Besides being a bit greedy, my cousin listens to her. It's a bit absurd, but her family's matters are really decided by her. Her brothers are powerful and hold official positions in the capital, Lu Chang said. When he said this, Zhang Juexia couldn't help but ask, where is Madame Li's family from? Are they even more powerful than the Li family? Let's put it this way. When my maternal aunt married my maternal uncle, the two families were quite equal. But now my aunt's family, the Qian family, is clearly wealthier than the Li family. My aunt's brother holds a high official position in the court, while the Li family's brothers are only minor officials in the capital, not very influential. Lu Chang also mentioned some things about Qian Yulin. When Zhang Juexia found out she was born a commoner daughter, she almost hit her head in surprise. There's nothing to be so surprised about. The Qian family is a well-known noble family. Her brother, who is an official in the capital, is also a commoner son, just like my aunt's brother, who is a full sibling. That's one reason my uncle listens to my aunt. After all, they have a powerful brother. Because of this connection, the Qian family's business has been growing bigger and bigger. Zhang Juexia felt more and more that she had been careless. Why didn't she think to find out about the Qian family? But then she realized that with her current skills, she probably couldn't find out anything anyway. While she was lost in thought, she heard Yi Beixiu shout loudly outside, "We're here." With Yi Beixiu's help, Zhang Juexia quickly got off the carriage. Zhang Wei and Lu Chang led the way ahead. Zhang Wei looked at the large piece of land before him and couldn't help but marvel. Luckily, you two acted decisively back then. Look at how well these two plots of land connect. The tenants, who had probably been notified, were waiting nearby. When they saw the newcomers approaching, they quickly moved forward. An elderly man, likely the oldest among them, led the group in greeting. The officials are here. Zhang Wei nodded and then introduced, your new landlord and his wife. From now on, just pay your rent to them. He then pulled Yi Beixiu forward. The tenants greeted Yi Beixiu, calling him master and madam. Yi Beixiu was nervous for the first time facing such a situation. His Adam's apple bobbed, but Zhang Juexia gave him an encouraging look. Only then did he step forward and bow to the tenants. After introductions, Yi Beixiu told them that the rent would stay the same as before. They could farm the land however they wanted. The people were very happy and praised Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia as good people. Zhang Wei waved his hand and dismissed everyone, saying, the new landlord has met you all. As for how to farm this land, your landlord has no specific requirements. As long as you harvest more grain, your yield will be better. Come back here in 2 hours to sign the lease with your landlord. You haven't had enough time to leave yet. After the tenants left, Zhang Wei directed Yi Beixiu to find a scholar to help write a few lease agreements. They waited for the tenants to sign the contracts according to the time. Zhang Wei and Lu Chang then accompanied Yi Beixiu to sign the agreements before going about their own business. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu, with the tenants' company, looked over the farmland before preparing to go home. Yi Beixiu felt happy and said, my wife, being a landlord, feels really good. I just wonder how the harvest will turn out. Zhang Juexia was also thinking about this. Neither of us has farmed before, and we don't know the tenant's character. If they report 300 gene of grain when they actually harvest 500, we'll be the ones losing out. But this is easy to handle. This year, we also planted grain. I just checked around and found that the land away from the mountains is good. The harvest they get will be more than ours, but not less, Yi Baixiu said, which reassured Zhang Juexia. Anyway, we signed a 1-year contract with them. If they're not honest, we can just replace them. Yes, I agree with my wife, he replied. When they got home, Yi Baixiu's clothes were wet. Zhang Juexia heated some water for him to wash and changed him into dry clothes. The two sat on the kong, a traditional bed, and started thinking about embroidery work. Lu Hong had been peeking in several times, hoping the former tenants would come and tell him who bought his land. Although the money he received was life-saving, he hated the buyer even more. He felt the buyer took advantage of him. When Lu Hong grew impatient, the buyer finally arrived. His name was Lu Shunzi, Lu Hong's relative, who had been renting the land for a long time. Hearing that the land had a new owner made him uneasy. Lu Hong asked him, "Did you see that person?" "Yes, I saw him," Lu Shunzi replied. Lu Hong waited for more, but Lu Shunzi just sat there silently. Frustrated, Lu Hong glared at him. "Why are you so clueless? Say something." Lu Shunzi, flattering, stretched out his hand. "Uncle, your family is big, but I'm just a nephew. If the new owner finds out I came here and I'm not allowed to farm the land anymore, my whole family will be in trouble." Lu Hong was so angry his teeth ached. He rummaged through his clothes, took out 2 copper coins, and placed them on the table. "I've been through a lot, and life is getting worse." Lu Shunzi looked at the coins and almost spat blood. He stood up to leave. "Since you don't need me, I have other things to do." Mrs. Lu came inside and stopped Lu Shunzi. "Shunzi, your uncle and aunt never treated you badly before. Your 2 sisters-in-law have prepared a meal, so you should eat before leaving." Lu Shunzi pretended to look uncomfortable. "Aunt, please don't make it hard for me. You don't know, today the new boss came to give instructions, and the police were with him. You know Lu Chang, right? He's the nephew of Master Li. Even he was polite to my new boss. How does this relate to the police?" Lu Hong looked at Mrs. Lu. "Didn't you say before that you sold the land to a businessman?" Mrs. Lu hurried to explain. "That man said he was a businessman. He didn't have much spare money, so he wanted to buy land to retire on. Did you ask about his background?" "Sir, you're in prison, and if you don't pay the money, they won't let you out. And your friends' families come to sit at our house every day. I didn't have time to ask about this. I only wanted to help you get out of prison faster. Careless woman, I'm in jail, and that's it. If those people want to cause trouble, let them. Why are you rushing to sell land?" Mrs. Lu's eyes turned red with grievance. Seeing her like this, Lu Hong scolded again. "Wasteful woman, who are you crying for during the new year? Our family is falling apart because of you." Lu Shunzi was not there to watch them argue. He was already impatient. "Uncle, aunt, I have something to do. I'll go now." Lu Hong reached out and grabbed him. Then he turned and shouted at Mrs. Lu, "Go get 2 taels of silver for Shunzi." Mrs. Lu stood still. Lu Hong raised his hand, and she reluctantly left the room. She looked angry as she handed over the silver. Lu Hong took it, glared at her, then handed the silver to Lu Shunzi. "Women's opinions, Shunzi. Don't be like your aunt." Lu Shunzi took the silver and took out the deed from his pocket. "Uncle, look. I truly mean to be sincere to you." Lu Hong took it and quickly looked for the signature. "Yi Baixiu? Why does this name sound so familiar?" Mrs. Lu, unable to believe it, snatched the deed from Lu Hong. "Is it really him?" Lu Hong looked at Mrs. Lu. "Do you know him?" Mrs. Lu shook her head nervously. She didn't know where the problem was, but somehow her land had been bought by Yi Baixiu. She wondered if there was someone with the same name. Surely there must be someone with the same name, or this coincidence wouldn't happen. Before Lu Tai Tai could regain her composure, Lu Hong loudly slammed the table. I've played with eagles for years, and one of them pecked out my eye.
Yi Baixiu.
He's the one who fought me over the shop, and even put me in jail. Well, fine. He bought my land again. I won't let this go easily. Hearing Lu Hong shouting about the shop and land, Lu Tai Tai suddenly relaxed. It must be a case of a common name. The Yibei Xiu I know lives in a remote mountain area. How could he have money to buy shops and land? Lu Hong kept talking, more and more angry. I can't swallow this insult. He dares to set a trap for me. Just wait, I will cut him with my own hands. Lu Shunzi had taken the money and carefully stored the deed. Uncle, Auntie, I really have something urgent. I'll head back now. Wait, do you know where this Yibei Xiu lives? Lu Shunzi shook his head. The master didn't say, and I didn't ask. Not knowing where he lives, I have my ways to find him. In a few days, his shop won't be open, and I won't let him get away with this. Seeing Lu Hong so furious, Lu Shunzi shook his head. Clearly, it was Lu Hong who started the trouble. If he hadn't smashed the shop, all this wouldn't have happened. Out of kindness, he said, Uncle, we are family. I need to warn you, my new master isn't simple. That's why he dared to buy shops and land in town. Not only did he buy the 10 acres of land from your family, but the 30 acres next to it are also his. Having said what needed to be said, Lu Shunzi left. Before he could step out, he heard Lu Hong roaring. Anyone who tries to scheme against me isn't born yet. I don't care who you are, if you try to take my things, I'll make sure you regret it. Then came the sound of fighting. Lu Shunzi hesitated, thinking it's better to stay away from here in the future. Lu Hong's anger was almost spent, and Lu Tai Tai's face was swollen from A. She wiped the blood from her lip and said, Since everything I do is wrong, let the master divorce me. Divorce you? I've only been kind to you. Starting tomorrow, you and your 2 daughters-in-law will embroider things. Don't try to scare me with those angry looks. If I can't buy back the land you sold, I'll sell you to a kiln and make you earn money for me. Are you afraid your sons will find out and give me trouble? Lu Hong sneered. I'll just tell them you died, and they'll know what to do. Mrs. Lu glared at Lu Hong angrily, but dared not speak further. They had been married for many years, and she knew him well. If he ever became unhappy, he might really do something drastic. She hesitated, then slowly left the house. She went to her room, lay on the bed, and cried loudly. The more she thought about it, the more she felt unfair. After all these years working hard in Lu's family, she ended up in such a miserable state. She was afraid of having to sit and embroider all day again tomorrow, just like before. Her strength was no longer like that of young people. Her back, shoulders, and hips would ache after sitting for a long time, and her eyes would become dry and tear up when she stared for a while. She had planned for many years, but she couldn't figure out where things went wrong. As she kept thinking, she decided that if she couldn't stay here, she would go find Lu Sanla. Thinking of her 3rd son, she felt her hope revive. Yes, my Sanla will surely let me stay at his house. Her daughter-in-law had recently bought a servant, so maybe she could enjoy a better life there. Mrs. Lu packed her valuables into a bag, made up her mind. She would no longer be Mrs. Lu. She was Fong Lan, Lu Sanla's mother, and she had nothing to do with Lu Hong anymore. As long as she left Lu Hong, she wouldn't worry about being sold. Fong Lan tidied up and, while Lu Hong was out, she sneaked out of the house, took a carriage to the county town. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu discussed for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good plan. She also called Song Yu to ask how many days it would take to make high-quality, unique pouches. Song Yu thought for a moment. If she was not skilled, it would take about 3 to 4 days. If she was experienced, 2 to 3 days. Zhang Juexia thought that if she aimed to make 1,000 pouches in a month, at this rate, even gathering everyone in the mountains who knew sewing might not be enough. She asked Yi Beixiu to gather Li Yulan, Yi Suyun, Li Yiqin, and Lu Jinhua from the village to discuss this together. Once everyone was there, Zhang Juexia explained her plan to these women. Lu Jinhua, the oldest, was the most impatient. Oh my goodness, Beixiu's wife, pinch me quickly, so I can feel this isn't a dream, she said.
Li Yijin ganti patet hash.
Auntie, pinch me too, I want to see if this is real. Yi Suyun, acting like a grown-up, looked at them helplessly. Auntie, big sister-in-law, Stop joking. We're here to discuss things, not to play. Zhang Juexia smiled and said, it's okay. Actually, I also want you to pinch me so I can see if I'm dreaming. Then she sat up straight and spoke very seriously. Since we've taken on this task, I want to do it well. I feel like this is a test from others. If we can do this well, I think more work will come to us in the future. But we need to discuss carefully how to do this work. Seeing Zhang Juexia so serious, everyone sat up straight as well. They all looked at Songyu because she was the best at skills. Songyu shook her head and said, Juexia and I have discussed for a long time, but we haven't come up with a good idea yet. Zhang Juexia thought of modern assembly lines and felt this might work. If we divide into groups and let each person do what they're good at, maybe it will be faster. The others looked at each other, not understanding her meaning. Zhang Juexia thought for a moment and explained simply, for example, if Auntie is quick at cutting, she can do that. If sister-in-law is good at sewing, she can sew. If Suyun is good at making netting, she can do that. If Yulon is good at embroidery, she can do that. Then Song Jie can check everything and assemble the pieces. After she finished, everyone looked at her with interest. Li Qin was the first to speak. Juexia, how many ideas do you have in your head? You came up with such a good plan. Songyu also agreed. If everyone works well together, we could make 1,000 pouches in a month. How should we pay for this work? Songyu asked, waiting for Zhang Juexia's answer. Of course, it will still be paid by piecework, more pay. But it's complicated. Making netting and embroidery are skilled jobs, and sewing is too. Cutting is a bit simpler, but if there's nothing in your mind, you might not cut properly, Songyu analyzed. Zhang Juexia then thought of a solution. How about dividing into groups? Songyu was confused. How would that work? Just a few people in each group, each responsible for their part, and then we assemble the finished products. We pay everyone based on the number of finished items, and then split the earnings equally, Zhang Juexia explained. Songyu thought about it and found it feasible. Yi Suyun suggested her idea, sewing and embroidery take time. If we rush too much, it might affect the quality. Li Yiqin agreed with Yi Suyun's idea. According to this method, each group should have at least 5 people. Since the first step is simple, if everyone gets the same pay, the people doing embroidery later won't be motivated. That's easy. Each group only has 1 cutter, and based on the complexity of the work, we can add more people, Songyu added. So we can find someone skilled at cutting, and the others can share the work. We need to divide into groups to keep everyone motivated. There will be a monthly competition, and the group with the most work will get a reward. Ju Xia, I really admire your thinking, Lu Jinhua said, giving a thumbs up. I'll leave the grouping to Sister Song. We'll plan based on everyone's usual performance or ask for their opinions. By the time we finish the 15th, everything should be settled. Lu Jinhua was very active in work. I'll notify them to come over. The sooner we decide, the more at ease everyone will be. You don't know, Beishio's wife. They're all anxious at home, asking about work. They're worried about having no income in a few days. If they hear this news, they'll be so happy, Lu Jinhua said as she left. Li Yiqin stood up and took a few steps inside the room. Aunt Lu's words are true. I've been asked about it several times. Yulon only nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, Master, we planned to invite you for a meal, but plans changed unexpectedly. We'll do it another day. Has Qin Eryong's grandmother come back? Yes, my mother-in-law is back. I'm eager to start work soon. I've stayed at home long enough. Qin Eryong isn't home, and his grandmother is causing trouble, so annoying. Li Yiqin rolled her eyes. If Grandma Qin didn't cause trouble, she wouldn't be Grandma Qin. But it's better than before. Yulon, I think you and Eryong should work hard here, buy some land and build your own house. Don't stay with them and cause trouble. If life is good, but she keeps causing trouble every day, your relationship with Eryong will fade, she added. Yulon Li sighed. Eryong and I also think about that. When we got married, we borrowed some money, and Eryong hasn't paid it back yet. Yulon looked a bit down. Songyu comforted her. As long as you work steadily with your sister-in-law, you'll save enough for a house. Maybe your sister-in-law is already paying you for processing work. Really? Sister-in-law, Yi Suyun and Yulan said together, looking at Zhang Juexia. Juexia pointed at them. You two are really just after money. I and Sister Song have already agreed that because the bag-making process is a bit more complicated, we will add 10 coins to each bag as labor cost. That's great, said Song Yu, who had been thinking about how to arrange these people. After about an incense stick's worth of time, she came up with a plan. Juexia, 7 people per group. 2 will handle sewing, 3 will do embroidery, 1 will work on knotting, and the last person will check and assemble. We have 28 people in total, so we can divide into 4 groups. The only thing is, we need to find someone specifically for cutting, and you should also think about their wages. Zhang Juexia thought this plan was good. She wasn't worried about finding someone for cutting. With the current situation, many people want to earn money. As soon as she spread the word, someone would probably come by tomorrow. Yulan, I leave this to you. Once everyone arrives, tell them the plan. Also, we need to add more workers to our workshop. Ask around to see if any relatives want to come earn money. They should live near our village, especially regarding food and lodging, said Li Yulan, nodding in agreement. Song's sister for the 4 group leaders helped me find some. Yulan and Aunt Jean who are already decided. Just find 2 more, said Zhang Juexia. Song Yu asked curiously, aren't your sister-in-law and Suyun already available? Do you still need to find others? Li Yiqin and Yi Suyun waved their hands dismissively.
We can't do it, they said.
Zhang Juexia smiled. It's rare that you 2 sisters-in-law agree. Sister Song, my sister-in-law's current task is to have a baby, and Suyun will go to the town in a few days. She's getting married later this year, so she has no free time. Yi Suyun shyly lowered her head. A sister-in-law, you just like to pick on me. I'm just telling the truth, I didn't mean to pick on you. Has Zhao's family come to propose marriage? Don't you want to get married? Yi Suyun stomped her foot and turned her head away. Just as Zhang Juexia wanted to tease her further, they heard footsteps outside. The yard instantly became lively as people arrived one after another. Lu Jinhua told everyone what she knew earlier. Of course, everyone was happy to have work, and their voices grew louder unconsciously. Seeing Zhang Juexia leading Song Yu inside, Lu Jinhua signaled for them to stop talking. Zhang Juexia made a few opening remarks and then gave the floor to Song Yu. Li Yulan helped from the side. She understood the people here best and knew how to divide the groups. Within half an hour, Song Yu had organized the groups, and the other 2 group leaders were also chosen. One was Wang Meiying, the wife of Yi Yunan, who was Lu Jinhua's sister-in-law. Another one is Yi Baiyan's wife, Zhao Taohua. According to their family rank, Zhang Juexia should call her older sister-in-law. After arranging everything, Song Yu told them to come to work on the 16th and left the team leaders to remind them again before letting them go. Zhang Juexia watched Song Yu's arrangements and thought she was very capable. Their handmade workshop, even now, could be considered a decent makeshift team. She thought that Song Yu's worries would only increase in the future, so she brought up the issue of wages. Sister Song, when we really start working, should our wages be increased? Song Yu shook her head. Juexia, you help me so much, so don't mention raising wages. Usually, Jean and I eat and drink with you, which also costs money. Although Zhang Juexia liked to hear Song Yu's words, she still felt wages should go up, or it might hurt the hardworking people's feelings. Sister Song, I've calculated that if we work faster in a month, everyone can earn about 1 or 2 silver coins. At that time, you might feel it's unfair, because you worry the most. So I think we should raise the wages. I'll give you an extra 1 or 2 silver coins. When you came to my place, I hadn't even discussed this order yet, and I will rely more on Sister Song in the future. Zhang Juexia spoke sincerely, knowing that soon the town shops would open, and she might not have much time to manage the workshop at home. Song Yu was touched, and her eyes turned red. Juexia, you are really good to me. Don't worry, I will definitely watch over everything for you. With Sister Song's words, I can finally rest assured. As for the wage increase, Sister Song, don't refuse anymore. Song Yu gritted her teeth and agreed. All right, I still need to save money to build a house. Besides, I also need to save dowry for Jean. There's a lot to do. Seeing Song Yu agree, Zhang Juexia also felt relieved. After working all day, she lay in bed and fell asleep. The next morning, it was still cloudy. She had planned to go to town before the 15th, but seeing the bad weather, she gave up. Li Yulan was very quick in handling things. The handmade workshop's earnings before the new year were well known in the village. Now, as they put out the word to recruit workers, some people became interested. Most skilled needleworkers in the village had already come, and those who didn't come were mostly less skilled. But since many knew how to do some cutting and sewing, some people started to think about taking on this work. Peng Xiujuan also heard about this matter and secretly cursed. Such a good opportunity, yet no one thought of her. These days, she had been following Yi Yunliang every morning and evening, truly exhausted. Her hands had blisters and bleeding. If it hadn't rained lightly last night, Yi Yunliang might have dragged her up the mountain again to work. Now, just thinking about going up the mountain makes Peng Xiujuan feel overwhelmed. Initially, Yi Beixiu bought the wasteland, and she was envious for a long time. After working for a few days, she only felt resentment. 40 taels of silver could do a lot. She could buy 4 acres of good land. Later, she could rent it out and collect rent, which would be better. As she thought about this, her mood grew more unbalanced. No, I have to find Beixiu's wife and ask her to give me that sewing job, she decided. Yi Yunliang stopped her. Think carefully. Can you do this work? If you can't, don't cause trouble for the children. Peng Xiujuan glared. I can do any work. I'm his mother, and I can still command him. Just because I can't do it doesn't mean I won't. If I want to, no one can stop me. Her bold words made Yi Yunliang roll his eyes in frustration. Look at you, really capable. I tell you, don't force it. If things get too big, my parents will blame me for not taking care of you. I'm doing this for our family. I asked Ichin, and she said the wages are good. Why can they earn money, but I can't? I am Yi Beixiu's real mother. Yi Yunliang had been working hard for several days and was very tired. Hearing Peng Xiujuan nagging in his ear, he was annoyed. He waved her away, telling her to leave quickly. When Peng Xiujuan arrived at Zhang Jiexia's house, she saw a few people waiting in the backyard. She asked around, and a quick-talking woman pointed inside. You see that person inside? She's the one in charge. Peng Xiujuan stepped on her tiptoes to look inside, but didn't see Zhang Jiexia. Someone recognized her and said, What are you here to cause trouble for? This craft workshop belongs to your son's family. The women looked at Peng Xiujuan. Exactly, are you bored? The third daughter-in-law isn't here looking for work. She's probably looking for her daughter-in-law. We didn't see her daughter-in-law. She should be in the front yard. Peng Xiujuan went to the front yard under everyone's envious gazes. Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu were drinking tea. When they saw Peng Xiujuan come in, Yi Beixiu stood up and poured her a cup. Peng Xiujuan sat down at the main seat and drank the tea in one gulp. She said loudly, Your lives are really comfortable. Even this tea is better than what I drink. Zhang Jiexia glanced at Yi Beixiu, wondering who had upset her again. Yi Beixiu shook his head, signaling her not to speak. Peng Xiujuan poured herself another cup of tea, sipped it, and then asked, Isn't it usual for wealthy families to enjoy tea and snacks? I remember the old house's snacks were always sent by you. Why haven't you brought any for me to try since I arrived? There's nothing left at home, Yi Beixiu said honestly. Originally, Zhang Juexia planned to go to town to buy some today, but seeing the bad weather, he didn't want to go. Besides, before the 15th day, some shops in town are usually closed, so going might be a wasted trip. Peng Xiujuan didn't believe it and insisted on checking the west wing. Yi Beixiu quickly stopped her. Mother, just tell me what's wrong. You're not planning to hire someone just to do tailoring? I may not be good at sewing, but I can use scissors to cut things, she said. If you really want to do this work, everyone is lining up in the backyard. You can try, Yi Beixiu suggested. Peng Xiujuan, hearing this, pointed at Zhang Juexia and scolded. Look carefully, I am Yi Beixiu's mother. Even if the king of heaven himself came, it wouldn't change anything, Zhang Juexia replied. You. Peng Xiujuan couldn't say a word. She turned to Yi Beixiu. Xiu, I am your real mother. How can you let your wife treat me like this? She's speaking the truth. If you really want to do this work, go line up in the back. Sister Song thinks you're capable and will use you. If not, go home and farm with Uncle San, Yi Beishio said. Pang Xiujian was about to curse but was silenced by Zhang Juexia, who said, if you want to curse, go ahead. We don't care. But if your shouting gets out to the backyard, how will those people see you? Pang Xiujian immediately covered her mouth. The praise she received earlier felt so good. If she cursed aloud, everyone would know her poor relationship with her daughter-in-law, which would be embarrassing. Thinking of this, she didn't curse but felt somewhat unwilling. Beishio, this good opportunity, and you're not thinking of me? You can't do this work. It's very tiring. Besides, I don't manage the workshop. Juexia does. If you really want to do it, follow her instructions, Yi Beishio said. If you truly care about your son, go with him to the mountain to clear land. Yong will work with me for 20 coins a day. If you come along, I can give you 5 extra coins daily. How does that sound? Pang Xiujian clenched her teeth in anger, but felt helpless. Her mind was spinning as she thought about how to scold Yi Beishio. Suddenly, a loud, confident shot outside made Pang Xiujian shiver. Is this the Yi Beishio household? Is Zhang Juexia at home?
Yes.
Yi Beishio was the first to step outside, followed closely by Zhang Juexia. I am Qian Fu, sent by my lady to deliver some fabric. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishio hurried to bow to Qian Fu. Qian Fu politely stepped back. The fabric is on the cart outside. Our lady said to deliver 20 rolls first. If more is needed, just send a message and we will deliver it quickly. I don't know where to put these rolls, so I asked them to bring them inside. Zhang Juexia had already prepared a place. She led Qian Fu and his men to the backyard. Just leave it here for now. After the new year, I will rebuild the house behind and the space will be bigger then. Qian Fu looked around. It was impressive to have such a yard in the countryside. The house inside was clean and tidy. After placing the fabric, Qian Fu took out a piece of paper for Zhang Juexia to sign. She carefully read it. It said that on a certain year and month, 20 rolls of fabric of a certain type were delivered. Seeing that everything was correct, Zhang Juexia signed her name. Big brother Qian, let my husband come in and have tea. Qian Fu looked up at the sky. Miss Yi, don't be so polite. We left in a hurry today and need to rush back. Next time, we'll stay for tea. Qian Fu bowed and got on the cart. The people escorting the fabric also turned their carts around and soon set off. After the cart disappeared from view, Zhang Juexia was about to go inside. Yi Beishio lingered at the door, reluctant to go in. Why don't you go to the old house and invite Grandma or Uncle San? Anyone who can come to pick up my mother. I'll just take a walk outside. I'll go and come back quickly. Pang Xiujian couldn't wait for Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishio. Hearing the noisy commotion from the backyard, she couldn't stay still and ran outside. She saw the fabric being delivered to the backyard and quietly counted 20 rolls. That young man from the Yi family was quite lucky. Just these 20 rolls of fabric, she'd never seen this type before. If they cut it wrong and something went wrong, they couldn't afford to lose. I just asked the people inside and they told me that a piece of cloth costs nearly 100 taels of silver. Oh my goodness! Not only could we lose our lives, but even if we risked all our family's lives, it might not be enough to pay for it. So what should we do now that we're here? There's nothing much to do. Just open our eyes and join in the fun. But I also heard someone inside say that in a few days they will be hiring again, especially for skilled embroidery work, and they will teach us for free. That's really good news. No, I must go back and tell the people in our village. Are you also from another village? Yes, I come from the mountain village below. My relatives told me about this. Otherwise, how would I know? People from the village who are good at sewing and embroidery have already come and earned quite a lot of silver before the new year. Not that much, but if you're good at it, earning a few hundred coins a month is possible. That's not much either. Working part-time in town is tiring and hard, and you only get about 20 coins a day. My mother-in-law insists I try this out because she says it's good work, it can make money, and I can learn a skill. Pang Xiujuan mingled with these people and was surprised. Why did she only recognize 1 or 2 faces? The rest were all newcomers from the mountain village. A woman pulled her aside and said, I just overheard that the head of this place is your son and daughter-in-law. You're really lucky to have such good children. Yes, this lady looks like she's blessed, others agreed. When Peng Xiujuan heard the praise, she immediately smiled happily. Isn't it your turn yet? We arrived late, so we got here last. It's just luck, hoping to get chosen. Mainly, it's so we can come here to work in the future. Mrs. Yi, can you help us? Talk to your son and daughter-in-law. Ask them to take us all in. Peng Xiujuan felt so proud, she forgot why she came here in the first place. Just as she was about to agree, she heard someone say, it's better to ask yourselves than to ask her. You're useless, just causing trouble for the kids. You're either too idle, or your short time working in the fields isn't tiring enough, or how else do you have the energy to wander around here? Peng Xiujuan shivered in fear. Mother, why are you here? How can I not come? My grandson's wife is so capable. I want to see her. Don't embarrass us here. The Yi family doesn't need your help with food or clothes. If you really can do this work well, your daughter-in-law could save on wages and wouldn't need to hire others. Peng Xiujian was scolded by Wang Guilin, and those behind her also understood the situation, pointing and whispering. Wang Guilin glared. What? You've gained confidence? If she can really do this work, I'll let everyone go. No. Mother, I'll leave right now. Peng Xiujian listened to what they had just said and admitted she couldn't do the work. She just wanted to hear kind words from everyone and enjoy being the center of attention. After Peng Xiujian left, Wang Guilin went to the front yard. We think Juexia is becoming more capable. Zhang Juexia saw Wang Guilin off and said, Grandma, I just met someone who helped me. But if you're not suitable for this, even if they help you once, they won't help again. In the end, it's because Juexia is capable. Otherwise, so many people, but only she caught the eye of the benefactor. Juexia pouted and hugged Wang Guilin, saying, Thank you, Grandma, for helping us earlier. Wang Guilin sent Yi Baixiu away quietly and told Zhang Juexia, Your mother-in-law, if she does any unreliable things in the future, just tell her. She's shameless, so what are you afraid of? She's an elder after all. But she doesn't act like an elder. Do you want her to delay your work? Mother, if she really delays my work, I won't forgive her. Song Yuxuan spent a whole day choosing someone with excellent tailoring skills. When talking about this person, she couldn't help but smile. Juexia, she's really a good talent. Senior Sister Song, since you're in charge here, just decide who to choose. There are a few good needleworkers, but unfortunately, we can't take so many people at once. You didn't tell them, but in 2 months, our house will be finished. I already said that, but they asked anyway. Some are eager to come and work here now. Song Yu and Zhang Juexia looked over the fabrics sent by the Qi family at noon. Song Yu, who knew about fabrics, said, Juexia, these materials will make beautiful pouches. Just remind these people to be careful. Such good fabric shouldn't be wasted. If they ruin it, they might even risk their lives to compensate. When they come, Sister Song, make sure to remind them strictly. If anyone is disobedient, just tell me. Honestly, these people are quite obedient. Juexia, I heard some noise while I was busy. Was it Baixiu's mother coming? Sister Song, don't worry. I will never let her step into our workshop, she said. With your words, I feel more at ease. With her status, if she ever came to our workshop, no one would dare say a word against her, Zhang Juexia said with a helpless smile. Sigh, the only troublemaker at home keeps jumping around every day, and she doesn't seem tired. Song Yu tidied up the fabrics they had opened and closed the door to the storeroom. You should be content. Baixiu always thinks of you, unlike my stubborn husband. I work so hard embroidering every day, then go home and have to put up with that husband's mother. But that husband wouldn't even without permission. Thinking back, what kind of life was that? I have hands and feet, skills, and yet I didn't think of leaving him. I really must have been crazy. Zhang Juexia didn't want Song Yu to bring up her sad memories. Sister Song, your life is good now. After some time, it will be even better. Thanks to you, I now enjoy peaceful days I never dared to dream of before. Sister Song, the day after tomorrow is the 15th. Do you have any plans? What plans could I have? Every year, the town has lantern festivals. Are you and Beishio going to see them? Not interested, I don't want to watch. Then stay at home. It's not really worth it, crowds and kids getting lost. That's too much. I'd better stay at home quietly, Songyu whispered. There are some troublemakers in town, taking advantage of this time to bother young girls who aren't married yet. Does the government not do anything? There are patrols, but they can't control everyone. They cause trouble, and a newly married girl from our village was bullied by them. She hanged herself when she got back. It's such a pity. Those troublemakers deserve 1,000 cuts. Why hasn't heaven taken them away? I'm just chatting with you, but don't get so angry, she said. I'm so angry I could explode. If I had real skills, I could deal with those people, she replied. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight a whole group alone, she said. As they spoke, they reached the front yard. Yi Beishio, curious about what they were saying, listened and repeated what he heard to Yi Beishio. Yi Beishio clenched his fists. If I had them in my hands, I'd beat them so badly they'd be looking for teeth everywhere. Songyu looked around at both of them. You really are not from the same family, but your sense of justice is exactly the same. Yi Beishio shyly glanced at Zhang Juexia and said, Sister Song, I originally planned to take my wife to see the lanterns on the 15th. After hearing your words, I dare not take her anymore. It's my fault for speaking out of turn. No, Sister Song. Thank you for your reminder. Outside, the sound of horse hooves grew louder. It's been such a lively day. Yi Beishio was quite curious. It was almost evening. So, who could be coming? Li Yidong got off the carriage and hurried to knock on the door. Is this Yi Beishio's house? Yi Beishio opened the door. Dr. Li, why are you here? Li Yidong didn't have time to speak much and just nodded. Where is my senior brother? He's inside. Dr. Li has arrived. Lu Mingda invited Li Yidong into his room. The two whispered inside for a while, then Lu Mingda came out to say goodbye to Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishio. I've been staying at your place for a few days. Thank you very much for your hospitality. Zhang Juexia was still in disbelief. You're leaving already? Lu Mingda nodded. Those troublemakers have finally realized their mistake. They no longer bother me, and I no longer feel guilty. Coincidentally, my old friend's mother fell and hurt herself the other day when she went out, and she found me. I need to go to Qingfeng City. Juexia, Beishio, we will meet again someday. Lu Mingda took out a silver note and insisted on leaving it for Zhang Juexia, but Zhang Juexia declined. Just accept it. Your shop is quite large, and it might come in handy someday. I've been practicing medicine for many years and still have some savings.
Please don't argue with me.
I originally planned to give you this silver note when I first arrived, but seeing how warmly you treated me, I forgot to give you money. Tears fell from Zhang Juexia's eyes. Dr. Lu, are you deliberately saying these things to make us remember you? That's exactly what I intend. Yi Beishio, feeling distressed, handed her a small handkerchief to wipe her tears. Lu Mingda looked at Yi Beishio again. You should read those military books more often. I also left you some other books to read when you have time. Beishio, your wife is very capable, so you need to keep up with her. Honestly, I really don't want to leave your family. As Lu Mingda spoke, his eyes reddened. Yi Beishio was also upset, turning his head and shedding a few tears. Dr. Lu, we'll keep this West Wing room for you. When you have free time, come stay with us again.
Good.
Under Li Yidong's urging, Lu Mingda got into the carriage. Li Yidong comforted them, saying, It's not like you'll never see him again. His Daiji Hall is in Shuanhe County. When you miss him, just go to Daiji Hall and find my senior brother. Gon Chao had already packed his belongings into the carriage. He was crying and wiping his tears with his sleeve, saying, Big brother Beishio, sister-in-law, if someday the master kicks me out of the house, I will come to join you. Lu Mingda reached out and slapped him, saying, Why are you crying during the New Year? It's just that I can't bear to leave this place. Lu Mingda hurriedly arrived and left just as quickly. The Zhang Juexia household instantly became much quieter. No one was asking what they would eat that day, and no one was rushing to grab delicious food when it was served. Zhang Juexia had to pull them away from the tempting dishes. Lu Mingda left behind a silver note worth 500 taels. Yi Beixiu felt regretful, saying, "Yesterday, we were too busy seeing him off to notice the amount on this note. Should we give it back to Lu Longzhong when we see him again?" Zhang Juexia shook her head, saying, "Since he left us this silver note, let's keep it. Consider it as his meal ticket for our family. If he wants to come back someday, he will. If we give it back now, he might think we don't welcome him." "You're right, my wife is very thoughtful. I didn't think of these things," he admitted. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, their mood was low. Even Song Yu and Jin Jie felt that the house was less lively without Lu Mingda and Gan Chao. Jin Jie complained, "I miss Gan Chao Ji. After he left, no one is around to go out with me." Zhang Juexia pinched Jin Jie's chubby face and said, "When the weather gets warmer, I will take Jin Jie to the county to find Gan Chao Ji. Is that okay?" Jin Jie nodded eagerly and asked, "Auntie, is the county fun?" "Of course it's fun. Can Gan Chao Ji take me out to play?" "You should ask him yourself. Gan Chao Ji said that when I grow up, I can go see him. He said his wife will cook delicious food for me and buy me new clothes." "Okay." Song Yu pointed at Jin Jie and said, "Gan Chao Ji is really a good person. He keeps talking about his wife, as if he's afraid he won't marry her." Jin Jie quickly defended herself. "No. Gan Chao Ji said he can get married after he finishes his training. He also said his wife is already chosen, and there's no way he won't marry her." Zhang Juexia smiled as she hugged Sister Jean. "It's clear that Sister Jean is very popular. Gan Chao told you all her secrets. I didn't even know Gan Chao was married." Yi Beixiu personally made a lantern for Zhang Juexia, including Sister Jin's share. Song Yu said thank you, but still leaned close to Zhang Juexia's ear, whispering playfully, "Our Sister Jean is also lucky to have your help." Zhang Juexia smiled and coaxed Sister Jean to return the lantern. However, Sister Jean insisted that the lantern was a gift from Yi Beixiu and refused to give it back. Yi Beixiu couldn't stand it anymore. "If you like it, I have some materials left. I can make you another one right now." Zhang Juexia rolled up her sleeves. "I'll help you." Song Yu tactfully took Sister Jean to the backyard. Zhang Juexia looked at the empty yard and sighed. "If only Lu Longzhong were here. That would be so good." "Wife, actually we should look at this from a different angle. Lu Longzhong healed my leg and taught us to read. Honestly, he's our benefactor. Since he's our benefactor, we should welcome him to stay with us. But he's staying for a reason. Although he hasn't said anything, I think it's not simple. Now that he's no longer hiding in the deep mountains, it shows he's no longer in danger. We should be happy for him." Zhang Juexia leaned against Yi Beixiu's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, feeling much more at ease. "I'll listen to my husband. Since Lu Longzhong is safe now, let him stay outside. Otherwise, it would be a shame if his medical skills and ability to save lives went to waste."
"Wife."
"Yes." Yi Beixiu lowered his head, kissed her forehead, then moved to her lips and kissed her passionately. "Wife, I love you." Soon, they were entangled in each other, enjoying a peaceful night. The next morning, Zhang Juexia woke up to the chirping of birds in the backyard. No one was in the house. She went to the kitchen and saw the leftover food and a note Yi Beixiu left. "Wife, I went to work on the back mountain. There's rice in the pot. Remember to eat." Zhang Juexia lifted the lid and saw the rice was still warm, so she ate. After finishing, she tidied herself up and went to the backyard. Song Yu was already leading everyone in work. When they saw Zhang Juexia come in, they didn't stop but simply greeted her. Song Yu called over Li Zhao, who was busy working, and introduced her to Zhang Juexia. "This is Li Zhao, as I mentioned. She's very skilled. Li Zhao, this is our master." Li Zhao bowed and saluted Zhang Juexia. "Master, hello." Zhang Juexia reached out and helped Li Zhao up. "I think you're probably older than me. Like them, you can call me sister or just use my name." Li Zhao then dared to lift her head and look at Zhang Juexia. "That won't do, it can't break the rules." Song Yu pulled Li Zhao aside, signaling her to get to work. After Li Zhao walked away, she quietly asked Zhang Juexia, "How is she?" Song Jie's choice is always right. "You see, she's busy working now. Look carefully. Does she seem skilled?" Zhang Juexia watched Li Zhao for a while and nodded in approval. "She works quickly and smartly, with her own ideas." Song Yu praised Li Zhao a lot. Zhang Juexia whispered in her ear, "If you praise Li Zhao like that, aren't you worried your apprentice will get jealous?" Song Yu gave her a playful glare. "You really like to stir trouble. But I told you my apprentice also said she likes people like Li Zhao. People who work fast are everyone's favorite." "Song Jie, have you asked her which village she's from?" "At noon, everyone goes home for lunch." "What does she do?" "She said her family lives in a nearby village. I forgot the name, but it's not far. If she walks, it takes about half an hour." "That's not far at all. Let me finish, okay?" "She said she brought her own food, and we just need to give her some hot water." Song Jie, her work is at the very front of the process. In the afternoon, don't let her go home too late, or it won't be safe on the road. "I know. If you didn't tell me, I'd have to mention it myself. We're all women, and we understand how hard it is for a woman to go out and earn money." Zhang Juexia also reminded Song Yu of some precautions before heading to the front yard. Just then, she met Yi Beixiu escorting Yi Jixuan and Yi Yunsheng into the gate. Zhang Juexia went over to greet them. Yi Beixiu explained to Zhang Juexia, "Father and my uncle want me to go to the town to order bricks and tiles in advance, then finalize the carpentry work. Once the Lunar New Year is over, we can start work. That way, nothing gets delayed." Zhang Juexia thought to herself, "How long can I keep this secret?" "As long as I can. After all, when a tree grows tall, it attracts the wind." When she wasn't strong enough yet, it was better to stay low-key. When they arrived in town, Yi Beixiu left Zhang Juexia at the shop of shopkeeper Yao, and they went to busy themselves. Seeing Zhang Juexia, shopkeeper Yao didn't say a word and pulled her inside the shop. "You really have a big heart coming to town just to take a look. That's impressive. Well, with you here, I guess I am brave. I'm almost done tidying up here. Let's go see your place." On the way, shopkeeper Yao kept murmuring, annoyed that she still hadn't decided on a name for her shop, annoyed that she was so patient and that she hadn't started business yet. She urged her to open soon. Honestly, before the new year, Lu Hong's trouble had thrown Zhang Juexia into chaos. All her plans slowed down without her realizing it. When they arrived at the shop and saw the long line of people, they were truly surprised. Zhang Juexia looked at shopkeeper Yao, and shopkeeper Yao looked back at her. "Don't look at me. I've been busy in our shop since early morning. I have no idea what's happening outside," said Yao. Zhang Juexia shrugged. "I just arrived in town. I don't know what's going on either." Ding Man was busy sweating profusely. He had been nervous at home, afraid that Zhang Juexia might come looking for him and leave him. But yesterday, he hadn't received any news, so he finally relaxed. Before the new year, when Zhang Juexia was on holiday, she had told Ding Man to open the shop on the 16th and even gave him the key. Her idea was that as long as the door was open, they wouldn't miss any business. If any apprentices wanted to sign up, they could find them. As for officially opening for business, she had to wait until Zhao Xiang finished the carpentry work and decorated the shop to her satisfaction. Only then could they open. Ding Man saw Zhang Juexia and shopkeeper Yao and felt like he had found a savior. "Shopkeeper, you're here," he exclaimed. "What's going on?" Ding Man pointed at the long line. "They're all here to learn embroidery." Zhang Juexia was also confused. Before the new year, there was a long notice posted in front of her shop, but only a few people came each day. Why, after the new year, did so many show up? One woman who was with her child explained, "We heard that your shop was taking apprentices during the new year, so we brought our kids here to sign up. We're here too. May I ask, how did you find out about our shop?" "Young lady, your shop is quite famous now. When your family sent Lu Hong, old Lu, to jail, everyone in town knew about it. But how does that relate to you letting the children come here to be apprentices?" "It matters a lot. Lu Hong is a well-known person in town, but he offended you and still ended up in jail." Being able to send someone like Lu Hong to jail shows that the connections behind this are definitely not simple. Because of this, we feel safe sending our children here to learn. These people's way of thinking truly surprised Zhang Juexia. Where did they get such ideas? Lu Hong clearly damaged her shop, which is unfair. No matter which official office you go to, Lu Hong should be punished. Yet, in everyone's words, she was suddenly seen as someone with powerful connections. Zhang Juexia didn't know how to explain this. Shopkeeper Yao pushed her gently and said, "Well, you've actually gained something from this trouble. Just now, I was worried about your shop, but it shows that worries shouldn't be made too early, or it would just waste feelings." Ding Man was busy working, and Zhang Juexia didn't want to argue with shopkeeper Yao. She picked up another booklet and started helping with the registration. Shopkeeper Yao reminded her, with so many people, you should think carefully about how to arrange everything. It's not hard. We can buy another place if needed. As long as there are people, business will be fine. Her words were loud enough for the people in line to hear clearly. They felt more confident that today was the right day to come. The shopkeeper not only had connections but also had a lot of money. The houses in this town could be bought easily. Most people couldn't do that. Zhang Juexia was exhausted, her hands numb. She looked up and saw there were still more than 10 people in line. She finally felt a bit hopeful. After finishing the registration for the last person, she was so tired, she leaned on the table. "If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come to town today," she said. Ding Man looked sad and said, "Shopkeeper, please have some mercy. If it weren't for your help, I'd still be working until dark and wouldn't finish." "Let them come tomorrow," Zhang Juexia said. Ding Man nodded quickly. "Shopkeeper, it looks like you're really going to buy a house. Today is only the first day, and we don't know how many more will come tomorrow." Zhang Juexia shook her wrists and said, "Our town has only so many families. Most of the people nearby should have come." Shopkeeper Yao glared at her. "You really don't have a clue. There are quite a few families around here." "Really?" Ding Man, hurry and write another notice telling everyone that the apprentice recruitment is only for today and tomorrow. After that, no more. Ding Man felt relieved and quickly found a piece of red paper. He picked up a brush and started writing. Shopkeeper Yao asked Zhang Juexia, "When will the Zhao family come to pick up their things?" "Not sure yet. We agreed it would be after the new year." "I think it should be soon," she replied. Before they finished talking, Zhao Xian arrived with people and tools. "Sister-in-law, my father asked me and the apprentices to start working first, so as not to delay your business." "All right, thank you so much, Uncle Zhao." "Don't mention it, sister-in-law. We're family, so don't be polite." Zhang Juexia repeated the plan they had agreed on before the new year. Once Zhao Xian understood, shopkeeper Yao took Zhang Juexia to her shop. Ding Man called out from behind, "Shopkeeper, you must come tomorrow." "Got it," Zhang Juexia replied. When she arrived at shopkeeper Yao's shop, she was thirsty. Yao quickly ordered the clerk to pour a pot of tea. She poured herself a cup and personally handed it to Zhang Juexia. "Drink quickly," she said. Zhang Juexia took the cup, thanked her, and drank it all in one go. "I didn't expect talking so much would be so tiring for my voice," she said. "Now you see how hard it is for me. By the way, are you really going to buy a house just for these apprentices?" After drinking enough water, Zhang Juexia finally had time to chat with shopkeeper Yao.
"If needed, I can consider it," she said.
She told Yao about taking the work from the Qian family and how she had received the money pouch. Yao was so surprised she couldn't speak properly. "You mean this is true?"
she asked.
"Have I ever lied? The contract is signed, the fabric has been sent to my house, and today we started work in the backyard. If I can deliver on time and the quality impresses Mrs. Qian, there might be more orders in the future. So, I need apprentices and a house." "Wow, in just a year, your business seems to have surpassed mine."
"How could that be?"
"I haven't even started yet," Zhang Juexia said. Yao raised her hand to wave at her, but was easily dodged. "We agreed to help each other, remember? I haven't finished talking. When my orders increase and I can't handle them alone, I'll need your help," Zhang Juexia said. "That's more like it," Yao said, stuffing a big bag of items into Zhang Juexia's hands. "What's this?" she asked. "I picked out some embroidery pieces for you. All high quality. When your shop opens, you need some impressive items. You can't just hang a sign for an embroidery shop and have nothing inside," Yao explained. Zhang Juexia quickly looked inside and had to admit the wisdom of the ancients. Each embroidery was vivid and lifelike. She liked him more and more. "I knew it, you're the best." Shopkeeper Yao picked up his tea and offered it to Zhang Juexia. "No need to say nice words. I must tell you, our embroidery girls are limited. At most, I can spare 2 or 3. That's already a lot. I'll find a way to handle the embroidery work."
Good.
"Anyway, you should pay attention to this matter." Shopkeeper Yao leaned in closer. "Want to hear some gossip? What's the good news?"
Tell me.
Fong Lan ran away. "Who?" "I'm talking about Fong Lan, Mrs. Liu. She ran away." Zhang Juexia almost spat out the water she was drinking.
What?
"She's so old. And someone wants her?" "Oh, you're thinking too much. It's not a secret marriage. I heard she ran to her 3rd son's house in the county town. That's not called running away." "Of course it is. People on the street are saying Lu Hong is furious and wants a divorce. But this is uncertain. Lu Sanla is taking the imperial exams, so he has to think carefully. Why would she run to the county town during the new year? Is there some secret involved?" "I heard from Fong Lan's eldest daughter-in-law. She said that a few days ago, Lu Hong beat her up because she sold the land at home and made her embroider with her daughters-in-law. Maybe she didn't want to suffer anymore, so she ran away." "Running away over this?" "Just tell Lu Hong clearly. Lu Hong is so mean. Who can talk to him?" "I think Fong Lan was afraid of getting beaten, so she just ran. When she left, she was ruthless, taking all the valuable things from the house. Lu Hong, angry, refused to go to Lu Sanla's house to pick her up. Now they are at a deadlock. Does Lu Hong's family like this? His wife works herself to exhaustion embroidering, only to be used by others. It has already caused trouble. The day before yesterday, the 2 daughters-in-law's families came to take them away, saying they wouldn't split the family. They wouldn't send the women back. That's a good move. The family's main breadwinner is gone, and they must be worried." "I think so too. Honestly, their families should have done this long ago. I don't feel any sympathy for Fong Lan now. She and Lu Hong are both very scheming. You don't know how badly they have worn down the 2 daughters-in-law. Besides eating and sleeping, they are not allowed to leave the house. They just sit at home embroidering all day. If their embroidery is not good, Fong Lan won't even give them food. It sounds nice. She's their daughter-in-law, but in reality, she's like a servant, even worse than a servant. Servants get days off every month." Zhang Juexia felt anxious inside. She wasn't sure if she should thank Tian Kaihong or just feel lucky to have avoided such a strange family. Manager Yao looked at Zhang Juexia, who was lost in thought. "Are you a bit scared now?" "Yes, a little. Lu Hong and Fong Lan really are a perfect match, both quite ruthless. They have no bottom line when it comes to making money. They deserve whatever comes to them." Seeing Manager Yao's angry expression, Zhang Juexia couldn't help but ask her doubts. "Why did my mother become close friends with Fong Lan, given how she is?" "I told you before, your mother has poor judgment. She can't tell good people from bad when she makes friends or chooses a husband. She only has her embroidery skills." Zhang Juexia thought about what Manager Yao said. Based on Fong Lan's personality, she wouldn't have been the one to suffer losses. Why did her mother leave her in Fong Lan's care before she died? "Manager Yao, did my mother have some kind of agreement with Fong Lan? Or did Fong Lan get something from her? Otherwise, why would she entrust me to her?" "Fong Lan learned a special embroidery technique from your mother. With her lazy attitude, how else could she manage her life?" Zhang Juexia understood. Manager Yao was a big fan of Li Linyang. As the saying goes, outsiders see things clearly, while those involved are confused. Li Linyang was deceived by Fong Lan and entrusted her with everything. Manager Yao, just an observer, couldn't warn her, so she held a grudge against Fong Lan. "You don't know how Fong Lan buttered up your mother back then. That disgusting way she acted. Just thinking about it makes me want to. And your mother? She fell for it every time. Fanglan would say a few words and make her trust her completely, then teach her her best embroidery skills. Your mother trusted Fanglan the most, even until her death. But fate is cruel. After your mother died, the person she trusted most turned out to be the least reliable. So, even though my mother had great embroidery skills, her poor judgment not only caused her trouble, but almost harmed me. That's about it. Let's not talk about the past anymore. It's been so many years. I've almost forgotten. I hope Lu Hong's 2 daughters-in-law cause some trouble and split the family. Otherwise, life will be hard, endless work, and the Lu family will squeeze everyone dry sooner or later. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from outside. Zhang Juexia guessed it was Yi Beixiu.
She peeked out to check.
Madam, let's go home. Yi Beixiu called loudly when he saw Zhang Juexia. She nodded to Manager Yao. My husband is here. I need to go home. Remember to come tomorrow. After walking about a mile, Yi Yunsheng reminded Yi Jishuan, Dad, Baofeng and I are thinking of digging a well in the yard so we can get water easily. Do you and Mom want to do it too? If you do, we can do it together, which might save some money. Let's do it. Mom and I are getting older and can't carry water anymore, Yi Yunsheng replied happily. He then called out to the outside, Beixiu, when we reach Li Qingyi's place, you should turn around so we can ask him if he can help dig the well. If he can, let him dig it first before building the house. Li Xiu responded with a nod. When they arrived at Li Qingyi's house, he told them he couldn't dig the well himself, but knew someone who could. They could go together to get it done, without delaying the building work. By the time they returned home, it was already dark. Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia had worked hard all day and were tired. They ate a simple meal in the kitchen, washed up, then lay down to rest. Yi Beixiu nudged Zhang Juexia and asked, Are you tired? Are you asleep? Zhang Juexia, half asleep, replied, Is there something? Thanks for reminding Dad that he can plant vegetables first, Yi Beixiu said. It's nothing. In a few days, when Dad sees the vegetables we plant, he'll remember too, Zhang Juexia replied. It seems there are some disagreements between Dad and Uncle. Uncle wants to follow us and do whatever we do. Dad's idea is to stand firm and not be led around. It looks like Uncle is upset. Whether he's happy or not doesn't matter. It's their business, not ours. Dear, don't get involved in this, Zhang Juexia advised. I know. I just wanted to tell you. I actually envy Uncle. At his age, someone still cares for him. If only our dad were still alive, that would be so good, Yi Beixiu said. Dear, we should look forward and not think too much.
Tomorrow, you'll go to town with me.
Now go to sleep, Zhang Juexia said. After a busy day, Zhang Juexia was also tired. She turned over and fell asleep. Yi Beixiu listened to her steady breathing and soon fell asleep as well. The next morning, they had a simple breakfast, greeted Songyu, and then left in a horse-drawn cart. A kind woman asked Songyu, Why are they in such a rush so early in the morning? Lu Jinhua glared at her and said, Don't ask questions you shouldn't. If you're not willing to work anymore, there are many others waiting outside. The woman shut her mouth and quickly picked up her sewing. On the way, Zhang Juexia sat bored in the cart, but then moved to the front to sit beside Yi Beixiu. Yi Beixiu asked her kindly, Is it cold? Zhang Juexia leaned closer to Yi Beixiu. With you here, I don't feel cold. Yi Beixiu, driving the carriage, didn't want to get distracted, so he just tilted his body slightly to make Zhang Juexia more comfortable to lean on. Husband, after Lu Longzhong and Gan Chao left, the house feels empty. If one day we don't come back from town, only Sister Song and her mother will be left. Do you think we should raise a small dog? It could help watch the house. Yes, we should raise one. I'll ask Yong to take care of it. He can do that?
Yes.
When they arrived in town, Zhang Juexia saw a row of people standing in front of the shop from afar. Yi Beixiu quickly stopped the carriage. Madam, what's going on? They are all apprentices here to learn embroidery. Yi Beixiu relaxed, parked the carriage, and then went inside with Zhang Juexia. Ding Man saw the two of them come in and relaxed a lot, even speaking more softly than before. Lu Hong and Zhou Jiu were hiding in the corner, watching from afar. That man should be Yi Beixiu. Do you recognize the woman next to him? Zhou Jiu shook his head. No, I don't. She looks nice, but I guarantee she isn't from our town. Lu Hong glared at him. What makes you so sure? Brother, you don't know me well. Any woman in our town who looks decent, I recognize her. Nonsense. I tell you, don't think about that woman. Brother, are you interested in her? Lu Hong patted Zhou Jiu's head. What are you thinking? They could send us to jail. Do you dare to have thoughts about her? Zhou Jiu stuck out his tongue. How could I forget that? You're really forgetting the pain after the wound heals. Let's go. No, big brother, if we leave now without talking to them, all these days in jail will be for nothing. Are you really that clueless? Jail isn't comfortable. I don't want to experience it again. Let's go. Since we know people here, we should think carefully. Lu Hong quietly led Zhou Jiu away from the shadows. When Zhou Jiu saw the pretty girl, he wanted to whistle, but Lu Hong slapped him to stop. You're really forgetful. Remember this, if you come here again, you better behave. No, big brother, why? Because we've been to jail before. I tell you, that kid named Yi is very cunning. He took advantage of the time when he sent me to jail to buy my land cheaply. Big brother, how can you tolerate this? I can't tolerate it. What else can I do? No one is backing us up. Zhou Jiu lowered his head. Big brother, honestly, I've never felt so helpless before. During the new year, I didn't even want to leave the house. This situation is indeed the fault of Big Brother, but we have to pick ourselves up from where we fall. Our brothers have never lost face in this town. Yes, Big Brother is good at comforting people. That's why they say you're the son of a scholar. Oh, by the way, Big Brother, when will you go to the county town to bring back sister-in-law? I still have to worry about her. If she wants to come back, she will. If she doesn't, forget it. Zhou Jiu looked nervously at Lu Hong. He was entrusted with this task but still had to ask boldly, Big Brother, if sister-in-law doesn't come back, your family won't be happy either. I think we should just call her and Sanla back, and also divide the house. Wouldn't that be better? Lu Hong slapped him. You've grown some nerve. You dare to interfere in my family affairs. I tell you, even if the sky falls, we won't split the family. If they want to go to their parents' house, let them. As long as they can handle it, I will stand with them. I'm just worried about Big Brother. This kind of fuss isn't a good solution. Besides, they can earn money too. Aren't you worried? TCH, our family can survive without anyone. Anyway, with our situation, the eldest and second brothers can just divorce and remarry. There are plenty of women eager to marry. Why should I be in such a hurry? Zhou Jiu pursed his lips and said no more. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu were at the door, each setting up a table side by side with Ding Man, so there wouldn't be such long lines outside. Someone in the crowd complained that the registration time was too short. Zhang Juexia didn't even look up. The time given before the new year wasn't short. We only just found out about this, someone replied. Oh, there's nothing we can do. Space is limited, so we only hold it on that day. If there's a chance in the future, I will notify everyone in time. Are you the shopkeeper? More or less, yes.
Great.
Today, we came at the right time. Seeing the shopkeeper in person makes us feel at ease. Zhang Juexia smiled but didn't reply. The three of them worked busy all morning. When Zhang Juexia saw no one left, he hurriedly urged Ding Man to close the door. At least let us rest a bit, or how can we have the strength to work this afternoon? Shopkeeper Yao came in carrying a food box. Smells so good. What's inside? Open it yourself and see. It's not as good as Manhwa restaurant, but it's not bad either. Zhang Juexia looked around and saw 3 dishes, a soup and a few steamed buns. She quickly called Yi Beixiu and Ding Man to eat. Ding Man was shy and hesitant to come forward. Manager Yao couldn't stand it anymore. You seem like a clever young man, but when it comes to eating, you get confused. Your boss doesn't pay attention to these details. Doing a good job is more important than anything. Hurry up and eat before the food gets cold. Zhang Juexia gave manager Yao a thumbs up. You really speak for me. She then turned to Ding Man. Stop hesitating. What Manager Yao says is what I want. Ding Man happily sat nearby, and Yi Baixiu handed him a big bun. He ate eagerly. After finishing, they didn't even have time to drink water and started working again. By evening, Zhang Juexia finally saw some hope. Ding Man was sent away by Zhang Juexia. Yi Baixiu thought it was too dark to travel the mountain road safely, so they discussed staying in town. Zhang Juexia agreed. After Zhao Xian finished his work, he insisted on taking Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu to his house for dinner. Yi Baixiu refused, but Zhao Xian wouldn't leave. My mother specifically told me that if Brother Baixiu and sister-in-law don't return to the village, I should invite you both to eat at my house. If my mother asks, I can't explain this. Zhang Juexia was very hungry and would have gone to Manager Yao's house for a meal if Zhao Xian hadn't called them. Husband, just agree, okay? Zhao Xian smiled and ran outside. I'll go home first and tell my mother to prepare more dishes. Yi Baixiu asked Zhang Juexia to wait outside while he went to catch the carriage. Zhang Juexia got on the carriage. Husband, we can't go empty-handed. Look ahead. Is the pastry shop open? Yi Baixiu replied and visited 2 pastry shops, finally buying some snacks. Zhang Juexia bought an extra bag and ate some to fill her stomach. Seeing how hungry she was, Yi Baixiu felt annoyed. If I had known, I would have bought some snacks earlier. That's not something you could have known in advance.
Who knew so many people today?
It delayed us so long. When they arrived at Zhao's house, Zhang Juexia wiped her mouth and got off the carriage. Zhao Xiang and Li Ju were already waiting at the door. Seeing Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu, they greeted them with smiles. After exchanging greetings, Zhao Xiang led everyone inside. Li Ju held Zhang Juexia's hand. We've wanted to invite you to our house for a meal for a long time, but the timing never worked out. When Xiner came home for lunch today, he mentioned it. You two are busy and probably can't come back tonight. I just remembered to ask him to pass along a message for you to come home for a simple meal. Auntie, you're too polite. My husband and I really don't want to trouble you. That's being too formal. From now on, we are family. There's no need to worry about trouble. The men and women sat separately. Yi Baixiu was taken to the men's table by Zhao Xiang, while Zhang Juexia was taken to the women's table by Li Ju. Li Ju introduced Zhang Juexia to her other 2 daughters-in-law. After exchanging greetings, they sat down to eat. The atmosphere during Zhao family's meal made Zhang Juexia very happy. After eating, she was pulled aside to share some private talk with the women. Only then did Li Ju let them go. After seeing off Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu, Li Ju and Zhao Xiang started talking. Husband, luckily you were clever back then and arranged Xian's marriage early. Now I think more and more highly of the Yi family. Zhao Xiang chuckled. When I worked at his house, I thought the Yi family was good-natured and smart. Honestly, our Xian's in-laws are a bit weaker than us. But Baixiu from the second house is doing well. Since he's doing well, he should help his eldest uncle a bit. That makes sense. As long as Xian marries into our family and the children are good, that's the most important. I heard Juexia say that Xian will come to town soon and stay at Manager Yao's house. Think about it. If Xian learns embroidery well, then Xian won't have to work so hard. Li Ju felt happier and happier as she spoke. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiang suddenly frowned. Where do you learn these unrealistic ideas? I tell you, our Zhao family doesn't rely on exploiting daughters-in-law to get rich. Our men have skills and can make sure women live good lives. Zhao Xiang's attitude frightened Li Ju. Husband, seeing how pitiful Li Ju looked, Zhao Xiang softened his heart. He reached out to help her sit down and poured her a glass of water, placing it in her hand. Sorry, wife. It was my fault earlier. I made you scared. It's not your fault. You're right. I shouldn't have such thoughts. Li Ju admitted her mistake willingly, making Zhao Xiang nod in satisfaction. Have you heard about the Lu family situation? What situation? Recently, they've had too many problems. I don't pay much attention to their messy affairs, but I heard that both of their daughters-in-law are arguing about divorce. Really? I only overheard some when I was out working. Lu Jiatai is really not a good person. He holds his wife and doesn't treat her well. He's just someone who makes money. Her family doesn't want their daughter to be bullied like this anymore and wants Lu Hong to split the family. But Lu Hong doesn't care and even says he will fight with them. Her family can't take it anymore and is arguing about leaving him. I didn't expect Lu's family to be like this, my husband. Don't worry, I understand your good intentions. That's right. In the future, don't say such things again. Once the children are married and have their own careers, how they want to live is their own business. If they want to work hard and earn more money, we won't stop them. But we can't force our children to work like animals in this house. Honestly, my wife, as long as we're not too old to move, we shouldn't hold our children back. I understand. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu returned to the shop. Zhang Juexia felt cold and didn't want to go outside. Yi Beixiu fed Ahua, settled her down, then went to the kitchen to boil hot water. He brought it to the room so Zhang Juexia could soak her feet and then go to sleep. Playfully, Zhang Juexia asked Yi Beixiu, "Did I pray for this blessing by kowtowing in which direction? I found such a good husband." Yi Beixiu affectionately patted her head. No need to kowtow. It was a free gift. Zhang Juexia rubbed against Yi Beixiu like a kitten, such a good husband, and it was given for free. How about it? Not willing? Willing, of course I am. After soaking her feet, Yi Beixiu carried her onto the bed. Hurry and cover yourself with the quilt. It will keep you warm. Zhang Juexia obediently covered herself. Husband, what do you think of the Zhao family? Yi Beixiu thought for a moment. They're quite good. What's the matter? Nothing much. Today I had dinner with Zhao Xian's 2 sisters-in-law. We got along quite well. I think when Suyun gets married, she should be able to get along peacefully with them. I didn't expect that Suyun is quite lucky. When she lives well in the future, her grandparents will be at ease. As she spoke, Zhang Juexia fell asleep. The next morning, Yi Beixiu was no longer in the room. She called out, and Yi Beixiu responded from outside. "Wife, come eat. I bought some breakfast from outside. Don't let it get cold." After eating, Ding Man came to work. She arranged some tasks for him, asking him to organize the recent applicants by age. Ding Man didn't ask why, and went to work with the booklet. Zhang Juexia then took Yi Beixiu out to look at the house. "Wife, are we really going to buy a house? Let's see. If it's not suitable, we'll buy land and build our own." "Madam, do you have new ideas again?" "No new ideas, I just suddenly feel more burdened. Since we took in those children, we must help them learn real skills. So, we can't be careless about this." "Madam, I am impressed that you can handle this. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you need help, just tell me and I might be able to assist."
Got it.
Right now, what I need is a good, safe, and quiet big house to place the apprentices we've recruited these days. Understood. Yi Beixiu spent the morning with Zhang Juexia touring and finally found a house. The first step went smoothly, and everything else went well too. When Zhang Juexia held the house deed and smiled happily, she said, "Husband, this is our second house in town. But we should thank Lu Hong. If he hadn't damaged our shop, I wouldn't have the money to buy this house." "Yes, we should thank him, but don't say that to his face, or he might get angry and upset." "I'm not that foolish." Zhang Juexia jumped onto the carriage, staring at the deed repeatedly. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. "Husband, I think we forgot something. Can we establish a household registration for Sister Song's daughter?" Yi Beixiu slapped his forehead. "I forgot about that too. This afternoon, we'll go back to the village. Early tomorrow morning, I'll bring Grandpa Li to handle it. Yes, our craft workshop will still rely on Sister Song in the future."
We must help her with this.
"Madam, I understand what's more important. Even for building the house this time, I've already told Master Li to build Sister Song's house first, then our workshop. Do you think Master Li can handle building several houses at once?" "Madam, don't worry too much. Otherwise, you'll get wrinkles. I already asked Master Li, and he said not to worry. He has his own plans as long as it doesn't delay our work." Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu happily returned to the shop. Before the carriage even stopped, They saw Li Yidong and Ganchao walking from another direction. Behind them were two strangers, whom Zhang Juexiao looked at carefully. Seems like a mother and daughter. Ganchao saw Zhang Juexiao and Yi Beixiu, who looked like wild horses running free, and suddenly ran over excitedly. Brother Beixiu, I miss you so much. Li Yidong stood nearby with a stern face. The rules are getting more relaxed. If my senior brother were here, I wonder if you would dare to do this. Ganchao quickly stood straight and respectfully saluted. Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexiao also bowed to Li Yidong, allowing him to lead them into the house. Li Yidong explained the situation and then took out Lu Mingda's letter, handing it to Yi Beixiu. Meanwhile, Ding Man had not yet finished preparing the tea, and he was about to leave. I have patients at my shop, so I won't stay long. Ganchao can talk here with you, but don't delay too much, as he needs to return to Qingfeng City tomorrow. Understood. Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexiao both helped Li Yidong out the door. Li Yidong cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. You two need not be polite. My senior brother has been cared for by you for many days, and I am very grateful. My senior brother specifically asked me to treat you like family and take good care of you. After saying this, he turned to leave before Yi Beixiu could respond. Ganchao saw that his uncle had left, and then dared to speak loudly. Brother Beixiu, you don't know how much I've been longing to return to Ye's village these days. My master said she wanted to bring the mother and daughter back, so I volunteered to take on this task. Yi Beixiu praised him like a brother. Lunch is on me today. I'll ask Ding Man to go to Manhwa restaurant and book a table. Ganchao shook his head repeatedly. Brother Beixiu, I can't afford such expenses. If my master finds out, she'll definitely give me a hard time. Zhang Juexiao smiled. Now that you're here, you're a guest. Besides, you've helped us so much this time, so we should show our gratitude. But we won't hold a banquet. Ding Man, go quickly to Manhwa restaurant and order a few dishes. Tell the shopkeeper one that I said to pick their best dishes. She took out 2 small silver pieces and handed them to Ding Man, who took the money and ran out. Yi Beixiu then asked Ganchao, how is Dr. Lu doing? My master is very well. She has almost cured the noble's illness too. You all left, and Brother Beixiu and I are not used to it. Even Song Yu and Sister Jean feel that the house has lost its liveliness. But as the saying goes, all good things must end. This farewell is just for a better reunion later. Ganchao agreed with Zhang Juexiao's words. That's right. These mother and daughter only met by chance through my master. They're quite pitiful and have nowhere good to go. My master remembered that you needed an embroidery girl, so she mentioned it to them. To my surprise, they agreed. Ganchao looked outside and lowered his voice intentionally. My master specifically inquired about this. Both mother and daughter are honest people, so he dared to let them come here. Zhang Juexiao also looked outside with him. The mother and daughter were still waiting outside. Ganchao, why not let them come in and talk? Ganchao slapped his head. I was so happy to see you that I kept talking and forgot about them. Then he ran to the door and called out, Aunt Wang and Sister Cui, don't stand at the door. Come in quickly. Zhang Juexiao had already carefully observed the mother and daughter earlier. As he got closer, he thought more and more that they were capable and straightforward people. Ganchao introduced them, and after exchanging greetings, Zhang Juexiao asked them to sit and chat. Aunt Wang kept refusing. Sir, you're too polite. We're grateful just to have a place to stay. Her eyes turned red. Little Cui pushed her gently and forced a small smile. Don't mind us, sir. My mother is like this. Zhang Juexiao said it was fine. Dr. Lu mentioned your situation and said both of you are very skilled at embroidery. Aunt Wang nodded. Cui's skills are also taught by me. Don't worry, I will teach you both my embroidery techniques. Zhang Juexiao saw she didn't seem to be lying. It looks like I'll be relying on you, Aunt Wang. Sir, you're too kind. My family name is Wang. Everyone calls me Aunt Wang out of habit. If you mind, I can. Zhang Juexiao quickly stopped her. With your excellent skills, I think calling you Aunt Wang is an honor. Aunt Wang, from now on, this place is your home. Don't feel out of place. You came so suddenly, I wasn't prepared. I'll help you and Sister Chui wash up first. After we eat, I'll take you to your place. Is that okay? Everything will follow your arrangements. Honestly, we're grateful you took us in.
Sigh.
Zhang Juexia led them to the backyard. Aunt Wang, don't say such things anymore. We need each other. Honestly, Dr. Liu just left my house. He knows I need embroidery workers. That's why he introduced you to me. This opened Aunt Wang's heart. Honestly, if I blame myself for being incapable, having good embroidery skills but still unable to protect Chui, then I had no choice but to leave my hometown. Chui gently pushed Mother Wang from behind, not wanting her to say more. Mother, please don't tell everyone about this in the future. It's already enough that you're bothering me. Since we left Qingfeng City, it's to cut ties with those people. Don't say embroidery skills are useless. If we didn't have these skills, how could Liu Doctor introduce us to Zhang's family? Zhang Jixia watched their interaction and smiled. Mother Wang told Chui to go wash up first, then spoke to Zhang Jixia. My daughter has always had her own mind. It's partly because my late husband passed away early, leaving us alone. The Wang family is not very kind. We've been living outside for many years, never asking for help. Chui is grown up now and thinking of us. At first, they pretended to be kind, but I didn't think much and thought they felt guilty for leaving us and wanted to make up for it. Who knew their real goal was Chui, to sell her for their own benefit. Chui is my life, and I wouldn't let them harm her, even if it cost me my life. I went to the Wang family to argue, but they got so angry they made me faint on the way home. Luckily, Liu Doctor passed by and saved me. Chui had finished washing and heard Mother Wang talking angrily about her again. She quickly stopped her. Mother, I told you, please don't bring up the past anymore. Chui then apologized to Zhang Jixia. Sir, my mother is old and naturally talks a lot. Please don't take it to heart. Zhang Jixia shook her head, showing she didn't mind. I think Mother Wang is straightforward. I like her very much. Mother Wang had gone to wash up. Chui looked at Zhang Jixia in surprise. Do you really like my mother's personality? Of course, Zhang Jixia replied. Chui sighed. My mother worked hard to raise me. If she wasn't strong, we would have been bullied. That's what a mother's strength is for. Zhang Jixia thought of Song Yu, who was also brave and fought against fate for Jinjia. Her words made Chui like her even more instantly. No wonder Liu Doctor recommended us to you. Your personality is really likable. That's good. We'll have more dealings in the future. If we're awkward, it might affect business, Zhang Jixia said. Mother Wang agreed strongly after hearing this. On the road, I was worried about our future livelihood. Now everything is settled, and my heart feels at peace. Zhang Juexia took them to the front yard, and Dingman also returned from Manfu restaurant. Dingman found a clean table, took out the food from the lunchbox, and started arranging the dishes while talking. Shopkeeper, you don't know how much face you have. When Wan Zhonggui heard you wanted food, he personally went to the kitchen to arrange it. Not only that, I offered money, but he refused to take it. He said the food was his gift to you. He pushed me out the door. After setting the dishes, Dingman returned the money to Zhang Juexia. When handing over the money, he felt nervous, worried that Zhang Juexia might scold him. Shopkeeper, this money is indeed refused by Wan Zhonggui, not that I didn't give it. Zhang Juexia took the money and said, I understand. I will handle my own affairs. Let's go eat now. Madame Wang and Xiao Chui stood still, not speaking. Without waiting for Zhang Juexia to say anything, Dingman stepped forward and pulled them to sit down. You two really don't need to be polite. The shopkeeper is very kind. You'll see after a while. Look, I am just a young clerk in the shop and I can sit and eat. You, at least, are the embroidery master invited by the shop, much better than me. Zhang Juexia glared at Dingman. Stop talking so much. Come and eat. She then smiled at Madame Wang. Madam, you've traveled a long way. Come and eat quickly, or the food will get cold. Gan Chao also exclaimed that he was hungry and urged everyone to eat quickly. The meal started with some awkwardness, but everyone gradually relaxed and joked around. After eating, Gan Chao drank a cup of tea and then left. Yi Baixiu promised to visit him in the county when he had time. Gong Chao wiped tears from his eyes and said, "Brother Baixiu, you must come see me." Zhang Juexiao was worried he might return late, and Li Yidong teased him on purpose. "I heard Sister Jean say that once you finish your apprenticeship, you'll get married. Later, Brother Baixiu and I will drink your wedding wine together." Hearing this, Gong Chao didn't even wipe his tears and blushed as he ran away. Madame Wang chuckled beside him. In the end, he's still a child. Just mentioning a wife makes him shy. Exactly, he only knows how to cry when things happen. With someone like that, how can he take care of his wife? Yi Baixiu embraced Zhang Juexiao from behind. "My wife is right. He's still a child himself. How can he take good care of his wife if he brings her home?" Madame Wang awkwardly turned her head away, and Xiao Chui lowered her head too. Dingman, however, calmly placed the packed lunchbox aside, waiting for the staff from Manhwa restaurant to come and collect it. "Shopkeeper, I haven't finished the work you assigned yet. If you don't have other tasks for me, I will continue working." Zhang Juexiao responded with a and tried to free herself from Yi Baixiu's embrace. "I have something to discuss with Madame Wang," she said. Yi Baixiu finally let go. "I'm going to the backyard. If anything comes up, call me. Now there's work for you to do. Go to Manager Yao and ask for a helper. Take them to our new house to prepare a room for Madame Wang and her daughter to stay in. Once I finish my work here, I will take them to the new house." Yi Baixiu nodded and left. Zhang Juexiao watched him walk away and then turned back into the house. She took out the embroidery from Manager Yao that she had been given and showed it to Madame Wang and Little Chui. Madame Wang examined it carefully and then let Little Chui look at it. "How is it? These embroidery pieces are really good. Can you guys make embroidery like this?" Little Chui couldn't help but laugh. Embroidery like this is very common in Qingfeng City. Even more advanced embroidery my mother can make. Madame Wang scolded Little Chui. "Don't talk nonsense. These embroidery pieces are considered top quality." She then looked at Zhang Juexiao again. Hearing the conversation between mother and daughter, Zhang Juexiao felt very happy. Lu Mingda, the old man, was quite good. He recommended such a talented embroidery master to her. Although she was pleased inside, she kept a calm face. "Madame Wang, you really are my timely rain. Since these embroidery pieces can be made, I feel relieved." Madame Wang also relaxed after hearing Zhang Juexiao. "Old madam, I also have an embroidery girl at home. She earns 1 tael of silver a month. How about we try her for 3 months first? After 3 months, we can discuss increasing her wages." Little Chui wanted to speak, but Madame Wang patted her on the back, signaling her to be quiet. "As for food and lodging, I can only provide a place temporarily. But my house is well equipped. You can cook yourselves, and I will give you 20 coins a day to cover your meals. What do you think?" Everything is arranged by the young mistress. "All right, I will take you to the new house now. You should get used to it in the next couple of days. Once I start my business, you will probably be busy for a while." Zhang Juexia's new house was on another street, not far away. She first took Madame Wang and her daughter to Manager Yao's place, letting them choose bedding and introducing each other. She then reminded Madame Wang, "Remember Manager Yao and her shop. If there's an urgent matter and I am not in town, just go to her." "Does the master usually stay in town?" "Yes, I have some matters at home, so I am busy running around." Mrs. Wang nodded. When they arrived at the new house, she looked at the door and asked, "Is this also the master's house?" After Yi Baixiu sent the young servant away, he heard voices outside and quickly went to open the door. "Madam, you've arrived." Zhang Juexiao smiled and led Mrs. Wang and Xiao Chui inside. "My husband has cleaned the house. You and Xiao Chui can stay in the front yard, which has good sunlight. The backyard is for teaching apprentices embroidery." Mrs. Wang smiled and thanked Zhang Juexiao. "You've traveled a long way. You must be tired. Rest well. How long do you think we should stay, master?"
It's hard to say.
"I need to prepare everything before opening officially, but it won't take more than 10 days. In the meantime, you and Xiao Chui can get familiar with the town. It's also a good way to relax. I will still pay your wages, so don't worry."
Don't worry, wife.
I just feel a bit guilty about taking so long to rest, but I trust the master. Mrs. Wang added, we'll be here for a while. No need to worry about guilt. As time goes on, you'll see what kind of person I am. Yi Baixiu outside was eager and urged her to hurry. Madam, we need to go back to the village today. Mrs. Wang, my husband is calling me, I must go now. Remember, if you need help, talk to Manager Yao. I've already made arrangements.
Got it.
Mrs. Wang saw Zhang Juexiao off and only turned back into the house after he left, then closed the door tightly. Xiao Cui had already made the bed and was about to heat water in the kitchen. Mother, this master is too unreasonable. We've never done such rough work before. Let's endure for now. I think this Zhang is easy to get along with. We don't have many options right now, and for Lu Longzhong's reputation, we should wait a few months. Once those untrustworthy people finish their work, we can return to Qingfeng City. But I wonder if Master Shin still needs us. Also, Mother, this master clearly doesn't understand the market. With my embroidery skills, I can earn at least 3 taels of silver a month. You should start at 5 taels. She only paid you 1 tael, and you didn't argue. Foolish child, no merit, no reward. We haven't done anything yet, and you keep saying your embroidery skills are good, but no one has seen them. Good food is not afraid of being late. Take your time. Zhang Dong isn't the kind of stingy person, so we just need to work hard. She pays us 600 coins a month for food. Honestly, it might be more cost-effective to hire an old woman to help us. Mother, our hands are precious. We can't do rough work like washing clothes or cooking. After a moment of thought, Granny Wang said, this is easy to handle. I'll go buy some snacks later, and we can manage for a couple of meals. If Dong doesn't come tomorrow, I'll ask Manager Yao to help us find a servant girl. Then, who will pay for the work? We will. I told you we just arrived, so we shouldn't worry too much. How you were in Qingfeng City, no one has seen. Gold will shine eventually. Don't focus too much on immediate gains and losses. Although Xiao Cui felt a bit resentful, under Granny Wang's firm gaze, she nodded in acceptance. Zhang Juexiao especially went to Manager Yao to ask her to take good care of Granny Wang and Xiao Cui. Manager Yao replied eagerly, you're really brave. Buying this house just like that, faster than buying a big cabbage. That's what I needed. Now I have everything ready. Think carefully in the next few days about which embroidery girls to hire, then I can officially start my business. I knew you wouldn't forget about this. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything for you.
Thank you.
I'll treat you to a nice meal someday. My husband is waiting outside in a hurry, so I need to go home quickly. I'll leave this in your hands. Manager Yao waved her hand. Hurry up and go. Luckily, I found a good husband. On the way back, Yi Baixiu asked about Zhang Juexiao. Granny Wang and Xiao Cui were trustworthy. Zhang Juexiao recounted the letter from Lu Mingda and summarized it for him. Dr. Lu said he's reliable and skilled. Anyway, if we use him well, it won't be a loss. This old man is quite interesting. Wife, sometimes when he suddenly has free time, I think of Dr. Lu, and it feels a bit strange. Actually, this old man is really good. He lives clearly and wisely. Others see him living in our house and think he's taking advantage of us. But I think we're the ones benefiting. We learn so many things from him that we wouldn't learn otherwise. If he hadn't insisted on not teaching us medicine, I really would want to learn a few tricks from him. Yi Baixiu looked at the talkative Zhang Juexiao and smiled affectionately. Medical skills are like childhood skills. They're not so easy to learn. I heard Gan Chao say that he has been studying medicine with Lu Longzhong since he was 8 years old. Oh, I see. That's why Lu Longzhong doesn't want to take us as apprentices anymore. Why is that? Because he thinks we're too old, and it's hard to teach us. Yi Baixiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. My wife, you're right. Yi Baixiu laughed happily, and the carriage sped quickly, soon arriving home. Zhang Juexiao jumped down from the carriage, stretched lazily. When I used to drive the cart myself, I didn't feel tired. But now, sitting in the carriage, I feel uncomfortable all over. Next time, you can drive the cart. Sure, I can do that. I'm not bad at it. Yi Baixiu teased Zhang Juexiao while taking care of Ahua, making sure it ate and drank enough. You're finally back. Lu Wanfeng carried 2 wild rabbits into the yard. Beishiu, I don't know what's going on, but lately there are more of these things on the mountain. They came to steal wheat, so I caught these 2. When you and your wife go to town, take them to sell. Yi Beishiu didn't take the wild rabbits from Lu Wanfeng. Really? Are there many? Yes, quite a few. Right now, the wild vegetables and grasses on the mountain are just sprouting, but our wheat is growing well. These animals come to nibble at the wheat. Every day, I and Yong have to chase away several groups. Yi Beishiu, feeling annoyed, patted his forehead. This is really my fault. Zhang Jiexia understood. So, the other day you said you had settled all the wild rabbits at home. Turns out, you released them back into the mountain. I'm just thinking about raising chickens in the mountain, so I remembered these wild rabbits could also be kept there. I forgot they dig holes and run fast. No worries, I'm a hunter. Hunting is my specialty. Tomorrow I'll go into the mountain and gather them all. Lu Wanfeng put the wild rabbits on the ground. I don't know what to say. If these rabbits could really be raised like chickens, I would have started already. Yi Beishiu smiled sheepishly. It's all about trying. I'll find a way to gather them. If it doesn't work, we can think of a way to enclose them. As long as they don't eat our grain, it's fine. Zhang Jiexia thought Yi Beishiu was clever and didn't complain. She encouraged him to think more. If he could increase the number of wild rabbits on the mountain, it would be a good achievement. Lu Wanfeng's mouth twitched, and he decided to hold back what he wanted to say. If there's nothing else, I'll head home first. Yi Beishiu stopped him and said, You and Yong each take one of these wild rabbits and bring them home to eat. That's not very good, he replied. You said there are plenty of these in the mountains. There's nothing wrong with it. Just take it as a reward for your hunting, Yi Beishiu insisted. Without further explanation, he picked up a wild rabbit from the ground and handed it to Lu Wanfeng. Lu Wanfeng had no choice but to carry the rabbit out the door. When Lu Wanfeng left, Qin Yong entered. They happened to meet at the door. Yong, Beishiu asked me to give you a wild rabbit to take home and eat.
Great.
I knew following Brother Beishiu would mean good food, Lu Wanfeng said as he handed the rabbit to Qin Yong. What's so great? I think those 2 are acting strange. Why not just farm properly? Instead, they keep messing around. Today planting vegetables, tomorrow raising chickens, and now wild rabbits too. I told you there are strange things about these rabbits. Turns out Brother Beishiu is raising them from the mountain. That's interesting. I tell you, Wanfeng, you'll get used to it. Look at me. I've already gotten used to it and don't find it strange anymore, Qin Yong said, glaring at Lu Wanfeng. Are you leaving? Lu Wanfeng asked. I'm waiting for my wife, Qin Yong replied. Lu Wanfeng rolled his eyes, silently carrying the rabbit as he walked away. Qin Yong called out from the backyard, Yulan, stop working. It's getting dark, so rest. Otherwise, your eyes won't hold up. Li Yulan shyly responded and quickly packed her sewing tools before rushing outside. This Yong is more punctual than our roosters. Let's go too. Even though no one cares for us, we should still take care of ourselves, Zhang Jiexia said, waiting for everyone to leave. Then he asked Song Yu about her progress. Song Yu honestly replied, saying everyone was working hard and praising the new girl, Li Zhao. Zhang Jiexia finally relaxed and said, Sorry, Sister Song. I couldn't come back yesterday. I bought some snacks for you. When you and Sister Jean are hungry, have a bite. It's okay. Yulan had Yong bring me some food, so don't worry. Everyone is really kind to me. Even if I'm alone at home, I won't go hungry. Besides, I can cook myself if needed, Song Yu said. Brother Beishiu and I have decided that tomorrow we'll bring Grandpa Li Zheng to help you register the household. Are you sure about this? Yes, I've thought it through. We've already discussed this, but I'm sorry if it causes trouble for you. We just didn't see each other yesterday, so why are we becoming distant? Zhang Jiexia took the opportunity to tell Song Yu that Lu Mingda had sent her 2 embroidery women. Song Yu thought for a moment and said, The embroidery women from Qingfeng City must be very skilled. I haven't seen them yet. If they are really experts from Qingfeng City, I should go learn from them someday. These are small matters. I can handle everything. After saying this, Zhang Juexia smiled to herself. The next morning, Yi Beixiu pulled Yi Jidong along with Song Yu's documents to register her as a female household and officially registered her in Yejia village. Yi Jidong held the household registration and said, "This is the first female household in our Yejia village. Beixiu, since you know someone in the government office, things go faster. If I had done it myself before, it would have taken at least half a morning. Uncle, you know Zhang Wei and Lu Chong now. If you need anything in the future, just go to them." "Good, Uncle. I'm lucky to have your help." Yi Beixiu grinned and took Yi Jidong back to the village. Song Yu stroked the household registration in her hand, tears in her eyes, saying, "I can finally do things properly in my own name." Zhang Juexia didn't want her to remember past sad times and said, "Sister Song, today is a good day. I'll go cook a few dishes so we can celebrate properly." "Yes, we should celebrate. Juexia, don't argue with me. I'll pay for the meal today." "I won't argue with you." Zhang Juexia understood Song Yu's feelings and left her some space to be alone. She went to the kitchen to cook. Yi Beixiu conscientiously killed a wild rabbit. "My wife, this rabbit is for Sister Song to add to her meal. Honestly, I forgot to bring some to sell to Manager Wan when I went to town. Next time it's not too late." "Are you a bit embarrassed about seeing Qin Eryong and Luan Feng today?" "Yes, a little. They're trying to figure out how not to let the rabbits ruin the wheat." Zhang Juexia nodded. She couldn't think of a good solution herself. She knew her expertise was limited, so she kept quiet. In the afternoon, Li Yiqin and Yi Siyun came to visit Zhang Juexia. Seeing Li Yiqin, Zhang Juexia loved to touch her belly. "Big nephew, are you feeling mischievous? Are you eating well?" Li Yiqin smiled and patted her hand. "Such a little person. If only he could hear what you're saying. He probably can hear you. Try patting his belly. He'll interact with you." Li Yiqin looked at Zhang Juexia's serious face and also tried patting her own belly. "Juexia, he's really moving." Yi Siyun curiously leaned over and put her head on Li Yiqin's belly. "Strange. Why isn't he paying attention to me?" Zhang Juexia pulled Yi Siyun up. "All right, your little nephew is tired." Yi Siyun stood up unwillingly. "Why is he so tired so quickly?" "You ask me, I ask who else? But I did see Zhao Xian at your house. Older sister-in-law, he's talking about serious matters. Look at you." Then Zhang Juexia explained about going to Zhao's house for dinner and Zhao Xian helping with chores. "Shopkeeper Yao originally planned for you to go, but since Zhao Xian is working there, he decided to wait a few more days." Li Yiqin thought Zhao Xian was working at shopkeeper Yao's. "It's better to avoid suspicion. I'm really happy that Xin found a good family." As she spoke, Li Yiqin started to cry. Yi Siyun and Zhang Juexia looked at each other, puzzled. Weren't they just laughing? Yi Siyun quietly told Zhang Juexia, "My mother said, even when pregnant, she acts like this." When Zhang Juexia went to town again, she visited the Li family. Qian Yulin was very happy to see her. "If you hadn't come to find me, I would have sent someone to look for you." "Is there something?" "Not really." Manhwa expanded her canned food business to the south. "You and your sisters probably won't see each other for a while. She asked me to send you a message." Qian Yulin handed a letter to Zhang Juexia. She hesitated to open it, but Qian Yulin urged her to read it quickly. Zhang Juexia opened the letter. It was short and simple. "Regarding the embroidery girl you asked me to find, she's quite attentive, but we haven't found a suitable one yet. Our Li family has an outsider shopkeeper who wants to return home to retire with his son. Manhwa asked me first, but unfortunately, there's only one position, and we don't have a job for him. Since your shop is opening soon, Manhwa suggested I ask if you need a shopkeeper." The letter from Manhwa to Zhang Juexia had the same meaning. "Don't worry if it's difficult. If you don't need a shopkeeper, I'll think of another way." Zhang Juexia thought about it. Manhwa's letter said the shopkeeper was suitable. His son had some experience and could become skilled. This way, she could leave the business in town entirely to the father and son. Even their family workshop business could be managed by them. She could then be a hands-off boss. "Mother-in-law, I want these too." Qian Yulin turned to Lu Mama. "Bring the contract for Li Shi and Li Lo and give it to Miss Zhang. Contract? Our Li family always signs contracts with workers, or we wouldn't dare to employ them. Zhang Juexia took the contract and looked at it carefully. Annie, does this mean I have to pay them for selling themselves? Qian Yulin smiled. You're quite knowledgeable. The silver for this contract has already been paid by the Li family. From now on, you only need to pay their wages. Zhang Juexia didn't argue and responded politely. Li Shi's wages were 2 taels of silver a month when he was with the Li family, and his son earned 1 tael a month. Since your shop is new, the wages are a bit lower. You can discuss and decide. Anyway, they are now your people. They have a place to stay in town, so you don't need to worry. Grandma Lu asked Li Zhong to call Li Shi and his son over so they could meet their new employer. Auntie, when you reply to Yingyue, please tell her that embroidery sister has been found and she can focus on making kin food. Madam, Li Shi and his son have arrived. A capable middle-aged man led in a tall young man, and both bowed respectfully to Qian Yulin. Qian Yulin asked them to take a seat. The father and son didn't sit fully on the chairs, just lightly leaning on the edges. Your abilities are obvious. I hope that when you go to Miss Zhang's place, you won't embarrass me or the Li family. Li Shi quickly stood up, and Li Lu followed his father. Madam, rest assured, we will do our best. Come meet your new employer, Miss Zhang Juexia. She is the one working with Yingyue on the canned food business. Li Shi's frown immediately relaxed, and a hint of surprise disappeared from his face. He respectfully bowed. Greetings, Madam Zhang. Qian Yulin looked at Zhang Juexia. If you have anything to say, just tell them to wait at the shop. Tomorrow is fine. My shop will be ready by then. Auntie, I plan to open in a few days. I wanted to ask you to help me boost the crowd, but I didn't expect you to help me so much. I believe with Manager Li's help, my business will only get better. Look at that little mouth, speaking so nicely. It's so pleasant to hear. Li Shi, you two can go now. Tomorrow, go to Madame Zhang's shop. Do you know exactly where it is? Manager Li already told me. Then go. The two of you have a good talk. Li Shi, you need to stay motivated and work hard. Li Shi bowed and responded, yes, then led Li Lu to leave. Qian Yulin asked Zhang Juexia, are you satisfied? Yes, I am. I trust the people recommended by Auntie and Yingyue. Time is getting late, so I won't bother Auntie anymore. Please don't forget to support me the next time we meet. I won't forget. I have a surprise for you then. After Zhang Juexia left, Lady Lu couldn't help but ask Qian Yulin, Madam, why are you so kind to that young lady Zhang? Lady, you don't understand. When I see her, I see myself from back then. Yingyu and she are good friends, and she genuinely helps Yingyu. Lady Lu nodded as if she understood but was still unsure. I hoping you can grow her business bigger and bigger. It would be perfect if she could find a good son-in-law to marry in. It's much better than handing the Li family over to Li Qi, that spendthrift. Lady Lu comforted Qian Yulin. Auntie has another child in her belly, maybe a little young master. Hopefully, said Zhang Juexia as she left the Li residence. She heard the noise outside, as if someone was causing trouble. She paused and looked over there. What she saw surprised her. Someone was causing a fuss, and it was Tian Kaihong. From a distance, Zhang Juexia saw that Tian Kaihong looked much older than last year. Her white hair had overtaken her black hair, and her face was more wrinkled. Tian Kaihong stomped her feet and shouted loudly, this is how the Li family treats guests. I just wanted to see my daughter. Why won't they let me see her? Madame Zhang, the 8th madam is pregnant now, so she shouldn't meet visitors. Please, be kind and let me see my daughter. I haven't seen her in a long time. I don't know if she's alive or dead. Madame Zhang, you said that, but it was you who pushed your daughter to marry our master. She's the 8th madam of the Li family, and we should respect her. Besides, she's very precious now. Then let me see her. The servant at the gate probably reported to Lady Qian Yulin. Lady Lu, with a dark face, stood at the door. Madame Zhang, right? The mother of the 8th madam? Tian Kaihong held her head high. Yes, I am. The 8th madam is doing very well in our house. Several maids take turns caring for her, and she's never lacked good food. You can rest assured, Madame Zhang. No matter how well you talk, I haven't seen her. I need to see my daughter to be at ease. Since Madame Zhang is so eager, then go ahead and see the 8th Madam. But our Madam said that if anything happens to her, it will be your responsibility. Zhang Juexia looked at Tian Saihong's behavior and felt disgusted. She turned and walked in another direction. Tian Saihong's goal was achieved as she confidently entered the Li residence, muttering to herself, I just want to see my daughter. What else could happen? This wealthy family just likes to scare people. Madame Lu rolled her eyes at this ignorant village woman and couldn't help but want to give her a little slap. Madame Zhang, you're too naive. These days, it's not the 8th wife who is important, but her unborn child's safety. Think about it. If the 8th wife has a boy, then the Holy Family will be this child's family. Tian Kaihong paused and asked, really? Madame Zhang, isn't that obvious? Then I must see my daughter and tell her to listen carefully and take good care of herself. If she really gives birth to a boy, she will be a great contributor to the Li family. Madame Lu was speechless and signaled to the person leading the way, tell Chen Chao not to let her stay too long. If something happens to the 8th wife, I will break her legs. Understood. Madame Lu felt that talking more was useless, so she didn't stay to accompany Tian Kaihong. She looked at Tian Saihong's back and shook her head silently, thinking, she's just unlucky. Madame Lu told Qian Yulin about the matter, and Qian Yulin handled it calmly, saying, what is meant to be will be, and what is not shouldn't be forced. When Tian Kaihong saw Zhang Qiuyue, she couldn't help but cry loudly, my child, I almost lost you. Under the careful care of the servants at the Li residence, Zhang Qiuyue had gained some weight, and her belly was so big, she couldn't bend down. Chen Chao, help my mother sit down. Tian Saihong's tears flowed freely, but just as Zhang Qiuyue was about to lose patience, she finally stopped crying. Qiuyue, you have to be strong. Otherwise, life won't be easy for me and your brother. Did Zhang Difu bully you? More than that, he almost beat me to death over Zhang Jiexia. Tian Kaihong spat out her words, recounting what happened that day. Why didn't you ask someone to come and help me? I could have gotten someone to stand up for you. I asked Aunt Xiuzhen to come, but they wouldn't let her in. Qiuyue, I only endured for you. Otherwise, you might never have seen your mother again. Zhang Qiuyue was so angry, she suddenly sat up and slammed the table, saying fiercely, if Zhang Difu doesn't learn his lesson, I don't think he knows how big he is. Tian Kaihong was frightened by Zhang Qiuyue's fierce attitude. Qiuyue, this isn't your father's fault. If Zhang Jiexia hadn't been showing off recklessly in the village, your father wouldn't be so angry. Zhang Jiexia and I are enemies. Spring Grass looked at the very angry Zhang Qiuyue and trembled with fear. 8th Madam, please calm down. Madame Zhang hasn't been here for long. If the master finds out, it could be trouble. Zhang Qiuyue glared at Spring Grass. I'm carrying his child. What do you think he can do to me? But, go and bring me my purse from the bedside. Spring Grass obediently handed over the purse and nervously reminded Zhang Qiuyue, 8th Madam, if Madame Zhang stays too long this time, it might be harder to see her next time. Zhang Qiuyue snatched the purse from Spring Grass. Aren't you annoying? I do what I want and you tell me?
No, that's madam.
All right, wait outside the door for a while. I'll say a few words to my mother, then she can go back. Is that okay? Zhang Qiuyue dismissed Spring Grass and took out a silver note from the purse. Mother, this is hush money the master secretly gave me because he's been working hard with my pregnancy. Take this silver and buy some things when you find a good place. Remember, don't let my father know about this. After all, he's not my real father. We need to be careful around him. Tian Kaihong took the silver note and looked at the number. Girl, that's a lot. With this money, Dongsheng's future marriage won't be a problem. Zhang Qiuyue glared at her. Dongsheng, Dongsheng. You're always thinking about Dongsheng. I gave you this money to buy land, not for you and Dongsheng. Tian Kaihong scoffed. TCH, if your belly is lucky and gives you a boy, all the wealth of the Li family will be yours. Why fight over such a small thing with your brother? Zhang Qiuyue felt uneasy. Recently, she had been confined and thought a lot. The entire Lee family was hoping she'd have a boy, but she couldn't tell if it was a boy or girl. If she had a girl, how would she and the baby survive? So, before the baby was born, she tried to flatter Lee Genie more, asking him for more silver to buy land outside, with Tian Saihong's help. It was her way of securing a future for herself and her unborn child. Hearing Tian Saihong's words, her heart sank. She decided to take back the silver note and wait for a trustworthy person to help her with this. Maybe you should give me that silver note, Zhang Qiuyue said, reaching out to it. But once she had it, Tian Kaihong wouldn't give it back. Mother and daughter fought over the silver note. In the struggle, Zhang Qiuyue accidentally tripped over a stool in front of her. Tian Kaihong watched helplessly as Zhang Qiuyue fell down in front of her. Tian Kaihong gasped loudly, standing there unsure of what to do. Chun Chao heard the noise and hurriedly pushed the door open. She saw Zhang Qiuyue on the ground and was terrified. Someone come quickly. Auntie Ba has fallen. Outside, the maids hurriedly ran in. Oh my goodness, this is serious. Quickly call the doctor. 3 or 4 maids scrambled to lift Zhang Qiuyue onto the bed. Zhang Qiuyue held her stomach and shouted, "It hurts so much. My stomach is in pain. Please help me. Save my baby." One brave maid lifted Zhang Qiuyue's clothes and saw the blood underneath, panicking instantly.
Oh my.
What happened? She was fine just now. Did the doctor arrive? If Annie Ba gets hurt, the master and madam will be very angry with us. Hearing this, everyone in the room turned pale. Tian Kaihong clenched a banknote tightly in her hand and scolded Zhang Qiuyue. Look at how you're living. So many people taking care of you, yet you still fight over these little things. Now look at the trouble you've caused. I want to tell you, this isn't my fault. It's because you weren't careful. She spoke while glancing around, noticing that everyone was focused on Zhang Qiuyue and no one paid attention to her. She quietly slipped out of Zhang Qiuyue's courtyard. Tian Kaihong ran out and saw the doctor staggering forward, pulling along a cart. Only then did she realize she had caused a big problem. Zhang Qiuyue was her own daughter, and she hesitated whether to go back. Just then, she saw Lady Li and Li Genie rushing hurriedly toward Zhang Qiuyue's courtyard. Tian Kaihong lost her courage, clutching the banknote even tighter, muttering, "My daughter, you're lucky to be in Li's family. They have plenty of money, can afford a doctor, and good medicine. You'll be fine." She slipped out of the Li residence without stopping, not even daring to take a cart, and took a small path home. The Li household was in chaos. Li Genie didn't dare scold Qian Yulin, but the servant suffered. He looked at anyone he didn't like and kicked them. I left this morning and everything was fine, but in just a little while, everything's fallen apart. Qian Yulin only sat quietly with a dark face and half-closed eyes. The servants moved carefully, even walking cautiously. Inside the house, Zhang Qiuyue kept crying about stomach pain. Soon the doctor came out sweating heavily. "This situation is truly dangerous. I've inserted needles, and the bleeding has stopped. You must be very careful in the future. Otherwise, even a fairy couldn't save her." Li Genie stood up and thanked the doctor. The doctor waved his hand. "Healing and saving lives are my duty. No need to thank me, Lord Li. I will write some prescriptions, and later someone will prepare the medicine for Madam to drink. You must take good care of her from now on. The rest depends on fate." After the doctor left, Zhang Qiuyue went to sleep. Li Genie didn't want to stay in Zhang Qiuyue's courtyard. He ordered the servants to tie up Chun Chao and the several old maids who were taking care of her and send them to the front yard. After asking around, Li Genie learned the general situation. He couldn't blame Qian Yulin at all. He kicked Chun Chao and scolded her. "How did Lady Lu instruct you? What did you do? You useless people. Enough. They are the least willing to see the third wife in trouble. Now, even if you sell them all, it won't help. Death penalty can be avoided, but life imprisonment is unavoidable. Come here, take these people away, and give each 20 lashes to teach them a lesson. Have you thought about who will take care of the third wife after 20 lashes?" Li Genie was so angry he stomped his feet inside the house. "This is not acceptable. That is not acceptable. What should we do then? Why is it so hard for me to have a son? Qian Yulin glared at him and then said outside, forget the 20 lashes. Otherwise, no one will take care of the third wife. Come here. Each of them gets 5 lashes to remember. Only then can they serve the mistress properly. Remember, now you are all like grass on the same rope with the third wife. If she's happy, you're happy. If she successfully gives birth, you will be rewarded. But if things go wrong like today, punishment is unavoidable. Chun Chao and the old maids were overwhelmed with gratitude to Qian Yulin. After receiving the lashes, they kowtowed several times to him before returning to Zhang Chuyue's courtyard to continue their work. Once everyone left, the front yard became quiet. Qian Yulin waved his hand and drove the servants out of the house. Then he turned on Li Jini and scolded him. This matter is nobody's fault but her own. Now, the entire household is practically supporting her. She's careless. She's so naive. She only sees 100 or 2 silver taels and fights over a village woman. Besides, that woman is her own mother. So, what if she gave her something? And you, why did you give her silver? The household doesn't lack food or drink for her. After the baby is born, she won't lack benefits either. Li Jini stepped forward to pat Bai Yulin on the back. Madam, calm down. This is my fault. I made you worry. I worry about things in your house all the time. I just don't want to live in fear. If she is lucky, she might give birth to a boy. That would be good for us, with no bad side. Yes, I understand what you mean. Understanding is one thing, but if you really listen to what I said, this wouldn't happen. Madam, please don't be angry. It's all my fault, I was wrong. Bai Yulin scolded Li Jini, feeling better afterward, then returned to her own courtyard. Zhang Juesha didn't know about what had happened in the Li family. She was busy preparing for her shop's opening. Yi Suyin was also brought along to help. Everyone worked hard and finally they figured things out. Once the manager we hired tomorrow arrives, we can open normally the day after. Dingman asked Zhang Juesha curiously, Manager, you're not usually here? Xiao Chui, who was familiar with Dingman, rolled her eyes at him. The boss is busy. No time. Actually, she was thinking that Zhang Juesha didn't know much and couldn't be the manager here. Ma Nyangwang glared at her, so she quickly changed her words. Dingman looked a bit disappointed and lost interest. Zhang Juesha comforted him. Don't worry. You're my helper, I personally hired you. No one can fire you unless I say so. I don't know much about these things, but maybe if we hire someone experienced, our business will grow bigger. I think the manager knows more than anyone else, Zhang Juesha smiled, realizing she had gained a little fan. This manager was recommended by Madam Li. He's been a manager in the Li family for many years, very experienced. Follow him and learn well. Maybe in a few years, you'll become a manager too. Really? Of course I'm not lying. I just want to remember my words and learn from capable people. Manager, I will listen to the new manager and work hard. I won't be lazy. Dingman looked adorable, which gave Zhang Juesha an idea. From now on, don't call me manager. When the new manager comes, he might not like it. What should I call you then? Call me sister. It sounds closer. Can I really call you sister? Of course. Sister, big sister. Xiao Chui watched Dingman's silly expression and rolled her eyes again. So childish. Dingman stuck out his tongue at Xiao Chui, not willing to back down. You want me to call you sister? I don't want to. I am younger than you. If you call me sister, don't call me old. Who cares? Aunt Wang coughed lightly beside us, and the two of us stopped arguing. Zhang Juesha found it quite interesting. It made the shop lively. That evening, shopkeeper Yao told her about Aunt Wang asking for help to find a maid. Zhang Juesha rubbed her forehead and said, I was careless and forgot about that. Shopkeeper Yao reminded Zhang Juesha that maids for cooking are easy to find in town, and starting a business might involve some secrets. If she hires unreliable maids, she might ruin a good deal with just a few words. Look at everyone in my shop, they all signed binding agreements, so they are loyal to the shop, Zhang Juesha said. She was very receptive to advice and remembered Madame Li's words that day. Tomorrow I'll go find someone to buy a few maids. That's right, Zhang Juexia chuckled. You know, the mother and daughter recommended by Dr. Liu are really good, especially Aunt Wang. I think so too. I feel I haven't done very well, she admitted. The main problem is that your shop is too big and you're too busy, Yao shopkeeper said. In fact, I don't have many household worries now. Song, you can handle things on her own. I'm just a hands-off boss. I just need to learn more, Zhang Juexia said. Learn what? Everyone here isn't as smart as you think. Instead of worrying about that, you should think about how to make more money, Yao shopkeeper said, leaving her speechless, but agreeing with the last part. She was thinking about discussing how to earn more silver with Yao shopkeeper. Suddenly, Yao shopkeeper sat up straight and asked seriously, "Who have you invited to the shop's opening day?" "You, Madam Li, my husband told Zhang Wei and Lu Chong from the government office, and Wan shopkeeper and Uncle Zhao from Uncle Xiang's place. They all said they would come." Yao shopkeeper paused thoughtfully. Fong Lan just returned from the county. I'm worried she might cause trouble. How did she come back? I only heard that their family has been lively lately. Their eldest and second sons are arguing about divorce. At first, Lu Hong was arrogant and let the wives cause trouble, not caring. Now, his two sons prefer to leave the family with nothing rather than divorce. Their family situation is quite complicated. Lu Hong couldn't handle it anymore and called Fong Lan back from the county. So, this time, Fong Lan has the upper hand. Humph, you're really good at flattering her. I heard from my good sister that her third daughter-in-law almost kicked her out. Lu Hong went to call her, and she just followed the latter back home. I've met Lu Sanla's wife. She's not easy to get along with. Let's not talk about their family. Let's discuss your opening. Think about it. What if Fong Lan comes? What will you do? I haven't stolen or robbed. If she comes, she comes. Besides, I guess she already knows I bought the shop, but she's probably afraid to tell Lu Hong. Shopkeeper Yao thought carefully. That could be. Let's review everything again so we don't forget anything and get flustered later. They worked until midnight. Yi Beixiu came to pick someone up at shopkeeper Yao's house, and Zhang Juexia left only after that. Your husband really cares about you. He came to pick you up just a few steps away. Yi Beixiu heard what shopkeeper Yao said and smiled. He and shopkeeper Yao had known each other for a while, so they were familiar. Your wife takes good care of you. Shopkeeper Yao gave him a thumbs up. Yi Beixiu walked with Zhang Juexia along the road. Zhang Juexia sighed. I feel like I'm being pushed into something I barely understand, going from not knowing much to just a little, yet daring to open an embroidery shop and take embroidery jobs. I don't think so. My wife has the ability to handle all this. Husband, thank you. Thank me for what? I think I should thank you for making me no longer just a hunter in the wild, surviving only by hunting. Yi Beixiu held Zhang Juexia's hand tightly, and their shadows grew longer. Early the next morning, Zhang Juexia asked Yi Beixiu to accompany her to the pharmacy. After choosing, they picked 4 miscellaneous women and 2 who knew how to cook. She took them to Wang Dama to arrange. Wang Dama saw these women and immediately understood what was going on. She wanted to explain, but Zhang Juexia stopped her. Madam, I am honored that you came from Qingfeng City to us. I was busy earlier and overlooked this matter. Please forgive me. Zhang Juexia spoke very sincerely, and Wang Dama was touched.
Don't mention it, madam.
It's not about forgiveness. I was at fault too. I should have spoken up about my needs at the time. All right, I'll remember what you said. In the future, if anything happens, you must tell me promptly. Also, madam, can we not call each other madam all the time? I'm not that old, and it makes me feel like I've lost my youth.
What should I call you then?
Just call me Zhang Juexia, or Juexia is fine. Can that work? Of course it can. Mrs. Wang hesitantly called out, Juexia. Zhang Juexia cheerfully agreed. Li Shi and Li Le had already arrived at the shop. Zhang Juexia introduced them to each other and explained the plans for the grand opening tomorrow. Li Shi quickly took on the role of shopkeeper, adding details Zhang Juexia hadn't thought of. After finalizing everything, everyone went off to do their own things. February 6th was a good day, and Zhang Juexia's summer embroidery workshop officially opened. Familiar shops in town brought gifts to celebrate. Madame Li, along with the wives of several wealthy families, also came to support. The wealthy ladies, with sharp eyes, immediately ordered dozens of small purses displayed by Zhang Juexia. They also ordered a few embroidered pieces. However, Qian Yulin looked a bit tired. After saying a few words to Zhang Juexia, he found an excuse to leave. The other ladies, seeing Qian Yulin leave, also said some blessings and then left. Lu Hong, waiting outside the shop, sneered, "I thought it was a big deal." Madame Li left, and those ladies all left too. He reached out and pulled Fong Lan. "I told you, you're the best at embroidery. Hurry inside and cause some trouble. Today, I just don't want them to have a good time." Fong Lan struggled. "Master, listen to me, their background." "Bah, I didn't tell you to smash the shop or cause trouble. Do you know how to cause trouble? If I were a master embroiderer, I wouldn't need you." Fong Lan desperately resisted, not wanting to go into summer embroidery workshop. Sudden horse hooves sounded outside. Several officials dismounted and loudly asked, "Is this the shop opened by Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia?" Hearing the noise, Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia rushed out. "We are here on Our Lady's orders to offer congratulations." Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia happily welcomed the officials into the shop. The officials handed over gifts and also brought in a plaque. Our Lady said, "Wishing you prosperous business." Li Shi saw the county magistrate's plaque and was surprised, but he remained calm and arranged everything smoothly. He handed the red envelope to Li Lo, weighing it carefully before giving it to Yi Beixiu. Yi Beixiu immediately understood what was happening. He clasped his hands and bowed. "Your officials have come from afar just for my family's private matter. I am very grateful. Please accept this small token of appreciation." The official took the red envelope, nodded happily. "I've arranged a restaurant. May I invite a few officials to join us for a meal before you leave?" "No. Madam specifically asked us not to trouble you. We're leaving now. Mr. Yidong, business is thriving. Farewell." After the officials walked away, Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia entered the shop. Outside, Lu Hong was stunned by the officials' actions, muttering to himself, "Who are they? How are they connected to the magistrate?" The magistrate's wife personally sent a plaque. "This face is unique in town."
Yi Beiqiu, Zhang Juexia.
Zhang Juexia. Why does that name sound so familiar? Lu Hong quickly realized and slapped himself, glaring with red eyes at Fong Lan. "Do you know everything? Keeping it from me, pretending to be stupid?" Fong Lan covered her face. "Master, I just found out now." Lu Hong was furious and kicked Fong Lan in the chest. "You did a good job." Fong Lan painfully knelt on the ground. I was wrong, isn't that enough? Should I go to her shop and cause trouble?" "Stop dreaming. You still think I haven't sat enough in prison?" "Zhang Juexia, you're ruthless. Knowing our delicate relationship, you dared to take the shop I liked and buy my land. I won't let this go." Lu Hong cursed as he walked ahead, Fong Lan struggling to follow behind. People on the street pointed and whispered about the couple. "Those are the heads of the Lu family. I heard their 2 sons are fighting over a divorce. My maternal family and the eldest daughter-in-law's family are from the same place. I heard their 2 sons are willing to give up everything and not divorce. The Lu family used to be a big name in our town, but now look at them. Who knows? Maybe they've done too many bad things." As noon approached, Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia decided there probably wouldn't be more congratulatory visits, so they planned to take everyone to Manhwa restaurant for a feast. "Is this the new shop opened by Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu?" They were stunned but quickly ran outside. The people on the carriage had already gotten out and politely asked, "Are you from Yi Village?"
Yes.
"That's right. I am from the Shin family in Qingfeng City. Our matriarch heard you open a new shop and sent someone here to congratulate you." Zhang Juexia responded first. "How is the old lady? Is she well?" "She's fine. Thank you for asking." Yi Beixiu finally understood who this old lady was. "You've come a long way. Please come in for some tea and rest. We've prepared a meal and drinks." After eating, you can head back to Qingfeng City. She put down her gift. No, the items will be delivered. I must return to report. The old lady specifically asked not to trouble you too. I dare not disobey her wishes. Farewell, until we meet again. Before Yi Baixiu and Zhang Juexia could speak their thanks, the person had already disappeared. From a distance, Li Yidong also jumped down from his carriage and hurried over. Sorry for the delay, caused by a sick person. I almost missed the important matter. On behalf of my senior brother and myself, congratulations. After speaking, Li Yidong presented a gift. You must accept this gift, or my senior brother won't forgive me. Yi Baixiu invited Li Yidong to come inside for tea. Li Yidong shook his head. I really can't stay long. Let's meet again another day. Zhang Juexia looked at the gift from Old Lady Shen with surprise. She had only told Old Lady Shen where she lived, and had mentioned opening a shop. When Wang Dama saw the plaque engraved with the Shen family head's name, she was startled and looked more respectful than before. She seemed to understand why her departure from the Shen family had gone so smoothly. She glanced at Zhang Juexia, who was modest and unassuming. The shop's opening gifts included congratulations from the magistrate's wife and even from the Shen family of Qingfeng City. Wang Dama was glad she hadn't shown any disdain when she first arrived. Xiao Cui had also become more obedient now. She nervously looked at Wang Dama. Wang Dama signaled with her eyes to stay calm and do what she was supposed to. Zhang Juexia asked Ding Man and Li Lu to hang the plaque. After waiting for a stick of incense, she discussed with Yi Baixiu. I think no one else will come now. Let's go eat. Ding Man stayed behind voluntarily, and Li Shi let Li Lu stay too. Manager Wan had already prepared the feast, waiting for guests. When he saw Yi Baixiu and Zhang Juexia enter, he first congratulated them and then asked the staff to serve the meal. After the meal, everyone dispersed. Zhang Juexia and Li Shi counted the gift money. The person recorded was Li Lu. Zhang Juexia looked through the record book and praised Li Li's handwriting. Thanks for the compliment, sir. This child is not like me at all. He doesn't enjoy dealing with people normally. I only had him learn bookkeeping out of necessity. All in all, I've benefited. Not only do I have a shopkeeper, but I also have a treasurer, she added happily. Li Shi was overjoyed and called Li Lu over. Quickly thank the master. Li Lu obediently bowed to Zhang Juexia. Zhang Juexia quickly asked someone to get up. We need a bookkeeper. First, help me organize the accounts here. In a few days, you can go back to the village with me and also help me sort out the accounts for the workshop. Just work hard, and you'll be busy in the future. Thank you, sir, Ding Man replied quietly, watching from the side. In less than 2 days, these father and son had both taken on roles, one as shopkeeper, the other as accountant, yet he was still just a worker. Zhang Juexia saw his worry. Shopkeeper Ding Man is quite clever. I treat him like my brother. Please take good care of him. If he learns well, he could be a good shopkeeper. Li respectfully agreed. Zhang Juexia then went to the residence to see how Granny Wang was teaching the apprentice. He had seen her skills by chance that day, so he entrusted her fully with the task of teaching apprentices. Zhang Juexia took a walk around. Seeing the patience of the teachers and the seriousness of the apprentices, she felt at ease. After thinking carefully, she decided that the shops in town didn't need her much, so she preferred to stay in the village. Her family was busy and lively. Li Qingyi had already brought his team to build a house at her home. Fortunately, Yi Baixiu had prepared all the materials in advance, or else she would be overwhelmed. Zhang Juexia told Li Shi some things. Shopkeeper Li, you are an experienced old shopkeeper. Usually, if you encounter something you can decide yourself, do so. If it's something you can't decide, discuss it with Granny Wang. Is that allowed? Li Shi meant that as shopkeeper, he shouldn't go beyond the owner's authority. Zhang Juexia told him to relax and do his job. She wouldn't interfere unless it was a major matter. Li Shi's beard even seemed to lift with excitement. I've found a good opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
I promise to run the shop well and make it prosperous. Zhang Juexia didn't expect Li Shi to talk so much. When she saw Yi Beixiu's carriage arriving, she hurriedly got on and waved goodbye to Li Shi. After leaving the town, she remembered she hadn't told shopkeeper Yao.
Yi Beixiu comforted her.
We're not leaving town forever. Next time, just tell her. That's true. Shopkeeper Yao is very forgiving. But I also forgot to tell Su Yun. I wonder if she misses home.
I already asked about that.
She's well-fed and well-rested at shopkeeper Yao's, and she's learning things. Why would she miss home? Besides, in a few months, she'll be part of the Zhao family. Your tone sounds a bit like a big brother. Honestly, since childhood, I have played the best with my older brother and Su Yun. As for Bei Li and Bei Feng, I am not very close to them. Mainly because there is an age gap and we can't play together easily. Zhang Juexia quickly changed the subject to something else. I didn't expect the Shin family to send a gift today. It seems old Madam Shin still cares about us. When we have time, let's go to Qingfeng City to visit old Madam Shin. Whatever day you want to go, I will go with you. Of course, you're my driver. How could I leave you behind? They chatted and laughed, soon arriving home. Wang Guilin asked how things went. Zhang Juexia responded with a hum. Since she kept her shop in town private, no one knew about it. She also used the workshop as an excuse for going to town. Fearing Wang Guilin might ask too many questions and accidentally reveal something, she went over to Yi Jixuan and talked to Li Qingyi, who was building a house. Yi Jixuan and Yi Yunxing needed to build houses, so Zhang Juexia had already told them they could use her kitchen during construction. Zhao Baofeng heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. Juexia is back. There's leftover lunch in the kitchen. If you're hungry, you can eat some. I'm not hungry, Auntie. I ate late at noon. Seeing you working on embroidery with everyone makes us happy. But it's not easy to do everything. I heard Su Yun say you're busy every day, and I see you've become thinner. Annie wants to tell you, don't just focus on earning money. Your health is the most important. You and Beixiu are still young. Good days are ahead.
Got it, Andy.
Is my sister-in-law coming? She's pregnant. Even if she comes, it won't help much. Besides, what she's doing now requires delicate hands, so I didn't ask her to come. Annie, can you and Grandma handle everything? Handling things with our hands is not easy. We mountain folks don't have fancy food. Grandma and I have already planned it, make the dishes rich, add more meat, and steam more plain buns so everyone can eat well. Alright, that's good. I have a few days free now, so I can help you. Don't bother. Your hands are precious too. Grandma and I will manage. After a few casual words, Zhang Juexia went to the backyard to check on everyone's work. Song Yu whispered to her, is everything going smoothly? All is well. And here? That's fine, but I estimate that with the current progress, it will take at least a month to finish 1,000 pouches, Zhang Juexia thought. Sister Song, when speeding up, we must first ensure quality. Don't worry, we'll sort things out later. If necessary, I can assign some tasks to the people in the town. That works too. Sister Song, have you seen the new house being built later? This morning, Brother Beixiu asked me to come see it and asked how I thought it should be laid out. Juexia, you won't believe it. Beixiu's family is really kind. They let Master Li start working on building my house and your workshop. At noon, I wanted to help in the kitchen, but they chased me out. That's just how they are. Sister Song, don't take it to heart. I just offered to help, and I was still chased away. Qin Eryong called out outside for Li Yulan. Zhang Juexia smiled and said, no wonder everyone says he's as punctual as a rooster crowing. As soon as it got dark, people arrived. Sister Song stood up. I need to quickly send them away. We can't afford to tire our eyes in this line of work. When Li Yulan saw Zhang Juexia return, she happily approached and greeted her. Sister-in-law, your family is building a house, but we can't really help much.
Sorry about that.
Your family has 4 members and 3 are busy with us. How can we help more? Zhang Juexia raised her voice slightly, and everyone chuckled. Li Yulan felt embarrassed and followed Qin Eryong back home. But her words made Zhang Juexia think. She called Lu Jinhua over. Auntie, I want to find someone capable to help my eldest aunt and them with cooking. Please go back to the village and ask around. Lu Jinhua thought for a moment. That's easy. As soon as I go back and mention it, someone will be eager to take the job. Auntie, you must help me screen them carefully. The person must be honest and capable. Don't worry, Auntie. You know my temper. I'm not one to tolerate nonsense. I only accept those who are diligent. But have you thought about how much to pay? 20 coins a day. The work isn't light, but if you have someone suitable, 2 people would be fine. That way, my eldest aunt and my mother can relax a bit. As Lu Jinhua said, there was no shortage of people willing to work. The next day, she came to work with 2 women. North Repair's wife. These 2 ladies, out of respect for their seniority, you can call them Auntie. This is Aunt Lan Xiang from Uncle Yun Jie's family, and this is Aunt Yueying from Uncle Yun Tao's family.
Hello, Auntie.
North Repair's wife. Since you don't live in the village, we rarely see you. Today, as everyone said, you look very handsome. Lu Jinhua waved her hand. Yun Jie's family, North Repair's wife, is very good-looking. That's well known. Today, I brought you here to help with the work. I made it clear, you coming to work here is my decision. I thought of you because you usually work quickly.
Don't embarrass me.
Lu Jinhua spoke bluntly, making Yun Jie's wife, Zhou Lanxiang, blush and then turn pale. Yun Tao's wife, Song Yueying, was usually shy and clumsy, and now she was nervously fidgeting, unsure where to put her hands. Zhang Jiexia saw their nervousness and smiled, leading them to the kitchen. Mom, Auntie Jinhua found some helpers. Zhao Baofeng, who was familiar with them, quickly started chatting. Wang Guilan pointed at Zhang Jiexia and whispered, scolding her, what can I say about you? You have money, but nowhere to spend it. Mom, there are too many people eating. Last year, when I built the house, you all helped me. This year, my sister-in-law and I couldn't help much, but I can't let you and Annie work too hard. Spending some money isn't a big deal. Everyone will feel better that way. You're saying good things about me, huh? Sigh, I won't say more. I know you're kind. I can't stand seeing you and Uncle work so hard. Mom, if you need anything or if something is missing, just tell me or North Repair.
We can go to town to buy it.
Wang Guilan watched Zhang Jiexia walk away and then turned to go into the kitchen. Life passed quickly. Under Zhang Jiexia's coordination, the first batch of goods from the Qian family was finally completed within a month, 1,000 pouches. She specifically asked Song Yu to make a few more as backups. Mrs. Qian, the head of the Qian family, looked at the pouches Zhang Jiexia brought and was surprised.
Did you count?
There are exactly 1,000 pouches, none missing. The steward, Qian Fu, respectfully replied, I have checked carefully. There are indeed 1,000 pouches, plus 15 extra. I also asked skilled embroidery women to look at them. They said the craftsmanship is very good, much better than what we had others make before. Really? Mrs. Qian couldn't believe it. She took one pouch out, found a bright spot, and examined it carefully, turning it over and over. You won't believe it, but it's true. In this remote mountain area, they can make such delicate things. Honestly, after placing this order, I haven't slept well. I feel that in order to save face for Yulin, I was a bit abrupt. Madam, what about our future orders? Of course, we will continue to work with Zhang Jiexia. The prices are good, and the quality is fine. Such good deals are hard to find. Let's order another 1,000 pieces this month. You can try placing some in different shops. If they sell well, we can increase the orders in time. Yes, madam. Mrs. Qian happily replied to Yulin and even praised Zhang Jiexia. Yulin received the letter and said to Granny Lu, Zhang Jiexia really made me proud. My older sister-in-law has sharp eyes. She rarely praises people, but she specifically sent a letter to praise Zhang Jiexia. Miss Zhang really did a good job. The summer embroidery workshop now has a very good reputation in town. Did she have any conflict with Manager Yao's business? I haven't heard of any. When I passed by that day, Manager Yao's business was also doing well. This clever girl, they must have reached some agreement. Manager Yao isn't the type to suffer losses easily. Madam, the spring grass from Annie Eighth's place has arrived. She said Annie Eighth isn't feeling well. Yulin's face darkened, and she shot Granny Lu a look. Granny Lu understood and said, Annie Eighth isn't feeling well. Quickly invite the doctor. Tell Springgrass to bring the official letter from our master and invite all the doctors in town to see her.
Yes.
Granny Lu carefully reminded Yulin, Madam, if you're tired, take a rest. Feeling mentally exhausted, resting won't help. Zhang Jixia was in the back mountain discussing the workshop layout with Li Qingyi, who held her drawing in one hand and gestured with the other. They talked for a long time until they finally understood each other. Yi Beixiu ran over, sweating profusely, and said, The steward from the Qian family is here. Hurry down and greet him. Zhang Jiexia's heart skipped a beat. Why did Qian Fu come now? The goods sent that day were personally inspected by him, so there shouldn't be any problems. She thought as she walked, trying to figure out Qian Fu's purpose. Qian Fu saw Zhang Jiexia's much better attitude than last time and said, Miss Zhang, we meet again. Zhang Jiexia smiled, and Yi Beixiu made a welcoming gesture, inviting Qian Fu inside to talk. Qian Fu pointed to the carriage in the backyard. Unload the goods first, then we can go inside and talk more. Zhang Jiexiu directed them to deliver the goods to the backyard warehouse. Qian Fu deliberately looked into the warehouse. Miss Zhang, you've already delivered the goods this month. Why are you still making more? Zhang Jiexiu thought Qian Fu's words were quite funny. Who said we can only do work for your family? They're doing work for a shop in our town. Since the apprentices in the town are inexperienced and limited in skill, she explained. Qian Fu was surprised but kept a polite tone when speaking to Zhang Jiexiu. Yi Beixiu came to the backyard again and invited Qian Fu to the front yard for a chat. Housekeeper Qian, my husband has brewed tea. Why don't we talk there? In the front yard, Qian Fu took out the signed contract. Miss Zhang, please review this. Our lady specifically asked us to make another 1,000 pouches. She said if these sell well, I should restock quickly. That's why I brought extra fabric this time. Zhang Jiexiu was very happy to receive another order from the Qian family. It showed their efforts this month hadn't been wasted. She happily signed the contract and reminded Qian Fu, Housekeeper Qian, I am now married. You can call me Miss Yi or Mrs. Yi. If you keep calling me girl, my husband won't be happy. Qian Fu was slightly surprised but quickly apologized.
Sorry, monsieur.
Please forgive me. After seeing Qian Fu off, Yi Beixiu smiled at Zhang Jiexiu. My wife. It's just a title.
Why get so serious about it?
Besides, the servants at Li's house also call you Miss Zhang. I am Mr. Yi. That's different. Lady Li said she treats me like her niece, so in her servants' eyes, I am part of their family.
You are their son-in-law.
But Qian Fu clearly looks down on you. I definitely don't want him to think that way. Actually, it's not necessary. We shouldn't ruin our big plans over such a small matter. Qian Fu is here to deliver orders to us. I understand these reasons, but I just can't stand others looking down on you. Last time I delivered the pouches, I checked the market. The Qian family pays us low for our craftsmanship. Maybe they're even eager to buy from us. Next time we deliver goods, we can ask other embroidery shops if they want our pouches. That way, we might earn more. I thought about this matter that day. First, our apprentices haven't started working yet and we lack enough staff. Second, I believe we need a perfect plan because the money from the Zhang family is still here and we really need their order. My wife's words are very reasonable and I was reckless. My husband is right. We can use the shop's advantage in the town to attract customers. Then they will willingly buy our goods. These traveling merchants can sell our products all over. Exactly, that's the idea. All right, I will get the horse carriage ready now, and we'll go to the town to tell Li Shi to get things started. Relying only on Li Shi as the shopkeeper might not be enough. Who else can we rely on? Maybe I should go to the town and bring them to our shop. No need for that. But you, husband, can try visiting Fulin Inn. Brother Li Dong once said that these merchants like to stay at Fulin Inn when they come to our town. That's a good idea. Let's go. Both of them are quick to get things done. Yi Beixiu prepared the horse carriage, and Zhang Jiexiu only told Song Yu before getting on the carriage and leaving the village. Wang Guilin listened to the sound of the horses and muttered, Making this bigger might not be good. The children are spending less and less time at home. Yi Yunjie's wife, Zhou Lanxiang, was quick with work but also talkative. Mother, you should be content. Everyone in our 10-mile radius envies you for having such a capable daughter-in-law. I am content, but I worry that the children are too tired. Juexia looks thin, and Beixiu isn't much better. They're always working in the back mountain. Mother, wanting to do something big means you have to endure hardships, Zhao Baofeng advised. She then signaled Zhou Lanxiang to say something else, making Wang Guilin feel happier. Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia went straight to Feline Inn without visiting the shop. Coincidentally, Li Dong and Zhao Long were there too. Yi Beixiu exchanged greetings with them. Li Dong asked Zhang Juexia, last year, you sold me some soap. Do you still have any at home? Recently, Zhang Juexia has been very busy. Hearing Li Dong mention soap unexpectedly, she was a bit confused. Brotherly, how well did the soap sell? It's not really good or bad. But families with a good life buy a few bars each year. I don't have many left here. I was thinking if you still have some, you could take my stock. After I sold the items, I asked around, and everyone said the soaps I gave them were very good. Big Brotherly, do you want it now? My husband and I have opened an embroidery shop in town, and we haven't thought about this yet. Embroidery shop? Do you have embroidered items or other things? Yes. If you two brothers have time, you can come to our shop and take a look. All right, let's go now. Big Brotherly, what about the soap? No rush. Just give me the goods in a month. Okay. Li Dong and Zhao Long followed Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia to Xingxia embroidery shop. Li Dong looked at the signboard and said, I never expected that the famous Xingxia embroidery shop was run by you two. Zhao Long also smiled. Now it's better. Our brothers were worried about not getting the purse, but it turns out the shop owner is right in front of us. And we didn't know. This is quite interesting. Zhang Juexia understood what they meant. Two big brothers. Is Xingxia embroidery shop very famous? Not just famous. Your purses are also hard to find. You don't know, I have a merchant friend who bought 10 purses from you. He took them to another city to sell, and each purse sold for 5 taels of silver. They were all sold out on the same day. Zhang Juexia was shocked and opened his mouth wide. Our purses are really that good? I told you. Based on our friendship, if today you don't give each of us brothers 20 purses, we're not finished. Li Dong and Zhao Long confidently walked ahead of Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia into the shop, with Ding Man greeting them warmly. Li Dong deliberately pointed behind him. Did you see? Our brothers have been friends with your shop owner for many years. If you're smart, hand over the purses to us. Ding Man looked outside in disbelief, but didn't see anyone. Dear customers, we really can't do anything. Please register first, and we will give out the goods in order. We've already registered here for several days. It's our turn now, right? Ding Man asked Li Dong to state his name to help find the record. Meanwhile, Li Shi gave Li Lu a look and signaled him to bring tea. 2 guests, please sit and have some tea. Li Dong couldn't hold back and said, Brother Beixiu, come in quickly and support us. Zhang Juexia then pulled Yi Beixiu aside, smiling as they entered the shop.
See?
I wasn't lying, right?
Li Dong pointed at Yi Beixiu.
Hurry up and introduce our brothers to them, so they don't feel so distant every time they come. Zhao Long also stood up and agreed, saying, that's right. Otherwise, next time our brothers come back, they'll ask if you've registered. We can help check for you, but it makes us look bad. The 2 brothers kept talking, so others couldn't get a word in. Zhang Juexia smiled and said, you don't give us any chance, so how can we introduce you? Li Dong and Zhao Long immediately shut up. Yi Beixiu carefully introduced them to Li Shi. Everyone exchanged greetings. Over there, Ding Man looked up, confused, and said, Shopkeeper, their goods probably won't arrive for another 10 days. Li Dong immediately jumped up and said, Brother Beixiu, Sister Juexia, we have a good relationship. You can't just ignore us like this. Zhao Long was also anxious, pacing around. Exactly. We've known each other for a long time, so we should get some respect. Tomorrow, we're going out of town to deliver goods. We can't go empty-handed. Zhang Juexia looked helpless and spread her hands. I understand you're eager to make money, but I need to ask shopkeeper Li if he can help share some of the load. Li Shi, quick-witted, had already noticed that Li Dong and Zhao Long had a close relationship with Zhang Juexia since they entered. If Zhang Juexia had to ask again, he would be neglecting his role as shopkeeper. He smiled and said, "This is really a big mix-up, family members not recognizing each other. Rest assured, since we're all friends, we'll think of a way to share 34 pouches." "That's great. Thank you," shopkeeper Li Yibeishio said, taking the opportunity to remind Li Shi, shopkeeper Li in the future, when brother Li and brother Zhao come to order again, please take good care of them. Of course, Zhang Juexia had an idea. He called Li Shi to the back courtyard and whispered, "How many pouches can we share now? I want the truth because I have other plans." Li Shi thought for a moment. "Probably about 100, but I worry that if someone needs them urgently, we might be able to charge a bit more. What about our apprentices? Simple tasks are easier. The boss should know that embroidery is a skill. Without several years of practice, you can't produce good embroidery girls. All right, then, please share 80 pouches with them," Zhang Juexia said after a quick thought, and Li Shi agreed readily. "Shopkeeper Li, what do you think about recruiting more embroidery girls? Honestly, that's quite difficult. Let's start with a trial, and also ask Lady Wang and Xiao Chui to pay attention. Find some talented apprentices with a good sense of spirit so they can learn quickly. Okay, I will talk to them soon." Li Shi arranged for Ding Man to get the purse, and Zhang Juexia told Li Dong that they could spare 80 purses for them. When they heard this, they smiled happily. "Great, I didn't expect the girls to be so straightforward. Truly, we brothers didn't choose the wrong person." Zhang Juexia then asked, "Which county are you two brothers going to this time?" "Still our neighboring Renshire County. We've been watching others make money from your purses, and we have other goods to bring along." "Renshire County?" Zhang Juexia muttered, sitting up straight. She looked seriously at Li Dong and Zhao Long. "You two brothers have been in the trade for many years, with lots of experience. Have you ever thought about becoming our purse agents?" "Agents?" Li Dong and Zhao Long looked confused. Even Li Shi, listening nearby, was puzzled. Only Yi Beishio remained calm and listened with interest to Zhang Juexia. "This is how it works. For example, Brother Li Dong knows Renshire County well. You can take our finished purses and go to open the market there. If anyone wants to buy, they can come through you. As for the price, you set it yourselves, and we won't interfere." Li Dong's eyes lit up, but he pretended to be calm. "Let us think about it. No rush. Take your time, brothers. I specially asked for some extra purses from Manager Li. When you get to Renshire County, you can try it out. If it works, next time you come to Jinshui Town, we can discuss it further." Li Dong and Zhao Long agreed happily. After they left, Zhang Juexia talked with Li Shi again. She realized that Li Dong and Zhao Long weren't exaggerating. Their purses really are hard to find. "Boss, these merchants are very clever. Once they hear about something that makes money, they won't miss any chance. Mainly because Manager Li knows how to run a business. His hunger marketing is excellent." "Hunger marketing? What does that mean?" "I've never heard of it. They want the goods and you tell them to wait. That's the idea." "Oh, I see." Since Li Shi managed the embroidery shop well, she didn't need to stay here anymore. She said a few casual words to Manager Yao and then returned to the village. There is endless work in the village every day. On the abandoned land behind the mountain, Yi Beishio planted many vegetables. He waters them diligently, and some are already ready to eat. He discussed with Zhang Juexia and thought that the fresh vegetables at this time are valuable, so they decided to sell some and plant more later. From the beginning, Zhang Juexia said she would leave the farm work to Yi Beishio, so she wouldn't interfere too much. "Hubby, this is your decision.
Do as you think best.
Tomorrow morning, I'll ask Yong to come early. We'll pick the tall vegetables, pull some out, and take them to sell in town. Ask one Zhonggui first if he needs any." "Got it, I'll go ask him." "Hubby, take Yong with you. He's sweet-talking and clever. It's a bit of a waste for him to stay at home working the land with us." "Okay." Yi Beishio took Qin Yong to town to sell the vegetables. Yi Beishan had already heard Li Yijiang's words. Whatever Zhang Juexia's family did, They followed along without fail. Seeing Yi Baixiu start selling vegetables, Yi Baishan also took the vegetables from his land to sell in town. They started early, while others' crops hadn't grown yet. They already began selling. The vegetables sold early fetched high prices, and there were many buyers. They earned some silver coins. After selling in town, Yi Baishan happily returned to the old house with the money. Pang Xiujin looked at the big house making money, feeling envious. She complained to Yi Yunliang, "Now you're the worst. Baishan still knows how to grow some vegetables behind the mountain and sell them in town. But us? We're always carrying hoes out every day, and it's a whole day gone. Look at the mountains still bare." Yi Yunliang glared. "Who is the one insisting on splitting the family? I told you I'm good at hunting, but I don't know how to farm. You kept causing trouble. First, you spent all the silver, and now that we finally have mountain land, you complain I don't know how to farm. I don't know what you're upset about." Pang Xiujian retorted angrily. "Not knowing how to farm is your excuse? Baishan didn't know how to farm before either, but look at how well he's doing now. No man wants his wife to say he's not capable." Yi Yunliang immediately got angry. "Are you asking me? Why don't you ask your good son? He's working with our eldest brother's family, and he doesn't even want to take me along." Pang Xiujian looked at Yi Yunliang in disbelief. "Is that true? You think that with Bei Shan's intelligence, he would remember to plant and sell vegetables at this time, and he would even know to make a grass mat to keep the vegetables warm and help them grow faster. But Bei Xiu wouldn't know either. He has been hunting for so many years. How could he understand farming? He doesn't know, and his wife doesn't know either. Ultimately, you are closer to your own son, but Bei Li and Bei Feng are also your biological children. What will happen to them in the future? Their father and older brother have already built a house. Once everything is ready, they will move out. Then we will have no one to rely on." Pang Xiujian got up from the bed. "I'm going to find Bei Xiu. I want to ask him why he always thinks about good things for himself and not for us. Go and speak nicely. After all, Bei Xiu is not a child anymore."
Got it.
Yi Baixiu and Yi Jishuan were busy tidying up the yard of his new house, with Wang Guilon helping nearby. Pang Xiujian ran out of breath and saw that Yi Jishuan's new house was well built, with a good view behind the mountain. They even dug a well in the yard so they wouldn't have to fetch water every day anymore. "Father, mother, your house is really beautiful," Pang Xiujian said with mixed envy and admiration. Wang Guilon didn't even lift her eyelids, just responded with a hum. But Yi Jishuan looked up and glanced at her. "Third family is here. What's the matter?" "Father, I want to find Bei Xiu. I have something to say to him." "Bei Xiu, come out for a moment. Mother has something to tell you." Bei Xiu was busy and sweating profusely. "Mother, Grandpa and Grandma are not outsiders. We can talk here." Pang Xiujian looked at Yi Jishuan awkwardly, then turned to look at Wang Guilon. The two elders already treated her as invisible. She thought they would politely step outside, but they didn't move at all. For her own benefit, she didn't care about her dignity and directly asked Bei Xiu, "Bei Xiu, am I really your mother?" Bei Xiu didn't want to bother with her, and just kept working. Wang Guilon rolled her eyes at Pang Xiujian. "Third daughter-in-law, if you don't have anything important, you can go back. Usually, you and the third son don't come to help with work, which is fine. But when we're working, don't delay us." Pang Xiujian immediately lost her temper. "Mother, what are you saying? The third son and I are not idle. We go out early and come back late, busy clearing land and farming. And on top of that, Bei Xiu only cares about good things for his older brothers, not for me or his third uncle. He prefers helping his brothers and doesn't help us. Father, mother, since you're here, you need to help us judge this matter." Yi Jishuan angrily put down what he was holding. "The third daughter-in-law says we should speak honestly. I asked you all before, and you said he didn't want to join us. He wants to do his own thing. Since he chose to do it alone, he has to endure the hardships, no matter how tough it is. Father, this is a separate matter. The third son doesn't want to join you, but you have a way to make money. You shouldn't hide it from us," Yi Baixiu said, unable to listen anymore. "Mother, if you have time to talk to me, the vegetables are already planted. What's the use of planting vegetables? When every household has vegetables, what money can we make? Since mother doesn't need it, just forget I said anything. You. Pang Xiujian angrily pointed at him. Are you really my son? That's for you to ask, he replied. Third son, have you caused enough trouble? Mother, just support the older brothers. I have 2 sons to raise and need to find wives for them. The burden is heavy. The third son still wants to send his children to a private school to learn some words. Everything here costs money. Since we've divided the household, these matters are no longer for me and your mother to consider. Tell the third son that the idea for these vegetables and the plans with Beishiu have nothing to do with him. It was my idea. If he has opinions, let him come to me. Pang Xiujian was so angry she stomped her feet, but she couldn't speak properly when she was upset. Once she calmed down, the yard was empty. Wang Guilan and Yi Jishuan had already pulled Yi Beishiu away to hide.
Wang Guilan genti patetje beikyu.
Beishiu, in the end, she is your real mother. Don't argue with her. I know, he replied. This third son is becoming more and more unreasonable. When we built the house, he didn't even show his face, let alone help. Sigh, spoiling children is like killing them. We always feel we owe him something. We consider everything for him. But when things don't go his way, he never looks for reasons in himself. He just complains and blames others. He's not cut out for hard work. That day, I secretly went to his mountain. The couple only knew how to work and didn't lift their heads to see how others do it. They don't even think to use their brains or consider what should be done at this time. Ultimately, he lacks life skills and is very proud. He won't lower himself to ask knowledgeable people for advice. Pang Xiujian knew that everyone was ignoring her, so she ran back to get help. She complained to Yi Yunliang, your parents always support Beishiu. They won't let me say a word. I'll go see. Yi Yunliang ran quickly to Yi Beishiu's house. Seeing no one there, he headed to the nearby new residence. When Yi Jishuan saw Yi Yunliang, he shouted loudly, Third uncle, you're just in time. I still have some work to finish.
Come help me.
Yi Jishuan deliberately made Yi Yunliang do chores, especially the difficult ones on ordinary days. After a while, Yi Yunliang was exhausted and angrily threw his tools on the ground. Dad, aren't you making things hard for me? How am I making it hard? If you don't do these chores, your older brother will have to do them too. Big brother, you keep calling him big brother. Have you ever thought about me? Yi Jishuan was so angry that he grabbed his tools and tried to hit him. Yi Yunliang ran while shouting, Dad, I can't talk to you about some things. I'll go find Beishiu. Hearing the noise outside, Yi Beishiu ran into the yard. Third uncle, do you want to talk to me? Beishiu, from now on, if you have any work to earn money, you must bring third uncle along. Third uncle, I already do that. You know it well. Since we started farming, we've been planting vegetables, and in a few days we plan to raise chickens and plant trees. Yi Yunliang looked up and down at Yi Beishiu. Beishiu, I am your real third uncle. Why are you treating me like this?
Ye Jishun scolded Ye Yunliang.
Third, what are you saying? Yi Yunliang, feeling unfair, kicked a clump of dirt on the ground. The dirt scattered everywhere. Dad, I know you don't like me now. Right now, only Beishiu seems to matter to you. But think about it. How can he earn so much silver? It's all because he married a capable wife. Wang Guilan picked up a stick from the ground and swung it at Yi Yunliang. I told you not to talk nonsense. Yi Yunliang jumped back about a meter, holding his hand to his injured spot and gasping. Mom, I'm telling the truth. I'm just speaking honestly. Wang Guilan swung the stick again, but Yi Beishiu stopped her. Grandma, you hurt third uncle. You'll feel sorry later. Heartless thing. I don't feel sorry at all.
What's unkind about me?
Beishiu, third uncle is asking you, did he say anything wrong just now? Isn't all your family's silver earned by your wife? Yi Beishiu didn't feel uncomfortable or challenged. His pride as a man remained intact. When Lu Mingda was alive, he repeatedly reminded him that Zhang Juexia was smart and capable. He told him not to be jealous, to be generous, and to give Zhang Juexia better opportunities to show her talents. Lu Mingda also specifically advised him to read more, learn more, and practice self-cultivation, as there might be a chance to use these skills in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Baixiu calmly told Yi Yunliang, "Third uncle, it's true that the money we have is earned by my wife. So from now on, please don't come to me with everything. After all, I don't have much confidence when I speak at home." Yi Yunliang pointed at Yi Baixiu and said, "You do have self-awareness. That's better than those who don't know their limits. Yes, your third uncle is just that kind of person who doesn't know who he really is. Baixiu, today your grandparents are here, so let's clear things up. Third uncle, there's nothing to say between us." "Of course there is. Just tell me, is the land I'm working on now bought with your silver?"
Yes.
"Then, that's settled. I want you to teach me how to make silver from the land. If you don't tell me, I won't farm this land anymore." Yi Jishuan casually picked up a tool and swung it at Yi Yunliang, saying, "You beast. When you bought the land, you caused a fuss. Now you're shouting about not farming anymore. Are you trying to make me angry to death?"
You.
At this point, Yi Yunliang, no longer afraid of Yi Jishuan and Wang Guilan, said, "Father, mother, you never taught me how to farm, so I can't do it. I'm not stupid. With just that mountain land, my wife and I go a whole year without eating or drinking, and we probably won't even harvest a few acres. It's better not to farm at all. Besides, I owe money to Baixiu. If I can't pay him back someday, and he asks for his land, I'll have to give it to him. So all the work I do now is just for him." Yi Yunliang spoke confidently, straightening his back to stand taller. Wang Guilan scolded him, saying he was ungrateful. Yi Baixiu tried to calm Wang Guilan and Yi Jishuan, telling them not to be angry. "Third uncle, are you serious? Do you really not want to farm anymore? When have I ever lied? Third uncle, have you thought this through?" "No, I've made up my mind. I've farmed enough. Anyway, the money used to buy the land was yours, and your third uncle doesn't have any silver to pay you back. Let's settle the debt of 40 taels of silver for the mountain land. Third brother, have you really thought this through? Why would you stop farming? Doing something else is better than farming. At worst, I can go hunting in the mountains." "Dad, honestly, you all have been fooled by North Repair's wife. We are hunters. We have never farmed the land. So why give up our old profession to start farming? Being a hunter is more comfortable than working on this land. Also, look at the mountain land we bought on impulse. What can we grow there?" Yi Yunliang vented all his frustrations, making Yi Jishuan breathe heavily with anger. Wang Guilan quickly comforted him. "Old man, don't be upset. You said it yourself. Children will have their own blessings. This family has split, and if they want to do some work, let them." Seeing Yi Yunliang upset Yi Jishuan so much, North Repair also got angry. "Since Uncle Third wants to use the mountain land to settle the debt, let's go along with him. But this can't just be talk. We need to make a written agreement, with Grandpa Li Zheng as a witness." "All right, whatever you say, I'll do it. Let's go now," Yi Yunliang said, pulling North Repair to leave. North Repair looked back at Yi Jishuan, who seemed a bit better. "Grandma, I'll be back soon.
Take good care of Grandpa.
If he feels uncomfortable, Jing Xia is in our backyard. Just shout loudly, and she should hear you." Wang Guilan waved her hand. "Go quickly and come back soon. North Repair, don't worry about appearances. Whatever needs to be done, just do it. After all, he doesn't want to farm that land, so it's not anyone's fault." Hearing this, Yi Jidong understood the main point from Yi Yunliang's description. "Nephew Yunliang, this agreement is easy to write and the witness is reliable. But have you thought it through?" "Yes, Uncle Jidong." "Hurry and write it. I have other things to do," Yi Yunliang said. Under Yi Jidong's urging, he quickly signed and wrote the agreement. After reading it again and asking for opinions from Yi Yunliang and North Repair, both shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. "Then sign and seal it. North Repair, when you go to town, bring this agreement and have the Yamen transfer this mountain land to your name."
"Thank you, Grandpa."
"No need to thank me." After signing and sealing the agreement, Yi Yunliang felt much lighter. He greeted everyone and left. Yi Jidong kept North Repair behind, and they exchanged a few words. North Repair, I heard you've been selling vegetables recently? Yes, I sold some of the big ones I grew a while ago. Do you have any plans for the future? Grandpa, are you talking about the mountain? Yes. Honestly, our family also bought some mountain land on impulse, but we don't know what to plant. Grandpa, you can take some time to visit my backyard. We can clear some land there, either for growing grains or vegetables. Oh, by the way, Grandpa Li Zheng, my wife also bought some chicks, planning to raise chickens in the mountains. Raising chickens? That's quite interesting. All right, whenever I have free time, I'll go visit your mountain to see. Zhang Juexia received a letter from Zhang Dequan, asking them to return quickly to Dea village to pick up the hatched chicks. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu received the letter and immediately set out. The chicken-raising area had already been prepared by Yi Beixiu a few days earlier. After the chicks hatched, they were kept in the mountains. Yi Beixiu and Lu Wanfeng also built a few chicken coops. On the way, Yi Beixiu told Zhang Juexia that Lu Wanfeng preferred quiet, so he planned to entrust him with the chicken-raising work. Qin Eryong was lively and energetic, so it was suitable for him to do errands. Husband, I want to find a few more people and then buy a cow or a mule. I've taken over Uncle San's land, so I need to make good use of it. Darling, it's been rainy lately, but have you thought about what to do when the rain stops? Yi Beixiu thought for a moment. Your reminder is good. After settling the chicks, I'll dig a water reservoir in the low-lying area. I also went to see the land Uncle San bought. It's not far from ours. He's cleared quite a bit. I think we should plant some corn, soybeans, and peanuts early. Once we find out where to buy fruit tree seedlings, we can plant some trees. I think the same way as you do. But is it okay to plant corn and soybeans early? Zhang Juexia thought about her favorite fresh corn and started salivating. Just trust me. Maybe I can even help you earn some silver. Yi Beixiu smiled. As the saying goes, listen to advice and eat well. I've never farmed before, so listening to you is always right. When they arrived at Dea village, Zhang Dequan and Wang Yueying were already waiting at home. Zhang Juexia jumped down from the carriage, and Wang Yueying stepped forward to hold her hand. You're here, little girl. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle.
Good.
Come inside for some tea, then head back. Zhang Juexia had already pulled Wang Yueying to see the chicks. Wang Yueying told her, after the chicks hatched, I raised them for another half-month before sending you the letter. I also hatched a few more, thinking that these little birds are living creatures, so there might be some casualties. That's very thoughtful of Auntie. Zhang Dequan helped them call a bullock cart. With Dazhuang's help, Yi Beixiu carefully placed the chicks on the cart. Wang Yueying also reminded them how to take care of the chicks. Zhang Juexia used the remaining money to make it enough, and was about to go home. Annie, after I get back, I will check on how these little chickens are doing. If they grow well, I might need your help to hatch some more chickens later. All right, as long as you take good care of them, I will help you hatch. But I remind you, caring for living things requires careful attention.
Got it.
Zhang Juexia had already stepped out the door when Zhang Dequan pulled him back. He whispered, Your father has been showing off in the village lately. He said he's buying land and is quite confident, planning to buy 20 acres. Where does he get the money from? Does your eldest uncle know? Did you give him any? My relationship with him is no secret. Even if I gave money to a beggar, I wouldn't give it to him. Do you think Zhang Qiuyue gave him that money? That seems likely. Anyway, just keep this in mind. When you go back, focus on living your life well with your husband. Understood, uncle. Zhang Difu also knew that Zhang Juexia had come to Dea village again, but this time he didn't come out to look for her like before. Now he had money, and he carried himself more confidently. Whether Zhang Juexia recognized him as her father or not no longer mattered. So what if he's the village chief? He still doesn't have more money than me. Tan Kaihong glared at him. How come you're talking like that now? Zhang Difu chuckled. Our daughter Qiuyue is better. She knows how to use money to show her filial piety. Look at your attitude. When Qiuyue has our grandchild, she'll be even more respectful with her money than flowing water. Really? Are you stupid? Our grandchild is the only boy in the Li family. In the future, everything in the Leaf family will belong to him. That's true.
Tan kayong proudly snorted.
What about that piece of land in the neighboring village? What do you think? Let's wait a bit. Since they're selling land and we're buying, we need to stay patient to get a better price. All right, I'll listen to you. Tan Kaihong hummed a little tune as she left the house. I want to see what our eldest daughter can do. She's just raising a few chickens and planting some vegetables to sell in town. In the end, what's the difference? Sitting in a cart or digging in the soil, it's all just earning a living. Compared to Chuyue, she's far behind. Think about it. If Chuyue works hard this time, the entire Leaf family will belong to her someday. Tan Saihong's confidence grew as she thought this, completely forgetting about the day she pushed Zhang Chuyue down. In the days right after she ran home, she was full of worry. But after a few days, she realized that no news was good news. Zhang Chuyue was definitely fine. She finally dared to take out the silver note she had stolen and loudly announced in the village that they wanted to buy land. Zhang Dequan decided to let Dazhuang also go back to Ye's village with Zhang Jiexia. First, because the ox cart was carrying over 200 chicks and the mountain road was rough. If anything happened along the way, more help would be useful. Second, he wanted Dazhuang to follow and recognize Zhang Jiexia's family, so next time she sent chicks, Dazhuang could deliver them directly to her home. The ox cart couldn't go fast, so Yi Beixiu had to slow down the carriage. Tian Kaihong saw the carriage and deliberately shouted loudly, "Is the young lady in the carriage our family's daughter?" Yi Beixiu stopped the horse and quietly asked Zhang Jiexia, "Should we get down and teach her a lesson?" "Ignore her. Let's keep going," she replied. However, Tian Kaihong was not willing to give up and shouted even louder, "Everyone, look at our daughter. She is truly filial." When we reached the door, she didn't even bother to get out of the carriage. I may not be her real mother, but I arranged a good marriage for her. Yet she shows no respect for elders. Before Yi Beixiu could stop the carriage, Zhang Jiexia angrily jumped down from the cart. "What are you shouting about? Keep yelling, and I'll break your mouth," she snapped. Tian Kaihong was scared by Zhang Jiexia's fierce aura and stepped back, losing her balance and falling backward. "With such skills, you dare to provoke me? Look at yourself in the mirror and see if you're worthy. It's no wonder your own daughter became a concubine. With your kind of trash, you can't produce anything good." Tian Kaihong struggled on the ground for a while before getting up, then stomped her feet and prepared to curse. Yi Beixiu wouldn't let her speak and casually threw a small stone at her face. Tian Kaihong covered her face, stammering. Yi Beixiu stopped the carriage in front of Tian Kaihong and jumped down. "Zhang Jiexia is my wife, Yi Beixiu's wife. How dare you insult her again and again? I didn't want to bother with you before, out of respect for my wife. Now that my wife has cut ties with you, I won't give you any face anymore. If you dare to speak badly about my wife again, I will shut your mouth for good." He threw crushed stones in front of Tian Kaihong and protected Zhang Jiexia as they got into the carriage. Tian Kaihong covered her sore mouth and watched Yi Beixiu's carriage drive away, feeling helpless. People on the street couldn't stand watching anymore and scolded Tian Kaihong. "Dongsung, why bother? Our daughter is doing well, isn't that a kind of face for you?" Since she is Dongsheng's older sister, their relationship is closer than that of Chuyue and Dongsheng. If you ruin your relationship with them, how will Dongsheng get along with his sister in the future? Dongsheng is still young now, and his sister's good lives can help him a little. Tian Saihong's words were vague and hesitant, as if she was holding back something.
"She
is not." The others looked at the stubborn Tian Kaihong and shook their heads, dispersing. There will be a day she regrets it. People thought she was not worth persuading, and her personality was unpredictable. When Yi Beixiu's carriage left Dea village, he slowed down. Once the ox cart caught up, he matched its speed. Dazhuang lifted the curtain of the carriage and gave Yi Beixiu a thumbs up. "Brother-in-law, you're really good. Honestly, dealing with someone like Falu needs to be firm, or you can't control her."
Yi Beixiu similet.
"It's just to protect my wife from being bullied. I had no choice." "Dazhuang, don't laugh at me." Dazhuang scratched his head awkwardly. "You misunderstood me. I actually enjoyed today's events. Thinking about how she used to bully Juexia, it made me so angry I could grind my teeth. But I was too young then and had no say or power to help. Yi Beixiu looked back at Zhang Juexia with concern. It won't happen again. I will protect her. Yes, the heavens won't ignore bad deeds. Zhang Qiuyue also got her punishment. Honestly, everyone in the village thinks Zhang Qiuyue's affair is shameful. But she believes her daughter married a good family and is now living well. Dazhuang shook his head as he spoke. Zhang Juexia had long erased those memories from her mind, refusing to think about or mention Tian Kaihong. She asked Dazhuang, "Brother Dazhuang, has mother sold all the chickens she raised?" Hearing this, Dazhuang perked up. "Yes, they've all been sold. I had forgotten until you mentioned it. Thank you for reminding me. The shopkeeper one was very kind to us, and he offered a fair price for the chickens." "That's good." Shopkeeper one also said that if we raise more chickens in the future and want to sell them, we can go directly to him. With his promise, my aunt is now more confident and has raised dozens more chickens. Aunt has experience raising chickens, so she should raise more. Outside, Yi Beixiu listened to Zhang Juexia and Dazhuang talking and joking, occasionally hearing their laughter. He surprisingly felt a bit upset. Although Dazhuang was Zhang Juexia's cousin, Yi Beixiu also felt uncomfortable inside. He vigorously swung the whip, with a sharp, startling Zhang Juexia. Dazhuang found it amusing and stuck his head out to cheer. "Brother-in-law, your whip swinging is so cool." Seeing Dazhuang's happy face, Yi Beixiu wished he could take him out of the carriage. Suddenly, he had an idea. "Dazhuang, do you want to try?"
Sure.
Dazhuang sat at the front of the carriage and humbly asked Yi Beixiu for advice. This time, Yi Beixiu was very patient and carefully taught Dazhuang. Zhang Juexia looked at the empty carriage and smiled to himself. When they arrived at Ye's village, Dazhuang looked at Yi Beixiu's big house and couldn't help asking, "Brother-in-law, is this your home?"
Yes.
"And the new house behind it?" "Sort of." "Are those mountains behind also your property?"
Yes.
Dazhuang took a deep breath. "Brother-in-law, did you hide your strength when you got married?" "No, I was really poor back then, and I had a limp. Thanks to your sister-in-law, I managed to get by, and she even healed my leg. I knew Daya was amazing. Her strength must come from her late mother. Her mother was not as good as her." "I agree." Dazhuang helped Yi Beixiu settle the chicks and looked around inside and out. When he saw Zhang Juexia's workshop, he was even more surprised. "Daya, you're so talented." Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. "Dazhuang, why don't you eat first and then go back?" No, I can't delay. It'll get dark soon." Yi Beixiu asked Qin Eryong to catch 2 wild rabbits from the mountain for Dazhuang to take home. Zhang Juexia also brought out 2 jars of wine from the west wing and placed them on the ox cart. "Dazhuang, this wine is for my uncle to drink." After seeing Dazhuang off, Zhang Juexia went to the back mountain to check on the chicks' living environment. Lu Wanfeng was very careful, and the chicks were well taken care of. However, Zhang Juexia looked at Lu Wanfeng's place and frowned. "Your place is too simple. It's just for now. I got used to living like this when I went hunting in the mountains. Besides, I'm much better now than back then. No, this place is too poor. It's fine if it doesn't rain, but if there's a heavy summer storm, it could wash everything away." Zhang Juexia immediately discussed with Yi Beixiu. Since Li Chengyi and the others were still building houses, they quickly looked for a vacant spot nearby to build 3 brick and tile houses. Yi Beixiu thought this plan was feasible. Lu Wanfeng tried to stop him, saying, "This chicken hasn't made any money yet, so why are you building a house? Wait until you earn some money." "Brother Wanfeng, with your living conditions, I think you'll need the money for medicine once you earn it," Zhang Juexia retorted, making Lu Wanfeng blush. "It's not that serious." Zhang Juexia looked at him coldly, snorted, and then left the mountain. Lu Wanfeng grabbed Yi Beixiu and said, "No wonder everyone says it's bad to marry. Look at you. You're controlled by your wife, and you don't even dare to speak in front of her. I've decided I won't marry anymore. Wives are too scary." Yi Beixiu chuckled at Lu Wanfeng's expression. "Brother Wanfeng, You shouldn't say that so confidently. One day, don't come crying because you got married. Yi Baixiu bought 2 mules for 20 cents a day. He hired 2 uncles from his family to start clearing the mountain land given to him by Yi Yunliang. When Peng Xiujuan first learned that Yi Yunliang had given the land to Yi Baixiu, she felt relieved. Working on the mountain every day was tough, and she didn't want to keep doing it. But when she saw Yi Yunliang doing nothing at home and just eating his savings, she panicked. Seeing Yi Baixiu neatly tidying up the land made her even more anxious. Maybe we should try to get the land back, she suggested. Yi Yunliang didn't even lift his eyelids. Are you kidding? Yi Baixiu and his wife are so clever. They've probably already taken care of the land deed. It's my son. So what if he has the deed? She argued. It doesn't matter. I don't want to farm someone else's land, understand? But you can't just stay at home doing nothing and living off your savings, she said. Why not? Am I lacking in food or clothes? I've been tired lately, and I just want to rest at home, he snapped. Peng Xiujuan was still afraid and didn't dare to speak further, so she stepped back. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go find Yi Baixiu. Yi Baixiu was busy planting crops in the field. He listened to Zhang Juexia's advice. First grow seedlings, then transplant them into the land. It was more trouble, but it guaranteed better survival rates and earlier harvests. He saw Peng Xiujuan approaching from afar and frowned. She ignored the 2 people working nearby and directly said to Yi Baixiu, "This mountain land is originally mine. You grow crops there, and when you harvest, you have to give me 20%. No way, Yi Baixiu replied. Then I'll go to the government and report your disobedience. Yi Baixiu looked up at Peng Xiujian and said, My 3rd uncle has already signed the papers, and there were witnesses. I've registered the land at the government office. Now this mountain land belongs to me. You liar, Peng Xiujian snapped. What did you say before? That you borrowed 40 taels of silver from me, so we could buy the land. Listen carefully, Yi Baixiu said. This was your 3rd uncle, who changed his mind, not me. If you have nothing else to say, you can go now. Of course, I've been busy these days. If you're free, you can help with the work. The pay is the same as for the 2 uncles, 20 coins a day. Peng Xiujian refused to stay and started cursing as she left. Yi Baixiu then focused on his work. Peng Xiujian wanted to find Zhang Juexia, but after thinking it over, she felt that given Zhang Juexia's personality, she wouldn't get any help. She was clever, and while Yi Jishuan and Wang Guilan were in the house, she decided to go cry and complain to the old couple. She kept saying life was hard and they couldn't go on. Wang Guilan was worried Yi Jishuan would get angry, so she patted his hand to signal him not to be upset. Old Third's family, we haven't moved out yet, and I didn't know your life with the 3rd was so tough, Peng Xiujin said, tears welling up. She looked pitifully at Wang Guilan. Mother, I really don't have any other options. Please, for the sake of the 2 children, help us. Wang Guilan brushed dirt off her pants and asked, Tell me, how can we help you? Mother, can you help me ask if I and the 3rd can go work for Baixiu? Wang Guilan looked her over carefully. You're his real mother, but you don't even have that much face. How much less do I? Mother, it's different. Baixiu has listened to you and Dad since he was young. He trusts what you say. Yi Jishuan couldn't stand it anymore. 3rd daughter-in-law, let me ask you, what kind of work can you do? Are you good at sewing, mending, or embroidery? Peng Xiujian couldn't answer. Dad, aren't you making things hard for me? Then I'll ask you again. Can the 3rd suffer hardships? Can he work in the fields every day? That's for the 3rd to decide. I don't know. Wang Guilan glared at Peng Xiujian. If you can't do anything, then don't speak. Right now, every family in the village is busy, and only you and the 3rd are sleeping at home. No one can blame anyone for that. When we divided the land, your dad and I shared everything equally, and some people even benefited a lot. Father, mother, the 3rd is also your child. You can't just ignore him. Children's happiness is their own. We're old and can't manage everything. We just want to spend our days peacefully. You can go now. Yi Yunliang heard the arguing voices of Peng Xiujian and Wang Guilan outside. He loudly shouted, "What are you bothering people for? Come out quickly.
Don't worry about them.
We have arms and legs. We won't starve." Wang Guilin waved her hand, telling Peng Xiujian to leave quickly. Yi Jishuan shouted outside, "If you have the ability, then make a good life for yourself. I'll respect you as a real man." Offended, Yi Yunliang took his tools and went hunting in the mountains the next day. Business in Zhang Juesha's town was also improving. The purse-making business expanded into embroidery work, and Granny Wang's skills showed. Little Cui also improved. Zhang Juesha had already increased their wages, and the mother and daughter felt they had made the right choice coming to Jinshui town. Even the townspeople took pride in sending their children to Xingxia embroidery workshop to learn. After arranging the household chores, Yi Beixiu took Zhang Juesha to the town. Zhang Juesha had something to discuss with shopkeeper Yao, so she went to see him first. When she got off the carriage, she saw Fong Lan looking around nervously at the door of shopkeeper Yao's shop. Seeing Zhang Juesha, she awkwardly smiled, "You're here." Zhang Juesha simply nodded and went into the shop. Shopkeeper Yao noticed her bad mood and asked, "Who upset you?" "Just now I met someone I didn't want to see at the door." Yao looked outside and saw Fong Lan at the shop entrance. "Oh, I wondered who it was." "She's just waiting for the pawn shop next door to open so she can go inside and stuff things in." Is life really so hard? Her two sons have argued and split up, leaving only her and Lu Hong at home. There's also a son outside who's in debt. How could life not be tough? Zhang Juesha nodded. "Shopkeeper Yao, are you busy lately?"
Why?
"Do you have good news to share?" Brotherly Dong made a deal in the neighboring county. "If you want to do it, I'll introduce you."
Of course I want to.
"If there's money to be made, I'm not foolish." "Honestly, are you short of workers?" "That's part of it, but mainly, we agreed to help each other. I don't plan to expand the shop for now, so I'll need your help in the future." "I don't mind trouble. Just send me the orders," Zhang Juesha said with a smile, pulling out some papers. "I've written down the materials needed, and the address of Qingfeng City shop is on there. You can go directly there to buy supplies." Shopkeeper Yao was moved and took Zhang Juesha's hand. "What can I say to thank you?" "Then I won't say anything. When I was in trouble, you helped me. Even now, I couldn't run the shop without you." Manager Yao stood up quickly and poured a cup of tea for Zhang Juesha. "I'll drink tea instead of wine to toast you." Fong Lan, after leaving the pawn shop, first lingered outside Yao's cloth store for a while, then stood outside Xingxia embroidery shop for a while, before slowly returning home. Lu Hong found some silver from Fong Lan and ran outside. Fong Lan tried to stop him but couldn't, and Lu Hong pushed her to the ground. "You old woman, you're still bossing me around. My good days are gone, because of you. How dare you still interfere?" Fong Lan begged desperately, "Don't go drinking. Our family can't afford this kind of trouble." "No big deal. We can sell land again. You've already sold it once, so selling it again isn't a problem. It's all because of you that I had to sell the land. Stop talking nonsense. If you had a little more sense, our life wouldn't be like this." Before Fong Lan could get up from the ground, Lu Hong had already run out of the house. Seeing that it was still early, he first went to the canned food shop to take a look. Since the new year, his canned food business had been declining every day, with no sales for several days. Zhou Jia watched the people coming and going in front of the shop. "It's really strange. The Manhwa Tavern's canned food is so expensive and sells well. Our canned food is cheap and affordable, but no one comes to buy." Lu Hong stared intently outside. Maybe these people don't recognize good quality. "Brother, let's go out for a walk. Later, we'll go to Manhwa Tavern for drinks and taste their canned food." "Brother, we've already tried so many cans. Their orange canned food is delicious, but we can't buy the oranges to make it. And the Hawthorne canned food, admittedly, theirs is better than ours." Lu Hong's eyes turned red. "Why are you so proud of others and ruining your own reputation?" Zhou Jiao kept waving his hands. "No, brother, I didn't mean that. Our business is so bad. I'm just worried." "Brother, isn't Sanla marrying the daughter of the county magistrate? Is he familiar with the Li family? I heard that manager one got his goods through connections from the Li family daughter. Otherwise, How could his canned food taste so good? The Lee family? The niece of the wealthiest man, and also the niece of the county magistrate. I heard their canned food business is booming. If Salma knows her well, maybe he can help connect us and get some canned food to sell. It's better than us staying at home working, and the taste of what we make isn't as good as theirs. When the time comes, if we sell at a lower price than Wanjongwe, I still believe someone will buy it. Lu Hong listened to Zhou Jiu and gradually understood something. So that's how it is.
Zhou Jiu was confused.
Big brother, Sanlo really knows the Lee family. That's great. Lu Hong answered vaguely. I don't believe it anymore. I've lived this long and I won't be ruined by a little girl.
Exactly.
How can a girl be so clever? I heard that the Lee family made a lot of money last year, thanks to this canned food business. Lu Hong pulled Zhou Jiu to another street. He looked at the busy crowd in front of Xingxiao embroidery workshop and felt jealous and furious. All this used to be mine. If she hadn't taken this shop, I would have had this good business. Zhou Jiu clenched his teeth. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be in prison. The two of them just grumbled from afar, not daring to get too close, afraid of being caught again. Lu Hong looked back at Zhou Jiu. Didn't you say you have a brother who knows Ren Xiaoyao in the mountains? Zhou Jiu was surprised. Big brother, you must be careful with this. I'm already like this. What's there to be careful about? Call your brother. Let's have a drink together.
Zhou Jiu stood still.
Hurry up. Do you think I've changed so much that I won't listen to you anymore? Zhou Jiu shook his head repeatedly and then ran off to handle the matter. Lu Hong specially booked a hidden private room at Manhwa restaurant. Zhou Jiu brought his younger brother, Lu Xiaolu, into the room. After introductions, Lu Hong got straight to the point. I heard Zhou Jiu say you can contact Ren Xiaoyao. Lu Xiaolu looked at Zhou Jiu warily and was about to leave, but Zhou Jiu stopped him. My big brother sincerely wants to meet King Xiaoyao. Lu Hong continued directly. Ren Xiaoyao's name is well known around here. Recently, I've had some trouble in this town and want King Xiaoyao's help. As for the price, we can discuss it. When he heard about money, Lu Xiaolu smiled broadly. Brother Lu is straightforward. Look at you, you said it early, so the brothers wouldn't misunderstand. Lu Hong took a drink and vented his frustrations. I've never been treated like this before. Lil 6, do you think I should do this? Yes, you should. But I don't know where this person is from. Lu Xiaolu smiled and explained, Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. You know how things work. There are rules. If we want them to do this, we need to find out all the details first or else. He made a chopping motion across his neck. Although what our brothers do is just putting their heads in their belts, everyone hopes their head stays on their body a little longer. Lu Hong took another drink. You might not believe it, but in the deep mountains, there's a couple from Yi village. Lu Xiaolu looked at Lu Hong in disbelief and then glanced at Zhou Jiu. Zhou Jiu, feeling annoyed, raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Xiaolu, this is also something we brothers are frustrated about. If I tell you this, don't say you don't believe it. I still can't believe it myself, but it really happened. So, I have to avenge this grudge, Lu Xiaolu said, looking at the two angry men. He thought for a moment, and then held up. Not a penny less. This is a straightforward deal. 20 taels? Lu Xiaolu stood up to leave. If Brother Lu isn't serious, we won't do this. Lu Hong quickly stopped him. I was just joking. 200 taels? We charge per person, 100 taels each. But if Brother Lu thinks it's too expensive to settle two at once, we can do one. No, just two people. 200 taels is 200 taels. Alright, Brother Lu, put down 100 taels as a deposit. I'll notify the people on the mountain right away. Lu Hong waited nervously in the private room. Zhou Jiu tried several times to persuade him to stay calm, but hesitated each time. Finally, he almost spoke but then held back. Lu Hong looked at Zhou Jiu. This time, it has nothing to do with you. Even if the news leaks out, I won't betray you. Just keep it to yourself. But, brother, you have to think about Sanla. He's aiming for a future in the county town. Him? Lu Hong's eyes flickered with disappointment. My life and his have nothing to do with each other. This kid has been spoiled by me and his mother. Zhou Jiu, we've known each other for so many years. When have I ever been so desperate? I can't swallow this if I don't do it.
But
Lu Hong poured himself another drink. As the wine went down, he started talking more. Brothers, do you know why I can't accept this? The Yi family is now living a good life, but it should have been my family's. It's just bad luck that the Yi family took advantage of it. Zhou Jiu was confused and puzzled. How did it become about the Yi family again? Besides, the Yi family's life was not something that belonged to him.
it was getting more complicated.
Zhou Jiu shook his head. Big brother, you've had too much to drink. Let's go back. If Xiao Lu has any news, I'll ask him to come to our house to find you. No, I want to wait here. I don't want to go back to that house, Zhou Jiu said. He asked Xiao Er to bring him a bowl of hangover soup, which Lu Hong drank. As the sky darkened, Lu Xiaolu ran back to the private room, sweating heavily. It's done. The people on the mountain said that as long as we pay a deposit of 100 taels of silver and confirm the person, they will handle the matter. Help has come, Lu Hong said happily. After saying that, he leaned on the table and fell asleep, snoring softly. The next day, Lu Hong woke up. Although he felt a bit upset about losing 200 taels of silver, he gritted his teeth and decided to go through with it. Otherwise, he would have no face to live in the town. To gather the money, he pawned Fong Lan's jewelry. Fong Lan begged bitterly, but he kicked her aside. Inexperienced woman, if I manage to do this, the embroidery shop will belong to us, and no one will steal our business again. Sir, this is all we have worth money, Fong Lan said. If you we'll have nothing left. None of your business what I do. If it gets too hard, I'll sell the land again. I've sold it before, Lu Hong said, holding the jewelry box as if he suddenly understood something. Good job, Fong Lan. You left those valuable jewelry pieces unsold to sell the land. Turns out you were holding back. I knew you weren't sincere with anyone. Lu Hong pawned Fong Lan's jewelry for 200 taels of silver. Once Lu Xiaolu received the deposit, he started working on the plan. Zhang Juexia arranged the embroidery business carefully. Usually, there weren't many big issues, so she didn't need to get involved. She wanted to use this time to decide on the fruit saplings on the mountain. Although Yi Beixiu had moved some trees from the mountain, she still hoped to buy more fruit saplings from outside. This way, there would be more varieties of fruit, and the canned fruit options could increase too. She especially wanted to find yellow peach trees, so she could make yellow peach canned fruit. However, Li Yinghua hadn't replied for a long time. She asked Qian Yulin, who also said he hadn't received her letter in a while. This girl works herself to the bone whenever she's busy. She must be very occupied. I heard from my master that she's been busy outside. Xia, if you have anything to say, you can tell me, Zhang Juexia thought about it. She realized she might not be able to help much even if she told Qian Yulin. It's okay, Auntie, I just miss Yinghua a little. Qian Yulin wanted to say more to her, but Lulao Mao Mao hurriedly came in from outside and whispered something in his ear. Zhang Juexia saw that Qian Yulin's face changed, so she knew something big had happened at the government office. She stood up to leave. When she left the house, she saw the servants pulling a doctor from outside, running unsteadily. She quickly asked the gatekeeper what happened. Our madam's 8th wife is unwell, the gatekeeper replied. Zhang Juexia was very surprised. The gatekeeper then explained about the 8th wife's recent issues. Our master and madam spent a lot to save her pregnancy, top-quality herbs and tonics, as if money was no object. If she can't keep the baby, it means she's very unlucky. Another gatekeeper came over and said, by the way, her mother isn't a good person either. I heard from the servants that the 8th wife fought with her mother over a silver note, which caused her to lose the baby. Her mother caused a big fuss to see her, and now she doesn't even show her face anymore. It shows she's only after money. Honestly, if it weren't for money, she wouldn't have let her daughter marry our master, someone added. That made sense to Zhang Juexia. She pieced together what the gatekeepers said and understood where Tian Saihong's money for buying land came from. She looked at the plaque of the Li family and then got into Yi Beixiu's carriage. Where are we going? Home. Zhang Juexia still preferred to stay in Ye's village. She liked the peace that the mountains and fields gave her. After finishing her errands in town, she always asked Yi Beixiu to accompany her back to the village. Yao's shopkeeper had warned her about this, saying, "There are bandits here. They don't usually come out to attack people, but you should still be careful. The town has places to stay, and once it gets dark, don't go back." Zhang Juexia nodded but didn't really take Yao's shopkeeper's words seriously. On the way, Yi Beixiu asked if there was any news about the fruit trees. Zhang Juexia shook her head. "Liyinghua has gone missing. We'll probably have to figure this out ourselves. Maybe we should go to Qingfeng City. If you want to go, I'll go with you." Now, Yom can handle things on his own, and Wanfeng brothers are managing the farm well. Honestly, this is thanks to my wife. What does that have to do with me? You always say capable people should do more, and that you should use people wisely. Also, don't doubt those you trust, and trust those you use. So, I realized their strengths and decided to make good use of them. This way, I would have more time to spend with my wife.
Zhang Juexia pres Yebeiqiu happile. Yebeiqiu rareli blushed.
Zhang Juexia smiled happily. The two of them talked and laughed in the carriage, which was seen by people in the distance. They thought, such a loving couple. "Tonight, I will send you to the afterlife." Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu were awakened by the sound of footsteps outside. Zhang Juexia suddenly sat up, startled. He saw Yi Beixiu holding a bow and arrow, ready to go out and see what was happening. "Stay inside the house. No matter what happens, don't come out," Zhang Juexia warned. "Be careful. Don't worry." Yi Beixiu hadn't gone far before returning. Using his keen hunter's hearing, he judged, "Our house has been robbed. These people have already opened the gate and entered the yard. There are probably at least 10 of them." Zhang Juexia immediately became alert. "Husband, what should we do?" "Don't be afraid. Let me think of a way." Although Yi Beixiu tried to comfort Zhang Juexia, he was also very nervous inside. Their house on the mountain, where Lu Wanfeng lived, had been built, but they hadn't moved in yet. That means only they were here now. If they needed help, they didn't know who to ask. Zhang Juexia's hands and feet were cold. "Husband, why don't we ask them for silver? We'll give them everything. At this moment, saving our lives is the most important. We can earn silver later, but if we lose our lives, there's nothing left. Let me think if there's a better way." Outside, their 2 dogs, black and yellow, barked anxiously. Yi Beixiu thought of Lu Wanfeng, who lived in the mountains. Hopefully, Wanfeng hears the dogs and comes down. If we can delay them long enough to send a message to the village, there's still hope.
Yes.
The people outside were getting impatient. "Listen inside, we know someone's there. If you come out and surrender peacefully, we'll let you go without harm." "Are they bandits?"
Yebeiqiu comforted Zhang Juexia.
"Don't worry. I'll go out and face them. Bandits usually don't want to kill people, they just want money." Zhang Juexia grabbed him. "They said they want our lives. Maybe we should fight." Yi Beixiu thought for a moment. With his fighting skills, he might be able to take down a few bandits. But with Zhang Juexia with him, they wouldn't have any chance to escape. "Maybe we should hide in the cellar and wait until dawn." He spoke while pulling Zhang Juexia inside. The people outside couldn't wait any longer. The leader held a torch and kicked open their door. Yi Beixiu quickly protected Zhang Juexia in front of him. "I am Yi Beixiu. If you have something to say, come to me. Don't hurt my wife. It's a shame for such a perfect couple. Someone wants your lives. They take money and cause trouble for others. We brothers are also helpless." Zhang Juexia's heart beat faster. Her hands and feet trembled with fear, and she lost her confidence to speak. She timidly peeked out from Yi Beixiu's arms. "Sir, we're just a married couple. How much silver are we worth?" "Ha, good question. Anyway, you're about to die. You shouldn't go to your death confused. You offended someone in town. Someone paid 200 taels of silver to have us deal with you. We'll give you 400 taels. Will you let us go?" "Ha, interesting. Think about it. If you kill us, you'll get only 200 taels. But if you don't kill us, you'll get 400 taels. Think carefully which is better." We give you 400 taels, and you take the silver and leave. But if you kill us, you'll lose 200 taels and also carry the burden of a life. You'll be wanted by the government, constantly hiding and afraid, unable to show yourself openly. Think about it, which life is more worthwhile? The leader grew impatient. He's a clever one. Don't you know? We bandits also value our reputation. Once we take the silver, we must do the job. We can't be tempted by immediate gains. Second brother, stop talking and let's go. Big brother is waiting in the yard. Yi Baixiu seized the moment when the leader hesitated, kicking away his weapon. This is my house, Yi Baixiu's house. We won't let you succeed so easily. With a few kicks, Yi Baixiu knocked down the bandits inside the house. Bandit skills aren't that great. My older brother is outside. You can't escape. Why should I run? It should be you running. Yi Baixiu, having defeated the bandits inside, felt more confident. Wife, are you afraid? Zhang Jiexia shook her head. Then let's fight. Yi Baixiu took a long spear from the wall. Here, take this. Even if you don't know how to use it, it will boost your courage. Then he whispered to Zhang Jiexia, after we leave this house, go to the yard. Try to make a big noise. Whether it was Sister Song in the backyard or Lu Wanfeng on the mountain, as long as they heard the noise, they might come to the village to bring help. Zhang Jiexia also thought Yi Baixiu's words made sense. In this situation, it was better to take a risk. Husband, you go ahead, I'll follow behind. Once we leave this yard, don't worry about me. No matter who we are, one of us has to survive and get out.
Ye Baiqiu covered her mouth.
It's a bit early to say that now. I will protect you. Yi Baixiu, may not have many skills, but I can protect my wife. Otherwise, living wouldn't mean much to me. After saying that, he pushed open the door and rushed out. Yi Baixiu am here. Inside the yard, Ren Xiaoyao, who was guarding, saw that the second boss had been gone for a long time without any movement and grew impatient. Just then, Yi Baixiu suddenly came out of the house. Ren Xiaoyao was stunned. Using the torch, he looked carefully and then saw Zhang Jiexia walking out of the house with a spear in her hand. Good heroes, we have silver. We can give 400 taels of silver. Think carefully about what's more worthwhile. Ren Xiaoyao snatched the torch from his subordinate and moved it forward to get a better look. He mumbled, why do these two look so familiar? His follower, Ren Zizai, leaned closer. Boss, we really have seen these two before. The day you got hurt, we took their carriage out of the city. That sister even gave me a box of snacks. Ren Xiaoyao patted his head. That's right. Hurry, stop them. Don't hurt them. They're my lifesavers. Without them, I might have been caught by the officials that day, maybe even executed after autumn. Ren Zizai received the order and jumped out. Don't hurt these two. Zhang Jiexia looked at Yi Baixiu, who was drinking and eating with everyone in front of her, and felt like she had just had a dream. She was still trembling from being scared by the bandits led by Ren Xiaoyao. Her limbs felt weak, and Sister Song in the backyard had already been frightened into unconsciousness by them and hadn't woken up yet. She still had to do the cooking. Ren Xiaoyao took a big sip of wine and wiped the oil and blood from the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, today's events were really dangerous. Usually, I don't follow them when they go out, and I don't know why I came today. I just had to come along. Second-in-command Renwio came over and said, speaking of it, Brother Baixiu is really lucky.
Oh.
He touched his back and took a deep breath. Brother Baixiu's skills are impressive. Ren Xiaorao chuckled. That's what you call making friends through a fight. Send the order. Tell all the brothers on each hill that Yi Baixiu is my brother. If anyone dares to hurt him or his wife, they are crossing me, Ren Xiaoyao.
Yes.
Zhang Jiexia placed the last prepared dish on the table. Ren Xiaorao waved for him to sit down. My sister-in-law must be scared. This is my fault. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. Please forgive her. Before Zhang Jiexia could reply, Ren Xiaoyao drank 3 large bowls of wine quickly.
Good wine, truly good wine.
There's more in the storeroom at home. When Brother Ren leaves, he can take some. I can't just take everything I eat. That would make me a bandit, Ren Xiaoyao said with a big laugh. After eating and drinking enough, before dawn, Ren Xiaoyao started to leave, shouting, "We can't cause trouble for Brother Beixiao. Tell everyone to leave the mountain quickly before dawn." Zhang Juexia, feeling resolute, took out a silver note worth 400 taels and handed it to Yi Beixiao to give to Ren Xiaoyao. When Ren Xiaoyao saw it was a silver note, his face changed immediately. "Are you insulting me? I need these silver notes. If you've been betrayed, I'll investigate when I go up the mountain. Big Brother will give you an explanation." In fact, Ren Xiaoyao didn't need to investigate. Zhang Juexia already guessed who paid the bandits and came to demand their lives. "Big Brother, no need to investigate. I only have one enemy in town and we already know who it is," Zhang Juexia said. "Oh, then tell me, and I'll send someone to deal with him. Big Brother, we appreciate your kindness, but we hope he stays alive. Some people find life harder than death. Haha, he's a tough guy, just like Big Brother. Well then, here. Let me leave a mark on the mountain for Brother Beixiao." Ren Zizai obediently took a wooden token from his pocket and handed it to Yi Beixiao. "Brother Beixiao, with this, no matter which bandits you meet outside, just show them this token. It will work."
Yi Beixiao huaritli boten tanks.
Ren Xiaorao waved his hand. "Since you all have a plan, we'll take our leave. Big Brother, when you have time, come to my house for a drink." "Haha, yes, good. Just don't come at night again. We want to sleep well too." After hearing this, Ren Xiaoyao laughed even louder. A group of people mounted their horses and quickly disappeared into the mountains and fields. Zhang Juexia looked at the dishes in front of her and said to Yi Beixiao, "Pinch me so I can be sure I'm not dreaming." Yi Beixiao gently patted her and said, "I'll help you prove it. You're not dreaming. Leave this to me. It's not even dawn yet. You should go back to bed and sleep a little more." Zhang Juexia yawned and said, "I'm really sleepy." She took off her shoes, got into bed, and soon fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, she couldn't remember what had happened yesterday. Yi Beixiao told her not to think about it if she couldn't remember, since what happened yesterday shouldn't be spoken about to others. During lunch, Song Yu kept yawning and complained, "I slept very deeply last night, but this morning Yuanlon woke me up knocking on the door, yet I still feel so tired." "Me too." Zhang Juexia yawned under Song Yu's influence. "Sister Song, did you really sleep well yesterday?"
Of course I did.
"And did you hear Da Huang and Xiao Huang barking during the night?" "No, I didn't hear anything." "Forget about the dogs barking. If someone carried me away, I probably wouldn't even notice. Yesterday was really strange. I haven't slept so peacefully in a long time." Feeling guilty, Zhang Juexia changed the subject and talked with Song Yu for a few words. Song Yu yawned again and said, "Juexia, if you have nothing to do this afternoon, can you watch over me?" "No? Then I need to go rest. I'm too tired." Zhang Juexia agreed, and Song Yu went to sleep. In the afternoon, she asked other villagers if they had heard any unusual sounds. "There's nothing unusual. It's just the wind blowing a bit harder here," someone said. "Exactly, after a long day. Even if there's a noise, we can't hear it and just fall asleep," another added. "Beixiao's wife, you're close to the mountain. Could there be other sounds at night?" Zhang Juexia nervously waved her hands.
No.
"Yesterday, our dog barked loudly. I was just asking out of curiosity." These dogs, they bark loudly at the slightest wind or movement."
Just ignore them," someone said.
Zhang Juexia nodded. She noticed Li Zao was working quietly without saying a word. She looked carefully at her and saw tears on her face and red finger marks on her left cheek. Her heart sank. Could someone be bullying Li Zao at the workshop? She quickly put aside yesterday's worries, made an excuse, and called Li Yulan outside. "What are those finger marks on Li Zao's face?"
she asked.
Li Yulan was caught off guard. "What finger marks?" Zhang Juexia described briefly, and Li Yulan tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Sister-in-law, I can guarantee that it wasn't someone from our workshop who bullied Li Zao. Li Zao usually speaks very little. When she arrives, she doesn't waste time and keeps working hard. When everyone asks her to rest, she just shyly smiles."
"Who does she usually spend time with?"
She only talks to my master sometimes and occasionally says a few words to me. Pay more attention to her in your daily life. She looks like she's just been scolded."
Got it.
Li Yulan was busy working and then went into the house. After Yi Beixiu returned from the back mountain, he told Zhang Juexia that he also asked Lu Wanfeng, who hadn't heard any movement from downstairs. "Is he sleeping very soundly too?" "Yeah, he looks like he's not fully awake." "How are our chickens?" "They're doing very well." Yi Beixiu took a sip of water and said, "Today's matter. I'm afraid we'll have to keep it to ourselves." Lu Hong was drinking small wine at home, feeling very happy. He openly described the good life he imagined next. Fong Lan scoffed and turned her head away. "Stop bragging. All the cows in our town have been bragged about by you." Lu Hong pounded the table and said, "Don't look down on me. I did something big, a really big thing. You, a woman with shallow eyes, wouldn't understand. I only know I lost my jewelry. If this works out, we'll make money, and we won't have to worry about buying jewelry." Today, Lu Hong was in a good mood and spoke kindly to Fong Lan. She was a bit uncomfortable but took the chance to ask, "Sir, what big thing did you do?" Lu Hong glared at her. "Really want to know?" "Yes. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Anyway, the master told you that in a few days, Shengxia Embroidery Workshop will be ours. It's a done deal. No one can change it." Fong Lan asked again, but Lu Hong hummed a little tune and left the house. Fong Lan watched his back and was lost in thought. She also hoped Lu Hong's words would come true. Lu Hong told Zhou Jiu to find someone to watch Xingxia Embroidery Workshop. If there was even a slight movement, he would act immediately. Zhou Jiu also had hopes. If Lu Hong could take control of Xingxia Embroidery Workshop, they wouldn't worry about having no money. After all, the business of Xingxia Embroidery Workshop was quite tempting. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu deliberately stayed at home for 2 days. Zhang Juexia believed that people should have some time to dream, or else they would feel guilty for spending 200 taels of silver. When Yi Beixiu was riding the carriage into the town gates, Zhang Juexia specifically asked him to stop the carriage. She and Yi Beixiu sat side by side at the front. "Today, I want to make a big show. We need to let some people see that we are still alive and doing well. Then we can just take a few more turns around the town."
Good idea.
"Our supplies are running low at home, so let's buy some things to bring back." Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia truly strolled around the town for a while. After shopping, they headed to Xingxia Embroidery Workshop. Zhou Jiu, who had arranged for someone to watch, didn't believe they had entered the town. He specifically went to Xingxia Embroidery Workshop to check. When he saw Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia talking with Li Shi, he rubbed his eyes again to confirm. Unbelievable. Are they real people or ghosts? After saying this, he ran off to find Lu Hong. Lu Hong heard Zhou Jiu's words and also didn't believe it. "Quick, find Lu Xiaolu for me." "I refuse to believe it. I paid silver for this, and it didn't work out." Zhou Jiu went to Lu Xiaolu's house, but there was no sign of him. He asked his confused mother, who only pointed outside. We've been fooled." Lu Hong, upon learning Lu Xiaolu had run away, knew his money was lost again. "My 200 taels of silver." Zhou Jiu was still not convinced. "What if we find Ren Xiaoyao and get the money back?" "You're too naive. They took the money, and there's no way to get it back. But what I really want to know is, who are Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia? Could they be involved in both black and white dealings?" Zhou Jiu was also quite suspicious. "Brother, maybe I should go to Ye's village and ask around." Lu Hong shook his head self-deprecatingly.
Stop asking.
"I already know everything about them. Let's close our canned food shop for now and lay low. Remember, if you don't have to go out, don't go out." Zhou Jiu still wasn't convinced. "Brother, is this really serious? Ask me or ask anyone else. I just feel uneasy." That night, Lu Hong indeed received a letter delivered by a flying dart. He was so frightened he rolled off the bed, then shivered as he crawled back onto it and grabbed the letter from the headboard. The message was simple: if you want to stay alive, be honest. Otherwise, your whole family will be buried with you. Seeing the letter, Lu Hong was so scared, he wet himself. Fong Lan woke up, looked at him with dislike, turned over, and continued sleeping. That night, Lu Hong developed a high fever, which did not go away for several days, so he couldn't go out. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu finished showing off in town and returned to the village that same day. Song Yu's house was completed, and she was moving in. After moving, Song Yu hosted a meal to celebrate her new home. She was also hoping that Yi Jixuan and the others would move in soon. Zhang Juexia told her, "It should be soon." "That's great. More people are coming here. When will our workshop move?" "I asked Uncle Zhao to make some useful furniture. Once he's done, we'll move." "You're so thoughtful." Li Zhao also came to Song Yu's house with everyone. She looked at Song Yu, who had become the head of the household, and her new house, feeling very envious. Song Yu encouraged her, "Just work hard for the family. The family won't mistreat us. Look, my house was built with money from the boss. The rest of the money I will pay back gradually with wages." "That's possible."
Of course.
"Rules are fixed, but people are flexible." Li Zhao's eyes immediately lit up. "Then I will work hard too." That day, Li Yulan also told Song Yu about Li Zhao. Taking the opportunity, Song Yu asked Li Zhao, "Zhaoer, are you willing to work outside?" Li Zhao lowered her eyes, feeling shy, and replied, "Whether he agrees or not, what does it matter? Our family needs money. We can't just wait to die at home." Song Yu sighed. "The other day, I noticed your skills and saw that you are quiet and capable, so I decided to keep you. Since you came, we haven't talked much. Besides your husband, is there anyone else in your family?" "My mother-in-law, father-in-law, younger sister-in-law, and younger brother-in-law. My husband is the oldest in the family." "Have you divided the household?" Li Zhao shook her head. "My sister-in-law and brother-in-law haven't married yet. It's not easy to split the family." "Do you have to give all your earnings to your parents-in-law?" "Yes, they won't allow me to hide savings." "Are they good to you?" Li Zhao held back tears, not letting them fall, because today was Song Yu's housewarming, and she didn't want to cause trouble.
"Yes,"
she said, then stood up and went outside. "Sister Song, I'll go see what they're doing outside, and see if I can help." Zhang Juexia, who had overheard their conversation, looked at Song Yu and exchanged a glance. There's definitely something going on with her family. Song Yu decided to ask Li Zhao about her difficulties another day. Zhang Juexia also thought that Song Yu should ask Li Zhao if she had any problems and help her if she could. She couldn't let Li Zhao be unhappy every day, as it would affect her work. "We can ask Auntie Jinhua. Her family lives in the same village as Li Zhao's in-laws," Zhang Juexia said. She looked around among the crowd but didn't see Auntie Jinhua. Song Yu went to the yard to look for her, but couldn't find her either. "We'll have to ask another day," she said. Zhang Juexia felt she had stayed at Song Yu's house long enough, so she made an excuse to go home. She also told others not to stay too long at Song Yu's place, so Song Yu would have time to tidy up. Everyone nodded, and Zhang Juexia left Song Yu's house. She thought that since everyone at the workshop was resting today, there was nothing much to do at home. She decided to go to the back mountain for a look. Lu Wanfeng was feeding the chickens. She saw that he was very good at taking care of them. The yard was clean, and over 200 chickens had grown bigger under his care. They were still lively and jumping around. Lu Wanfeng felt a little shy when he saw Zhang Juexia, but he started talking more about raising chickens. She listened and nodded, occasionally replying to him. "Brother Lu, if I buy another 200 chicks, can you handle it?" she asked. "Yes, I can. Honestly, when I first started farming it was tough, but now I enjoy this work. Once I gain more experience, I can manage even more chickens. I do have one request, though. Can I mention it? Brother Wanfeng, you and my husband have been friends for years. What's there you can't say?" Lu Wanfeng hesitated and scratched his head. "Well, my grandmother is alone down the mountain. I'm worried about her, but I can't leave the chickens." "Of course. We just built a new 3-room brick house here. You can bring your grandmother up. I'll go down the mountain now and ask Qin Er-yong to come up and help. My husband will go with you to pick up your grandmother." Lu Wanfeng was surprised that everything went so smoothly. That evening, When his grandmother sat in the brick house on the mountain and talked with him, he felt like he was in a dream. You and your family are kind and good. Fonger, you should follow good people and do well. At that time, save some money, marry a wife, have a child, and even grandma will be at peace when she passes away. Mom, don't talk nonsense. I still want you to stay with me for a few more years. Everyone gets old someday, Fonger. Tell grandma if there's a girl you like. When the time comes, I'll help you ask for her hand. Lu Wanfeng's face turned red quickly. He hurriedly stood up and said, Grandma, I want to go over there and take a look. But in his mind, a beautiful figure floated by. Yi Jixuan and Yi Yunxing moved from the old house to the new one, and Zhao Xiang finished his woodworking workshop. Zhang Juexia chose a good day nearby to move the workshop into the new house. Everyone saw that the workshop was much better than before, and they all looked happy. Song Yu pointed at Zhang Juexia. Our boss specially designed the house for the workshop. The main requirement was good lighting and spaciousness. Bei Xiu's wife is really thoughtful. Everyone praised Zhang Juexia again and again. Zhang Juexia quickly stopped them. Let's not be so polite. I have something important to say. If any family wants to let their children learn embroidery, they can bring them here. I left a space in the backyard just for these girls so they can do it with Sister Jean. Everyone wanted to speak, but Zhang Juexia signaled them to stop. I haven't finished. If any relatives want to come work here, they are welcome. The place is big enough. But I must say, I want skilled workers for adult work. Bei Xiu's wife, do children have to pay money to learn embroidery? No, they don't. But I have an agreement. After 3 years of apprenticeship, they must promise to work for us for 3 years. And they will get wages every month. Tomorrow I will bring my girl to learn a good skill. Not just to find a good husband, but also to give her a way to earn a living. No matter where she is, she won't go hungry. Exactly. Bei Xiu's wife, I will bring my children too. Seeing that Zhang Juexia had finished speaking, Lu Jinhua quietly pulled her aside and lowered her voice. Bei Xiu's wife, Andy has a question. Does your eldest daughter want to come?
Yes.
That's good. My girl Suing is also quite old. I think I should let her learn. Even if she doesn't become an expert, she will understand a bit. When she gets married, she can embroider simple things to earn a meal. Just have her come tomorrow. Lu Jinhua happily agreed. Yi Suing was pulled by Lu Jinhua to the handmade workshop. Zhang Juexia finally understood why Lu Jinhua asked her if she wanted a big girl. Yi Suing is tall and strong, with a sturdy build. She stands out in the crowd with her high nose bridge and deep eyes, giving an impressive impression. Lu Jinhua introduced Yi Suing to Zhang Juexia, and they exchanged greetings. Reluctantly, Yi Suing went into the backyard. She looked at the small children who were much shorter than her and frowned. After Lu Jinhua walked away, she ran a few steps to catch up with Zhang Juexia. Sister-in-law Bei Xiu, can we talk? Zhang Juexia paused, curious, and looked at Yi Suing. Yi Suing gathered her courage and held out her large hand in front of Zhang Juexia. Sister-in-law, I know embroidery needs skill and patience, but look at my big hands. How can I sew needles? Zhang Juexia understood her meaning. You don't like embroidery? No, I don't. My mother also doesn't know what she was thinking, making me learn embroidery. Maybe your mother loves you in her own way. She's just self-righteous and doesn't ask if I like it. Then what do you like? I like playing in the mountains. Sister-in-law, as long as we don't go deep into the mountains, it's safe. All year round, I can find good things in the mountains, and I can exchange them for silver. Zhang Juexia nodded in agreement. Seeing Zhang Juexia approve, Yi Suing's words came more easily. Sister-in-law, I also know how to hunt. Oh, and I like raising chickens. Why don't you let me go up the mountain to raise chickens too? Although Zhang Juexia understood Yi Suing, she quickly shook her head when she heard about her going up the mountain to raise chickens. Yi Suing looked disappointed and pouted, slowly walking to the backyard. Watching her look sad, Zhang Juexia felt a bit sorry and called out to her. Suing, we need to take things slowly. I'll find a good time to talk to your mother. Yi Suing turned back with a smile. Really? Of course, no fake. But you also need to understand your mother. She's doing it for your good. For my good? I've heard that phrase too much. Everything she does is for my good, even learning embroidery to find a husband. I'm the type who can't get married. Yi Suing's face turned red as she spoke. Sister-in-law, I'm just saying, don't take it to heart. When you have time, please help me talk to my mother. I really like raising chickens. Soon, Yi Suing disappeared from sight. Zhang Juexia arrived at the front yard and saw Lu Jinhua pacing back and forth at the door. Beixio's wife, you're finally here. Annie, is there something? It's about my eldest daughter. You see, she's not young anymore. She's the same age as Suyun, even a few months older. Look at Suyun. Her in-laws are already arranged, and she's learning a good craft in town. But this girl, whenever I think about it, I feel so upset. She's grown up, but still has no marriage prospects. Recently, my family sisters tried to set her up. The man was decent, both in looks and conditions, but when she met him, she teased him and scared him away. Lu Jinhua said while rubbing her chest. Zhang Juexia watched Lu Jinhua's rising and falling chest and quickly said some comforting words to ease her worries. Lu Jinhua then held Zhang Juexia's hand. Beixio's wife, you're only a few years older than her. Annie hopes you can find some time to talk to her. Encourage her to learn embroidery seriously and become more calm. Zhang Juexia nodded repeatedly. But inside, she felt troubled. Both her mother and daughter wanted her to help persuade the girl, but seeing how stubborn both sides were, it was a difficult task. She made an excuse, pulled her hand away from Lu Jinhua's, and quickly ran back home. When she got home, Yi Beixio saw her nervous look and asked with concern what happened. Did something happen? No. Zhang Juexia told him about Lu Jinhua and Yi Suing.
Ye Beixio chakret.
Suing learning embroidery? Are you sure about that? Yes, Auntie Lu brought it today. If she can learn embroidery, I can learn it too. Honey, I tell you, don't take on this task. She's not cut out for embroidery. What is she good at then? Climbing mountains, crossing rivers, climbing trees, catching fish, that kind of thing. Just yesterday, I heard her mother had someone look for a match for her. When they came to see her, she caught a snake from the mountain and scared them away. Who would have thought she's so interesting? Even Grandpa Li Zheng is worried about her. With her wild nature, how can she get married? Girls like her are more charming. Maybe someone already likes her. Who?
Who has such bad eyesight?
Lu Wanfeng, who was feeding chickens on the mountain, suddenly sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose.
Who's scolding me?
Lu Wanfeng's grandmother, Wen Shi, was nearby, smiling as she watched him work. It must be because you wore too little yesterday and caught a cold. Grandma, don't worry. Your grandson is in good health. I'll go over there later to tidy up. I heard from Beixio that they will be sending more chicks in the next few days. Go ahead, I can handle the small chores here. Your brother is reliable. I tell you, work hard and don't let anyone down. Grandma, your words are like a pair of worn-out shoes to my ears. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixio neatly tidied up the empty warehouse. Dazhuang and Erzwang brought the chicks. They helped deliver the chicks up the mountain. On the way back, Beixio reminded Zhang Juexia, make a few dishes at home. We'll come down later to eat.
Got it.
After reaching the mountain, Dazhuang looked at the chickens running around and felt very envious. When he learned that Yi Beixio had bought the mountain, his eyes widened. Brother-in-law, you guys are so capable. It's mainly Juexia who is capable, said Yi Beixio, pointing at the long row of newly built houses. That's Juexia's handmade workshop, with 20 or 30 people sewing inside. My sister is really capable. Erzwang, visiting Ye's village for the first time, was even more amazed. Brother-in-law, if anyone ever says that people in the deep mountains live poor lives, I'll get angry. Everyone laughed and worked quickly to settle the 200 new chicks. Lu Wanfeng looked at the fenced area in the back mountain and noticed some empty space. Beixio, you can send more chicks later. After coming down the mountain, I'll tell my wife and she can decide. I also told her that day. When Yi Beixio led Dazhuang and Erzwang down the mountain, he showed them his wheat and vegetable fields. We'll transport the vegetables to town to sell. If the restaurant can buy them, we'll sell to the restaurant. If not, We'll sell to the townspeople. Brother-in-law, you and Dia are really capable. Yi Beishio smiled and said, it's mainly my wife who is capable. Jueshia had already prepared the meal, waiting for them to come back and eat. After eating and drinking well, Dazhuang and Erzwang didn't stay long and prepared to return to Dea village. Jueshia didn't insist on them staying. She just told them to come back when they have time. Sister, don't forget, we'll be sending more chicks soon. Dazhuang and Erzwang went up the mountain, then went home to tell my dad and mom. They would be relieved. You don't know, with so many chicks, my mom worries about you every day. Just tell your aunt when you go home that our chickens are doing very well.
I'm sure she'll say so.
Don't worry. Dazhuang and Erzwang returned home. Dazhuang took out some silver from his pocket and handed it in, then told Zhang Dequan and Wang Yueying, big girl said we need 600 chicks. She said we don't have to hatch them all at once, just take our time. That many? Dazhuang nodded. Erzwang explained, Mom, you really don't need to worry about Jueshia.
Her life is good now.
The chicken farm at her place is big enough, and they even hired someone to take care of the chickens. If her life is good, then we can rest easy. Besides, she needs so many chicks, and we're earning money from chickens too. Zhang Dequan specifically told Dazhuang and Erzwang, Jueshia is doing well, so we just need to know that. When you leave the house, don't tell outsiders, understand? Dazhuang nodded. Erzwang asked suspiciously, Dad, why not let others know? Jueshia suffered a lot at home, so they should know she's doing well. Let her stepmother and her father regret it. Wang Yueying pulled Erzwang aside, worried he might upset Zhang Dequan. Good question. I'll tell you why. When a tree grows tall, it attracts wind. That's one reason. The other is, you know what kind of people her family is. If they find out Jueshia is doing well, they might come to cause trouble in Yejia village. In the end, Jueshia would suffer. She's just started to have some peace, so it's best not to spread this around. Do you understand? Erzwang nodded again. That's right. Jueshia is a grateful girl. I just helped her out because I couldn't stand seeing her suffer. Now she's helping us in return. Your mother's chickens have a place to sell, and we won't be worried anymore. This year, just from raising chickens, your mother can earn enough for Erzwang to get married. Erzwang shyly scratched his head. Dad, we're talking about serious stuff, and now you're bringing me into it? Getting married is serious, too. Just learn from your mother how to raise chickens. One day, her skills will definitely be passed down to you and your brother. Dazhuang quickly straightened up and responded with Erzwang, yes. Tian Kaihong wandered around the street and then asked Zhang Difu when she returned home, how are your daughter's days going? Zhang Difu didn't quite know how to answer. Not as good as Chuyue's. That's obvious. Today, I heard from the villagers that the village chief's family sent another cart of chicks to your daughter's house. Really? Raising animals is not an easy task. By the end of the year, we might have nothing left. I think it's better to have someone like Chuyue. She makes money quickly and lives peacefully. Tian Kaihong glared at him. You're so sweet-talking. Child's mother, when you have time, go visit the Li family and ask Chuyue for some more silver and see how she's doing. Tian Kaihong nodded nervously. Child's mother, you should keep this in mind. If we had 20 more acres of land, we'd be small landlords. We could rent it out and just collect rent every year. Zhang Difu was secretly planning, not noticing Tian Saihong's discomfort. Tian Saihong's anger flared up, almost choking her. Head of the family, you also have a daughter. You can't keep pushing Chuyue around forever. Ask your daughter if she can give you some silver to buy land. Zhang Difu thought for a moment. I'll definitely ask her for money, but now's not the right time. Tian Kaihong didn't dare argue, afraid of another beating. She rolled her eyes silently, thinking, old man, you don't ask your daughter for money, but you encourage me to ask Chuyue.
Dream on.
Zhang Difu didn't realize Tian Saihong's thoughts. He was just praising Chuyue for finding a good husband. It's a pity he's just a concubine. If he were a proper wife, we would be Mr. and Mrs. Li's official parents-in-law. Once Chuyue has a son, maybe this will work out. How many months is Chuyue pregnant? About 2 months. Buy some things these days, visit Chuyue, and show our family cares for her. Tian Kaihong reluctantly agreed. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu received a letter from Qian Yulin and went to town. Li Yingyue had someone deliver a letter to her, which was simple. She was busy and couldn't help much with the fruit trees this year. Zhang Juexia immediately took out his brush and replied to Li Yingyue, telling her to relax and not worry about other things, and added some encouraging words at the end. Qian Yulin handed the letter to a servant. I didn't expect you sisters to be so close. Yingyue said she's busy, and you believed her without question.
Look at what Annie said.
The Li family's Can food business is now spread all over the south and north of the Great Zhou. Most of it is thanks to Yingyue. She said she's busy, so I believed her because she always has something to do. If Yingyue knew you trusted her so much, she probably wouldn't have written to me alone, asking me to advise you. Zhang Juexia became interested. What did Yingyue say? This is a secret between the two of us, so I probably can't tell you, Zhang Juexia chuckled. If I can't say, I'll just pretend I don't know. You're quite open-minded. Do you need my help when you go to Qingfeng City? Probably not. My husband and I just want to take a look around. We're not clear about the situation yet. When will you go? In a day or two. I want to see if the shop needs anything. Anyway, when I go to Qingfeng City, I will make sure to buy everything we need. When Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu left the Li residence, they ran into Tian Kaihong again, but this time, Zhang Difu was with her. Tian Kaihong was arguing with the gatekeeper. Last time, the gatekeeper had learned his lesson and refused to let Tian Kaihong in, even ignoring the official notice. Tian Kaihong, angry, didn't notice the people approaching and pointed at Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu, asking the gatekeeper, how can they come in? The gatekeeper looked down on her and said dismissively, Tisich, you should look at yourself first. How can you compare to Miss Zhang and the young master? They are our lady's honored guests. As for you, honestly, even Auntie Ba might not welcome you now. To be safe, you should leave quickly. If others see you, they might do something inappropriate, and it wouldn't be anyone's fault but yours. Tian Kaihong was furious, but dared not show it, holding back her anger and feeling internal pain. She blushed, looked up at Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu, and said, let's see if your lady's honored guests have 3 heads and 6 arms. She was stunned. The gatekeeper, seeing her expression, sneered and said, now you can't even speak properly when you see distinguished guests. Tian Kaihong quickly ran ahead of Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu, saying, who do you think I am? Turns out, I am our young lady's family. The gatekeeper's eyes widened, acting like he was watching a show. Yi Beixiu reached out and pushed her aside, saying, who are you? Are you blind when you walk? Tian Kaihong staggered from the shove. Zhang Difu hurried over, helped her up, and then glared at Yi Beixiu. Why are you talking to your mother-in-law like that? Yi Beixiu helped Zhang Juexia move forward, but Zhang Difu kept shouting from behind, I am your wife's real father. You better recognize that. I'm not blind. I can see the road. You say you're my wife's real father? I believe it. I need to ask my wife about this. I don't know them. Let's go.
Stop right there.
I am her real father, and I have every right to acknowledge it. Zhang Difu watched helplessly as Yi Beixiu drove the carriage away from his side. Zhang Juexia didn't even glance at him. Frustrated, Zhang Difu stomped and cursed, this is too much. She doesn't even recognize me as her father.
She.
The gatekeeper of the Li residence stood nearby, sneering disdainfully. You should leave quickly and not embarrass yourselves at our Li family's gate. He then pointed at Tian Kaihong. She's the daughter of the 8th madam. That's true. But you say you're the owner of Xingxia Embroidery Workshop's father? That sounds suspicious. Zhang Difu's eyes widened like a cow's. What? What did you say? I said the 2 people who just left are the owners of Xingxia Embroidery Workshop. Are you deaf? Hurry up and leave. The gatekeeper finally chased away Zhang Difu and Tian Kaihong with some scolding. This person is really funny. Not only are his eyes bad, but his ears are deaf too. Another gatekeeper came over. I think his mind isn't working well either. He can't even recognize his own daughter. Exactly, Zhang Difu heard clearly. He wanted to go back and explain to the gatekeeper of the Lee residence that his ears were fine. Tian Kaihong firmly held him back. Are you really sick? I didn't expect your eldest daughter to be capable. She quietly started her embroidery shop.
Let's go see.
I won't go. She doesn't recognize me, so why should I? Are you stupid? She doesn't recognize you, but you're still her father. Let's go see what's happening. Anyway, she's doing business, and as long as she doesn't feel ashamed, we have plenty of ways to deal with her. Zhang Difu thought Tian Saihong's words made sense.
I didn't think about that.
You've gotten smarter. I've always been smart. From now on, if you listen to me and don't act like before, soon I'll make you the biggest landowner in our village. Humph, I already am. No one in the village owns more land than me. Be content with that small piece of land. I'm not content. Zhang Difu and Tian Kaihong asked around as they moved forward. When they arrived in front of Xingxiao embroidery shop, they saw the busy shop with many people coming and going, indicating it was thriving. Li Shishang stepped forward to greet them. Zhang Difu put on a commanding look and said to Li Shishang, "Call out your boss. I have something to say to her." Li Shishang looked at the man in front of him. Judging by his clothes, he was just an ordinary farmer, but with years of professional experience, he still respectfully cupped his hands. "May I ask, sir, what brings you to see our boss?" "I am her father." "Why so much nonsense? Just call her when I tell you." Zhang Difu's loud shout really scared everyone. Dingmin and Li Lo, hearing the noise, put down their work and ran out. Zhang Difu looked at them dismissively. "I said I am Zhang Jixua's real father. Hurry up and let her come out to see people." Li Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered a few words to Dingmin. Dingmin looked at Zhang Difu, then strode out quickly. After Zhang Jixia and Yi Beixiu left Li's house, they went to see Aunt Wang. Seeing she was busy, she told her a few words and then went to talk to shopkeeper Yao. Li Shi had already seen Zhang Jixia's carriage, so he asked Dingmin to invite her over. Hearing Dingmin's words, Zhang Jixia said, "Really persistent. That spirit is admirable. Dingmin, tell shopkeeper Li, I don't know this person."
Just find a reason to send him away.
Dingmin nodded and ran out, but shopkeeper Yao stopped him. "Wait a moment." Yao asked Zhang Jixia carefully, "If you send them away this time, what if they come back tomorrow or keep causing trouble? If they come every day and bother you, it will affect your business. I think you should talk to them properly. After all, he is your real father, genetically speaking." Dingmin's mouth opened wide like an egg. "Sister, that person really is your father? I thought he was just here to extort money." Something like that. Dingmin hesitated, unsure how to answer, and only nodded. Zhang Jixia listened to Yao's advice, but didn't change her mind. "Dingmin, go back and tell shopkeeper Li to just send them away directly. If they dare to cause trouble, call the officials to chase them off. Do as I say, or just get out." Between obeying and leaving, Dingmin chose to obey. He nodded and ran off like the wind. Yao wanted to persuade him further, but Zhang Jixia said, "Don't interfere with others' hardships. Don't try to persuade them to be kind. All right, I won't say more. This is your family's private matter. There's no point in me saying anything." "That's right." Zhang Jixia finished her tea, drinking the last drop. "I'm planning to go to Qingfeng City the day after tomorrow. Do you need anything? I can bring it back for you." "No. Why are you going to Qingfeng City?"
Just felt like going.
Hearing the noisy shouting outside, Zhang Jixia recognized it as Tian Saihong's voice. She thought she was immune after so many years, but hearing that familiar curse made her feel very uncomfortable. Yi Beixiu looked at Zhang Juexia's uncomfortable expression and felt worried. "Wife, what can I do to make you feel better? Let them go. As far as they can, just go. I really don't want to see them." Hearing this, Yi Beixiu understood her feelings and went straight to the government office to find Zhang Wei and Lu Chong. "Our shop had some trouble. Could you please bring a few people to help us handle it?" He then left 5 taels of silver, saying, "This is for everyone to have drinks." When the officials arrived, Zhang Difu and Tian Kaihong became obedient, but Zhang Difu still held his head high, acting fearless. "The owner here is indeed my daughter. I came to see my daughter. Why are you arresting me? Stop explaining why. You're affecting their business, so you have to leave. Also, you keep saying you're her father, but the shop owner says she doesn't know you. Zhang Difu got angry. I am her father. If you don't believe me, ask her mother. This made everyone laugh out loud. Zhang Wei and Lu Chong, along with some officers, forced Zhang Difu and Tian Kaihong out of Xingxia embroidery shop. They warned them that if they caused trouble again, they would be dealt with each time. Tian Kaihong nodded wisely, but Zhang Difu still refused to accept it, shouting loudly, I am her father. If she doesn't acknowledge me again, I will go to the county town and tell them. I no longer believe there's no justice in this world. Zhang Wei pulled Yi Beixiu aside and whispered, Tell me honestly, is this girl Juexia's father? Yi Beixiu summarized the important details of Zhang Difu's foolish actions. Zhang Wei sighed deeply. He's really no good. But, brother, I have to warn you. Since they're causing such trouble, they must have a purpose. I think you should ask them privately. Yi Beixiu understood immediately. He followed Zhang Difu and Tian Kaihong to a quiet place and stopped them. Tell me, why are you here to see Juexia? What are you after? Tian Kaihong gave Zhang Difu a look that said, Look at this. She grinned and moved closer to Yi Beixiu. Yi Beixiu backed away in disgust. Speak quickly. If you don't, I'll leave. See how impatient the young master is. Much more than my daughter. Young master, we don't ask for much. Just buy us 20 acres of land, and this will be settled. Otherwise, this matter will never end. Yi Beixiu looked up and down at Tian Kaihong first. From what you're saying, it seems like you've become lazy around us. I wonder how long this will last. Tian Kaihong chuckled. Young master is so clever, there's no need for us to say more. Anyway, my husband and I are at home with nothing to do. We just sit in front of the shop every day so everyone knows that the owner of Xingxiao Embroidery is not a filial child who recognizes her parents. Have you ever thought about how this affects Juexia? Zhang Difu was unhappy. Think what you want. If she doesn't acknowledge me as her father, I haven't even scolded her yet. Really? What's there to think about? What about the saying, the daughter who marries out is like spilled water? That's nonsense. Zhang Juexia is my daughter, Zhang Difu's. She can't change that. Listen, Yi, if you don't follow what your mother-in-law just said, don't blame me for not showing mercy. I and your mother-in-law will cause trouble in front of your shop every day, making it hard for you to do business. Yi Beixiu suddenly grabbed Zhang Difu, lifting him like a chicken. I didn't think you guys are so reckless. But let me tell you, I, Yi Beixiu, am not afraid. Today, I'll let you go once. If it happens again, I won't send you to jail. I'll disown my surname. Now, get out quickly. Yi Beixiu shouted loudly, scaring Tian Kaihong and Zhang Difu so much that their legs went weak. He casually threw a small stone, hitting a bird on a nearby tree. The bird flapped its wings on the ground and stopped breathing. If there's a next time, I, Yi Beixiu, will not hold back. I told you, I was kind to you at first for my wife's sake. But now, since you can even turn against her, what do I have to lose? Don't forget, I come from a hunter's family. I'm not afraid of wild beasts in the mountains. I'm afraid of you. Tian Kaihong and Zhang Difu were so frightened they trembled, leaning on each other to walk. Both of them now saw Yi Beixiu in a new light. He was more terrifying than anyone, capable of acting ruthlessly at critical moments. After seeing them disappear from sight, Yi Beixiu returned to the shop. Zhang Juexia and shopkeeper Yao had been talking so much they were out of breath. Zhang Juexia finally remembered and asked shopkeeper Yao, How is my sister-in-law here?
Shuyun?
She's very good. But you know how daughters grow up and leave home. That Zhao guy comes here every day. You'd better watch them carefully. Don't let anything happen. If something does, I'll have a hard time explaining to my uncle and the others. Just relax. Suyun isn't the kind of child who doesn't follow the rules, said shopkeeper Yao, suddenly recalling something. What number is your father-in-law in the family? Second son, but he's already passed away. Oh, that makes sense. A few days ago, someone claiming to be Siyun's third uncle came to see her. But what was the matter? Siyun didn't say. Maybe we should call her and ask. Zhang Juexia quickly stopped him. Our family affairs are a bit special. Less involvement is better. Let's not ask. Shopkeeper Yao patted his head. My mind is getting worse. If you have nothing else, my husband is back, and we're about to leave. Shopkeeper Yao saw Zhang Juexia off, and then went to his own shop to tell Li Shi. Listening to Zhang Juexia, Li Shi frowned. Master, do you think this is a bit hasty? No need to think much. Just follow my lead. I've already told Dingman clearly. Either obey or leave. Your choice. Recognizing the importance, Li Shi nodded quickly. Yi Baixiu saw Zhang Juexia get into the carriage, using forgetting his things as an excuse to visit Li Shi and give instructions. They probably won't come again, but if they cause trouble, don't hold back. Report to the authorities if needed. Though Li Shi nodded, he was still puzzled. Zhang Juexia is usually kind to everyone, so why is he so cold to his own father? And Yi Baixiu should have advised him, but he didn't. He shook his head helplessly, then looked at Dingman. Do you know much about the master's affairs? Dingman shook his head. That's his family matter. I don't know. Maybe I should ask shopkeeper Yao when I have time.
Stop asking.
We're grown men, but we're acting like women gossiping behind their backs. Anyway, let's just follow the master's orders. Zhang Juexia had Yi Baixiu drive the carriage to the pork shop, where he bought lots of fat oil, then prepared to go home. Wife, we still have plenty of oil at home. This fat oil has other uses. Where did you go just now? Yi Baixiu looked at Zhang Juexia, who seemed happy, and then relaxed. Nothing, I can't tell you. I just visited my father-in-law. I told you, I don't acknowledge him as my father. Yi Baixiu said seriously. And I don't want to call him father-in-law. Then why did you go to see them? I need to know what they want. It's probably just money, nothing more. They keep bothering me, and I'm tired of it. If I don't show some strength, they'll think we're easy to bully. Yi Baixiu comforted Zhang Juexia, saying, they probably won't bother you again in the future. What did you do to them? There's not much I could do, just use my strength to scare them a little. Yi Baixiu closed his mouth and focused on driving the cart. Zhang Juexia also felt very tired and leaned back in the carriage to sleep. The next day, Zhang Juexia started making soap at home, with Yi Baixiu helping her all along. Before everyone moved out, I didn't dare to do this. Now it's safe, I can do it freely. The last time you made this, it was probably when I was recovering from an injury. I remember lying in bed, listening to you busy outside. Zhang Juexia motioned to Yi Baixiu. Don't talk. Focus on learning. I'll let you do this next time.
Ye Baiqiu nodded.
Recently, we were busy opening the shop, so we neglected this. Once the soap is ready, it will bring in good income. This time, we'll make some simple versions. When we return from Qingfeng City, I plan to make some mugwort soap or add flower petals. Li Dong and brother Zhao Long also found a way to sell, so we can make more. But how much can we really do? My wife, we can also hire people to help. Zhang Juexia agreed. Yes, I overlooked this. After the soap was finished, cut into small pieces and dried in the warehouse, Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu prepared to go to Qingfeng City. Zhang Juexia packed some mountain goods and wild vegetables from the mountains for Madame Shen. Yi Baixiu felt a bit embarrassed, saying the Shen family is a big household in Qingfeng City. Why would they look at our things? Zhang Juexia explained while tidying up. You don't understand. Because the Shen family is wealthy and experienced, they've seen everything. We shouldn't be the fools spending money on things that look good but aren't useful. Even if we spend silver, we might not get what they really want. But mountain goods are different. Madame Shen is from the countryside. She will like them. Besides, even if they spend money, they might not be able to buy these things. Yi Baixiu was convinced by Zhang Juexia. You're very knowledgeable. That's right. Keep learning. Zhang Juexia proudly sat in the carriage. Coachman, let's go.
Alright, Mom.
Yi Baixiu drove quickly, and they only stopped once along the way. They arrived in Qingfeng City before noon. Qingfeng City is different from Xuanhe County. It's more crowded and more prosperous. The two of them found a relatively clean inn and decided to stay there. Zhang Juexia asked the shop assistant for information, and the assistant shared everything he knew. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu discussed their plans. They would stay for now and explore slowly. As for the Shun family, they planned to visit tomorrow. After eating and drinking well, Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu took a short walk around the city. She noticed some people dressed in foreign clothing among the bustling pedestrians, moving through the streets. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Juexia asked a shopkeeper about them. The shopkeeper explained that they were from the Qin kingdom, living near the border. Are they here doing business with us? Sort of. They trade goods, since food is scarce where they come from, but they have plenty of furs. They bring their products to exchange for grain here. Do they only trade for grain? Mostly, yes. Does the court not care about this? The shopkeeper looked up at her. What does the court care? These people come here and they do buy things. Honestly, we benefit from it. Yi Beixiu nodded and pulled Zhang Juexia out of the shop. Madam, we are in Qingfeng City. We should be careful what we say. I know. I just think the current grain harvest isn't high, and it's barely enough for our people in the Great Zhou. If we sell some to the people from Qin Kingdom, won't more of our people go hungry? Yi Beixiu looked around and quickly pulled Zhang Juexia aside. Madam, these matters are under the court's control. We shouldn't interfere. Just check if there's anything we need. If we're tired, we can go back to the inn to rest. Zhang Juexia was worried about the fruit trees and wanted to find out where they could buy some. They asked several people, but everyone shook their heads. She sighed, disappointed. If only we hadn't been so impulsive and asked around Xuanhe County. Since we're here, we might as well look around. Maybe we'll find something. To cheer her up, Yi Beixiu bought some snacks from the street. I'm not a kid. In my heart, you are. Zhang Juexia glared at him. I don't want to be a kid, but being spoiled feels really nice. As they walked, Zhang Juexia grew tired and returned to the inn. Yi Beixiu chatted briefly with some merchants in the inn before going into their room to be with her. Did you find out anything? Tomorrow, we'll go to the Shun residence. We might ask Grandma Shun for help buying saplings. My wife, I just found a business opportunity. We could buy some furs from people in Qin country, put them in our shop, and sell them to travelers heading north. We might make some profit from the difference in price. That person has many furs, and I wonder about their quality and price. Are they cheap? It seems he's in a hurry to sell because of some urgent matter. Maybe you and I should go see for ourselves. Wait, with so many travelers around, isn't anyone interested in buying? I only looked at his goods briefly and didn't notice anything unusual. The man knelt before Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia. I am Chu Jinyan. I have an urgent matter and kindly ask you to buy these goods. Zhang Juexia looked at the tall man kneeling in front of her and stepped back in fear. She thought, this person is interesting. We're just looking, not promising to buy. Chu Jinyan had spent several days in Qingfeng City. When he left, his old father was already ill. Yesterday, he met someone he knew on the street, who told him his family asked him to return quickly. He was anxious to sell his goods so he could have money to go home. My father is sick. Please, I beg you, take these goods. Zhang Juexia looked through the furs again, confirmed there was nothing wrong, and nodded. Yi Beixiu helped Chu Jinyan up. Brother Chu, no need to be so formal. Let's go over there and talk. After some bargaining, Zhang Juexia bought the furs at a lower price. But how to transport them back to Jinshui town became a problem. Chu Jinyan suggested, you can ask a courier agency for help. That's a good idea, but where can we find such an agency? Zhang Juexia planned to go out with Yi Beixiu to look for one later. Chu Jinyan was very grateful to Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia. I also need to go to the courier agency to get a ride home. Why don't you two come with me? The furs were stored at the inn, which was temporarily safe. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu decided to go out together with Chu Jinyan. While on the road, Zhang Juexia took the opportunity to inquire about Chu Jinyan. He is a genuine merchant from the state of Qin, who comes to Zhou State for business every year. Chu Jinyan responded with thanks, and Yi Beixiu told him not to be polite. Chu Jinyan remembered something and asked, where are you two from? If I come again to Qingfeng City, where can I find you? Yi Beixiu introduced himself and said that if Chu Jinyan needed anything, he could visit them at Xingxia Embroidery Shop in Jinshui Town. Chu Jinyan noted this and said, "This time I returned home in a hurry because my father was ill. Next time, I will visit you. Honestly, your Zhou State's embroidery sells very well in Archon State. Then next time Mr. Chu comes, he can bring furs directly to our embroidery shop to exchange for embroidery goods."
Good idea.
The three arrived at Jinwei Agency. Chu Jinyan told them, "The boss of Jinwei Agency has connections with the imperial court, so it's relatively safe to use, and the prices are fair. The merchants around me prefer to use them." Zhang Juesha and Yi Beixiu shared their needs. The agency immediately gave a quote and promised to deliver the goods safely. Zhang Juesha thought the price was fair and decided with Yi Beixiu to have the agency help deliver the goods to Jinshui Town. Coincidentally, the agency had a shipment heading to Qin State, so Chu Jinyan immediately joined them on the road. After saying goodbye, Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juesha took the goods from the inn and arranged for the agency to send them back. After everything was arranged, night fell completely. Zhang Juesha lay on the big bed at the inn, feeling sore all over. Yi Beixiu gently massaged her. "My wife, do you think buying so much fur was impulsive? As long as these furs are stored properly, we can sell them in the second half of the year, and the price will at least double. Are there really that many?" "Yes, I paid attention to this last winter. Traders in Jinshui Town often carry these." "That's good. I was worried that my decision wouldn't make us enough money." "You have to believe in yourself. What if one day I don't go out with you?"
Can you decide on this matter then?"
Yi Beixiu paused his actions and remembered what Lu Mingda had told him. "My wife, earning money for the family is my duty. I think I should be able to decide on this too." "That's good." Zhang Juesha enjoyed Yi Beixiu's massage and soon fell asleep. Yi Beixiu couldn't sleep for a long time. He thought about many things. The next morning, Zhang Juesha asked the second young master about the most famous breakfast in Qingfeng City and then took Yi Beixiu to have breakfast together. After breakfast, they inquired about the way to the Shun residence. When they arrived at the gate of the Shin house, after Zhang Juesha introduced herself, the gatekeeper didn't ask much and went inside to report. About the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the gatekeeper returned and said, "Our matriarch said that the two of you are distinguished guests from afar. Please come inside." Zhang Juesha was led to the backyard, while Yi Beixiu was taken to the front yard, where Xinyu, the head of the Shin family, personally received them. Lu Wan saw Zhang Juesha and stepped forward to hold her hand. "You ungrateful child, you've been apart for so long, and now you remember this old lady. There's too much family stuff to leave easily. Well, this time, you can't rush back. You need to stay and keep me company for a few days." All right, I'll do as you say." Lu Wan finally let go of Zhang Juesha's hand and hurried her to sit down. She also ordered the maid to bring many delicious treats, placing them in front of Zhang Juesha. "Try some quickly. These are made by our best cook, much better than the ones sold in the shops on the street." Zhang Juesha didn't refuse and took a piece of pastry to her mouth. Delicious, really delicious. After forcing herself to eat a few pieces, she touched her already full stomach and looked at Lu Wan with a wry smile. "Old madam, if I had known your pastries are so good, I wouldn't have eaten breakfast." "You child, how can you skip breakfast? If you're full, just leave some for later. When you leave, take it with you." "I knew the old lady loved me." Zhang Juesha looked at Lu Wan. "Tell me, what's the matter? With your personality, you wouldn't come to see me for no reason." "I came especially to see you, old lady, and also to buy some fruit trees in the city to take back. You know I live in the mountains and want to plant some fruit trees there. It would be convenient to have fresh fruit." You.
But those fruit trees are hard to buy."
"That's why I want the old lady's help." Lu Wan thought for a moment. "There are experts on my farm who can tend to fruit trees. I'll send someone to ask if they have new seedlings this year. If they do, I'll have them share some with you." "Thank you, old lady. Stop with the formalities. As long as you can come here to visit me, I'll be happy. I heard your husband came with you." "Yes. She is more caring than my husband. Zhang Juexia chuckled softly and said something Lu Wan loved to hear. Somehow, this time visiting Lu Wan at Shen's house felt less comfortable than when I was in Jinlong town. Old Madame Shen, experienced and wise, had already noticed Zhang Juexia's unease. She waved her hand, dismissing the maids nearby. This old person is no longer useful. My son is quite filial and worried I might feel lonely, so he bought these maids. They look cheerful and clever. But he doesn't understand what I truly want. Seeing Madame Shen's lonely expression, Zhang Juexia felt a bit sorry. Madam, this is my first time in Qingfeng City. I don't know many places well. Could you please take me around? I'd also like to learn from you and listen to a play at the theater. Zhang Juexia spent 2 full days with Madame Shen, making her very happy. Yi Beixiu also received warm hospitality from Shenyu, the head of the Shen family. Shenyu kept emphasizing that if they faced any problems in Qingfeng City, they could tell him. Yi Beixiu nodded in response. Since her husband had stepped back from family affairs, Madame Shen had been gloomy. Even with her husband's company, they felt she lacked energy daily. Today, seeing her laugh and talk with her daughter-in-law, Yi Beixiu felt she seemed much younger. From now on, you should come to Qingfeng City often. Make sure your wife spends time with Madame Shen and talks to her. Yes, definitely. The people at Madame Shen's estate brought many fruit tree seedlings. He introduced them to her. Madam, this year there are mostly yellow peach seedlings, so I took the liberty to bring these. They are all yellow peach trees. When Zhang Juexia heard yellow peach, she thought of canned peaches and their delicious taste. Madame Shen glanced at Zhang Juexia and saw her eyes shining. She knew the seedlings pleased her. Juexia, what do you think? Very good. Thank you, madam. Zhang Juexia quickly stood up to thank her. Madame Shen waved her hand. No need for formalities. Hurry and call your husband to take these fruit seedlings home. Thank you, madam. Old Zhang, bring him along. He's an expert at planting fruit trees on my estate. Let him help you plant these trees and teach you how to graft and fertilize. The main goal is for these trees to produce the best fruit. Zhang Juexia was so touched, her eyes filled with tears. Madam, you are so thoughtful. Stop trying to be romantic in front of my wife. Hurry back. I promise that Lao Zhang is one of us, and he has taught you all well. Just come back quickly. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu, along with Master Lao Zhang and 2 full carts of fruit saplings, bid farewell to old lady Shen and returned to Yi family village. Master Lao Zhang personally planted the yellow peach trees on the mountain and taught Yi Beixiu and the others how to plant them. He also took a walk around the mountain, guiding Yi Beixiu to move a few pear trees, hawthorn, and jujube trees from other hills. Looking at the endless mountains, Lao Zhang said, "This year, try planting these 20 or 30 yellow peach trees. If they all survive and grow well, I will send you more trees next year." Thank you so much. Yi Beixiu bowed to Lao Zhang, who quickly helped him up. No need to thank me. When I came, old lady Shen specifically asked me to do a good job. After seeing that all the planted trees survived, Lao Zhang returned to Qingfeng City. The honeysuckle on the mountain also bloomed, and Yi Beixiu took some back with Qin Eryong and others. When Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu went to the town, they sold the goods to Li Yidong. Li Yidong specially told them, bring any other medicinal herbs from the mountain to sell. We have no outsiders, and we will give you the best prices. Rest assured. Zhang Juexia couldn't help but ask Li Yidong, Dr. Liu, do you have any news? His senior brother is now in the county town, and probably won't go out soon. He wanted to come see you, but he's been busy with patients since his rest period was too long. Zhang Juexia understood. He can't leave. We can go see him. It's not far from Shuana County. After leaving Li's pharmacy, Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu went to Xingxia embroidery workshop. Li Shi saw them and hurried over. Boss, the furs from Qingfeng City have arrived. After inspection, they've been stored in the warehouse. Manager Li, you must take good care of these furs. We can sell them well in winter. No need for boss to remind me. I understand. But I don't understand how you managed to buy these furs at this time. Zhang Juexia explained about meeting the merchant Xu Jinyan from Chenghua. Li Shi said, "It's clear that this family is in urgent need. Otherwise, they wouldn't sell these furs so cheaply. But this is also a good fortune for boss." Li Shi's words were very pleasing, and hearing them made Zhang Jiexia feel very comforted. "Master Dong, have you thought about opening a shop in Qingfeng City?" Zhang Jiexia repeatedly waved his hands. "Shopkeeper Li, my husband and I visited Qingfeng City and checked the prices of houses. We can't afford it now. We'll wait until we have more money before making a decision." "That's easy. We should run Xingxia embroidery shop well and earn more silver. Later, we can open a shop in Xuanhe County first, then consider Qingfeng City." Yao's shopkeeper saw Zhang Juexia's carriage at her shop entrance. After finishing his work, he hurried over. "When did you return?" "It's been several days. I was busy with family matters and haven't been to the town. Mainly, your shopkeeper Li is capable and doesn't need your worry. Otherwise, with you busy, would you still come back today?" "I think I should go back. Now is a busy season at home." Hearing that Zhang Juexiao plans to return, Yao's shopkeeper took her by the arm and led her to the backyard. "Since you're going back, let's talk now. If you don't come, I have no one to talk to. Your shop has so many people. Why is no one talking to you?" "That's different." Yao's shopkeeper brewed tea and brought it over. "While you were away, something big happened in town. Guess what? I wonder if you can guess." Zhang Juexiao frowned. "That's a bit hard to guess. There are so many families in town. How should I guess?" "Give me a hint. Start with someone close to you. You know this person."
You?
"Su Yun, or someone from the Zhao family." "Guess again." "I really can't guess. My mind is limited. Just tell me directly." "You're so slow. My hints are obvious. You still can't guess?" "The eighth wife of the Li family. Now, do you understand?"
What?
"She gave birth? Boy or girl?" "Sigh, everyone cares whether it's a boy or girl. But no one thinks about whether the child can survive." Zhang Juexia's heart skipped a beat. "Really happened?" "I heard she gave birth to a boy, but he didn't live past the next day." Zhang Juexia leaned back in shock. "That's really a pity. All the doctors in town were summoned to the Li family that day, but they couldn't save the baby." "How is Zhang Chuyue?" "You are close to Lady Li. Why don't you go ask her at the Li family?" Zhang Juexia feels that Qian Yulin probably doesn't feel good either. Although she doesn't understand ancient people's thinking, she knows that if Li Jini can't have a son, no one will inherit his family's business. "Let's do it another day. I plan to visit Lady Li and hear any new news to tell you." Yao's shopkeeper gives Zhang Juexia a knowing look, then starts talking about the next piece of gossip. "Lu Hong is sick. I heard he's not doing well." Yao points to his head. "They say he's been frightened here, and he's been shouting at home that someone wants to kill him. I just went out for a few days. The town is quite lively." "That's right. That day, Fong Lan came to my shop to sell embroidery. The old folks look worn out now, not as lively as last year." "Sigh, people are just born with luck. No matter how much they plan, in the end, it's all for nothing. Her third son is still studying in the county town. How can it be for nothing?" "TCH, it depends if he's really a student material." Yao's shopkeeper sizes up Zhang Juexia. "I feel like you've been more spirited these days. Maybe it's because I'm in a good mood. By the way, when we go back this afternoon, take Suyin home with us. Big Uncle's family moved to a new house. She hasn't been back yet."
All right.
"I'll tell her later. Honestly, I don't want Suyun to leave. You're so capable and can keep things to yourself. You're really a wonderful girl. If she wasn't good, I wouldn't have let her learn from you. But if you're not good, I wouldn't have introduced her to you. You two are helping each other." "TCH, your sweet words are really pleasant to hear." Zhang Juexia looks outside. "Please tell Suyun to get ready. I want to check my shop again. We'll be leaving soon." Yao's shopkeeper reluctantly sees Zhang Juexia off. "When I bought that shop, I had my reasons. I thought it was close to here, so we could talk more. But who knew you would insist on living in the mountains and not move to the town? When I decide to move someday, I'll move right away. Will I be staying at your house every day then? That would be annoying. Then I'll really leave." After seeing Zhang Juexia off, Yao shopkeeper tells Yi Siyun to pack up and stay at home for a few days. If she doesn't want to stay at home one day, she can come back. Zhang Juexia then gets the latest sales figures from Li Shi, reviews them, and does some calculations. She begins to get a rough idea in her mind. Zhang Juexia skillfully played with the abacus, and Li Lo was amazed. Master, I didn't expect you to be so good at using the abacus. Li Shi slapped Li Lo on the head. Master is just that talented. No wonder he opened a shop. Zhang Juexia smiled. If our business keeps going well, opening shops in Xuanhe County might be just around the corner. That's great. After tidying up, Yi Siyun came to find Zhang Juexia. He took her shopping and bought some things before returning to Ye's village. On the way back, Zhang Juexia asked Yi Siyun if she was comfortable in town and how Manager Yao treated her. She nodded and said everything was fine. Sometimes I miss home, but overall, it's okay. My master taught me seriously, and I learned everything without hiding anything. I will do my best to learn. Then you must study hard. I know. I will also respect my master and be filial. Zhang Juexia was confident about Yi Siyun's progress. What does Zhao Xian think? She shyly lowered her head.
He listens to me.
In the end, Zhang Juexia, who had initially wanted to teach her some husband training skills, kept quiet. Back home, Wang Guilin was very happy to see Yi Siyun return. She insisted they all go to her house for dinner. Since their homes were close and it was safe to travel at night, Zhang Juexia agreed readily. Since moving, Song Yi no longer ate with Zhang Juexia. But embroidery work was delicate, so the workshop hired some people from nearby villages. They couldn't go home for lunch either. Zhang Juexia decided to ask Lu Jinhua to find someone from the village to cook for them. In the evening, this person would prepare a special meal for Song Yu alone. This plan boosted Zhang Juexia's reputation, and everyone praised her kindness. However, Zhang Juexia thought these were just empty words. The real key was motivating everyone to work more, which meant earning more money. In the end, it all came down to winning people's hearts. Everyone worked to earn silver and to feed and clothe their families. After a simple wash at home, Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu went to Wang Guilin's house. Zhao Baofeng and Li Yiqin were busy already. Zhang Juexia quickly went into the kitchen and took over Li Yiqin's work. Li Yiqin complained, I'm not that delicate. I can do all these chores. My mother and grandmother said I should stay active so that labor will be easier when I give birth. Then I can't just watch you work while I play outside. Zhao Baofeng waved her hand. You young ones go out and have fun. There aren't many dishes, so I will cook. Wang Guilin carried a pile of firewood into the kitchen. Listen to your eldest aunt. Go play outside. We will manage here. Zhang Juexia pulled Li Yiqin and they left the kitchen together. A gentle breeze blew, and everyone sat together in the spacious yard, enjoying this peaceful and lovely time. Yi Beixiu and Yi Beishan gathered around Yi Jixuan and Yi Yunsheng, talking about how the crops in the fields were growing. Li Yiqin, Zhang Juexia, and Yi Siyun first discussed the town situation. Then Li Yiqin suddenly remembered something important. Juexia, I and your eldest brother also want to raise some chickens. Can you teach us? Just ask your big brother to find time to go up the mountain and take a look. Now, we've entrusted the chicken raising to Lu Wanfeng. When the time comes, your big brother can learn from him. About the chicks, you have to help us with that. We will pay money. No problem. Next time I will send some chicks. You and your big brother can pick some first, and the rest we will give you. Thank you, Juexia. Recently, your big brother has been selling vegetables with Beixiu and has earned quite a bit of silver. We're family, so it's only right. Zhang Juexia wanted to support Li Yiqin and Yi Beishan. When Dazhuang sent more chicks, she asked Yi Beixiu to call Yi Beishan over to choose first. Yi Beishan was cautious and decided to start with 50 chickens to try. Li Yiqin wanted him to raise more, but Yi Beishan firmly agreed to just those 50. Zhang Juexia saw Li Yiqin looked unhappy and quietly comforted her. Big brother is cautious, which is good. He's starting with 50 chickens to test the waters. Once he gets the hang of it, he can raise more, and that's better.
Li Yiqin siga.
There will be more places to spend silver in the future. Having children makes a difference. Don't worry. Our life is much better than last year. I don't know about everything else, but I do know you can earn 2 taels of silver from me every month. It's all because you take care of me. Jueshia, your kindness to us, my sister-in-law remembers it.
Stop it, sister-in-law.
No need for sentimental talk. We're family after all. Lu Wanfeng collected the chicks and asked Dazhuang to bring some more. Dazhuang, being straightforward, was surprised. More to send? That's just a little. I plan to raise up to 2,000 chickens. By the way, can't your family hatch more chicks at once? Brother Lu, to hatch these chicks, my mother has already collected all the eggs from nearby villages. I forgot about that, but once our chickens lay eggs, you won't have to worry anymore. Dazhuang looked at the little chickens running around and nodded. After coming down the mountain, Dazhuang chatted with Zhang Jueshia for a while. Zhang Jueshia wanted to stay for dinner, but he insisted on going back. Before leaving, he asked Zhang Jueshia, "Uncle De Fu, has he come to see you?" "No, he hasn't." "That's good. Recently, things haven't been peaceful at Xiao Ye's place. Once the chicks hatch, I'll deliver them myself." "All right, thank you, Brother Dazhuang." Dazhuang walked far down the mountain trail, still wondering why Zhang Jueshia didn't ask about Zhang Qiuyue or what had happened. Then he remembered his father's warning before leaving. If Jueshia didn't ask, he shouldn't say anything. She probably didn't care at all about De Fu's family matters. But maybe that's for the best. Living his own life might be better. Dazhuang sat on the ox cart, looking at the distant mountains, and thought about Zhang Jueshia's prosperous days now. He agreed with his father's words. Yi Beixiu came back from the field and asked Zhang Jueshia why Dazhuang wasn't invited to stay for dinner. He wanted to stay, but he insisted on leaving. "Fine. After finishing my work in a few days, I'll bring some gifts and visit Dea village to see Uncle Da."
As you say.
Yi Beixiu was in good spirits today. "I saw quite a few wild rabbits on the back mountain today. Tomorrow I'll go catch some and deliver them to Manager Wan. The dried herbs are also ready, so I'll send them to Li's pharmacy to sell. Wife, life is busy now, but I feel more at ease." Zhang Jueshia smiled and asked, "Tell me, who did you meet today? Who praised you?" "Thanks to you, everyone in the village is very polite to me. Today, even Uncle Yinhai asked if we still had work at home. If they need help again, tell them to call on him. Is his ox cart not making money? He said it's not doing very well. He even sent his children to our craft workshop to learn embroidery. Our craft workshop is mainly for the convenience of our villagers. If they're willing to send their children, we teach them with all our heart. Life is tough, especially for women trying to survive. Having a skill can at least help them stand firm." "That's true. Today, I also told Uncle Yinhai about this. He said you're not an ordinary person, and he also said I'm lucky to marry such a good wife." Hearing the praise, Zhang Jueshia smiled. Then she remembered something and discussed with Yi Beixiu. "I've been thinking about this for a while. Qin Er-yong worked at our place for a few months. I thought he wouldn't last long. My wife, when he married, he borrowed quite a lot of money from us. How could he not work hard? Back then, when you lent money, I thought it would never be paid back. I understand this child's nature. He's spoiled by his grandmother, but he's not a bad person. That's why I want to help him." Yi Beixiu spoke carefully, watching Zhang Jueshia's face for any reaction. Seeing she was fine, he asked, "Is there something you want to say?" "I want Qin Er-yong to come work at the workshop." "What?" "Then we'll be short of workers here. Uncle Yinhai can fill in. Qin Er-yong is lively and smart. When he helped sell vegetables, I noticed his quick thinking. Now, our shop and the workshop need to run back and forth a lot, maybe even more in the future. I think Qin Er-yong can handle it. Uncle Yinhai is also out and about. When you need someone to sell or deliver outside, just give it to him. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Yi Beixiu thought for a moment, then said, "All right, I'll tell them tomorrow." A few days later, Qin Er-yong started working at the workshop. Zhang Jueshia briefly explained, telling him it was a 3-month trial period. After that, his wages would be based on the workshop's average pay. Qin Er-yong promised to work hard, but he didn't seem very happy. He was a bit reluctant, preferring the freedom of the mountains. The next day, when he came to work again, he was different. He smiled at Zhang Juexia and bowed to thank her for the opportunity. Zhang Juexia talked to Li Yulan, saying, "Looks like the gentle persuasion worked well." Li Yulan shook her head repeatedly. "Sister-in-law, I didn't say anything. I just told him to work hard. After 3 months, if he impresses you and you decide to keep him, his wages might be much higher." He wasn't convinced, so he asked Aunt Jean Hua and my master just now, then kept smiling. "Then tell him to work hard. As long as he performs well, it's no problem."
Thank you, sister-in-law.
I hope he can earn more. Every time I see my master's new house, I think about when we might also live in a new home. Almost there, just around the corner. When Zhang Juexia went out, he happened to meet Yi Yanhai, who was leaving in a carriage. Yi Yanhai politely said to Zhang Juexia, "North Xiuxi's wife, I really should thank you. Without you and North Xiuxi, I wouldn't have caught the carriage."